Shen Chi traversed into the era of the Lord amidst the contest of myriad clans. At the onset, he awakened the weakest necromantic talent, and found himself with a dilapidated barracks and an unclaimed grave, drawing ridicule from all. However, the situation soon took an unexpected turn. Ding! Your unclaimed grave has automatically evolved into an ancient battlefield. What? As a necromancer, could he only recruit fragile skeleton warriors at the start? Shen Chi declared, "Pardon me, but I possess an ancient battlefield." This was the fabled land of divine conflict, spanning 90 million miles, where countless clans perished and deities fell. Now, this forsaken territory lay entirely under my dominion. Unwanted weapons? I shall collect them. Golden rusted daggers, diamond-studded bloody longbows, legendary frostbitten swords, and mythic wands of the weeping goddess. The slumbering legions of the myriad clans. I shall directly recruit them. Skeleton generals. Ancient dragon corpses, necromantic titans, skeletal archangels, deathly leviathans, and the remains of Yamoji. The recruits grew increasingly extraordinary, even including the fallen merfolk emperor, the fallen dragon progenitor, the fallen sword immortal, and the fallen sun god. Shen Chi mused, as a necromancer, is it excessive to recruit fallen deities? With the invasion from beyond, the malevolent clans descended. The demigod-level malevolent beings regarded the common folk as mere ants, proclaiming, in this world, there are no gods left. We may pillage and slaughter the myriad clans at will. Yet, upon Shen Chi's arrival, they were horrified. There he sat in the Hall of Death, wielding dominion over the underworld, surrounded by a pantheon of once-fallen deities. Forgive me, but even the gods are merely my vassals. Chapter 1. Divine Talent. In Longhu City, Shunan Province at Longhu High School in the school square. Next, Shen Chi. The staff announced loudly from the central platform. As the voice faded, a youth emerged from the crowd. Dressed in a pristine white shirt, his handsome visage and upright stature commanded attention, exuding an extraordinary aura. His appearance caused quite a stir. The youth was named Shen Chi, a prominent figure in this year's Lord Awakening ceremony, having ranked first in the previous 5 Lord simulation exams. Teachers, school officials, and the various Lord associations in Longhu City all closely monitored Shen Chi's progress. It's Shen Chi's turn. Our school has already produced 3 A-level talents. It is likely Shen Chi will awaken to A-level as well. Given Shen Chi's prowess, an S-level talent is not out of the question. How enviable, Daha. You think too highly of it. Our Longhu High School has not seen an S-level talent in years. Shen Chi, undisturbed by the chatter, ascended the stage. 3 years prior, Shen Chi had traversed into this world, learning from the original owner's memories that it had entered the Lord era. All individuals above 18 years old could partake in the Lord Awakening ceremony. Once a Lord talent was awakened and trials passed, one could venture into the endless land and engage in the contest of myriad clans. This opportunity represented a pivotal turning point for ordinary individuals to alter their fates. Under national guidance, schools across the country established Lord courses. Awakening as a Lord depended firstly on talent, and secondly on postnatal learning to enhance comprehension and strengthen the connection with the essence of the Tao. Through generations of standardized training, the average awakening rate for each cohort had now reached 30. Shen Chi excelled academically, and everyone held high expectations for him. Meanwhile, on the ground, a strikingly beautiful girl raised her head slightly to gaze at Shen Chi on stage, radiating an air of unattainability. Liu Qingwei, who had just awakened an A-level talent, was also a hot topic in this year's Lord Awakening. Beside her, a throng of suitors surrounded her eagerly, their eyes filled with fervor. Liu Qingwei neither accepted nor rejected any of them, her haughty gaze sweeping past the crowd, landing solely on Shen Chi. In her view, only a powerful and handsome man deserved her attention. Although she had rejected Shen Chi's confession 3 years prior, if he awakened an A-level talent, she resolved to grant him a chance to pursue her. At this moment, Shen Chi remained oblivious to the discussions below. He extended his hand and placed it upon the Lord Awakening stone. All eyes were fixed upon him. The hallmark of a new Lord Awakening was the radiance emanating from the stone. Different colors represented varying levels of talent. White for the lowest E-level, green for D-level, blue for C-level, purple for B-level, gold for A-level, and orange for S-level or higher. Awakenings of S-level or above typically accompanied celestial phenomena. However, such wonders had not been witnessed in Longhu City for nearly a decade. With Shen Chi's hand resting on the Awakening Stone, it was not long before a faint glow began to surface. Seeing this, Shen Chi felt a sense of calm wash over him. The Awakening Stone's reaction indicated that he had successfully awakened as a Lord. But what level of talent would it be? Historically, every first-ranked student had invariably awakened to a level. Shen Chi had a rough idea of his own situation. However, in the next moment, The awakening stone suddenly erupted with a blindingly pure white light, signifying the abysmal E-level talent. Shen Chi's expression darkened. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Did I see that correctly? E-level? Ah, this should not be the case. Such matters are often hard to predict. After all, awakening talent is inherently tied to luck. This is absurd. Is there anyone to check the awakening stone? The academic prodigy, Shen Chi, awakened E-level talent? Among the crowd, someone who had long envied Shen Chi's scholarly achievements, upon witnessing this revelation, could barely contain his glee, ready to mock him. Yet before he could utter, "Oh, so the academic genius is just this." Suddenly, an unprecedented phenomenon occurred. Above the school, what had been a clear sky was abruptly shrouded in ominous clouds. The temperature plummeted drastically. Soon after, a myriad of bizarre scenes materialized in the high sky, stretching infinitely, reminiscent of a mirage. Broken flags planted in the earth, mountains of rusted armor, colossal cities crumbling into ruins, and parched bloodstains staining the land as far as the eye could see. In the boundless desert and desolate ancient woods, each mountain base, swamp, and gorge was littered with bones. Faintly, one could hear the thunderous sounds of battle echoing from the clouds. Above lay an ancient battlefield. Though no blades were visible, the overwhelming aura of slaughter seemed to stretch from that primordial battlefield into the present world. Countless individuals gazed upward in shock, their hearts stirring with tremors and dread. Heavenly phenomena. Moments later, the school officials on stage finally reacted, exclaiming in astonishment. Those who had aimed to ridicule Shen Chi found their faces drained of color, their scorn stuck in their throats. Unable to escape, the crowd erupted in disbelief. Wasn't he supposed to awaken E-level talent? How could there be heavenly phenomena? Heavenly phenomena. That is the hallmark of S-level talent. So, did Shen Chi actually awaken S-level talent? If true, that would be truly astounding at that moment. Shen Chi was entirely unconcerned with the murmurs around him, as a mechanical voice unexpectedly resonated within his mind. Ding. Congratulations on awakening the divine talent. Lord of the Underworld. Chapter 2. The sovereign of the netherworld in a realm where the souls of the deceased wander aimlessly and spirits lament in sorrow. You find yourself seated upon a sacred throne, presiding over the departed. You wield supreme authority, traversing the abyss, commanding countless restless souls. You are the immortal monarch of eternal night. Meanwhile, before Shen Chi, a panel materializes, visible only to him. Talent, sovereign of the netherworld. Quality, divine. Traits, 15, click to view. Shen Chi's pupils constrict suddenly, and a tempest of emotions surges within him. A divine talent? Historically, the highest tier for a lord has been the SSS grade, has it not? Moreover, 15 traits? His mind begins to swirl in confusion. Typical A-grade talents boast only 2 to 3 traits, while S-grade talents possess 5 to 6. Even SSS grade talents peak at 9 traits. Yet a divine talent has a staggering 15 traits. Taking a deep breath, Shen Chi realizes he must compose himself. The head of the academic department, Tang Jing, observes this scene, his gaze frozen in astonishment. A newly awakened E-grade talent has summoned an extraordinary phenomenon, a phenomenon indicative of S-grade. The mere thought of sharing this with other schools would surely invite ridicule. However, at this very moment, this absurd spectacle unfolds before everyone's eyes, leaving no room for disbelief. Furthermore, through his keen observation, Tang Jing notes that the scope of this phenomenon is vast, potentially encompassing the entirety of Longhu City. This implies that the talent responsible for such an event is likely far more potent than merely S-grade. The crowd below, unable to restrain themselves, gapes in disbelief. Their expressions blank, rendered speechless. Some among them feel their cheeks flush with heat. Moments ago, they had mocked Shen Chi for awakening an E-grade talent, only to witness an S-grade phenomenon moments later. A phenomenon that had not graced Longhu City for over a decade. Absurd. Surely, no script would dare to write such a tale. Tang Jing can no longer remain seated, springing to his feet and striding towards Shen Chi, his countenance grave. He extends his right hand and lightly taps his glasses with his index finger. Instantly, beams of light emanate from the tiny apertures in his spectacles, scanning Shen Chi from top to bottom. These glasses are specialized assessment tools. However, in the next moment, a glaring red cross appears on Tang Jing's lenses. Simultaneously, a fierce warning bell tolls within his mind. The tier is too high, cannot be glimpsed, cannot be stared at. Tang Jing's eyes widen in shock. Unable to contain his expression, his mouth twitching. He is a level 42 elite lord, yet he cannot discern the talent information of a novice lord? Is this a jest? At the same time, Shen Chi hears a mechanical voice within his mind. Sovereign of the netherworld trait. Gaze prohibition passive activated. Your figure is concealed within the abyss. None can pry into your essence, yet you are capable of observing all. Shen Chi pauses, realizing the first trait has been unlocked. He begins to ponder the implications of this statement. Does it mean that no one can scrutinize my information, yet I can scrutinize all that exists. Moreover, someone just attempted to probe my talent, but failed. He discreetly sizes up Tang Jing before him. It seems my divine talent shall not be easily revealed to anyone. The celestial phenomenon persists for a full 10 minutes before gradually dissipating, taking with it the chill that enveloped the earth, retreating like a tide. The sky clears, leaving no trace behind. At the workbench, the staff responsible for recording awakened talents finds the situation quite challenging. The luminous aura of the E-grade awakening stone and the S-grade phenomenon occurring simultaneously presents a bizarre scenario. The staff feels an uncanny sensation, as if he has witnessed a scene akin to this before. After much hesitation, he ultimately fills in Shen Chi's entry on the form as talent unknown. The commotion caused by Shen Chi severely hampers the progress of subsequent assessments. The staff can only allow Shen Chi to depart, continuing with the remaining awakenings. Hundreds in attendance remain ensnared in profound silence, unable to regain their composure. Countless complex gazes intertwine upon Shen Chi, their emotions akin to a roller coaster ride. Simultaneously, all factions monitoring Shen Chi's developments become acutely aware of the changes surrounding him. The foremost guild in Longhu City, the Tsangshan Guild, promptly dispatches individuals to investigate discreetly. The following day, Shen Chi rises from his rented accommodation, proceeding to school as usual. Upon entering the classroom of Senior Year 3, Class 1, the previously lively chatter abruptly silences at his arrival. The students cast glances at Shen Chi before quickly averting their eyes. Noticing this detail, Shen Chi nonchalantly returns to his seat. As soon as he sits down, his deskmate, Chen Xin, leans in closer. He regards Shen Chi, hesitating to speak. Shen Chi prompts, "Is there something on your mind?" After a moment's hesitation, Chen Xin lowers his voice. "Shen Chi, I've heard that the Tsangshan Guild has denied your application for membership." Shen Chi is taken aback. He retrieves his phone and checks his email, indeed finding an unread message. The sender is marked, Tsangshan Guild. He opens it. "Dear Shun, we regret to inform you that, following our professional assessment, you do not meet the criteria for membership. Please seek alternative opportunities." The Tsangshan Guild is the leading Lord Guild in Longhu City. Shen Chi had previously followed the school's advice and submitted a membership application to them. In the era of lords, there exists a tradition where novice lords can privately contact guilds before and after awakening their talents. Securing early membership in a reputable guild offers a promising start to a lord's career, as the resources and connections can provide significant assistance to novice lords. Likewise, renowned guilds often seek to recruit promising newcomers early on. Shen Chi had been in such a position, being the top student of Longhu High School this year, leading to numerous guilds extending invitations to him. After careful consideration, he chose the Tsangshan Guild. Following his application, he quickly received a notification of preliminary approval. He was merely awaiting the formal acceptance letter. Yet now, he receives a rejection? Has the Tsangshan Guild breached their agreement? A heaviness settles in his heart, and his brow furrows. At that moment, a commotion arises outside the classroom. Lu Qingwei and another male student enter, striding directly to Shen Chi's desk. The onlookers in the classroom begin to watch intently, their eyes fixated on Shen Chi and Lu Qingwei, with a hint of derision in their gazes, so different from their astonishment at the phenomenon he had awakened the previous day. Shen Chi does not look at Lu Qingwei, yet he observes the attitudes of those around him with subtle awareness. His eyes narrow slightly. It seems something has transpired today. At this juncture, his deskmate Chen Xin leans closer to Shen Chi's ear, whispering an explanation. "This morning, Sui's lackey, Wang Bin, has been spreading rumors that the Tsangshan Guild rejected you. They claim you've been assessed as having an E-grade trash talent for necromantic perception. They also assert that although a phenomenon occurred, it proves nothing, merely a misunderstanding." Shen Chi is momentarily stunned. He did not anticipate that so much could happen in such a short span of time. Standing before Shen Chi, Lu Qingyue frowns as she realizes he is unresponsive to her presence, feeling a twinge of annoyance at his indifference. Looking at Shen Chi's handsome face, she speaks condescendingly. "Shen Chi, I have promised Su He that I would be with him, so I must decline your advances." Shen Chi seemed to have just noticed Lu Qingyue. He turned his head with an unhurried grace, gazing at her with a serene demeanor. Rather than exhibiting the anxious and flustered expression that Lu Qingyue had anticipated, he wore a look of puzzlement that seemed to question, "Who are you?" Chapter 3. And so what? Shen Chi furrowed his brow, wearing a perplexed expression. "Oh, and so what?" Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyue momentarily fell into a daze. Why this reaction? Shouldn't he have panicked, striving to please her and salvage their relationship? Instead, he appeared utterly indifferent. Earlier that morning, Lu Qingyue had learned that the Tsangshan Guild had assessed Shen Chi's talent as an E-grade necromantic perception. An E-grade necromantic perception is the most common and, frankly, the most inferior talent within the necromancy category. It is highly likely to yield only low-tier skeletal minions at the outset, which are notoriously regarded as worthless. Their attributes are abysmally low, and given that necromantic lords are notoriously difficult to develop, awakening necromantic perception is almost tantamount to a death sentence. It might even preclude success in the 7-day novice trials. The The Tsongshan Guild stands as the premier lord guild in Longhu City, and their assessment body is undoubtedly authoritative. As for the bizarre phenomenon that accompanied Shen Chi's awakening yesterday, the Tsongshan Guild has its own explanation. They discovered that, in the past 30 years, a staggering 17 necromantic lords had experienced such phenomena. Strangely, these 17 lords possessed talents ranging from E to S grade, defying the rule that such phenomena only occur with S grade talents. Most curiously, none of these 17 lords managed to thrive in the later stages of their development. They either perished early or fell into mediocrity. Now, Shen Chi had similarly awakened a necromantic talent accompanied by a bizarre phenomenon, yet it was still an E-grade talent. This suggested that Shen Chi, like the previous 17 necromantic lords, was highly unlikely to possess any promising future. This information was gleaned from the internal documents of the Tsongshan Guild, which Suhi had managed to acquire through connections. He then recounted everything to Lu Qingyue, who was left profoundly disappointed. She had harbored hopes that Shen Chi had truly awakened a rare S-grade talent. Consequently, she resolved that there was no longer any need to waste her time on him. In contrast, Suhi, who had also awakened an A-grade talent, had promising prospects in the novice trials. Moreover, he was a gentleman of good upbringing, willing to spend lavishly in his pursuit of her. In comparison to Shen Chi, Lu Qingyue quickly made her decision and accepted Suhi's advances. Her visit to Shen Chi was merely to inform him, stemming from a faint lingering fondness, that she intended to relinquish any romantic notions regarding him. Lu Qingyue had grown accustomed to being the center of male attention, naturally believing that all boys should be enamored with her, Shen Chi included. After all, 3 years prior, he had even confessed his feelings to her in a love letter. At that time, she had dismissed it, overwhelmed by the multitude of suitors, and Shen Chi had seemed rather unremarkable. Little did she expect that, over the span of 3 years, he would evolve into a figure of considerable distinction, gradually becoming the focal point of attention. Her perception of him shifted, and she often found herself the subject of teasing regarding a potential pairing with Shen Chi. She had always assumed that he still harbored feelings for her. However, at this moment, Shen Chi's reaction was entirely unexpected. Shen Chi lifted his gaze and took a few seconds to recall. Oh, Lu Qingyue. She seems to be some sort of campus belle, and if I remember correctly, she was the goddess of the previous incarnation. But what relevance does that hold for me now? Observing Lu Qingyue's reaction only deepened his confusion. She had rejected him, yet he had not responded. So why did she appear disappointed? The boy beside Lu Qingyue was Su He, a popular lord who had awakened an A-grade talent this year. The school's administration believed he would excel in the trials, bringing glory to the institution. Additionally, he hailed from a well-to-do family, was handsome, and was among Lu Qingyue's many admirers. However, he had always held a disdain for Shen Chi at that moment. He could not restrain himself from speaking out. Shen Chi. Qingyue is already with me now, so you should stop harboring any illusions about her. He squinted his eyes, surveying Shen Chi with a contemptuous glare. After all, with your talent, you probably won't even pass the novice trials. How do you think you deserve her? Suhi had long resented Shen Chi for being the top student in their grade, stealing the spotlight. To him, Shen Chi was merely an ordinary person without any background, who should exist like cannon fodder among the privileged scions of their families. Why should Shen Chi's achievements surpass theirs? He had learned that morning that the Tsongshan Guild had rejected Shen Chi and was aware of his E-grade necromantic perception. The phenomenon that had stirred the entire city was merely a ruse. Shen Chi was highly likely to fade into obscurity. A sense of vengeful satisfaction welled up within Suhi. Humph. What does it matter how well you perform academically, Shen Chi? Awakening an E-grade talent will ensure you remain forever in the shadows. I have awakened an A-grade talent. What can you possibly compare with me? Seizing the opportunity to humiliate Shen Chi in front of the entire school, Suhi had instructed his underlings early that morning to spread malicious gossip about Shen Chi across various classes. Consequently, the entire school came to know that Shen Chi was a necromantic lord who had awakened a worthless talent. At that moment, one of his cohorts, Wang Bin, eagerly chimed in. That's right, Shen Chi, just be sensible and stop pestering the campus belle. You ought to weigh whether you truly deserve her, right? Shen Chi's expression turned icy. He fixed his gaze on Lu Qingyue and Su He, his eyes devoid of warmth, and spoke slowly. Whether you two are together or not is of no consequence to me. He enunciated each word deliberately. What talent I awaken is none of your concern. A hush fell over the room. Everyone stared at Shen Chi in disbelief. Lu Qingyue wore an expression of utter incredulity. Several boys who had gathered to witness the scene immediately began to retort against Shen Chi. Shen Chi, your words are utterly excessive. Su He merely spoke the truth. With an E-grade talent, you are unworthy of her. Indeed, who can't see that you still have feelings for the campus belle? Why act so high and mighty? What of the bizarre phenomenon? Do you truly believe you possess S-grade talent? I've heard that those necromantic lords who experience such phenomena are nothing but trash. Each person wore a self-righteous expression, as if they were heroes coming to the rescue of Lu Qingyue. Shen Chi crossed his arms over his chest and snorted coldly. He fixed his gaze on the eager boys, speaking calmly and without haste. Jiang Hao, Song Lei, Sun Yun. I recall that none of you have awakened any talent, correct? What gives you the confidence to look down upon E-grade talent? If E-grade talent is considered trash, then what does that make you, who have no talent at all? Upon hearing this, the faces of the boys turned an alarming shade of pale. Chapter 4. The atmosphere in the classroom plummeted to an icy silence. The boys' faces turned a deep shade of crimson. Lu Qingwei and Su He wore equally grim expressions. Just then, a displeased voice echoed from the hallway. What are you all doing? The grade director, Tang Jing, entered promptly. With a stern face, he scrutinized the group within the classroom. The boys, upon seeing Tang Jing, momentarily froze, then joyfully rushed to report. Director Tang, Shen Chi is bullying classmate Lu Qingwei and has been using foul language. Yes. We merely advised him a few times, and he ended up cursing us too. Indeed, Lu's rejection was merely a trivial matter. Yet this young man insists on holding a grudge against her, even displaying childish anger and resentment. How utterly disgraceful. It is likely that his awakening of an E-grade talent has left him feeling envious and unbalanced. Such individuals, when faced with failure in their lordship awakening, often lash out at others, and they will not amount to anything worthwhile after graduation. The other onlookers immediately nodded in agreement, their expressions brimming with arrogance as they gazed upon Shen Chi. They had heard that the head of their grade, Tang Jing, possessed a notoriously foul temper, particularly disfavoring students who dared to challenge him, and he was merciless when it came to punishment. If Shen Chi dared to defend himself, he would certainly incur Tang Jing's wrath. It would be best if he exploded with fury right there and delivered a few slaps. Moreover, with their numbers, Tang Jing would undoubtedly side with them. Lu Qingwei and Su He, initially feeling somewhat embarrassed, found their expressions softening upon seeing Tang Jing. Shen Chi's audacity to openly oppose them and cause them embarrassment was intolerable. A lesson was certainly in order. Tang Jing approached Shen Chi with a stoic demeanor. Yet, Shen Chi lifted his gaze without a hint of trepidation. The surrounding crowd wore expressions of schadenfreude. After a prolonged silence, Tang Jing did not interrogate Shen Chi as they had anticipated. Instead, he slowly turned his head, his sharp gaze surveying the surroundings. In a voice that seemed capable of freezing the air, he spoke. Do you think I am blind or deaf? The onlookers, who had eagerly awaited Shen Chi's downfall, were left in bewilderment. Shen Chi had never intended to acknowledge their provocations. These ruffians sought trouble, assuming he was oblivious. Now, they dared to stand before him, distorting the truth and fabricating tales. They had likely engaged in such vile acts before, and their proficiency suggested a lack of oversight on his part. Perfectly timed. The graduation list had yet to be released. Perhaps some of them were not quite ready to graduate, were they? Very well. A heavy silence enveloped the classroom. No one dared to utter a word. Without further regard for the expressions of others, Tang Jing turned back to face Shen Chi. His demeanor visibly softened as he addressed him. Shen Chi, from today onwards, the novice trial will have no death penalties. Give it your all and leave no regrets. If you successfully complete the trial, I shall personally apply for a stipend on your behalf. His tone exuded genuine concern. Observers around them stood in stunned silence, as if witnessing an apparition. This turn of events was unexpected. Shen Chi, equally surprised, felt his pupils involuntarily constrict. It was said that this headmaster was notoriously unapproachable. Why would he go out of his way to assist him? However, he quickly adjusted his expression and replied earnestly, Teacher Tang, I understand. Thank you for your concern. Tang Jing cast a deep glance at Shen Chi. His reason for offering this reminder stemmed from his belief that Shen Chi's talent was not as simple as it appeared. The celestial phenomena witnessed earlier, along with the warnings from the identification tools, had left a profound impression on him. Furthermore, he had not neglected to investigate Shen Chi's character. Although an orphan, he was self-reliant, indifferent to others' opinions, and diligent in his studies, consistently achieving excellent results. His conduct had always been commendable, and over the past 3 years, he had maintained a good reputation among his peers. It would be a pity if he were to succumb to despair following a failed talent awakening. In fact, the school administration was engaged in heated discussions regarding Shen Chi. Most believed that he would likely fail the novice trial, and that his status as an outstanding graduate should be revoked, considering that granting it would merely waste resources. However, Tang Jing staunchly opposed the majority, advocating for Shen Chi to be given a chance. After conveying his instructions, Tang Jing surveyed the classroom once more, gradually emanating an aura befitting an elite lord. The atmosphere was so tense that no one dared to breathe. Color drained from their faces. They held no doubt that anyone among them who dared to retort would face dire consequences. Lu Qingwei bit her lip, her expression a mix of fear and grievance. Su He lowered his head, his heart racing. He could not fathom what capabilities Shen Chi possessed that warranted Tang Jing's protection. Blood vessels crept into his eyes, and he clenched his fists tightly, nails digging into his flesh, as he internally raged. Just wait, after the 7-day trial, I will yet. He only dared to voice such threats in his mind. Confronting Tang Jing directly was out of the question. After all, the pressure emanating from a high-ranking expert was all too real, and merely looking up at him sent shivers down his spine. Finally, at 10 o'clock in the morning, The time to commence the novice trial had arrived. Millions of new lords from the Dragon Kingdom would simultaneously enter the testing grounds. The square was filled with long lines. Staff members on the platform began activating the teleportation array. In a short while, spatial fluctuations emerged, and a massive portal slowly opened. Soon, it was Shen Chi's turn. Ignoring the stares directed at him, he walked calmly into the portal. A blinding white light flashed, and the world spun around him. Shen Chi had thus arrived at the trial grounds. He swiftly surveyed his surroundings to assess the environment. To one side lay a dense and lush jungle, while the other opened into a vast plain. Not far off, the wind carried the sounds of a valley, with streams bubbling melodiously. Just then, a grand voice echoed from the heavens, resonating like a mighty bell. Welcome to trial ground number 9657. There are a total of 1,000 novice lords in this area. The novice trial will last for 7 days, with monster invasions occurring daily at noon. The first round of trials will officially commence tomorrow at noon. For the next 24 hours, your territory will be protected. Once the first round begins, the protection will be lifted, allowing both monsters and other lords to invade your territory. The novice trial imposes no death penalties. Should you be defeated or your lord core be shattered, you will permanently lose your lord status and be teleported from the trial grounds. All novice lords, please prepare yourselves diligently. Upon hearing this, Shen Chi felt a sense of clarity. With a thought, the lord panel materialized before him. Territory, unnamed. Lord, Shen Chi. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to name his territory, the Realm of Shadows. He then opened his inventory and found 2 items. One was the Lord Core, which, once placed, would signify the successful establishment of his territory. The other was the Novice Barracks gift pack. Upon opening it, a random type of barracks would be generated. The randomly generated barracks would correlate with the Lord's talents. For novice lords, the ability to awaken high-level talents and acquire powerful troop types largely determined the upper limits of their development. Shen Chi first extracted the Lord Core and placed it on the ground. In an instant, a flash of white light occurred, revealing a simple wooden cabin before him. The Lord Core floated serenely within the cabin. A pale blue spherical light curtain rippled from the core, gradually expanding into a vast protective dome that enveloped an area of 100 square meters. This space was to be his initial territory. Next, Shen Chi selected the random barracks gift pack and opened it. A mechanical voice then sounded. You have acquired the unclaimed graveyard barracks. Once constructed, you can recruit the first-tier unit, skeleton minions. Shen Chi, what? I drew the most abysmal first-tier undead unit? He felt a wave of exasperation. Nonetheless, he retrieved the unclaimed graveyard. Having something was better than nothing. At least the undead units possessed the attribute of infinite stamina. While developing as an undead lord might be arduous, it was not without its opportunities. Most importantly, he was eager to witness the manifestation of his godly talent. However, just then, a familiar mechanical voice echoed within Shen Chi's mind. Shadow Monarch trait. Shadow guidance activated. O Lord of the Netherworld, lost in this realm, the shadows of the otherworld are guiding your path home. A weak barrier has been detected between your current coordinates and another dimension. Your Forsaken Grave has automatically evolved into a mythical ancient battlefield. This ancient battlefield will breach the dimensional barrier, forming a spatial passageway to the nether realm. A flash of brilliance illuminated the surroundings. Before Shen Chi, a deep purple vortex portal materialized on the ground. Shen Chi, what on earth is this? Chapter 5. Recruiting Heroes, the Skeleton General. The teleportation array before him exuded an ethereal, distant aura. Shen Chi stood there, bewildered. His abandoned grave had transformed into an ancient battlefield, a mythical one, no less. After a few seconds of stupor, he regained his senses. He hastily approached the teleportation array and activated the system panel. Ancient battlefield. Level mythical. In ancient times, deities clashed here, and myriad races vied for supremacy. However, both the gods and countless powerful races ultimately perished in this battle. It has since become a desolate tomb for all races. Mythical level. The barracks are categorized by the quality of summonable troops, ranging from 1 to 9 tiers, also known as basic black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, legendary, and mythical levels. His basic barracks had inexplicably evolved into the pinnacle of the mythical level. Astonishing. Before long, a mechanical voice resonated once more, unlocking the Nether King trait, Undead Affiliation. This allows for the detection and summoning of nearby undead, binding them to serve as your subjects, requiring a toll of mental energy. Undead presence detected nearby. Would you like to proceed with summoning? Shen Chi, a new trait. Does this mean he can recruit troops directly through this teleportation portal from the ancient battlefield? His heart raced, and he eagerly shouted, Summon. Ding. Successfully recruited 5-star hero. Skeleton General Asin, consuming 50 points of mental energy. In the next moment, a tall figure emerged slowly from the teleportation array. The silhouette revealed a warrior. As the figure grew clearer, it became apparent that he was clad in a complete set of heavy black armor, draped with a tattered cloak. He bore a bow and quiver on his back, wielding a 6-foot iron sword in one hand, and a small round shield hung at his waist. However, beneath the armor lay only a robust, grayish-white skeleton. The helmet encased a massive skull, with two ghostly flames flickering in its eye sockets, seemingly fixated on Shen Chi. Skeleton General Asin, Genuine Legion. Rank, 5-star hero. Level, 1. Health, 305. Attack, 201. Defense, 154. Agility, 49. Stamina, infinite. Spirit, 100. Talent, unparalleled martial arts. Mastery of swords, knives, axes, shields, bows, and spears, with weapon attributes of 100 for all undead troops under his command, and 30 for his held cold weapons. Skill 1, Withering Bones. Unleashes 12 fierce sword energies from his weapon, inflicting rapid area damage, accompanied by knockback and immobilization. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Skill 2, General S Order. Grants all members of the Genuine Legion a 20 chance of critical strike in melee combat, with critical strike damage of 300, attack speed of 50, and defense of 100. Duration, 30 minutes. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Introduction. Asin is the commander of the Genuine Legion, proficient in various arms. In a war, his entire army was annihilated, leaving his remains scattered across the desolate mountains. He inscribed the souls of all Legion members onto a General S Order. Shen Chi could hardly contain his excitement. A 5-star hero. His eyes widened, breath quickening, his heart pounding vigorously. Knowledge of lords learned in class surged through his mind. Ordinary troops could be recruited on a large scale, yet each hero is a unique and precious entity. The higher a hero's rank, the greater their initial attributes, growth potential, and level cap. Heroes possess commanding abilities, capable of independently directing troops in battle, alleviating the Lord's burdens. Most importantly, heroes have the capacity for collective enhancement, significantly boosting the Legion's combat power. The disparity in strength with or without a hero in the Legion is monumental. Most lords begin with troops of Tier 2 or below. Having Tier 3 troops would be considered an extraordinary start, let alone a hero. And a 5-star hero at that. Incredible. Shen Chi took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He then gazed fervently at the hero panel. Ordinary 1-star skeleton soldiers possess only 5 health and 2 attack. They are not only fragile but also inflict minimal damage. Yet before him stood a 5-star hero, with initial attributes that defied belief. Not only were the stats astonishing, but he also had a talent and 2 skills. Ding. Triggered the Nether King trait. Absolute loyalty. The heroes under your command maintain a 100 loyalty, charging into battle for you without fear of death. The skeleton general slowly bowed, performing a gesture of respect toward Shen Chi. Noble lord, I thank you for calling my soul back. I shall be eternally loyal to you, following in your footsteps, even if this world is annihilated by deities into oblivion. Another new trait? Absolute loyalty. Full loyalty means the spiritual link and collaboration rate between the Lord and all troops reaches 100. This equates to an unwavering obedience. For battlefield command, this is nothing short of a divine skill. Shen Chi looked again at the ancient battlefield portal, his thoughts racing. If recruiting a 5-star hero is this effortless, could it be that he can infinitely recruit heroes from the ancient battlefield? If so, what would happen to other lords? Shen Chi's eyes sparkled with ambition, rubbing his hands together, eager to try. Let them play their games. Warning. Your remaining mental energy is insufficient to invoke undead affiliation. This. Shen Chi paused, then quickly checked his character panel. Shen Chi level 1. Health 10. Attack 1. Defense 3. Agility 2. Stamina 8. Spirit 151. Talent Nether King. Shen Chi's expression darkened. Goodness. These attributes are utterly abysmal. Even worse than a 1-star skeleton soldier. However, his initial mental energy stands at 51 points. Typically, novice lords possess an average of 210 points of mental energy. Thus, 51 points of initial mental energy imply that he will experience substantial increases in mental energy with each level gained. After recruiting the hero, he was left with only 1 point of mental energy. The Lord's mental energy naturally recovers slowly or can be accelerated through deep sleep. In any case, he wouldn't be summoning troops today. Just then, Asin stepped forward, producing a small item and offering it with both hands, addressing Shen Chi. My lord, this is my general's order, inscribed with the soul marks of all members of the Genuine Legion. Shen Chi, puzzled, inquired. Genuine Legion? Asin patiently clarified. My lord, the Genuine Legion was the army I commanded in life, consisting of 10,000 members. After the divine war erupted, they all perished, their remains scattered across the desolate mountains. Lost to time. With this general's order, I can sense the souls of the Legion members nearby. If you would permit me to perform undead affiliation, I could summon the nearby Legion members immediately without consuming your mental energy. I request your permission to return to the ancient battlefield, traversing the desolate mountains to call back the Legion members and have them pledge their allegiance to you. Shen Chi grasped the key term and asked, Desolate mountains? Asin responded, Indeed, my lord. The desolate mountains are my final resting place. The ancient battlefield is the site of the Third Divine War, encompassing an expanse of 90 million miles. The desolate mountain stands merely as a remote outskirt of the ancient battlefield in the eastern domain. Initially, Shen Chi surmised that the ancient battlefield must be some kind of specialized barracks capable of summoning specific undead troops. Now it appears that the ancient battlefield is indeed a tangible location, and not merely a minor skirmish, but a divine war. This realm of divine conflict exists independently within a nether dimension, spanning 90 million miles. The so-called nether realm is one where the entire world is tainted by the power of death, devoid of any living beings. Moreover, the most astonishing revelation is that his divine-level talent, the Nether King, has directly established a connection between the present world and the ancient battlefield, allowing him to recruit the undead directly from there. The fallen souls from the divine war, countless formidable undead from legendary races, even the remnants of fallen deities. The mere thought of this quickens Shen Chi's breath. It is essential to note that there are no deities left in this world. Chapter 6. New Trait, Tenfold Experience Amplification. Shen Chi inquired, "All right. However, how shall I assist you in initiating the summoning of the undead?" ASUN patiently elucidated. The Lord and their subordinates can communicate through a mental link. I shall perceive the souls of nearby Legion members using the General's token and convey a request to you via this mental connection. At that point, you can likewise respond to the notion of the undead summoning through the same link. Upon hearing this, Shen Chi comprehended the process. ASUN would utilize the General's token to enter the ancient battlefield on his behalf and sense the nearby Legion members' souls. Shen Chi could then remotely initiate the summoning of the undead through the mental link, without expending any mental energy. It was akin to a windfall. Such fortune. Shen Chi beamed with delight. What more could be said? Let us commence. ASUN heeded the command and turned to enter the ancient battlefield's teleportation array. In less than a moment, Shen Chi received a vague yet unmistakable thought in his mind. He intuitively formed the concept of the undead summoning within his consciousness. The next instant, a mechanical voice echoed in his ears. An undead has been summoned. You have recruited the unit, Skeleton Archer. An undead has been summoned. You have recruited the unit, Skeleton Warrior. A continuous stream of prompts resonated within Shen Chi's mind. Half an hour later, a multitude of pristine white skeletons stood surrounding the teleportation array. Among them were armored skeleton warriors, their robust frames wielding standard long swords and round wooden shields, as well as skeleton archers brandishing short bows with quivers slung on their backs. Each skeleton exuded an aura of vigor that was undoubtedly far superior to the common skeleton foot soldiers. Skeleton Warrior, Genuine Legion. Tier 3. Level 1. Health 55. Attack 40. Defense 20. Agility 15. Stamina infinite. Spirit 5. Skill Greatsword Sweep. Area Attack Damage 30 with a knockback effect. Cooldown 10 seconds. Skeleton Archer, Genuine Legion. Tier 3. Level 1. Health 50. Attack 30. Defense 15. Agility 17. Stamina infinite. Spirit 5. Range 300 meters. Attack speed 3 seconds per shot. Skill Triple Arrow Shot. Simultaneously fires 3 arrows. Cooldown 12 seconds. To his astonishment, all summon units were of the 3rd tier. Their attributes far surpassed those of the common skeleton soldiers. There were 30 skeleton warriors and 15 archers. Typically, a lord's recruitment of units would incur a cost in spirit crystals after the initial free summon. Spirit crystals are acquired through monster drops or resource points. Generally, novice lords must rely on free recruits to develop cautiously, amassing spirit crystals to continue recruiting and expanding their legions. However, Shen Chi, with the assistance of ASUN, summoned a squad of skeletons from the ancient battlefield without any expenditure of spirit crystals. It was akin to a cheat. Furthermore, ASUN revealed that if he were to gather all 10,000 members of the Genuine Legion, he would earn the special title of Might of 10,000 Armies. Thus, to unleash the true potential of this legion, he must collect all its members. Yet, this was a long-term endeavor. Today's task was to rapidly develop his troops in preparation for the first round of novice trials tomorrow. With a 5-star hero escorting them, safety was completely assured. As Shen Chi prepared to venture forth, he remained oblivious to the lively chatter in the regional chat channel of the system panel. I'm dying. I just pulled a half-tier slime, utterly absurd. Now I'm staring blankly at these unfortunate creatures. Half-tier? Excuse me while I laugh hysterically. How unfortunate. However, I pulled a 2nd-tier terror wolf, coupled with a C-tier talent for strength enhancement. I'm crushing it, having already taken down a dozen monsters. Wow, that's impressive. But what does that count as? The true big shots are summoning angelic spirits and abyssal demons right from the start. Such bravado. Pray tell, what units have you summoned? By the way, who is the strongest lord in our region? I know this one. It's Lu Feichin, the big shot, with an S-tier talent as a dragon speaker. He opened with a 4th-tier black dragon. Are you kidding? A 4th-tier unit right from the start? That's insane. An S-tier talent? A dragon lord? That's bound to overshadow us rookies. Indeed, based on past experiences, it's rare to see anyone with an A-tier talent in a region. An S-tier is undoubtedly a cut above the rest. It seems that tomorrow's first round of novice trials will surely be dominated by Lu Feichen. I've heard that the first to complete the trial receives extraordinary rewards and a district-wide announcement. Damn, I'm so envious. After the trials, a leaderboard will be established. If Lu Feichen doesn't top it, I'll twist off my own head. Lu Feichen, I aim to complete the trials within an hour. I'll do my best to achieve first completion, but I won't force it. Wait, a true big shot has emerged. Does the big shot still need leg accessories? The big shot is far too humble. According to historical records, in the past 5 years, there have been very few lords who have completed the trials in under an hour. The big shot is clearly aiming to break records. Not even concerned about the first completion. After all, for the big shot, first completion is merely a trivial matter. Big shot, you're amazing. Shen Chi led his troops away from the territory. Rustling sounds emerged from the dense thicket ahead. A large creature pushed through the branches and trampled the dry twigs beneath. Slowly stepping into view, a vividly colored ferocious tiger. Surrounding it were several small azure flames. Its greedy yet cautious gaze fixated on Shen Chi's direction. Spirit Flame Tiger. Tier 2. Level 5. Health 163. Attack 101. Defense 35. Agility 19. Stamina 15. Spirit 4. Skill Spirit Flame Rush. To his astonishment, it was a second-tier Spirit Flame Tiger. Not only did it possess excellent ambush and tearing techniques, but it also wielded a remote fire-based attack. For an average novice, this creature would be quite formidable. Nevertheless, Shen Chi felt no fear whatsoever. Slay it. With Shen Chi's command, several skeleton warriors in the front line immediately swung their iron swords and charged towards the Spirit Flame Tiger. The tiger, agile and powerful, swung its tail in an attempt to sweep away the approaching skeleton warriors. The skeleton soldier about to be struck by the tail swiftly reacted, staggering back several steps before regaining balance, remaining steadfast in place. The Spirit Flame Tiger steadied its limbs, rolling its throat as it let out a low growl. It then abruptly raised its head, its pupils narrowing to fine lines, unleashing its skill, Spirit Flame Rush. In an instant, a thunderous explosion resonated. Around the tiger, several tendrils of azure flames flickered and swelled, transforming into colossal fireballs. The azure fireballs shot forth with great velocity. The frontmost skeleton warrior, caught unawares, hastily raised his shield in defense. Upon collision, the fireball struck the shield with a resounding explosion. 5 skeleton warriors collapsed, their health plummeting to a mere thread. Then, the Spirit Flame Tiger lunged forward, stepping upon the ribcage of one skeleton warrior, poised to unleash its claws and shatter him. However, before the Spirit Flame Tiger could act, over 20 skeleton warriors from the rear surged forward, swinging their iron swords with wild abandon. The skeleton archers similarly unleashed a volley of arrows. Instantly, arrows rained down like a tempest, and sword flashes sparkled like snowflakes. The Spirit Flame Tiger, ultimately isolated, let out a series of furious roars. In that moment, blood splattered everywhere. Countless wounds and gashes rapidly covered the Spirit Flame Tiger's entire body. The creature's vitality dwindled swiftly, akin to a deflated balloon, and it was ultimately slain on the spot. Slaying the level 5 Spirit Flame Tiger yielded 50 experience points. Acquired 20 Spirit Crystals. Obtained 2 Tiger Pelts. Gained 10 Beast Meats. The sound of the first battle's conclusion echoed. Shen Chi remained calm. It was merely a righteous mobbing. Suddenly, a chime rang out. The trait of the Underworld Monarch has been triggered. Prayer of Eternal Departure. The souls perishing under your blade lament and pray. For each monster you slay, you shall receive prayer points equivalent to the experience points earned. Each prayer point corresponds to 10 experience points. Prayer points can be freely allocated to your subordinates. You have accrued a total of 50 prayer points from this battle. Shen Chi. Yet another new trait has been triggered? Shen Chi wore a befuddled expression once more. Chapter 7, Withered Bones. For every monster slain, additional prayer points equivalent to the experience points will be granted. 1 prayer point equals 10 experience points. This implies that for each monster slain, an additional 10-fold experience will be gained. Moreover, these points are freely allocable. Does this not translate to an 11-fold experience increase? My goodness. Shen Chi found his breath quickening, his heart racing. He forced himself to regain composure and made a decision. He allocated all the first wave of prayer points to the hero Asin. The Skeleton General Asin gained 500 experience. The Skeleton General Asin has been elevated from level 1 to level 3. Upon viewing Asin's panel post-upgrade, Shen Chi exclaimed in astonishment. Attack exceeding 600. Health surpassing 900. This is the terrifying nature of high-tier heroes. The stronger the initial attributes, the greater the attribute increase with each level. It seems today shall be a day of relentless leveling. Shen Chi brimmed with ambition. To elevate a unit from level 1 to 2 requires 100 experience points. From level 2 to 3, it requires 200 points. From level 10 to 11, 1,000 points are needed. And from level 11 to 12, 2,000 points are required. The experience required for leveling becomes increasingly daunting. However, with the 11-fold experience boost, there is no need to fret over the growth rate of the army. Shen Chi led his skeletal squad further into the depths of the forest. Within less than 10 minutes, they encountered several more monsters, level 2 black magic wolves, level 1 goblins, and level 4 blood-eyed rabbits. For a novice lord, these posed significant challenges. Yet, without exception, they were all swiftly annihilated by Shen Chi's skeletal squad. Shen Chi's prayer points increased by another 112. Without hesitation, he allocated them all to Asin. The upgrade effect activated, and flecks of shimmering light cascaded upon Asin. The skeleton General Asin has been elevated from level 3 to level 6. The skeleton General Asin, level 6, health, 1892, attack, 1198, defense, 785, agility, 120. In such a brief span, his attack had exceeded 1,000. Encountering monsters below level 15 felt akin to mowing grass. For the next 3 hours, Shen Chi scoured the area within a kilometer radius. Currently, Asin had reached level 8. Health surpassed 2,500. Attack power soared to 1654. All of his skeleton soldiers had ascended to level 3 and above. Each possessed an attack power exceeding 100, health exceeding 100. Coupled with the fact that skeleton soldiers require neither food nor rest and are impervious to pain, they grew increasingly formidable with each battle. Thus, as they ventured deeper into the forest, Shen Chi discovered a resource point, a spirit crystal mine. Level, black iron. Daily yield of 3,000 spirit crystals. My goodness. It is indeed a spirit crystal mine. If it can be captured, an unceasing influx of spirit crystals will be secured. For a novice, 3,000 is no trivial sum. Spirit crystals are the fundamental currency in the Lord's world. Their importance is self-evident, as they can be used to recruit troops and upgrade territories and buildings. Shen Chi felt an urge to act. However, seizing this spirit crystal mine would not be a simple task. For guarding the mine was a formidable Minotaur guard squad. Muscular Minotaurs lounged around the spirit crystal mine, resting with massive iron hammers propped beside them. Their numbers were estimated to exceed 30. Minotaur guards, level 6, health, 325. Attack, 197. Defense, 186. Skill, hammer slam quake. The attributes of the Minotaur guards already surpassed those of Shen Chi's skeleton soldiers. Most critically, the leader of the Minotaur guards was an elite-level monster. Minotaur guard captain, elite level 10. Health, 824. Attack, 487. Defense, 335. Skill, hammer slam quake shatter. Monsters are generally categorized into normal, elite, champion, and king levels. Under the same level, elite monsters possess attributes significantly surpassing those of ordinary monsters. Champion-level monsters are formidable enough to serve as bosses. King-level monsters are even stronger than champion-level, typically being the leaders of large monster nests, heads of high-level secret realms, or final trial bosses. Any normal newcomer would undoubtedly avoid the Minotaur guard squad before them. Yet Shen Chi could not afford to overlook this stronghold. Action. As Shen Chi's group drew near, they startled the Minotaur guard squad. In an instant, all 30 Minotaur guards rose to their feet, entering combat mode. Their nostrils flared as they exhaled heavily, and they raised their massive iron hammers, staggering forward towards Shen Chi. The skeleton warriors advanced slowly, shields raised in defense. Behind them, the skeleton archers swiftly knocked arrows and pulled back their bowstrings. In an instant, countless arrows flew forth, raining down upon the approaching Minotaur forces. However, the arrows inflicted insufficient damage to penetrate their defenses. Before long, the Minotaurs closed in. One massive hammer struck down upon the formation of skeleton warriors. 3 skeleton warriors were instantly crushed and sent flying. The remaining skeleton warriors seized the opportunity to stab at the closest Minotaur from the side. Yet, the moment the sword tip grazed the Minotaur's tough hide, it was abruptly deflected. The resilient Minotaur stood unfazed. Then, it gripped the hammer's handle with both hands and slammed the hammerhead into the ground. The skill, Quake, was activated. The ground reverberated with a thunderous tremor. Debris flew as it directly sent a multitude of skeleton warriors sprawling. The skeletal formation was shattered in an instant. The following Minotaur guards pressed forward, issuing loud roars, raising their hammers, preparing to bring them crashing down. If the hammer were to land upon a skeleton warrior, they would be instantly obliterated. Just as it seemed imminent, the skeleton General Asin, clutching his iron sword, leaped forward in a swift motion, directly landing upon the head of a Minotaur. With a decisive stomp, he raised his iron sword. In the next moment, Withered Bones was unleashed. In the blink of an eye, 12 streaks of deep crimson sword energy erupted from the blade. The air surged, and dust swirled. 12 scarlet and resplendent crescent-shaped sword energies surged forth, relentlessly cleaving towards the surrounding Minotaur guards. 1,654, 1,642, 1,757. A series of astonishing damage notifications materialized. The Minotaur guards, struck by the sword energy, had not even begun to bring down their massive hammers overhead before their life forces were utterly extinguished. Chapter 8. The Immortal Body. A throng of Minotaurs stood rigid, frozen in place. A second later, their bodies suddenly shattered into several segments, blood raining down like a torrential downpour. severed limbs scattering behind them. The Minotaurs in the rear were directly toppled to the ground by the residual shockwaves of the sword energy. The Minotaur guard unit was instantly thrown into disarray. As Ajuin continued to maneuver gracefully, he refrained from unleashing further skills, relying solely on his exceptional combat prowess. With horizontal slashes, vertical cleaves, and spinning thrusts, he systematically felled the Minotaur guards one by one with mere basic attacks. In the rear, the elite Minotaur guard captain, witnessing this, pounded his chest and let out an enraged roar. He then lifted his colossal hammer and strode towards Ajuin. Each footfall resonated with powerful vibrations, leaving deep impressions in the ground. Raising his mighty hammer high, he brought it crashing down upon the earth with a shattering blow. Where the hammer struck, a massive earthen spike thrust forth. Observing this, the skeletal soldiers quickly retreated. However, Ajuin executed a nimble leap, soaring into the air. His sword, raised above his head, glimmered coldly in the sunlight, as if coated in frost. Then, this chilling frost swept down upon the Minotaur captain. The sword's momentum was as gentle as a breeze. As it barely grazed the skin of the Minotaur guard, it instantly carved a deep crimson line. In the next moment, the bloodline ruptured, resembling the tearing of fabric, producing a profound thud. 1824. The Minotaur's health plummeted to 0. One fatal strike. The Minotaur captain froze, his limbs paralyzed. His face was etched with resentment and bitterness. His hands lost strength, and the colossal hammer fell with a resounding thud to the ground. Total annihilation. Gained experience, 3254. Gained spirit crystals, 1448. Gained prayer points, 3254. Loot acquired. Guard's giant hammer X1, hard bull horn X12. Received a reward for defeating the monster, black iron grade treasure chest X1. The skeletal general Ajuin had risen from level 8 to level 11. Shen Chi inhaled sharply. The hero unit had swiftly eradicated a monster stronghold. A level 10 elite monster was effortlessly dispatched with a single basic attack. Truly formidable. Shen Chi collected the battle rewards, placing them all into the system's inventory. As for the 3254 prayer points, equivalent to 540 points of experience, he allocated them to Ajuin as usual. Skeletal General Ajuin. Level 12. Health 3845. Attack 2532. Defense 1258. Skill 3. Soul Arrow New. Fires an arrow imbued with the power of souls, dealing 500 damage upon impact. The arrow emanates soul energy, inflicting an 80 reduction in mobility and a 60 decline in defense on enemies in its path. Cooldown 10 minutes. His attack surpassed the 2500 threshold. Moreover, he acquired a new range skill with bow and arrow capabilities. Soul Arrow. Single damage increased by 500. That is a 6-fold increase. It serves as a means of explosive range damage output. Additionally, it possesses control attributes, capable of disrupting enemies along its trajectory. Next, Shen Chi evenly distributed the remaining prayer points among the other skeletal units. After all, the strength of the main force needed to keep pace. Otherwise, they would end up like before against the Minotaur guards, unable to defend themselves and nearly facing disaster. Upon completing the distribution of experience, the fastest among them had already broken through to level 6, while the rest had also risen to level 5. Their stats had improved significantly. Dealing with ordinary monsters would pose no challenge. Subsequently, Shen Chi collected the 3,000 spirit crystals produced by the spirit crystal mine. He then tallied today's resource harvest, 5,848 spirit crystals, along with beast meat, pelts, wood, stone, and iron ore, as well as the weapons and materials dropped by monsters. The beast meat could serve as sustenance. The skeletons did not require food, so it sufficed for just one. Basic materials like wood, stone, and iron ore were essential for constructing and upgrading the territory. Due to the dense forest, wood resources were relatively abundant, while iron ore was the least plentiful. After defeating the monsters at the stronghold, the spirit crystal mine became unclaimed property. Shen Chi accessed the mine's panel and registered his information with the system. Thus, the spirit crystal mine became his possession, with its daily output of spirit crystals directly accruing to his account. Next, he retrieved the black iron grade treasure chest dropped by the Minotaur guard captain. Rubbing his hands together in anticipation, he declared, "Open. Ding. Congratulations. You have acquired a black iron grade territory building, blacksmith shop X1. Oh, he actually obtained a territory building. The blacksmith shop can forge equipment and weapons, arming units. Such an item is rare, but immensely valuable. With the blacksmith shop, he might be able to attempt mass production of weapons in the future." After completing all tasks, Shen Chi looked up. The sun was now nearing the horizon. A few orange rays of sunset streamed through the dense foliage. Shen Chi then planned to return to his territory to rest and arrange the plans for tomorrow. Suddenly, a mechanical voice resonated beside him, striking his eardrums. "Your character level has risen to level 7. The trait of the Nether Monarch has been unlocked, Immortal Body. You can construct an immortal body using mental energy and attach your consciousness to it, allowing you to move freely in the ancient battlefield. The immortal body is a psychic entity, invisible, untouchable, and impervious to attacks. Would you like to consume 300 points of mental energy to construct the immortal body? Chapter 9. Tier 4 Unit, Wailing Wraiths. Upon hearing the familiar mechanical voice, Shen Chi was momentarily taken aback. This latest trait means I can construct a body to harbor my consciousness, allowing me to traverse the ancient battlefield? Shen Chi shook off his stupor, brimming with anticipation. Constructing the immortal body would consume 300 points of mental energy. Shen Chi summoned his character panel. Mental energy, 314354. He gazed at his mental energy, which had soared to 354 alongside his level increase. The upgrade of the Lord differs from that of the units. Units gain experience and level up by defeating monsters, while the Lord only receives a fraction of the experience. Naturally, the Lord can choose to personally slay monsters to gain all the experience. After summoning the hero, he still had over 300 points left. However, the activation of the immortal body was sufficient. It had to be done. Shen Chi led his troop swiftly back to the territory. First, he took the blacksmith shop out of his inventory and placed it on the ground. Moments later, an ancient-style blacksmith shop materialized before him. Next, Shen Chi transferred the resources he had collected during the day from his inventory to the warehouse of the Lord's cottage. Once finished, he solemnly approached the portal to the ancient battlefield. Adjusting his attire, he steadied his emotions. Then, he proclaimed loudly, "Immortal body. Ding. You have triggered the trait of the Nether Monarch. Immortal body. Sizzle. The immortal body has been constructed. You may attach your consciousness to the immortal body and move freely on the ancient battlefield." Mental energy flowed away like a rushing stream, leaving Shen Chi's mind engulfed in a profound dizziness. He closed his eyes, furrowing his brow, and rubbed his temples. After a moment, he regained his composure. Then, with a single thought, Shen Chi. Consciousness descended like a weight, plunging into an endless abyss. A hazy light flickered across the retina, and clarity returned to the surroundings. His feet firmly planted on the ground, Shen Chi gazed around, bewildered. The sky was shrouded in gloom, obscuring the distinction between day and night. As he surveyed the expanse, he beheld an endless stretch of tawny earth in all directions, punctuated occasionally by rugged rocky hills that rose like the spines of a colossal beast, bridging the heavens and the earth. Scattered upon the ground were remnants of broken banners and decayed war chariots. A few feathered arrows lay embedded in the sandy soil nearby, their decayed fletching fluttering in the wind. The desolate landscape revealed no signs of life. A cold breeze occasionally swept through, emitting a mournful howl that intensified the desolation of the realm. This was indeed an ancient battlefield. The scenery bore striking resemblance to the phenomena witnessed during the Lord's awakening ritual. Shen Chi was left in a state of shock. He attempted to take a step forward, but as he focused his thoughts, his body glided gracefully like a light swallow, soaring several meters in an instant. Was this the characteristic of his new form? He extended his hand and looked down. His arms and body appeared semi-transparent, their edges outlined with a faint golden glow. He was now in a state of spiritual essence. Suddenly, a mechanical voice resonated within him. Detection of nearby undead presence. Would you like to summon? While still acclimating to his new body, Shen Chi lifted his gaze upon hearing the inner mechanical voice, following his instincts towards a certain direction. A precipice loomed 20 meters ahead. To gain a clearer view, Shen Chi took a swift leap towards the cliff's edge. Upon reaching it, he peered downwards. Below the cliff lay an enormous pit, filled to the brim with skeletons. Skull, rib, leg, and spine bones of various parts of human remains lay haphazardly piled together. An eerie wind, seemingly from nowhere, circled at the bottom of the pit, howling mournfully. Within that wind, faint sounds of anguished wails could be discerned. At that moment, another mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Detected 687 first-tier skeleton soldiers at the bottom of the pit. Total cost for summoning, 687 spirit points. Detected 1 4th-tier wailing spirit. Summoning cost, 13 spirit points. 4th-tier units. Shen Chi exclaimed in surprise, then fell into deep contemplation. Summoning all those first-tier skeleton soldiers was out of the question, as he lacked the requisite spirit points. The first-tier units seemed unremarkable and unnecessary to recruit. Conversely, the 4th-tier unit was a tremendous boon. With only a few spirit points remaining, he had just enough to summon 1 4th-tier undead. Resolute in his decision, he softly commanded, "Summon the wailing spirit." In the next instant, the once muted wind at the bottom of the pit surged violently, howling with a multitude of wails. From the pile of bones, countless indistinct greenish faces emerged. As the wind subsided and the wailing diminished, numerous luminous points coalesced into a ghostly green humanoid silhouette. The wailing spirit slowly floated towards Shen Chi. You have successfully summoned 1 wailing spirit. Cost, 13 spirit points. Description: a cadre of soldiers was slaughtered and interred within this deep pit. Hundreds of vengeful souls linger, gradually coalescing into a singular entity, drifting above the bones and wailing night after night. Ancient Battlefield Exploration Point 1. Barren Mountain Exploration, Level 1. Fragment of Golden Sin Event 1. The system's notification chimes rang out incessantly. Shen Chi first examined the panel of the 4th-tier unit. Wailing Spirit. Rank, 4th tier. Level, 1. Life, 225. Agility, 73. Stamina, infinite. Spirit, 31. Linked skeletons, 0. Skill 1, bone hand. Rapidly connects all linked skeletons' bones into a gigantic skeletal hand, with an attack power bonus equal to the number of linked skeletons. No cooldown. Cost, 15 spirit points. Duration, 1 minute. Skill 2, bone armor. Forms a freeform armor from all linked skeletons' bones. Defense bonus equal to the number of linked skeletons. No cooldown. Cost, 5 spirit points. Duration, 5 minutes. Skill 3, Frost of Resentment. A mental skill that, upon hitting a single target, causes mental confusion, rendering it immobile and reducing its defense by 50, while doubling piercing damage dealt to it. Damage, 2. Cost, 20 spirit points. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Description: the Wailing Spirit is a collective of the souls of all skeleton soldiers at the pit's bottom, capable of linking and utilizing their bones. After reviewing the Wailing Spirits panel, Shen Chi felt a bit dazed. He had initially thought the first-tier skeletons at the bottom of the pit were optional. However, it appeared they were far from trivial. The Wailing Spirit itself was a confluence of the vengeful spirits of the skeletons below. Those bones were the very raw materials for the Wailing Spirit. The more skeletons linked, the greater its power. For instance, the Bone Hand could utilize the bones of all linked skeletons to form a massive hand. If he could link all 687 skeletons, the attack power bonus would reach a staggering 687 at just level 1. A single slap could crush a Minotaur guard. Chapter 10. The Pile of Abandoned Weapons on the Ancient Battlefield. The highlight was indeed the Frost of Resentment. With its control attribute, it could immobilize enemies, creating opportunities for his side to deal damage. Moreover, it could negate 50 points of the opponent's defense and double his own damage. Control, defense reduction, and damage amplification, truly a divine auxiliary skill. Recruiting this 4th-tier unit proved to be immensely worthwhile. Summoning the Wailing Spirit cost Shen Chi merely 13 spirit points. However, recruiting the remaining skeleton soldiers would require a staggering 687 spirit points. Clearly, that was not feasible today. He marked the location for future reference, planning to recruit all the skeletons from the pit in batches. However, Shen Chi also noted the peculiar exploration point 1, along with exploration level 1 and event fragment. What were those? Before he could ponder further, a voice echoed in his mind. My lord, please allow me to accompany you back to the ancient battlefield. I can continue summoning members of the Jinyuan Legion to bolster our forces. Upon hearing Asin's request, Shen Chi readily agreed. In the next moment, a vortex slowly opened beside him. A tall figure emerged from the swirling portal, perhaps due to the talent of the king of the underworld. In the blink of an eye, Shen Chi grasped the rules for utilizing the portal. The landing point on the reality side is fixed. However, on the ancient battlefield side, it can vary. The undying body acts as a small beacon for accessing the ancient battlefield. When Shen Chi exits the ancient battlefield, it is merely his consciousness departing from the undying body, which remains in place. The next time he re-enters the ancient battlefield, he can only return to the location of the undying body. But for the undead recruited from the ancient battlefield, when they are in reality, Shen Chi can choose to have them return to the ancient battlefield from where they last departed, or have them appear directly near the undying body. Moreover, whether it is Shen Chi or the undead units, as long as they are within the ancient battlefield, they can summon a portal back to reality from anywhere at any time. Shen Chi narrowed his eyes. It seems there are many maneuvers to be made here. Regaining his focus, Shen Chi, accompanied by Asin, continued to explore the ancient battlefield, with the Wailing Spirit closely trailing behind. As Asin moved, he raised the ancient token in his hand. Undead creatures responded to the call. You have successfully summoned a 3rd-tier skeleton warrior. Not far from the two. The ground split with a crack. A skeletal hand burst forth from the earth, followed by a skeleton rising from the ground. It shook off the dirt clinging to its bones and approached Shen Chi. It turns out that the skeletal warriors are summoned in this manner. Shen Chi continued to soar forward, while Ajuin incessantly called upon the Jinyuan Legion. Shen Chi, filled with curiosity, observed his surroundings. The predominant impression this world left on him was one of desolation. Endless stretches of red sands lay before him, the scenery monotonous and repetitive. Though he could recruit scattered undead, such occurrences were infrequent. From time to time, he inquired of Ajuin about the knowledge of the ancient battlefield, which granted him a general understanding. The divine war was of colossal scale. Countless legendary races participated in this protracted conflict, ultimately falling one by one. Even the deities who guided this war met their demise. Henceforth, no living beings remained in this realm. The ancient battlefield spanned vast territories, crossing multiple continents, and was roughly divided into 5 regions: east, south, west, north, and central. The eastern domain alone encompassed innumerable mountains and valleys, upon which hundreds and thousands of cities had fallen. Each city, ravaged by war, had transformed into a dead town, lying silent in the depths of the earth. The place where Ajuin fell, the Withered Mountain, was merely the most remote outpost of the eastern domain. The ancient battlefield served as the graveyard for myriad races. For an undead lord like Shen Chi, it was akin to paradise. His undead subordinates could recruit more undead, forming his own ranks. The corpse of any powerful race represented a significant opportunity for him. However, the ancient battlefield was exceedingly vast. To seize these opportunities, one must traverse countless mountains and rivers. Nevertheless, there was no need for haste. Suddenly, an eye-catching location in the distance captured Shen Chi's attention. He altered his course and flew towards it. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it to be a small hill, entirely constructed from a heap of weapons. Countless tattered, blood-stained helmets, swords, and bows were piled high. Shen Chi pondered deeply. It seemed that after a certain legion was slaughtered, the enemy gathered the fallen soldiers' weapons and armor into a mound to proclaim their victory. Shen Chi initially intended to continue on his way. However, a panel suddenly appeared before him. Iron sword. Quality, black iron. Attack, 45. Trait, rusted. The weapons abandoned on the battlefield, corroded by the power of the underworld, gained the trait of rust. Attacking enemies with this weapon applies a sluggish debuff, significantly reducing their movement speed, attack frequency, and defense. Each layer of sluggishness stacks up to 7 times. Shen Chi was taken aback. To his surprise, it was a black iron weapon with a unique trait. He crouched down, extending his hand to grasp it, but his translucent hand passed right through the iron sword. Frowning, Shen Chi realized that his incorporeal form could not interact with physical objects. How vexing. Was he destined to merely gaze at valuable treasure without the ability to claim it? Just as feelings of frustration welled within him, Ajuin respectfully spoke from behind. My lord, please allow me to retrieve the iron sword. Shen Chi stood up, turning in surprise to look at Ajuin. After a moment's reflection, he understood. Ajuin, having been summoned from the ancient battlefield, existed within the same dimension as this world. Thus, it made sense to have Ajuin retrieve the iron sword and bring it to the real world. Shen Chi slowly rose, tilting his body to signal Ajuin to proceed. Ajuin stepped forward, bent down, and effortlessly pulled the iron sword from the pile. Success. Shen Chi's eyes brightened. This sword could be entrusted to the skeletal warriors. Attacking enemies with the rusted iron sword would inflict a stacking sluggish debuff. Once stacked to the maximum of 7 layers, it could nearly have the enemy's movement speed, defense, and attack frequency. What a treasure. Shen Chi meticulously examined the weapon mound, discovering several additional panels floating in various locations. Iron sword. Quality, black iron. Trait, rusted. Attack, 39. Bow. Quality, black iron. Trait, rusted. Attack, 36. Iron sword. Quality, black iron. Trait, bloodied. Attack, 46. Weapons abandoned on the battlefield, corroded by the power of the underworld, gained the bloodied trait. Attacking enemies with this weapon would cause them to bleed continuously, slowly losing 10 life. Once bloodied, the weapon's attack increases by 50. Another black iron sword, and this one boasted a new trait. The bloodied trait would allow enemies to suffer continuous damage. After becoming bloodied, the weapon would even gain an attack bonus. Goodness. Additionally, there was a black iron rusted bow, a ranged weapon with the rusted trait. Shen Chi felt elated. He could rain arrows upon the enemy, inflicting a collective sluggish debuff. This was indeed a stroke of good fortune. It is worth noting that weapons with traits are far more precious than their counterparts of the same tier. Chapter 11. The first trial officially commences. In the end, Shen Chi selected 13 iron swords and 8 bows, all of black iron quality, each bearing either the rusted or bloodied trait. He instructed the members of the Jinyuan Legion to step forward one by one, retrieving the weapons and taking them away. For a novice lord, black iron weapons were exceedingly precious. Yet for Shen Chi, they felt as if they cost nothing. Shen Chi was overjoyed. The ancient battlefield lived up to its reputation as the site of the divine war, brimming with treasures. Not only could he recruit fallen warriors as undead soldiers, but he could also collect abandoned weapons. And this was merely at the periphery of the ancient battlefield. Delving deeper, there would undoubtedly be even more unimaginable opportunities. With a sense of excitement bubbling within him, Shen Chi continued to lead his team in exploring the ancient battlefield. Half an hour later, Shen Chi felt a wave of profound fatigue wash over him. This was an indication of excessive consumption of mental energy. As such, he decided to call it a day. Shen Chi returned to his realm through the teleportation portal, while Ajuin remained in the ancient battlefield, tirelessly summoning members of the Jinyuan Legion throughout the night. The following day, at 7 o'clock in the morning, Shen Chi awoke punctually. After a night of rest, he felt refreshed and invigorated. He pulled up his character panel to check his status. His mental energy had recovered to 354 points. With a swift motion, he sprang from his straw bed. At noon, the novice trial would officially commence. There was still a morning left for preparation. He gazed at the core of the Lord, suspended in the center of the small house, glimmering faintly like a crystal. Underworld realm. Lord, Shen Chi level, 1. Life, 100. Area, 100 square meters. Warehouse capacity, 200. Resources required for upgrade, 500 spirit crystals, 1,000 stones, 1,000 wood, 500 iron Oregon. Currently, his territory was only at level 1, with a mere 100 life points. It was too fragile. He needed to gather resources to elevate his level. However, there was one task he needed to accomplish first. Shen Chi exited the Lord's cabin and made his way directly to the teleportation portal, entering the ancient battlefield. Today, he aimed to recruit the skeleton soldiers from the deep pit. Shen Chi appeared at the spot where he had logged off from the ancient battlefield the previous day. He then opened the system map and swiftly made his way to the location of the deep pit, as marked earlier. Upon reaching his destination, Shen Chi wasted no time, summoned 300 skeleton soldiers from the pit. With a whoosh, a cacophony of clattering bones erupted. In the deep pit, countless skeletons trembled, floating, and connecting with one another to form complete frames. Groups of skeletal soldiers swayed unsteadily to their feet, all raising their heads to look at Shen Chi, their eye sockets glowing with a faint soul fire. Ding! You have successfully summoned 300 skeleton soldiers from the pit. Mental energy cost, 300 points. Immediately afterward, Shen Chi summoned the wailing spirits from his territory. Linking skeletons, 300. A triumphant connection has been established with 300 skeletal warriors. This signifies that all three skills are now functioning properly. The attack bonus of the bone hand has reached an impressive 300 points, surpassing even that of the skeletal warriors. Leading the vengeful spirits and the entire battalion of skeletons, Shen Chi exited the ancient battlefield and returned to his territory. During the remaining hours of the morning, he dispatched a portion of the skeletons to gather resources. At last, the clock struck 11:30. Through a mental link, Shen Chi commanded the recall of all skeletal soldiers and summoned Asen back from the ancient battlefield. Consequently, the area became densely populated with skeletons. Asen had spent the night summoning members of the Jinyuan Legion at the ancient battlefield. Now, the entire Jinyuan Legion consisted of 248 skeletal warriors and 196 archers. Shen Chi distributed all rusted and bloodstained weapons among the warriors and archers. Subsequently, he stepped out of his territory to arrange all units into formation. Finally, at noon, the protective shield hovering over the territory shattered. It disintegrated into countless motes of light, swirling and dissipating. The novice protection had concluded. Shen Chi gazed into the distance. A dark line emerged from the plains, advancing toward the territory. Gradually, accompanied by a rumbling sound, the dark line transformed into a billowing cloud, drawing nearer. A throng of goblins, formidable and numerous. The grotesque goblin army, with their dark green skin, brandished massive bone clubs, clamoring as they charged forward. Chapter 12, Unilateral Massacre. The novice protection ended, and the novice trial began. The monsters would invade in 3 waves. The first wave comprising 100 monsters, the second wave 300, and the third wave 600, alongside the emergence of one boss. Defeating the monsters would yield corresponding points. The trial would last a total of 4 hours, after which the monsters would vanish. Defeating the boss or surviving for 4 hours would result in passing this round of trials. If the lord were slain or the core shattered, elimination would ensue. All lords were urged to prepare immediately. The system's voice echoed in the ears of every lord. The novice trial had officially commenced. All lords eagerly rubbed their fists together, ready to confront the beast tide. After all, this was an opportunity to test and enhance their strength, and no one wished to fall behind. Shen Chi focused on the charging goblins before him. A panel materialized. Goblin Brute. Level 3. Health 125. Attack 82. Defense 34. Agility 14. Stamina 37. 100 goblin brutes roared with a deafening battle cry, surging forth. Shen Chi raised his hand, signaling the archers to take action. The 196 skeletal archers simultaneously readied their bows. In the next moment, a multitude of arrows materialized in the air, resembling a dense storm cloud, swiftly advancing to cover the heads of the goblin brutes. In the next instant, a torrential downpour of arrows descended. The front line of goblins had no time to react as they faced the deluge of arrows head-on. 96, 186, 442. The level 1 archers possessed an attack power of 30, while those at level 6 exceeded 150 points. Coupled with the archer's skill, Triple Shot, and the hero's skill, General's Command, which enhanced their attack speed, the arrow rain inflicted substantial damage both per second and in area effects. The goblin brutes could not withstand 2 waves of arrows and were swiftly decimated. You gained 40 experience points. You gained 35 experience points. The arrow rain had decimated a wave of enemy forces. Following this, Shen Chi bellowed, wailing vengeful spirit, bone hand. A shimmering green phantom floated gracefully into the air. In the next instant, the 300 skeletons from the bottom of the pit disassembled on the spot, transforming into countless bones. Thunderous roars echoed as the bones surged like a torrent toward the wailing vengeful spirit. A 10-meter-long arm, entirely composed of bones, abruptly materialized in the sky, an awe-inspiring sight. The bone hand rose high and forcefully swung down upon the remaining goblin brutes, generating a gust of wind that sent clusters of goblins flying to the ground. The next wave of arrows came crashing down, claiming yet more goblin lives. The remaining monsters were further hindered by layers of debuffs from the rusted bow's arrow rain, rendering them nearly immobile. Immediately following, the bone hand was raised once more, palm extended. In the next moment, the hand crashed down. 154, 162, 168. Another group of goblin brutes was reduced to mere pulp. Within a mere 10 seconds, nearly half of the goblin brutes had vanished from the field. The bone hand continued its assault, either swinging down as a fist or slapping with an open palm, or sweeping with its massive arm. Each action spelled death for waves of goblins. After all, the bone hand boasted a 300-point attack bonus. Even a basic attack could utterly crush the goblins. The archers maintained their relentless barrage, waves of arrows raining down without respite. Blood flowed freely. The number of goblins dwindled rapidly, until only a few remained, pressing forward. The frontline skeletal warriors, having awaited this moment, surged forth in a frenzy of slashing strikes. 189, 234, 297. The goblin brutes fell. In just 59 seconds, the first wave of monsters had been repelled. Relying solely on the archers and the wailing vengeful spirit, they had accomplished this within a minute. A true exhibition of unilateral massacre. The sound of experience crystals and material drops echoed in a symphony of chimes. Shen Chi stood quietly in place, awaiting the second wave of monsters. Finally, a minute later, once again a dark cloud appeared in the distance. This wave of monsters was considerably larger than before. 300 monsters were approaching the territory. This time, alongside the goblin brutes on the ground, swarms of creatures flitted through the sky. Shen Chi strained his eyes to examine the monster information. 200 goblin brutes and 100 harpies. Harpy, level 5, health 249, attack 117, defense 74, agility 42. Skills, shriek and feather rain. They were aerial monsters. A mental skill, the shriek, could debilitate enemy states. A ranged area attack, inflicting damage from air to ground. The difficulty of the second wave of monsters had escalated. Shen Chi, utilizing the soul link, issued commands to his troops. 200 skeletal warriors surged forth to confront the goblin brutes head-on. Some archers targeted the ground goblins, showering them with arrows to inflict the slow debuff. Others focused on the airborne harpies. The wailing vengeful spirit commanded the bone hand to disrupt the aerial units with all its might. In the blink of an eye, the goblin brutes had closed in. A level 6 skeletal warrior stationed at the front swung his bloodied iron sword, striking down with a single blow. Asin activated the general's command. Legion members gained a 20 critical strike rate in melee, with 300 critical strike damage, 50 attack speed, and 100 defense. Coupled with the talent of unparalleled martial prowess, cold weapons used by Legion members received a 30-point attribute boost. The Black Iron. Bloodied Iron Sword had a base attack of 46, with an additional 50 points from its bloodied state. The base attack of the level 6 skeletal warrior stood at 248. With one strike, he dealt 1,012 damage. Accumulating all bonuses, the first hit exceeded 1,000 points in critical damage. Without effort, the first goblin brute fell on the spot. Chapter 13, critical damage exceeds 10,000. The skeletal warriors surged forward in droves. Under the influence of the general's command, their attack speed increased by 50%. Every 5 strikes triggered a critical hit with triple damage. Over 200 skeletal soldiers, akin to a swarm of locusts, frantically devoured the life essence of the goblin brutes. The harpies flapped their wings, dark as ominous clouds, soaring above the skeletal army. In the next moment, piercing shrieks resounded through the heavens. Yet, the skeletal warriors remained undeterred in their relentless advance. The skeletal legion, impervious to mental attacks, pressed on. Observing the futility of their cries, the harpies vigorously beat their wings. A torrent of razor-sharp feathers rained down like arrows, overwhelming the battlefield. However, the wailing spirits had already summoned forth skeletal hands. A colossal bony arm swept through the air, swatting away the harpies' arrows and sending several crashing to the ground. The skeletal warriors surged forward, each wielding their swords, ensuring the fallen harpies would have no chance of rising again. Meanwhile, archers in the rear swiftly unleashed a hail of arrows, casting a terrifying rain upon the earth. The harpies collided with the barrage, plummeting to the ground. The skeletal warriors, undeterred, surged forward once more. The tide of battle tilted decisively in Shen Chi's favor. At this moment, Asin officially entered the fray. Like a tempest, he charged forward, colliding with the goblin horde. His black cloak was violently torn by the wind, leaving only a fleeting shadow in its wake. The blood-stained iron sword, raised and lowered with lethal intent, reflected a dazzling cold light as it struck. The chilling gleam scattered, and wherever the sword's wind fell, it cleaved through flesh and bone with ease. 2,639, 2,587, 6,849. The terrifying damage numbers left Shen Chi momentarily stunned. Like a haunting wind, Asin danced through the battlefield, claiming the lives of numerous goblins with each swift maneuver. 5 minutes later, the skeletal legion swept through the monster ranks like a whirlwind, annihilating the second wave of foes entirely. After withstanding the first 2 waves, Shen Chi's skeletal soldiers experienced a collective upgrade. With a grand gesture, He bestowed all 5,000 prayer points upon Asin. Thus, Asin broke through to level 20. The Skeletal General Asin. Rank, 5-star hero. Level, 20. Health, 6352. Attack, 4258. Defense, 2400. Talent, Peerless Martial Arts LV2. Mastery over swords, axes, shields, bows, and spears, with weapon attributes of 200 and a bonus of 50 from the troops under his command. Skill 1. Bone Withering LV2. Unleashes 12 fierce sword energies from his weapon, rapidly inflicting terrifying area damage, with powerful knockback and immobilization effects. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Skill 2. General's Command. Skill 3. Soul Piercing Arrow LV2. Fires an arrow imbued with the power of souls, dealing 500 damage with an additional armor-piercing effect of 80. The arrow, charged with spectral energy, instills fear in enemies along its path, reducing their agility by 80, attack by 50, and defense by 80. Cooldown, 5 minutes. His attributes surged significantly, and both his talent and skills were upgraded. The cooldown for Bone Withering was reduced to 5 minutes. The soul-piercing arrow gained an armor-piercing effect. An armor reduction of 80 means penetrating through 80 points of enemy armor. Defense reduces damage by a fixed value, while armor mitigates damage proportionally. Typically, bosses or high-level monsters possess armor attributes. Thus, the armor-piercing effect of the soul-piercing arrow proves exceedingly valuable in boss battles. Subsequently, he allocated the remaining 10,000 prayer points to the other skeletal troops. The Wailing Spirits leveled up to 9. Skeletal Hand LV2 connects all linked skeletons into a massive skeletal hand. With an attack bonus equal to double the number of connected skeletons, consuming 17 points of mental energy per use, lasting 2 minutes. The upgrade of the skeletal hand doubled its attack bonus. The remaining skeletal warriors and archers all advanced to level 3, with the highest being the 8th level skeletal warrior and archer. Shen Chi commanded the skeletal legion to swiftly regain formation, with Asin personally leading the charge at the front. All skeletal troops lined up densely, ready for the impending assault. 1 minute later, the final wave of monsters surged forth. In the distance loomed a tide of monsters even more terrifying than before. The chilling aura of impending doom spread like a deathly fog. The last wave consisted of 300 goblin brutes, 200 harpies, and 100 goblin warriors wielding massive axes. The goblin warriors were larger and more muscular than the goblin brutes, exuding a terrifying presence. Goblin warrior. Level, 7. Health, 429. Attack, 267. Defense, 148. Skill, Giant Axe Cleave. The goblin warriors were statistically stronger than the minotaurs previously encountered, and there were a full 100 of them. The difficulty of the first day's novice trial was astounding. Shen Chi wondered if anyone could clear it without cheating. Just a moment of distraction, and Shen Chi quickly refocused, assessing the situation and strategizing. The skeletal warriors would once again take the lead, confronting the goblin forces head-on. Most of the skeletal archers concentrated their fire on the soaring harpies. The Wailing Spirits utilized the skeletal hand to effectively disrupt the enemy. As the two forces clashed, a fierce battle erupted. The clash of metal rang out sharply. Asin was the first to engage. With both hands firmly gripping his sword, he executed a powerful spinning slash. A crescent-shaped arc of sword light appeared, decimating a circle of goblins. 4,624. 4,873. 11,520. Critical damage soared past 10,000. Shen Chi's pupils dilated in shock. Chapter 14. An Arrow That Pierces Armor. The Wailing Spirits rapidly summoned the skeletal hand. The enormous skeletal hand stretched ominously toward the approaching enemy forces, its shadow looming over the goblins like the harbinger of death. The skeletal giant hand seized a goblin warrior, lifting it effortlessly into the air. Then, its fingers clenched tightly. 513. The terrifying grip crushed the tough goblin warrior. Blood splattered, and life extinguished in an instant. The skeletal claws relentlessly struck down the harpies, obliterating goblins one after another. The shrill wails echoed from the monsters. The skeletal archers tirelessly unleashed a deluge of arrows. The goblin warriors accumulated layer upon layer of debilitating debuffs, their movements visibly slowing. Seizing the opportunity, the skeletal warriors advanced. With swift strikes, they cleaved through the monster ranks. Shen Chi initially believed the battle would soon conclude. However, an unexpected twist unfolded. His keen eyes caught sight of a nearby skeletal warrior delivering a final blow to a goblin warrior, who collapsed lifelessly. Suddenly, a glimmering red light flickered into existence from nowhere, merging into the fallen goblin warrior's body. Moments later, the goblin warrior's eyes snapped open. Caught off guard, it reached out and seized the ankle of the passing skeletal warrior. As the goblin warrior slowly rose, the skeletal warrior was lifted into the air. Then, with a sudden motion, the goblin warrior slammed the skeletal warrior to the ground. Crack! The skeletal warrior disintegrated into a heap of bones. With a pop, its soul fire extinguished. You have lost a skeletal warrior. Upon hearing this rare notification, a look of astonishment crossed Shen Chi's face. For the first time, troop losses have occurred. Without a moment's contemplation, a multitude of crimson orbs began to drift through the battlefield, flickering ominously, exuding an air of foreboding. These red orbs descended, and the goblin corpses, once lifeless on the ground, began to rise one by one, slowly regaining their stance. They beat their chests and emitted excited roars, brandishing their massive axes and bone clubs, plunging back into the fray with fervor. You have lost a skeleton warrior. The notification echoed incessantly. Shen Chi furrowed his brow, casting his gaze toward the oncoming horde of goblins. Behind the advancing legion of monsters, a colossal figure gradually came into view, tightening his heart in apprehension. It was the boss of the first trial. As the shadow approached, its details became increasingly discernible. A giant, standing 3 meters tall, with dark green skin and a robust physique, clad in heavy armor. Its grotesque head bore sharp fangs, exuding a menacing aura. One hand wielded a curved blade, while the other held a staff, from which countless red sparks continuously emanated. Goblin Warlock. Rank, Tier 3, Champion level. Level, 10. Health, 54, 224. Attack, 1, 587. Defense, 2, 125. Armor, 80. Skills, Frenzy, Flesh Regeneration, Light Reflection, Obliteration Blade. The champion-level Goblin Warlock statistics were formidable, with a health pool exceeding 50,000 and defense surpassing 2,000. Its agility exceeding 100 indicated exceptional evasion capabilities. It possessed 3 skills: Frenzy, which incited a collective berserk state among the goblin forces, significantly enhancing their attributes; Light Reflection, allowing it to gradually recover health after sustaining damage; and Flesh Regeneration, which resurrected fallen goblin soldiers, enabling them to continue battling. Most critically, the Goblin Warlock possessed an additional attribute, Armor 80. An armor value of 80 mint and 80 damage reduction. Our attacks would need to exceed 125 after this reduction to inflict any damage. Consequently, even Asin, with an attack exceeding 4,000, could not penetrate its defenses. However, Asin had a piercing arrow yet to be unleashed. Observing the battlefield with heightened scrutiny, Shen Chi periodically transmitted combat directives to Asin through their mental link. On the battlefield, the revived goblin soldiers swung their weapons wildly, colliding fiercely. Numerous skeleton warriors were shattered into pieces. Asin acted decisively, leaping atop a goblin fighter's head. Withering bones. Boom. A terrifying shockwave erupted in a spherical explosion. The crimson sword energy burst forth, resembling a massive, ethereal red lotus, swaying beautifully. The air thickened with the scent of death, as the sharp blade energy radiated outward in expanding ripples, sweeping past the goblin soldiers and claiming countless lives. The goblins, who had just revived, fell lifeless once more. Incensed by the sight, the Goblin Warlock furiously brandished its staff. The staff grew increasingly heated, emanating an angry red glow. Waves of crimson light rippled across the battlefield. Frenzy. Empowered by the red light, the goblin soldiers began to swell in size. Each goblin writhed with excitement, howling in a frenzied uproar. Their attack, defense, and movement speed surged. The enhanced goblin forces launched a savage counterattack against the skeleton army. In an instant, notifications of fallen skeletons flooded in. 3 minutes later, the fierce clash on the battlefield resulted in dwindling numbers for both sides. Asin darted among the goblins, swiftly nearing the Goblin Warlock. Raising his longsword, he struck. The Goblin Warlock swiftly raised its curved blade to block. Clang! The harsh sound of metal clashing rang out. Where the sword met the blade, dazzling sparks flew. In the next moment, the Goblin Warlock swung its curved blade, unleashing a dark and profound arc of energy. Obliteration Blade. The dark energy collided with Asin's sword, sending him flying 10 meters away. 2,914. With a health pool of 6,000. This was the first time Asin had sustained significant damage, losing nearly half his health. However, he appeared unfazed, quickly rising and deftly sheathing his sword. Reaching behind him, he firmly grasped a bow and arrow. Drawing the bowstring, he took aim. In the next instant, the arrow was unleashed. Soul Pursuit Arrow. Like a streak of light, the arrow soared over the goblin forces, hurtling toward the Goblin Warlock with unstoppable speed. As it flew, purple spectral energy trailed behind, the lamenting spirits of countless skeletons echoing a chilling wail. The frenzied goblins suddenly fell into a state of terror, their movement, defense, and attack diminished. Seizing the opportunity, the skeleton warriors surged forward, launching a frenzied assault. Meanwhile, the Soul Pursuit Arrow continued its relentless approach toward the Goblin Warlock. Sensing imminent danger, the Goblin Warlock prepared to evade this fearsome strike, relying on its agility of 107. However, the Soul Pursuit Arrow was faster. Whoosh. Boom. 30,897. The arrow penetrated its armor. The Goblin Warlock was sent reeling, crashing 20 meters away, landing in a cloud of dust, utterly disheveled. Chapter 15. First Clear. Announcement to all regions. After a considerable pause, the Goblin Warlock slowly rose, its features more grotesque, nostrils flaring with rage. With a fierce resolve, It yanked the soul pursuit arrow from its chest. Bending one knee, it planted its staff into the ground, bowing its head and closing its eyes. Light reflection. In the next moment, tendrils of red light began to rise from the void, enveloping the goblin warlock's body. Its health began to regenerate. The goblin warlock's health pool was substantial, allowing it to recover at a visibly rapid pace. 1524, 1024, 1245. In just a few breaths, it regained 10,000 health. Rising slowly, the goblin warlock's diminished vigor surged once more. With a swift leap, it plunged into the midst of the skeleton army, raising its curved blade and wildly slashing, unleashing a torrent of black blade light. The skeleton warriors stood powerless against its onslaught, falling in droves, their essence scattering into fragments, bones littering the ground. In the blink of an eye, the goblin warlock's health exceeded 30,000. Just then, Shen Chi calculated the damage in his mind. With a sharp gaze, he swiftly commanded, "Wailing Spectre, cast Hatred Frost on the goblin warlock. Asin, move in close and prepare for the final withering bones." Success or failure hinged on this moment. The Wailing Spectre obeyed, disassembling its skeletal arm to form a wraith-like green ethereal projection that soared into the air. Hatred Frost. A piercing chill suddenly descended. A frost emanated from the Wailing Spectre, gracefully yet rapidly landing atop the goblin warlock. Upon hitting its target, Hatred Frost caused confusion, paralyzing the foe and reducing its defense by 50, while enhancing our attack with a piercing effect, doubling the damage. The goblin warlock's body seemed to lose control, collapsing to the ground. It cast aside its curved blade, clutching its head in agony, rendered immobile and vulnerable. The duration of the Frost of Resentment lasts approximately 5 seconds. Within this fleeting moment, all actions must be executed. Asin soared towards the goblin warlord with remarkable swiftness, his form akin to a wisp of ethereal cloud. Executing a front flip, he landed directly upon the warlord's shoulder. With one arm encircling the warlord's chest and a sword poised against its throat, he struck with precision. With a swift motion, the sword slashed outward. 10,000 bones wither. Level 2. In the next instant, resplendent beams of sword light erupted from the goblin warlord, crimson as the evening sky, radiant as a blossoming lotus. This scene unfolded on the battlefield, magnificent yet sorrowful. 6,513, 10,462, 5,954, 18,562, 20,586. The 10,000 bones wither spell had just concluded its 5-minute cooldown, with the general's order enhancing his critical hit rate by 30 and tripling the critical damage, coupled with the Frost of Resentment granting Asin piercing damage that doubled his strikes. The warlord endured the full brunt of the 12 segments of damage from 10,000 bones wither. Asin unleashed a staggering total of 100,000 damage per second. In an instant, he obliterated the warlord's health bar, denying it even a chance to activate its resurrection ability. With their leader vanquished, the lesser goblins on the battlefield crumbled into disarray, swiftly dispatched by the remaining skeletal soldiers. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the boss of the first trial, the goblin warlord. Congratulations on becoming the first lord to complete the first trial in this region, with a time of 17 minutes and 27 seconds. You have received the boss kill rewards, 1 bronze chest, and 1 hidden gift box. You have received the first completion rewards, 100,000 experience gift pack, 20,000 spirit crystal gift pack, and 1 bronze chest. You have acquired 105,687 prayer points. You have obtained the goblin warlord's drop, 1 warlord staff. You have achieved the highest trial score, 16,752. Due to triggering the highest difficulty level of the novice trial, as compensation, you receive 3 trial points, culminating in a total of 50,256 trial points. The novice trial leaderboard has been activated. You may view it from the system interface. A cacophony of system notifications announcing the battle's resolution reverberated through the air, leaving Shen Chi momentarily dazed. After a prolonged silence, his ears finally grew quiet. Just as he believed the ordeal had concluded, a celestial proclamation resonated across the novice zone. District announcement. Lord Shen Chi has become the first to complete the first round of the novice trial in this region, with a time of 17 minutes and 27 seconds. At the 9,657th trial site, all lords fiercely resisting the monster tide halted momentarily, engulfed in profound confusion. On a towering cliff, a fortress stood, besieged by relentless waves of monsters. A magnificent black dragon soared majestically above, while a tall, slender figure stood upon its back, gazing down at the unfolding battle with a detached demeanor. Lu Feichen, having awakened the S-rank talent of Draconic Speaker, could command dragon-type units. With a basic camp, he had summoned the rare black dragon nest. The black dragon, a 4th-tier species, possessed formidable base attributes. Having undergone elite training since childhood, Lu Feichen was exceedingly proud. Consequently, he unabashedly declared in the chat channel his intention to achieve the first completion. In practical terms, he indeed exhibited formidable prowess, successfully repelling the first wave of monsters in under 5 minutes and the second wave within 10 minutes. As for the third wave, despite a significant increase in difficulty, he was confident that he could conquer it within half an hour. This was his objective, to complete the novice trial in under an hour, an almost unheard of feat. A smirk of triumph crept onto Lu Feichen's lips, his arrogance further illuminated. However, at that moment, a celestial proclamation echoed in the air, piercing Lu Feichen's ears. District announcement. Lord Shen Chi has become the first to complete the first round of the novice trial in this region. With a time of 17 minutes and 27 seconds. Lu Feichen's previously curved smile froze instantly. Chapter 16. 150,000 freely allocatable experience points. Lu Feichen's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning whether he had misheard. The aloof expression he wore shattered completely. Yet, reason dictated that the divine announcement bore minimal chance of error. His mind buzzed with confusion. After a significant pause, he regained his composure, clenching his fists tightly, his nails digging painfully into his flesh. Who is Shen Chi? Among the lords capable of competing for supremacy in this district, he had inquired about nearly all, yet had never encountered the name Shen Chi. He recalled his fervent declarations in the chat channel about securing the first completion. Yet now, that honor had been snatched by an obscure lord, flooding his face with intense humiliation and anger. In his long-held expectations, the first completion was destined to be his. To seize the top position, basking in the fervent adoration of all, this was the life he had grown accustomed to. However, today, all that was shattered by this unknown Shen Chi. Lu Feichen's eyes blazed with a sudden surge of resentment. Meanwhile, the chat channel in this district quickly erupted with activity. Many, in the brief intervals of their trials, hastily typed out their astonishment, eager to share the news. Brothers, did I hear correctly? Someone completed the novice trial. What the hell? Is this even human? I haven't even passed the first wave yet. Weren't you all betting on whether it would be Lu Feichen or Lin Hongyu for the first completion? Who is Shen Chi? I've never heard of him. Surely he isn't cheating? Come on, try to find someone who can cheat under the gaze of the divine. Ridiculous. That first completion should have belonged to Lu Feichen. How infuriating that this upstart stole it from him. Are you sure your so-called Lu Feichen could achieve the first completion in 17 minutes? At that point, silence enveloped the channel. Lu Feichen's supporters, eager to refute, were rendered speechless by Shen Chi's astonishing achievement. The novice trial was a grueling endurance test, often lasting 3 to 4 hours. Those who completed it in under an hour were exceedingly rare. Historically, the strongest first completion was recorded 10 years ago by a certain expert with an SSS-ranked talent, who took 26 minutes. Thus, it was evident just how extraordinary Shen Chi's 17-minute completion truly was. Unbeknownst to Shen Chi, the chat channel had erupted in chaos. He began to replay the events of the first novice trial in his mind. Having achieved the first completion in 17 minutes, he had secured the highest score. In the novice trial, defeating monsters would yield corresponding points, with the speed of kills influencing the point coefficient. The coefficients were divided into 5 tiers. Defeating monsters within 10 minutes granted a coefficient of 1, between 10 to 20 minutes yielded 0. 8. From 20 to 30 minutes provided 0. 6. And kills after an hour earned a coefficient of 0. 2. For instance, slaying a goblin berserker within 10 minutes would yield 30 points, whereas doing so afterward would only grant 24 points. Shen Chi had dispatched all monsters within their first 10 minutes of appearance, thus earning him the highest points. Yet, what left him somewhat bewildered was the fact that he had inadvertently triggered the highest difficulty level of the novice trial. No wonder the scale and intensity of the monsters were so outrageous. The novice trial featured 3 levels of difficulty. Level 1, the default level, was where the vast majority of lords resided. At the secondary difficulty level, challenges will manifest in trials for lords possessing talents rated S and above. The intensity of the trials has significantly escalated, and naturally, the rewards shall improve correspondingly. Yet, to Shen Chi's astonishment, he has triggered a tertiary difficulty level, one that is said to exist only in legends, the pinnacle of trial challenges. A sense of dread washed over Shen Chi, for he had previously heard whispers that such a phenomenon was a method employed by the heavenly laws to balance superlative powers. In any case, Shen Chi felt as though he was being singled out. Nevertheless, the rewards from the trial were quite bountiful. His points had multiplied threefold, and he had even acquired 2 bronze treasure chests. It is noteworthy that on the very first day of the novice trial, few lords possessed even black iron level resources. Shen Chi began to assess the upgrade status of his troops. After the third wave of monster encounters, his skeletal army had experienced a remarkable enhancement. The phrase to grow stronger through combat aptly described Shen Chi's circumstance. ASUN defeated a boss, earning 50,000 experience points. And coupled with the vast number of minions previously vanquished, he ascended directly to level 23. Meanwhile, 3 skeletal warriors and 1 archer from his ranks broke through to level 11. Now, Shen Chi found himself in possession of an experience bounty, free to allocate 100,000 experience points. Additionally, he had accumulated 105,687 prayer points, equivalent to a free distribution of 150,000 experience points. He felt elated, his heart racing with excitement. After the initial thrill, he pondered how best to allocate the experience points at his disposal. From previous battle experiences, he understood the paramount importance of heroes. Without ASUN's intervention, defeat would have been inevitable. Thus, he allocated nearly 600,000 experience points directly to ASUN. Boom. A dazzling array of radiant effects erupted around ASUN, the skeletal general, who ascended from level 23 to level 37. Although nearly 600,000 experience points were consumed, the experience required for upgrades only intensified as one progressed. From level 1 to 2, only 100 points were needed, while ascending from level 11 to 12 demanded 2,000 points. However, the leap from level 31 to 32 required a staggering 70,000 points. This was unavoidable, for Shen Chi required a high-level hero as his ultimate trump card. With anticipation, he gazed at ASUN's profile. Skeletal General ASUN. Level 37. Health 11, 287. Attack 7, 682. Defense 3, 876. Talent Peerless Martial Arts LV3. Proficient with swords, axes, shields, bows, and polearms. Weapon attributes 300. The attributes of cold weapons wielded by the Lord's undead troops stand at 100. Skill 1. Bone Wither LV3. Unleashes 19 fierce sword chi from the weapon, rapidly inflicting devastating area damage, accompanied by a powerful knockback and immobilization effect. Cooldown 5 minutes. Skill 2. General's Command. Skill 3. Soul-Piercing Arrow LV3. Launches an arrow dealing 500 damage, with an armor-piercing effect of 100. The arrow is imbued with the power of the undead, inflicting mental effects on enemies along its path, increasing their fear, reducing their mobility, and lowering their defense. Cooldown 5 minutes. Shen Chi's eyes widened with astonishment. ASUN's health had surpassed the 10,000 mark. His base attack approached 8,000. Moreover, both his talent and 2 skills had leveled up. Most notably, the damage output skill, Bone Wither, had escalated from 12 segments of damage to 19. The potential for instant damage was now explosive. Chapter 17, another mythical item. Shen Chi's confidence surged. Next, he turned to allocate the remaining 500,000 experience points. 1 minute later, the Jinyuan Legion had all reached level 6, with the highest among them attaining level 13. The level 13 Skeletal Warrior boasted 723 health and 529 attack. Even the lowest-ranked members had broken the 200 attack threshold. The overall morale of the Skeletal Legion had soared significantly. Then, he retrieved his trial rewards, 2 bronze treasure chests, and 1 hidden gift box. He was eager to discover what treasures awaited him. He first opened the hidden gift box. Ding! You have received a bronze-level item, Class Change Certificate. You may use it on your troops to enable them to change classes. Limitations: troops of Tier 3 and below. A class change certificate? Shen Chi recognized this item. For instance, a knight troop could be transformed into a wolf knight or a bear knight, with a chance to trigger a rare dragon knight transformation, allowing the troops to unleash greater potential. It was indeed a valuable item, so he decided to keep it for now. Next, Shen Chi opened one of the bronze treasure chests. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired a barracks, Mage Tower. You can recruit Tier 3 troops, Mage Apprentices. To his astonishment, he had unlocked a Tier 3 barracks, specifically a highly sought-after Mage Tower. However, it was unfortunate that it did not pertain to the undead faction. For a lord, recruiting troops that aligned with their talents was the most beneficial choice. Unsure of how to proceed, he placed the Mage Tower into his backpack. Even if it was of no immediate use, he could list it on the trading channel later. The Mage Tower was a hot commodity, certain to fetch a good price. He then retrieved the second bronze treasure chest. Shen Chi clasped his hands together and closed his eyes in prayer. Please, grant me something splendid. Open. Ding. Congratulations. You have received a bronze-level item, Resting Place of the Dead. You can develop a cubic meter of spatial area for housing undead troops and summon the troops within that space at any time. In his hands appeared a blackened oil lamp with a glass dome glowing with a faint light. It was indeed a spatial item for troops, perfectly suited to Shen Chi's undead theme. What a boon. With this, he could store troops in the space while out and about, maximizing the efficiency of his marching forces and concealing his information. It was exceedingly convenient. However, before Shen Chi could fully revel in his joy, the next moment, swoosh. The ghostly blue light within the lamp condensed into a rich, deep purple hue, detecting a weak barrier between his current coordinates and the ancient battlefield of the underworld. The trait of the underworld monarch activated, Underworld Guidance. The Resting Place of the Dead automatically evolved into a mythical item, Journey of the Dead. The Journey of the Dead shattered the barrier between his present realm and the ancient battlefield, forming a miniature spatial passage. Through the Journey of the Dead, he could allow his undead troops to reside in the ancient battlefield and summon them for battle at will. While in the ancient battlefield, undead troops would gradually restore health and spiritual power, as well as slowly gain experience. Wow, yet another mythical item. Moreover, the Journey of the Dead was simply astounding. It was not just a cubic meter of space, but the entire ancient battlefield. He could retrieve all his undead troops back to the ancient battlefield and summon them at will. This was akin to possessing a portable portal, allowing him to deploy skeleton soldiers from the ancient battlefield at any time. Most astonishingly, while residing in the ancient battlefield, the undead troops would automatically recover and gain experience. Shen Chi was left utterly speechless. With such a divine talent, what other surprises could await him? Chapter 18, Necromancer. After an entire minute, Shen Chi finally regained his composure. He pulled up his character panel. After the first round of trials, his character level had also risen. Shen Chi level, 16. Health, 171. Attack, 26. Defense, 57. Agility, 17. Spirit, 523, 824. Talent, Underworld Monarch, Divine. Trait 1, Underworld Guidance. Trait 2, Forbidden Gaze. Trait 3, Undead Affinity. Characteristic 4, Absolute Loyalty. Characteristic 5, Immortal Form. Characteristic 6, Eternal Prayer of Departure. Characteristic 7, Summoning of the Eternal Night. This ability records the soul marks of your troops, allowing them to be resurrected from the netherworld upon death, retaining 1/3 of their level and attributes from their previous life. Characteristic 8, Rebirth of the Undead. You can transform existing non-undead troops into undead units, compelling their allegiance to you. Huh. Shen Chi exclaimed in astonishment. When did 2 new characteristics appear? Summoning of the Eternal Night can resurrect fallen troops. By the heavens. After the first round of trials, he had lost 23 skeletal warriors and 12 skeletal archers. However, he had not recorded the soul marks of the fallen skeletal units. What could be done about this? Did it mean he would lose troops in vain? At that moment, Asen approached at just the right time. My lord, the general's command itself has recorded the soul marks of all members of the Genuine Legion. You might attempt to use the general's command to invoke the summoning of the Eternal Night. Shen Chi's eyes lit up. This was a timely stroke of fortune. He took the general's command from Asen's hands. Summoning of the Eternal Night. The command medallion suddenly radiated a beam of light. Moments later, a series of small, glowing inscriptions began to swirl around Shen Chi gradually. A group of indistinct phantoms materialized before him. The phantoms solidified into skeletal forms, yet their eye sockets were eerily empty, filled with a dense aura of death. At that moment, the inscriptions surrounding Shen Chi flew forth, each penetrating the skulls of the skeletons. Before long, the eye sockets of all the reappearing skeletal soldiers ignited with a ghostly green flame. Shen Chi rejoiced. The Genuine Legion was fully restored. Remarkably, even death could no longer threaten these skeletal minions. Shen Chi then turned his attention to the other characteristic. Rebirth of the Undead could transform non-undead troops into undead ones. A flash of inspiration struck Shen Chi's mind. He instantly conceived a bold idea. Clenching his left hand into a fist, he struck it against his right palm decisively. He swiftly retrieved the recently acquired mage tower from his backpack and set it down in an open area. A burst of light flickered, and a brand new stone circular tower surged upward. The mage tower. It could recruit 3rd-tier mage apprentices. Without hesitation, Shen Chi declared, recruit. You have successfully recruited a 3rd-tier mage apprentice, consuming 990 soul crystals. It appeared that constructing barracks and recruiting troops also required the expenditure of soul crystals, Shen Chi mused. However, that was of little concern. Moments later, a mage apprentice appeared before Shen Chi, clad in a black robe, hooded, and wielding a simple wooden staff. Shen Chi cast a cursory glance, and then commanded, Rebirth of the Undead. The moment he uttered those words, a shocking scene unfolded. A misty, ghostly green light enveloped the mage apprentice. The glow obscured his features, but Shen Chi could faintly discern that, under the corrosive power of death. The skin on the mage's face began to peel away in patches, revealing the vascular structure, subcutaneous fat, and muscle fibers beneath. Then, Shen Chi watched in horror as all flesh decayed, leaving only a chilling skeleton behind. The mage apprentice's hand, which gripped the staff, also transformed into desiccated bone and finger bones. The ethereal glow lingered for several heartbeats before gradually dissipating. You have successfully transformed the mage apprentice into a 3rd-tier undead mage. You have granted it eternal life. It shall remain forever loyal to you. Success. Shen Chi felt a jolt of astonishment within. He gazed at the skeletal visage of the undead mage concealed beneath the hood. Its hollow eye sockets glowed with 2 flickering ghostly flames. Undead mage. Rank, 3rd tier. Level 1. Life, 32. Spell attack, 52. Defense, 14. Agility, 12. Spirit, 27. Skill 1, Ghost Fireball. Conjures a dark attribute fireball to attack enemies from a distance. Casting time, 2 seconds. Cooldown, 1 second, no cost. Skill 2, Ghost Fire Enchantment. Enchants the weapons of allied units within a 5-meter radius with dual dark fire attributes, adding dark fire damage. Effect duration, 5 minutes. Casting time, 3 seconds. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Spirit cost, 5. Skill 3, Evil Spirit Devour. Releases 5 evil spirit curses that automatically track enemies. Enemies afflicted by the curse will explode after receiving 3 melee attacks or a fatal blow from allied units, causing explosive damage. Casting time, 5 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Spirit cost, 12. Shen Chi's eyes widened in amazement. The undead mage's life and defense were alarmingly low, rendering it quite fragile. However, its level 1 spell damage and spirit were superior to those of other third-tier units. This was the advantage of a mage. Mages do not engage in melee combat. They remain at a distance, channeling spells for maximum impact. Thus, for Shen Chi, the most striking aspect was the undead mage's skills. Remarkably, it possessed 3 skills at level 1. Ghost Fireball, the most fundamental attack spell, required no spirit cost, with a casting time of 2 seconds and a cooldown of 1 second. This meant that a fireball could be unleashed every 3 seconds. Once the mage team was established, they could effectively serve as artillery. The second skill, Ghost Fire Enchantment, could enchant the weapons of nearby allies. Fire attribute damage could scorch enemies, while dark attribute damage inflicted additional harm on all non-light attribute foes. This was particularly effective against enemies with robust physical defenses but lacking spell resistance. The third skill, Evil Spirit Devour, was the Piece de Resistance. It consumed 12 spirit points at once. The Evil Spirit Curse could automatically target enemies, producing explosive damage after they received 3 melee attacks or a fatal blow. The explosive damage generally equated to 2 to 4 times the base damage and was area damage. Any enemy within the blast radius would be affected. This skill was explicitly designed for coordination between mages and warriors. When enemies clustered together, the mages could cast spells from a distance while the warriors charged in for a flurry of attacks, triggering explosions and clearing the field. Perfect. Chapter 19, Lin Hongyu's Despair. Since the notion of transforming a mage apprentice into an undead mage was feasible, Shen Chi resolved to proceed. He approached the mage tower once more. Continue. Recruiting another third-tier mage apprentice required 990 soul crystals. He currently possessed 863 soul crystals. Without hesitation, he commanded the recruitment of 20 mage apprentices. You have successfully recruited 20 mage apprentices, consuming 800 soul crystals. With some soul crystals remaining, he needed to conserve them for future use. In a flurry of light, 20 mage apprentices appeared before Shen Chi, perfectly aligned. Shen Chi stepped forward, rebirth of the undead. Once again, a wave of green light erupted, enveloping the heads of the mage cohort. Moments later, your 20 mage apprentices have successfully transformed into third-tier undead mages. All the mage apprentices decayed, leaving behind only ominous skeletal frames. Success. Now, his army was no longer composed solely of physical units. It also boasted spellcasting entities. Shen Chi examined the mage cohort. Their base attributes were comparable to the first undead mage. However, the majority possessed only 2 skills. Ghost Fireball was the most common, with 17 undead mages possessing it. Yet, only 5 mages had the Evil Spirit Devour. Nevertheless, a new skill had emerged, Frost Mist Curse. It released a chilling mist that would freeze any enemy entering and remaining within the mist for over 12 seconds. Once the enemies are frozen, they will suffer explosive impact damage, shattering into countless fragments. However, such effects are nullified when the level disparity is excessively vast. Energy consumption, 8. Chanting time, 10 seconds. Cooldown, 40 seconds. A spark of inspiration ignited within Shen Chi's mind. Yet another crowd-clearing spell. If the area of effect of this incantation is sufficiently expansive, it could prove remarkably effective against foes with simple minds or sluggish movement speeds. When combined with impact damage or high explosive damage, it could yield a lethal result. Moreover, the Devouring Wraith and Chill Fog Curse could synergize beautifully. The explosive damage triggered by the Devouring Wraith could impact enemies nearby, encased in ice by the chill fog, creating a devastatingly efficient clearing effect. Shen Chi eagerly anticipated the mage squad's resplendent performance in battle. He resolved to take the mage team out for leveling today. However, before that, there was a matter to attend to. He needed to summon the remaining bottom-dwelling skeletons from the ancient battlefield. On an expansive highland in this region stood a towering spire. Surrounding the tower lay charred corpses, and before its entrance stood a group of robed mages wielding staffs. The leader, named Lin Hongyu, was another popular lord in the area, second only to Lu Feichen. Recently finished with the novice trial, he had gathered his spoils. He completed the first round of trials in merely 52 minutes. Such a feat was undeniably rare. Lin Hongyu, however, was confidently convinced that this was as it should be. Having awakened an extraordinary S-level talent, the gift of the Archmage, he assembled a squad of Thunder Mages and Fire Mages, with a dual 4-tier mage team from the outset. This configuration inflated his confidence to unprecedented levels. He aimed for the first clear achievement right from the start. Prior to this, he believed that his only rival in the trial zone was Lu Feichen, another S-level talent. Yet, unexpectedly, a newcomer, Shen Chi, emerged from obscurity. In less than half an hour, he achieved the first clear. Moreover, he attained results that Lin Hongyu had scarcely dared to imagine. While disbelief washed over Lin Hongyu, he also felt a pang of discomfort, believing that the glory rightfully his had been snatched away. However, upon reflection, he reminded himself that he had triggered the second-level trial difficulty. Otherwise, he too could have completed the trial in under half an hour. He secretly mused that Shen Chi could not possibly be an S-level talent. S-level talents were bound to trigger the second-level trial difficulty. The scale of monsters under the second-level difficulty escalated sharply, making it utterly impossible for anyone to clear within half an hour. Even if there were, it would have occurred over a decade ago. How could such a phenomenon happen in his presence? It was likely that Shen Chi had merely been fortunate enough to secure the first clear under the first-level difficulty. How could he possibly compare himself to that? Comforted by this reasoning, Lin Hongyu felt considerably relieved. Ultimately, he was unwilling to believe that anyone could surpass him. At this moment, he gazed at his trial score, 487 points. A smug smile crept onto his lips. Achieving over 10,000 points in the first round would surely astonish anyone who saw it. After all, most lords fail to amass 1,000 points even after 7 days of trials. Preparing to check the leaderboard to see his ranking, he felt a premonition that his score might be surpassed by Shen Chi. Although he was on the second-level difficulty with double points, Shen Chi had spent significantly less time, and his score coefficient was higher. Nevertheless, as long as the point difference was not too great, Lin Hongyu could accept it. It was merely the first clear of the day. It did not signify much. The total score at the end of the trial would be the crucial factor in vying for the title of Newcomer King. Many who achieved the first clear ultimately fell into mediocrity. With this in mind, he clicked on the leaderboard. Then, he beheld the following. First place, Shen Chi, score, 50. 256. Lin Hongyu stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, his face paling to an ashen hue. Following the first round of trials, the chat channel erupted with excitement. Most discussions centered around the leaderboard's standout figures, with Shen Chi being the undisputed star of the day. Just a day prior, his name had barely registered on anyone's radar. Shen Chi's 50,000 points undoubtedly left everyone speechless. Some lords who had been satisfied with their scores now questioned their very existence upon seeing Shen Chi's score. Meanwhile, many with average results began to fervently extol Shen Chi. Wow, 50,000 points. Almost 40,000 more than the second place. How on earth is that possible? It's utterly ridiculous. It's only the first-level trial difficulty. I've heard that true powerhouses trigger the second-level difficulty. Is this mechanism even fair? Come on, are you out of your mind? How could someone possibly score 50,000 points on the first-level trial? Can this be appealed through the system? It sounds too implausible to be true. Open your eyes. Can't you see? Some people are just bitter because they can't achieve what others can. I declare Shen Chi to be the foremost powerhouse of this region. Who agrees, who disagrees? Chapter 20. Is this not the Shen Chi who awakened an E-level talent? Amidst the lively chatter of the channel, Shen Chi remained oblivious. He re-entered the ancient battlefield, heading towards the deep pit. Today, he aimed to recruit all the remaining bottom-dwelling skeleton soldiers. Recruit all bottom-dwelling skeleton soldiers. With barely a pause, the bones in the deep pit began to stir violently. Ebon-hued skeletons crawled forth from the heaps of bones. Before long, 387 skeleton soldiers stood in neat formation, all gazing up at Shen Chi Ding. Successfully recruited 387 bottom-dwelling skeleton soldiers. Energy consumed, 387 points. Immediately thereafter, Shen Chi summoned the wailing spirits. A ghostly green silhouette surged forth from the void. Shen Chi opened the wailing spirit S panel. Wailing spirit linked skeletons, 687. Now, the wailing spirit could unleash its full potential. Each skeletal hand now bore an attack bonus of 374. This was a single punch capable of toppling a child. Having completed this task, Shen Chi exited the ancient battlefield. The pressing matter was to lead the mage team for leveling. Shen Chi assembled a squad comprising 21 necromancers, 20 skeleton archers, and 20 skeleton warriors, leaving a portion of the skeletons to guard their base. Aswin and the remaining troops were all sent into the ancient battlefield through the journey of the dead. Shen Chi, accompanied by a vast throng of skeletons, set forth. Deep within the dense forest lay a secluded ruin. Although only remnants of walls remained, one could still discern the traces of a courtyard. The ancient stone-tiled ground had cracked, grass blades sprouting through the fissures, flourishing for countless years, verdant and lush. Rising above the courtyard ruins stood a dilapidated three-tiered gray tower. The tower's spire soared high, its outer walls fissured, adorned with emerald ivy. In the plaza before the tower, a 1-meter-tall stone golem wandered aimlessly. On the outskirts of the ruin, behind a tall tree, stood a diminutive lord named Wang Bin, flanked by a circle of short-statured soldiers. He gazed intently at the ruins, seemingly hesitating over something. This was a ruin he had stumbled upon by chance, the collapsed mage tower. Judging by the scale of this ruin, it undoubtedly harbored numerous high-tier resources. However, to scour the tower for treasures, he would first need to overcome the guardian at the entrance. The three-tier stone golem meandering in the plaza had previously been dispatched by Wang Bin's 3 combat dwarves. Just as he thought he could finally enter the tower, he inadvertently triggered the golem formation. Countless three-tier stone golems surged forth from every corner of the ruins. With a decisive strike, Wang Bin's elite combat dwarves were utterly obliterated. Heartbroken, he had no choice but to retreat hastily. Fortunately, the guardians of the ruins had a limited patrol range and would not stray far from the mage tower, thus affording him a chance to escape. Upon returning to the mage tower, he found that it had already reset. In the square, only a single stone golem meandered about. He realized that he could no longer monopolize the resources of the mage tower. After much hesitation, he decided to summon help. Opening the system's chat channel, he scrolled through his friend list and found someone named Zhao Ziqin. The chat window displayed his previously sent message. Brother Zhao, I've discovered a mage tower ruin that should hold valuable treasures, though the guarding monsters are rather formidable. He sent the location. Done. Are you coming? I'll be there in 5 minutes. You hold the fort. All right. Wang Bin closed the chat window. Zhao Ziqin, a B-class talent, commanded a Tier 3 werewolf shadow guard. Wang Bin had shamelessly latched onto Zhao Ziqin's coattails. Sharing this resource point would undoubtedly benefit Zhao Ziqin more, leaving Wang Bin with only scraps. Yet, it was better than having nothing at all. 5 minutes later, in the woods, a tall and robust lord approached Wang Bin, followed closely by 5 even larger werewolves. Just as Wang Bin prepared to respond, he caught sight of someone approaching from the opposite side of the ruins. A mix of wariness and confusion swept over him. To his astonishment, he saw that this individual was accompanied by a throng of skeletons. However, upon recognizing the figure, Wang Bin's eyes widened in shock. Wait, isn't that Shen Chi? Goodness, that useless wretch who awakened the E-class undead talent, Shen Chi? Shen Chi emerged from the thicket and approached the edge of the ruins. He slowly raised his head to gaze at the towering structure above. Another resource point. This one appears significantly rarer than the spirit crystal mine I encountered earlier. Yet, to ascend the tower, he would certainly need to eliminate the guarding sentinels. Shen Chi focused on the wandering stone golem patrolling the ruins. Stone golem, Tier 3, Level 5. Health, 289. Spell attack, 124. Defense, 89. Physical resistance, 30. Skills, Stone Fist, Physical, Hailstorm, Magic. It was indeed a creature with both physical and magical capabilities. Close combat, as well as ranged spellcasting. Moreover, it possessed a physical resistance of 30. Nevertheless, its stats remained rather low. Perfect for training his mage squad. Shen Chi raised his hand, preparing to issue a combat command. Just then, a derisive voice rang out from nearby. Shen Chi, an E-class talent like you really dares to enter the novice trial? I thought you had a modicum of self-awareness and would quickly abandon the trial, scurrying off to work in some distant land. And you think you can snatch our resource point? Who do you think you are? Shen Chi furrowed his brow as Wang Bin and Zhao Ziqin approached him. Their intentions unmistakably malicious. Shen Chi halted, assessing them, his gaze subtly darkening. Wang Bin, like him, was from Longhu High School. He recalled how his deskmate Chen Xian had informed him that Wang Bin was spreading rumors about him being an E-class talent. Zhao Ziqin shot a glance at Wang Bin, a smirk playing on his lips. Oh, you two know each other? Wang Bin turned, suddenly adopting a feigned meekness. Brother Zhao, we came from the same school. He awakened an E-class undead talent and has long since become the laughingstock of the entire school. Just a pathetic undead lord, daring to compete with us for resources. He must be out of his mind. After mocking Shen Chi, he turned to Zhao Ziqin with a sycophantic expression. Brother Zhao, what do you think? Shall I deal with him? Just a bunch of worthless skeletons. They can't withstand my dwarves. Zhao Ziqin regarded him with an expression of calm indifference. Do you think I need your input? Wang Bin's face fell. Brother Zhao, I'm only looking out for you. Zhao Ziqin ignored Wang Bin, stepping forward and lazily pointing his chin at Shen Chi. You, whoever you are, be sensible and have your skeletons lure the monsters for us. Those piles of bones may look intimidating, but they're quite fragile, aren't they? Nevertheless, they can still serve a purpose. Have them take the brunt of the golem's attacks to create openings for us. That way, I won't make things difficult for you. Once I finish with the golem, you can leave. Zhao Ziqin narrowed his eyes, his tone flippant and self-assured. To him, Shen Chi's skeletons, while easily shattered, could at least absorb damage as cannon fodder. Upon hearing this, Wang Bin chimed in eagerly. Did you hear what Brother Zhao said? You should be thanking him. Shen Chi silently observed their performance, his expression darkening with each passing moment, frost glimmering in his eyes. He spoke softly, yet his tone was frigid. Get lost. The expressions of Zhao Ziqin and Wang Bin darkened instantly. Wang Bin spat to the side, angrily retorting, how dare you speak to Brother Zhao like that? He is kind-hearted and not picking a fight with you, yet you respond with such attitude? What are you anyway? Zhao Ziqin's countenance shifted to one of darkness. After a tense moment, he raised his hand, and a werewolf shadow guard stepped forward. He composed himself, his voice turning sinister. You've got quite the stubborn mouth. Fine. Break his arms and legs, but leave him breathing. We wouldn't want him thinking he can escape back to reality without facing the consequences of death. Rest assured, I'll make sure you understand how to behave when you're outmatched. As soon as he finished speaking, the towering werewolf cracked its neck, producing ominous popping sounds. It raised its razor-sharp claws to its mouth, languidly licking the blades. The next instant, it leaped forward like a blur towards Shen Chi. Yet, Shen Chi remained motionless. To onlookers, it appeared as though he had completely surrendered. Wang Bin shook his head, as if watching a dead man. Zhao Ziqin wore an expression of indifference. This was the third rookie lord he had hunted down. All the new lords who fell to his hands shared the same fate when faced with reality. They would beg for mercy, crying and pleading like children. Boring. He slightly shook his head, dismissing the thought, and closed his eyes. The werewolf shadow guard swiftly approached Shen Chi's face, raising a steel claw that sliced through the air, ready to strike him down. In a flash, the clash of metal rang out. Shen Chi still did not move a finger. However, a skeletal warrior had already raised its iron sword, standing protectively in front of him. The werewolf's claws collided violently with the sword, trembling from the impact. What is happening? Wang Bin's eyes widened in shock, his body frozen, unsure of how to react. Zhao Ziqin sensed something amiss and immediately opened his eyes. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, his expression mirrored Wang Bin's astonishment. His pupils constricted in disbelief. His skeleton blocked my werewolf shadow guard? How is that possible? In the next moment, the skeletal warrior surged with newfound strength, thrusting its sword upward with ferocity. It sent the werewolf shadow guard, which towered above it, sprawling onto the ground. The skeletal warrior pressed forward, raising its iron sword once more, executing a swift and decisive strike. In less than a heartbeat, one of the werewolf's steel claws was severed and fell to the ground. The skeletal warrior swiftly followed up, bringing down the sword once again, cleaving the other claw clean off. Finally, the skeletal warrior gripped the iron sword with both hands, lifting it upward with the blade pointing down. Amidst the howling of the werewolves, the tip of the sword plunged directly into its chest. Splurt! A jet of black blood erupted forth. The werewolf shadow guard's body writhed violently, only gradually coming to a halt after a considerable time, now a lifeless corpse. A level 9, tier 3 werewolf shadow guard was slain in an instant. The scene fell into a profound silence. Zhao Ziqin watched, wide-eyed, as the skeletal warrior straightened up and ruthlessly withdrew its iron sword. Its hollow eye sockets, devoid of flesh and blood, fixated on him with an unyielding gaze. As if a hunter had locked onto its prey, Zhao Ziqin's limbs trembled involuntarily. All previous calmness vanished without a trace. He forced himself to appear composed, straining to discern the skeletal warrior's specific information. Yet, he could glean nothing at all. In an instant, his legs turned to jelly, and he could not rise. Fear filled his heart. This skeleton's combat power surpassed that of my werewolf shadow guard. Furthermore, there were at least 50 more skeletons behind it. Damn it. Wasn't it said that novice necromancers are all trash? A drop of icy sweat slid down his spine. The thought of losing 5 painstakingly nurtured tier 3 werewolf shadow guards in an instant pierced his heart like a dagger. Wang Bin's reaction was no better. He trembled and stammered. Shen Chi, isn't it an E-level necromancer's perception? Why? Zhao Ziqin seemed to notice something, abruptly turning his head. He grasped Wang Bin's collar tightly, his voice laced with terror. What did you say? What is his name? Shen Chi. Shen Chi. Zhao Ziqin's heart jolted. Wang Bin gradually began to comprehend, his face paling by the moment. Brother Zhao, you mean the Shen Chi on the leaderboard? It dawned on Wang Bin that he had not connected the person before him with the top-ranked figure on the leaderboard upon first glance. In his mind, Shen Chi was merely a useless necromancer with E-level talent. Hadn't Sui said Shen Chi was already washed up? When did necromancers become this powerful? Suddenly, Zhao Ziqin's peripheral vision caught the skeletal archers behind Shen Chi, all drawing their bows in unison. His eyelids twitched violently, and an ominous premonition surged within him. Before he could react, the next moment confirmed his fears. 20 skeletal archers unleashed a volley of 3 arrows each. Instantly, a storm of arrows darkened the air, propelled forth from behind Shen Chi with palpable lethal intent. Chapter 22, The Cat and the Mouse. In a moment of peril, Zhao Ziqin had no time to ponder further. He swiftly retrieved a teleportation scroll from his backpack. With a rip, the scroll activated. He seized Wang Bin's arm, and their forms transformed into a flash of white light, vanishing in an instant. The next moment, the terrifying rain of arrows swept through mercilessly. For werewolf shadow guards were immediately turned into pincushions by the arrows. Their health bars plummeted to nothing. A short distance away, several dwarves also fell victim to the arrow storm, perishing on the spot. The sound of experience gained rang out incessantly in their ears. Shen Chi's expression remained indifferent. 3 kilometers away, in a certain forest, a flash of white light appeared. Zhao Ziqin and Wang Bin tumbled to the ground in disarray. They paused, gasping for breath, a cold sweat trickling down their backs from the lingering fear. The thought of having used a life-saving teleportation scroll and having lost 5 high-tier werewolf shadow guards left Zhao Ziqin breathless. His eyes reddening with a heart that felt as though it were bleeding. He slightly turned his head, catching a glimpse of Wang Bin from the corner of his eye. It was all this fool's fault. Were it not for his usefulness, Zhao Ziqin would have long cast him aside. After regaining his breath, he straightened up, looking at Wang Bin with a face that shifted from light to dark. Wang Bin, didn't we find an item in the dungeon yesterday? Wang Bin hesitated. The long-distance telescope? Yes, that one. The black iron-grade long-distance telescope can provide a view of any location within a 5-kilometer radius. Now, take it out and adjust it to the view of the mage tower we just encountered. Zhao Ziqin's eyes glimmered with reluctance as he continued. Upon reflection, ordinary skeleton types shouldn't be this strong. I suspect Shen Chi utilized some form of temporary enhancement item. Moreover, as you mentioned, this ruin will trigger Tier 3 stone golems in the second phase, with numbers exceeding 50. Shen Chi skeletons can only number up to 50 at most. He paused before adding, do you truly believe Shen Chi can single-handedly defeat all those golems with his skeletons? Wang Bin pondered for a moment, cautiously asking, Brother Zhao, are you implying? Zhao Ziqin's gaze was inscrutable. We shall wait here. I have left 10 werewolf shadow guards at the territory. They are my elite main force. I will command them to rush over immediately. For now, let Shen Chi test the waters for us. Let the stone golem formation wear down his combat power. And then it will be our turn to make an appearance. After hearing this, Wang Bin silently retrieved the long-distance telescope. He understood that Zhao Ziqin was unwilling to concede. However, he felt an inkling of doubt. Could the number one on the leaderboard, Shen Chi, truly solo the stone golem formation? But Wang Bin held his tongue. Perhaps, just perhaps, Shen Chi was merely lucky to achieve first completion. Yes, it must be so. Suddenly, he wore a fierce expression. Damn it, just an E-level necromancer talent. And he thinks he can soar to great heights? Wang Bin continued to reassure himself in his mind. Together, they focused on the long-distance telescope. The image of the ruins gradually appeared in the lens. However, unbeknownst to them, as they concentrated on the mirror, a skeleton lurking silently behind a few nearby trees had also set its sights on them. Shen Chi furrowed his brow. A teleportation scroll? TSK, so many good things about. Yet, as if sensing something, Shen Chi suddenly relaxed his furrowed brow, a malicious smile creeping onto his lips. This was prompted by the sudden alert from the skeleton soldiers in his territory. A skeleton warrior assigned to scout the area had detected the presence of 2 unfamiliar lord presences. Shen Chi instantly reacted, then narrowed his eyes with intrigue. Look where you two have teleported to. Isn't this a delivery right to our door? He commanded the scouting skeleton not to raise the alarm. Then, he ordered the skeleton soldiers left in the territory to assemble into a squad, and then, well, give the 2 of them a surprise. After settling that matter, Shen Chi returned his focus, leading his skeleton army into the heart of the ruins. As he walked, he kept his eyes fixed on the patrolling stone golems. As soon as he approached, he triggered the stone golems alert, entering combat mode. The stone golems turned to face Shen Chi, their runes suddenly glowing with blue light. Whoosh! In midair, a flurry of icy projectiles materialized. The projectiles coalesced into hailstones the size of fists, which, once formed, accelerated rapidly toward Shen Chi. Yet, he remained unperturbed, calmly commanding, shield formation. The skeletal warriors swiftly passed by Shen Chi, collectively raising their shields to form an impenetrable line of defense. Shen Chi then ordered, necromancers, ignite ghost fireballs. 21 necromancers simultaneously raised their staffs and began chanting. Meanwhile, the rapidly approaching hailstones reached them, crashing against the shields. Bang, bang, bang. The shields vibrated violently a few times, but did not break. 2 seconds later, the ghost fireball incantation was completed. In an instant, the air was filled with a dense mass of fireballs, each the size of a bowl, swirling with ghostly blue flames, emitting crackling sounds. A terrifying heatwave descended abruptly. It lingered for but a fleeting moment before a barrage of fireballs surged toward the nearby stone statue golems. Trailing a brilliant blaze, they crashed down upon the statues with a resounding thud. Boom. The air was rent by a fierce explosion, scattering dust far and wide. It took until well into the day for the dust to finally settle. Under the concentrated fire of the necromancers, the stone golems were obliterated, leaving not a shard behind. A system prompt echoed in Shen Chi's mind. Experience gained, 92. Prayer points gained, 92. Pausing momentarily, he observed the stillness ahead and commanded his skeletal army to maintain formation as they cautiously advanced toward the heart of the ruins. However, at that very moment, tiny stones began to roll across the ground from the corners of the ruins. Within mere seconds, they coalesced into new stone statues. Shen Chi swiftly scanned the surroundings. 1, 2, 3, 59. All were third-tier stone golems, each at level 8 or higher. Moreover, aside from the hail spell, these golems wielded cone of ice, fireball, vines, and earth spike. Zhao Ziqin, 1,000 miles away, felt his heart race at this sight. Then, a glimmer of madness crossed his face. The swarm of stone golems was even more formidable than he had anticipated. He was eager to see what capabilities Shen Chi possessed to contend with such a multitude of third-tier golems. Chapter 23. He is unreasonable. Shen Chi immediately prepared for battle. Under his mental command, the necromancers collectively cast the enchantment of ghostly fire. Their staffs grew heated, emanating a warm orange glow. Soon, tiny sparks began to dance at the tips of their staffs. Like fireflies, these sparks flitted away, promptly adhering to the weapons of the skeleton warriors and archers. Instantly, a dark red shimmer enveloped the surfaces of these weapons. The enchantment was successful. The skeletal warriors and archers now possessed attribute damage, sufficient to combat the stone golem army with its physical resistance. The stone golems stirred. The phalanx of statues began to march slowly toward Shen Chi, shaking the ground and sending stones flying in a thunderous cacophony. In the next moment, ice spikes, fireballs, and tendrils coalesced in the air. Whoosh! Countless elemental constructs, born of magic, surged toward Shen Chi just as they were about to close in on him. A cacophony of cracking sounds erupted as countless bones scrambled up his body, enveloping his torso and limbs. Bone armor. Wailing spirits floated behind Shen Chi, shaping the armor. The ice spikes, fireballs, and tendrils struck against Shen Chi's formidable and resilient armor. After a violent clash, they dissipated into elemental dust, gently settling to the ground. The defense of the bone armor had reached an impressive 1374. It effortlessly thwarted the attacks of the stone golems. In the next instant, the tide turned. A thick fog of coldness suddenly enveloped the area, causing the temperature to plummet dramatically. Vast swathes of gray mist spread, engulfing dozens of stone golems. Cold fog curse. Any enemy entering the fog and remaining for more than 12 seconds would be frozen. Simultaneously, the 5 necromancers completed their incantation of devouring spirits. Sinister, purplish-red, ghostly faces materialized in the air. Each visage carried a curse of malevolent spirits. After hovering momentarily, they detected nearby foes and accelerated toward the stone golems. They attached themselves to the golems as if sowing seeds. Then, like a tidal wave, the skeletal warriors surged forward, crashing into the ranks of the stone golems. The battle erupted with ferocity, the sounds of combat stirring up clouds of dust and startling the birds in the surrounding forest, sending them flapping away in fright. The third-tier stone golems possessed high physical resistance, capable of negating a significant portion of the skeleton's damage. It appeared that the two sides were locked in a stalemate. However, just a few breaths later, over half of the stone golems suddenly became coated in a thick layer of frost. As the 12 seconds elapsed, they entered a frozen state, unable to move a single inch. The once fearsome combat machines were instantly rendered as helpless statues. Subsequently, the stone golems afflicted by the curse, after sustaining 3 instances of melee damage, would trigger a detonation of the curse. Boom boom. A series of violent explosions rang out. Flames shot skyward, and thick smoke billowed. Each explosion affected several frozen stone golems nearby. When the enemies were frozen, any impact or high burst damage caused them to shatter into countless fragments. One stone golem ignited by the curse could simultaneously destroy at least 3 neighboring frozen golems. Whole swathes of stone golems were instantly reduced to myriad shards. In less than half a minute since the battle commenced, the number of stone golems on the field plummeted by 90. In an instant, the ruinous square felt eerily desolate. The aftermath of the explosions lingered in the dust above. 1,000 miles away, Wang Bin and Zhao Ziqin were both left speechless. Zhao Ziqin struggled to close his mouth, a wave of intense fear crashing into the depths of his soul. Was this the commotion that skeletons could create? It felt as if his understanding of reality had been profoundly shaken. Shen Chi commanded the skeletons to swarm and swiftly eliminate the remaining stone golems. However, from every corner of the ruins, countless stones began to roll anew. With a thunderous roar, fresh stone golems took shape, pristine as before. Shen Chi observed this scene with caution. In the blink of an eye, the army of stone golems was replenished, their numbers restored to 50 or 60. Zhao Ziqin, witnessing this spectacle, wore a puzzled expression. Moments later, joy blossomed upon his face. The stone golems were regenerative. No matter how formidable Shen Chi was, he only commanded a handful of skeletons. How long could he withstand the ceaseless onslaught of newly spawned stone golems? At this rate, Shen Chi would inevitably exhaust all his combat power. Fortune favored me. At that moment, he truly felt there was hope. Amidst the ruins, Shen Chi pondered. It appeared that as long as the formation was not disrupted, stone golems would continue to be summoned for defense. How intriguing. Shen Chi remained largely unperturbed, instead beginning to survey the surrounding terrain. Simultaneously, he methodically organized the skeletons for battle once more. The cold fog curse and devouring spirits consumed too much mental energy, making it impossible to use them repeatedly. This meant he could not generate that previous explosive area of effect damage again. However, it mattered not. If you have an endless supply of stone golems, so be it. Shen Chi raised his hand, and a lantern materialized. The lantern exuded a haunting purple glow. In the next moment, a massive vortex emerged in the air. A mysterious, distant aura wafted forth. 100 skeletal warriors and 100 archers descended upon the ruins in an instant. A chilling and lethal atmosphere spread swiftly. Shen Chi's lips curved into a smile. Let us see whether your stone golems are more numerous than my skeletons. 1,000 miles away, the two men's faces turned pale. How on earth could Shen Chi summon so many skeletons out of thin air? This is utterly unreasonable. Chapter 24, Experience Points. A full 200 skeletal warriors amassed upon the battlefield, a palpable aura of menace swirling around them. The tide of battle shifted as the stone golems found themselves besieged with no escape. The skeletal warriors surged forth like a tidal wave, crashing into the ranks of the stone golem army. Behind them, the skeletal archers unified their aim, drawing their bows with precision. In the next moment, a terrifying rain of arrows descended upon them like a swarm of locusts. Each arrow was imbued with searing fire elemental magic. Coupled with the artillery support of the necromancer corps, within a mere 2 minutes, all 60 stone golems were utterly annihilated. You gained 89 experience points. You gained 97 experience points. You acquired 5,326 prayer points. As the cacophony of system notifications echoed in his ears, a sense of elation surged within Shen Chi. Less than a minute after the battlefield was cleared, yet another wave of stone golems emerged anew. Endless. Shen Chi, maintaining a calm demeanor, directed the skeletal soldiers to continue the combat, while a bold plan gradually took shape in his mind. 3 minutes later, having once again vanquished all the stone golems, Shen Chi discerned how to unravel the grand formation. At the cardinal points of the ruins stood 4 stone sculptures, camouflaged within the rubble. They appeared no different from the chaotic stones surrounding them. Etched upon the sculptures were cryptic runes, intermittently shimmering with a subtle light. Shen Chi was convinced that by shattering each of the 4 sculptures, the grand formation could be dismantled. However, he had no intention of destroying it immediately. Upon reflection, as soon as he cleared one wave of stone golems, the next wave would instantly refresh, with no cooldown in between. Wasn't this akin to a monster respawn point? Or rather, a leveling point? Defeating one wave of golems took less than 3 minutes, yet yielded nearly 50,000 experience points. It was a veritable goldmine. Thus, Shen Chi seated himself upon the ground, seemingly intent on lingering indefinitely. Consequently, the stone golems reappeared time and again, while the skeletal army advanced relentlessly to obliterate them. The battle was extraordinarily fierce, yet Shen Chi remained remarkably composed. Even a knowing smile lingered on his lips. From a distance, Wang Bin and Zhao Ziqin were left utterly astounded. Was this a vacation? This was utterly excessive. Could they not show some respect for the stone golems? To guard against the spells of the golems striking him, Shen Chi occasionally summoned wailing specters to cast bone armor. In reality, under the protection of the skeletal warrior's shield wall, few spells could reach Shen Chi as the skeletal soldiers incessantly dispatched the waves of stone golems. Shen Chi continually upgraded his troops with prayer points. In less than half an hour, all 221 skeletal warriors had reached level 10. But it was not over yet. Unhurriedly, he retrieved the lantern of the journey of the dead. A vast vortex twisted the void, reappearing once more. A faint, ethereal aura drifted in from another realm. Shen Chi promptly recalled 200 members of the Jinyuan Legion to the ancient battlefield. Following this, he summoned another 200 skeletal soldiers to the fray. With the assistance of the Necromancer Corps, they continued grinding the stone golems for experience. An hour later, the Jinyuan Legion, save for those guarding the territory, had all reached levels above 10. The time taken to clear each wave of stone golems grew ever shorter. Eventually, the Mage Corps could obliterate half the golems with just a single volley of fireballs. Moreover, during the time Shen Chi led the skeletal soldiers away from the territory, Ajuan was also incessantly recalling members of the Jinyuan Legion from the ancient battlefield. Now, the Jinyuan Legion had gained an additional 48 skeletal warriors and 39 archers. There was no need for further discussion. All of them were to be brought forth for leveling. Beneath the terrifying barrage, as the stone golems formed, they were obliterated into dust in an instant. 3 hours later, Shen Chi leisurely rose from the ground, brushing off the dust from his trousers. He then stretched luxuriously. It was nearly time. The Jinyuan Legion now comprised 497 skeletal warriors and 463 archers, all having ascended to levels above 10. The highest among them had even reached level 16. Meanwhile, the Necromancer Corps had all attained level 11. Shen Chi himself had advanced from level 16 to level 18, with his mental power cap reaching 987. If not for the need to explore the tower, Shen Chi would have gladly settled down. The joy of leveling up as if exploiting a bug was simply exhilarating. Under Shen Chi's command, the skeletal warriors stepped forward to shatter the 4 stone sculptures. Indeed, after their destruction, no new golems emerged. With a resonant hum, as the 4 sculptures shattered, wisps of light ascended, converging into a luminous orb at the center of the ruinous square. Elemental Essence. Level 3. HM. Shen Chi pondered. It turned out that what sustained this stone golem summoning array was a level 3 Elemental Essence. Elemental Essence is a pure crystallization of elemental power, useful for forging, alchemy, and as a source of energy. The higher the level, the more precious it becomes. Shen Chi unreservedly collected it. With a thunderous rumble, the stone door of the tower's first level automatically swung open. Rays of sunlight poured into the entrance, only to be swiftly consumed by the profound darkness within. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Bin and Zhao Ziqin stood watch at the distant vantage point. At that moment, they were left in a state of shock from Shen Chi's successive maneuvers. Zhao Zichin's face turned pale. After a long pause, he regained his composure and resolved one thing. They must never offend Shen Chi again. Otherwise, they would not even know how they perished. As for Wang Bin, he began to question his very existence. A necromancer, branded as useless, wielding spatial abilities to summon an endless army of skeletons. These were not the fragile skeletons he had envisioned. Each one could dispatch him in mere seconds. This completely overturned Wang Bin's understanding. The thought of his previous aggressive targeting of Shen Chi filled him with dread. Regret flooded him. Run. I'll run far away. Isn't that possible? However, they would soon discover the answer. A chill suddenly crept up Zhao Zichin's spine, as if the atmosphere around him had shifted. An ominous premonition struck him, and he hastily turned his head. To his horror, he found that skeletal figures had densely surrounded them, unbeknownst to when they had appeared. Hollow eye sockets of skulls stared at him indifferently. Zhao Zichin felt as though countless eerie gazes had locked onto him. Gazing upon this terrifying scene, he instinctively swallowed hard, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 25. The Skill Book of Perfect Bronze Level. Wang Bin too realized the situation, terrified to the point of collapsing onto the ground. Trembling all over. What on earth is this? Zhao Zichin suddenly noticed the details on the skeletons. The armor and weapons they bore were identical to those of Shen Chi's skeletal soldiers. A wave of despair washed over him, leaving him icy cold. When had Shen Chi set his sights on them? The skeletal warriors, having awaited their moment, immediately surged forward, overwhelming the two with a torrent of bones. From the forest, piercing wails and pleas for mercy echoed continuously, yet the skeletal warriors remained emotionless in their execution of combat orders. Zhao Zichin screamed in pain, tears and snot mingling on his face, utterly devoid of any dignity. He regretted immensely. He couldn't fathom why, for so long, he had always been the one forcing others to beg for mercy, yet today it was his turn. You have been slain by Lord Shen Chi's troops. You have been eliminated, permanently losing your lord status, and you are about to be teleported back to reality. A cold, indifferent system notification resonated in Zhao Zichin's and Wang Bin's ears. Shen Chi left the main skeletal forces outside the tower, taking only a few skeletal warriors with him as he entered through the stone door. Once his eyes adjusted to the dimness, Shen Chi first surveyed the room. In the corner were several massive wooden crates piled up. At the center of the room stood a long wooden table, upon which rested a box containing several disheveled potion vials. The bottle contained liquids of various hues. A glance from Shen Chi prompted a panel to materialize. Energy Potion, Level 1 instantly restores 80 points of mental energy, alleviating fatigue. Rejuvenation Potion, Level 1 instantly restores 60 points of health. Blessing of the Earth, Level 2 restores 5 health points per second for a duration of 5 seconds. Shen Chi's eyes sparkled with delight. Potions, items usable by both Lord Heroes and troops. Potions range from level 1 to 9, with effects intensifying as their levels rise. High-level potions can even sway the tide of battle. Indeed, some Lord Alliances exclusively recruit alchemists dedicated to the research and production of potions, directly indulging in a drug-fueled strategy. You have acquired 5 level 1 rejuvenation potions. You have acquired 3 level 1 energy potions. You have acquired 1 level 2 blessing of the earth. After stowing the potions, Shen Chi proceeded to scour the first floor. He commanded his skeletal warrior to cleave through all wooden crates and collect resources such as ore, herbs, and spirit crystals. Once he confirmed that everything within reach had been taken, Shen Chi made his way towards the spiral staircase, heading straight for the second floor. The second floor was considerably dimmer, with only a narrow crack in one wall allowing slivers of sunlight to seep through. Inside the room stood rows upon rows of bookshelves. Shen Chi instructed the skeletal soldier to gather resources independently. After a while, 2 skeletal warriors smashed through a partition door, revealing a concealed space within. Noticing this, Shen Chi stepped inside and was astonished to find a large bookshelf adorned with several gleaming tomes. Skill books. Ice Spike, Black Iron. Fireball, Black Iron. Vine Technique, Black Iron. Hailstorm, Black Iron. Spike Trap, Black Iron. Good heavens. All of them are Black Iron grade spell books. Skill books hold immense value. Once learned by troops, they provide an additional means of offense. Skill books circulating in the market are typically exorbitantly priced, and high-level skill books are often more sought after than available. This is a veritable windfall. Learning these for the Necromancer squad would also be advantageous. Shen Chi gathered all the skill books together, surveying the now empty second floor with satisfaction. He then ascended to the third floor with his skeletal soldiers. The third floor was the ultimate destination of this expedition, filled with anticipation. Upon arrival, the space suddenly constricted, inducing a feeling of suffocation. However, a corner of the ceiling had collapsed, allowing for ample light. In the center of the third floor room lay a massive plush circular carpet, upon which sat an individual swathed in tattered robes. Beneath the garment, only dried flesh and bones remained, with a hunched back and a drooping head. Skeletal hands extended from the sleeves, resting on the floor. Shen Chi was taken aback. Despite the small size of the room, it felt remarkably vacant. There were no valuable items in sight. Just then, a familiar mechanical voice echoed within Shen Chi's mind. Perceiving undead creature, summon? He paused, realizing that this skeletal figure might also be recruitable. After a moment's hesitation, he opted to proceed with the summoning. Undead allegiance. He sensed that this skeleton might prove to be of great utility. After all, it would require minimal effort to summon. You have successfully summoned the Skeletal Scholar, consuming 5 points of mental energy. Skeletal Scholar, rank, level 3, level 1A Scholar of the Imperial Academy. He once followed a defector mage deep into the woods, constructing a mage tower. After the mage's departure, he remained to guard the tower until his demise. He is erudite, with a fondness for weaponry, though death has robbed him of most of his memories. Thus, this skeleton serves as an NPC within the lore of the mage tower. However, this panel is more fragile than I am. It seems rather useless. Upon being summoned, the Skeletal Scholar appeared to gain awareness, slowly rising from the ground, standing stiffly like a puppet. Beyond this, he made no further movements. Shen Chi, puzzled, began to roam the 3rd floor, attempting to uncover any hidden structures. Unfortunately, the spacious room revealed nothing beyond thick dust and cobwebs. However, as he walked past the carpet for the 3rd time, he stumbled upon something unusual. The sole of his shoe brushed against a slight protrusion. An idea struck him. Shen Chi immediately crouched down, grasped the carpet firmly, and yanked it upwards, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Coughing, he swiftly sidestepped to avoid the fallout. Once the dust settled, a circular wooden secret door was clearly visible beneath the carpet. The edges were adorned with subtle protrusions, and at the center lay a small mechanism. Shen Chi approached, crouching down to explore, but found it unyielding. A wave of frustration washed over him. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him. He stood up, turned, and fixed his gaze on the immobile Skeletal Scholar. Since this skeleton was one of the builders of the Mage Tower, it would be reasonable for it to be familiar with its various structures. You come here. Open this for me. The Skeletal Scholar hesitated for several seconds, then indeed approached. He knelt by the mechanism, extending a bony hand to deftly manipulate it. Shen Chi was momentarily stunned. His spontaneous idea actually worked. Half a minute later, the Skeletal Scholar stood up, stepping back from the range of the secret door. Soon after, a series of clicking sounds resonated from beneath the floor. The secret door split neatly into 2 halves, lowering by about 10 centimeters, and then slowly receding into the grooves on either side, revealing the space beneath. The depth was roughly equivalent to the length of an adult's calf. Shen Chi smirked, having summoned an NPC well-versed in the architecture of the Mage Tower to assist him with a puzzle. Is this a bug exploit? If someone else were here, they'd likely have to resort to brute force to dismantle the tower. The clever utility of undead allegiance. Shen Chi peered down. At the bottom of the space lay a treasure chest. Skill book treasure chest. Quality, bronze perfect. Shen Chi was astonished. It was indeed a skill book treasure chest. It could yield random skill books. Moreover, it boasted a quality superior to the ordinary bronze grade. This was far more precious than the previous black iron grade skill books. This must be the most valuable resource within the Mage Tower. Shen Chi was elated. Chapter 26, The Descent of the Stars. Shen Chi leaped down, swiftly opening the treasure chest. Ding! You have acquired the skill book, Descent of the Stars. Skill book, Descent of the Stars. Quality, bronze perfect. Learning requirement. Spellcasting profession summons 15 meteors imbued with fiery magic to bombard a designated area, dealing massive area damage. The impact sites will continue to burn with magical flames, incinerating any enemies that pass through. Mental energy cost, 100 points. Chanting time, 20 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. What the heck? Shen Chi exclaimed. This is actually a spellcaster's ultimate move, comparable to ASUN's martial technique. Bone Withers, capable of delivering explosive damage that can turn the tide of battle. However, Descent of the Stars has a broader coverage area and allows for automatic targeting, though the chanting and cooldown times are absurdly lengthy, and it requires a staggering 100 points of mental energy to unleash. The devastation it brings is cataclysmic. Shen Chi could already envision a battlefield where, upon engaging the enemy, the spellcaster unleashes a rain of meteors, infused with chaotic inferno, obliterating foes and reducing everything to ashes. Excitedly, Shen Chi tucked away the skill book, intending to have one of his necromancer subordinates learn it. He emerged from the hole, preparing to descend. However, as he gazed at the Skeletal Scholar standing idly by, he was suddenly beset with uncertainty. He was at a loss regarding how to deal with this brother. Logically speaking, the Mage Tower had been thoroughly looted, rendering the presence of this Skeletal Scholar unnecessary. Moreover, its attributes were rather feeble, lacking both offensive and supportive capabilities. Suddenly, Shen Chi experienced a flash of inspiration. An intriguing idea struck him. Without hesitation, he drew a class change certificate from his backpack. The unit type could utilize the certificate for a class adjustment. The usage restriction applied only to Tier 3 units and below. He wondered what the effect would be if applied to the Skeletal Scholar. According to the panel description, the Skeletal Scholar had an interest in weapon knowledge but lacked the pertinent memories. After all, it was a Tier 3 unit. It couldn't possibly be completely inept. Thus, Shen Chi decided to take a gamble. The class change certificate transformed into a wisp of golden light, burrowing into the skeletal scholar's being. 2 seconds later, a chime echoed. Ding. Your skeletal scholar has successfully changed classes. The skeletal scholar has now become a skeletal weapon expert. Skeletal weapon expert. Tier 3. Level 1. Skill 1. Reverse analysis. Deconstructs weapons into blueprints, optimizing material ratios. The higher the weapon's level, the lower the success rate of the analysis. If the analysis fails, a cooldown is imposed. Spirit consumption, 14. Cooldown, 3 hours. Skill 2. Forgery. Repairs and modifies weapons, with a chance to enhance skills or add new attributes. The higher the weapon's level, the lower the success rate, and failure results in a cooldown. Spirit consumption, 15. Cooldown, 5 hours. Shen Chi stared at the newly transformed skeletal weapon expert, his eyes widening in astonishment. By being able to deconstruct weapons into blueprints, it implied that all weapons could potentially be replicated in bulk. The second skill, forgery, was even more outrageous. It allowed for the repair and modification of weapons, enhancing existing skills or adding new attributes. With a weapon expert on his side, coupled with the blacksmith shop he had previously acquired, a multitude of developmental strategies flooded Shen Chi's mind. It seemed this venture had been entirely worthwhile. As he departed from the collapsed mage tower, twilight had settled in. The sun hung low, casting its rays through the trees. Layers of evening clouds draped the horizon. Shen Chi, accompanied by his formidable skeletal army, treaded contentedly along the path home. Upon returning to his territory, he promptly assigned the skeletal weapon expert to the blacksmith shop. The shop, though modest in size, housed a furnace, an anvil, and various tools such as hammers and tongs. Its purpose was to forge equipment and weapons from blueprints, enhance them with materials, embed gems, and refine attributes, among other functions. The significance of the blacksmith shop was self-evident. Observing the skeletal weapon expert, Shen Chi suddenly recalled something. After defeating the initial trial boss, the goblin demon general, a damaged piece of boss equipment had seemingly dropped. With this thought, he quickly retrieved a staff from his backpack. It was an ancient, curved piece of blackened wood, adorned with a dark red crystal at its apex. Goblin demon staff. Quality, bronze tier, damaged. Usage requirements. Exclusive to spellcasting heroes of level 10. Spell attack, 201. Casting time, 5. Cooldown time, 4. This staff, dropped by the fallen goblin demon general, was indeed damaged. Shen Chi was overjoyed. A boss drop turned out to be a bronze tier weapon. Although it was damaged, its remaining attributes were still impressive, far surpassing those of a black iron tier weapon. Without hesitation, Shen Chi handed it to the skeletal weapon expert for modification. The skeletal weapon expert took the staff and activated its skill, forgery. A soft glow enveloped the staff. Shen Chi felt a surge of anxiety. After all, this skill only had a chance of success. If it failed, he would have to wait 5 hours to try again. However, approximately a minute later, the light in the skeletal weapon expert's hands faded, revealing a brand new staff before him. Success. The goblin demon staff had shed its damaged aura, emerging revitalized. Goblin demon staff. Quality, bronze tier. Usage requirements. Exclusive to spellcasting heroes of level 10. Spell attack, 201. Casting time, 5. Cooldown time, 4. Spirit limit, 50. Skill, rejuvenation. Can be cast on friendly units within a 55-meter radius, restoring 2 health per second for 10 seconds. Spirit consumption, 10. Casting, for seconds. Cooldown, 20 seconds. The staff, dropped by the fallen goblin demon general, has been repaired. Gazing at the goblin demon staff's attributes, Shen Chi was taken aback. A new attribute had emerged, spirit limit 50. Moreover, a skill that rightfully belonged to the goblin demon general, rejuvenation, had been restored. Not only that, but the skill had been enhanced, transforming from a single target healing ability into a group healing skill. Now, Shen Chi's army possessed a means of recovery. Suppressing his overwhelming joy, Shen Chi then retrieved a black iron tier bloodstained iron sword, a rusty iron sword, and a rusty bow from the skeletal warriors and archers. These weapons had all been scavenged from ancient battlefields and could be utilized to inflict debuffs on enemies. However, he currently possessed only 13 characteristic iron swords and 8 characteristic bows. If the enemy numbers were too great, applying debuffs to all foes would necessitate a tedious cycle of using a limited number of weapons, resulting in inefficiency. However, if he equipped nearly 1,000 members of the genuine army with characteristic weapons, the efficiency of applying debuffs would significantly increase. To realize this ambition, all he needed to do was hand over the existing characteristic weapons to the skeletal weapon expert, allowing it to analyze the blueprints, and then forge them in bulk at the blacksmith shop. The only uncertainty was the success rate of analyzing blueprints for characteristic black iron tier weapons. Chapter 27, Tier 4 Unit, Undead Iron Cavalry. The skeletal weapon expert accepted the rusty iron sword and activated reverse analysis. After a brief moment, a flash of light emanated from its hands, revealing a new blueprint. Analysis successful. Shen Chi's heartbeat quickened as he took the blueprint. Weapon blueprint, iron sword, permanent. Quality, black iron. Characteristic, rusty. Attack, 39. Forging materials, 9 iron ore, 1 contaminated sand, 37 spirit crystals. Weapons abandoned on the battlefield, eroded by the power of the netherworld, have gained the rusty characteristic. Attacking enemies with this weapon inflicts a slow debuff, significantly reducing their movement speed, attack frequency, and defense, while also dulling the weapon, greatly diminishing its attributes. Each layer of the slow effect reduces speed by 8, stacking up to a maximum of 7 layers. A black iron tier iron sword blueprint. Not only did it inherit the rusty characteristic, but it also provided material ratios. Perfect. However, what was this contaminated sand? Shen Chi pondered. The characteristic weapons had been scavenged from ancient battlefields. Thus, this contaminated sand should also be obtainable from the same location. It seemed he would need to venture into the ancient battlefield immediately. Next, Shen Chi instructed the skeletal weapon expert to continue analyzing the blueprints for the bloodstained iron sword and rusty bow once the cooldown for reverse analysis had elapsed. He then promptly entered the ancient battlefield. After a fleeting moment of disorientation, Shen Chi found his footing. Beside him stood Ajuan, whom he had not seen in some time, along with the formidable Jinyuan army behind him. Ajuan stepped forward and saluted Shen Chi. Greetings, my lord. Shen Chi waved his hand in acknowledgement, observing his surroundings. The earth was awash in reddish sand as far as the eye could see. He crouched down. Upon meticulous observation of the components that constitute the land, a panel materialized before him, bloodstained sand. Infused with the malevolent aura of ancient battlefields, this sanguine sand piqued his interest. Infused with malevolence? He mused. Isn't this precisely the material required for forging specialized iron swords? Rising to his feet, Shen Chi gazed once more at the boundless expanse of crimson earth surrounding him. The very substance that formed this land was indeed the ubiquitous bloodstained sand. A surge of joy coursed through him. He realized he was not lacking in materials at all. The ancient battlefield was rife with this resource in every nook and cranny. The prospect of mass-producing specialized weapons could be set into motion immediately. Without hesitation, Shen Chi commanded a skeletal warrior to step forward. You, use the iron sword to dig up the soil here and collect it. The skeletal warrior nodded and moved aside, gripping the iron sword tightly as it began to excavate. Moments later, a notification chimed. You have acquired 4 units of bloodstained sand. Upon hearing the system prompt, Shen Chi promptly departed the ancient battlefield, returning to his territory. He retrieved the remaining iron ore from his backpack and approached the blacksmith shop, where he presented the spirit crystals and blueprints to the skeletal weapon specialist. After an afternoon of leveling, Shen Chi's spirit crystals had surged to an impressive 39,756, sufficient to cover the demands of mass weapon forging. As he initiated the forging process, a screen appeared before him. Iron sword. Materials required: 9 units of iron ore, 1 unit of malevolence-infused sand, bloodstained sand, and 37 spirit crystals. Conditions met for forging. Shall we commence? Yes, Shen Chi confirmed, transferring the materials and blueprints to the weapon specialist. The skeletal expert turned and entered the blacksmith shop, the rhythmic sounds of hammering soon echoing in the air. 10 seconds later, the notification rang out. You have successfully forged an iron sword, black iron grade. Would you like to retrieve it? The efficiency was commendable, and Shen Chi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Retrieve. You have obtained 1 iron sword, black iron grade. In his hands materialized a dark iron sword, accompanied by the original blueprint. The sword measured approximately 70 centimeters in length, heavy and cool to the touch, with mysterious ripples occasionally rolling across its surface. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed a black iron grade sword imbued with rust properties. Success. A smile crept across Shen Chi's lips. With over 100 units of iron ore and 3 pieces of bloodstained sand remaining, Shen Chi handed the blueprint and all materials to the skeletal weapon specialist and commanded it to concentrate on the production of rust-infused iron swords. He then instructed the 200 skeletal soldiers in his territory to disperse in 4 directions to gather basic resources such as wood, iron ore, and stones. He directed them to return promptly with any iron ore they collected, ensuring efficient transport back to the blacksmith shop. Subsequently, Shen Chi returned once more to the ancient battlefield. Observing the hundreds of skeletal soldiers at his command, he ordered them to collectively begin excavating the soil, initiating a large-scale collection of bloodstained sand. The collected sand was to be entrusted to the skeletal runners, who would transport it back to the blacksmith shop. With the logistics of material gathering and processing meticulously arranged, Shen Chi was ready to embark on the mass forging of specialized weapons. As he delegated these tasks, he found himself with some leisure time. It was now 6:30 in the evening. With the remaining hours of the night, Shen Chi planned to continue his exploration of the ancient battlefield. He was acutely aware that the ancient battlefield served as a colossal treasure trove and a significant opportunity for him, a means to rapidly enhance his strength. For a typical necromancer, development was fraught with challenges. Low-tier undead units were exceedingly weak, necessitating large-scale assembly to form a formidable force, yet where would a novice acquire the resources to amass troops? Furthermore, for a necromancer to advance, They required high-grade skeletal soul flames, resources that were not readily available. However, within the ancient battlefield, a realm entirely suffused with death, such resources were abundant. Thus, he resolved to meticulously allocate time for exploration of the ancient battlefield. With determination, he set forth, as Asen trailed behind him. Wielding a general's command, he continued to summon the Genuine Legion. Within just over a day, the Legion's ranks had swelled to over 1,000 members, an impressive efficiency. Shen Chi soared in a specific direction, gliding across the desolate land, weaving through the monotonous scenery. Suddenly, a necromantic entity responded to the call of the general's command. You have recruited 5 4th-tier undead iron cavalry. Shen Chi, taken aback by the system notification, came to a sudden halt. Was he hearing correctly? The summoned members of the Genuine Legion were 4th-tier units. A wave of elation washed over him. He recalled that a single 4th-tier wailing wraith had previously wreaked havoc on the battlefield, and now he had 5 4th-tier units at his disposal. Eagerly, he gazed into the distance as 5 towering figures emerged from the shadowy landscape, each resembling a small mountain and emanating an overwhelming aura of intimidation. Simultaneously, the distant sound of galloping hooves reached his ears. In mere moments, the 5 figures arrived before Shen Chi clad in heavy, pitch-black armor. The cavalry riders sat astride robust gray skeletal steeds. Their forms were humanoid, ethereal blue spirits adorned with a complete set of helm, shoulder, arm, chest, waist, and leg armor. One hand grasped the reins of the skeletal horse while the other wielded a 4-meter-long black spear, exuding an air of authority and dread. Undead Iron Cavalry, Genuine Legion. Rank, 4th tier. Level, 1. Health, 158. Attack, 129. Defense, 79. Agility, 56. Stamina, infinite. Spirit, 24. Skill 1, Furious Charge. Executes a linear charge, delivering substantial damage with the spear while rendering the unit immune to all physical damage during the charge. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Skill 2, Bloody Trample. The skeletal horse tramples in place, inflicting damage within a 33-meter radius, causing affected enemies to enter a state of imbalance and rigidity, reducing their defense by 50 and attack by 30. Cooldown, 8 seconds. Skill 3, Execution Spear. When executing Furious Charge or Bloody Trample, the unit accumulates a layer of rage. When rage reaches 3 layers, it can unleash Execution Spear, a long-range throw of the spear that ignores defense and instantly executes enemies, capable of piercing up to 7 foes in succession. Note, execution is effective against enemies whose health does not exceed 10 times the unit's attack power. Upon reviewing the stats of the Undead Iron Cavalry, Shen Chi's immediate impression was formidable. Not only did their base attributes significantly surpass those of 3rd-tier skeletal warriors, but their 3 skills each possessed unique strengths. Furious Charge served as their primary offensive maneuver, complete with an invulnerability effect. Bloody Trample functioned as a control skill, applying debuffs to enemies, while Execution Spear stood as the ultimate ability, capable of executing up to 7 enemies in an instant. The combat strategy for the Undead Iron Cavalry was straightforward. First, they would receive Asen's formidable military buff from the general's command. Next, they would unleash Bloody Trample to debilitate their foes. Finally, they would initiate a Furious Charge to deliver devastating damage. It was easy to envision the explosive damage output this sequence would yield. Shen Chi snapped back to reality and commanded the 5 Undead Iron Cavalry to follow behind his ranks before continuing onward. After approximately half an hour, he spotted a familiar hill in the distance. Could it be? Shen Chi mused, a flicker of curiosity igniting within him as he hastened toward the hillock. Upon closer inspection, he discovered yet another abandoned weapons cache, and this time, its scale was significantly larger than the first he had encountered. The discarded armor, helmets, arrows, and swords were piled high like a small mountain, all covered with a layer of ancient, blood-stained earth. Moments later, a multitude of panels sprang forth before Shen Chi. Once again, he encountered black iron-grade weapons, characterized by rust and bloodstains. Beyond that, Shen Chi made a new discovery: a knight's sword. Quality, bronze. Attribute, decay. Attack, 257. Usage requirements, swordsman class, level 10 or above. This weapon, abandoned on the battlefield, had been corroded by the power of the underworld, enhancing its decaying attribute. Attacking enemies with this weapon could cause their wounds to fester, flesh to rot, and turn the wounded area into a critical weakness, doubling the damage inflicted when targeting that weakness. Shen Chi's eyes widened in disbelief. A bronze-grade weapon. To stumble upon such a treasure so casually, it felt utterly surreal. Moreover, it was a weapon with special attributes. The decay attribute allowed this sword to transform an enemy's wounds into vulnerabilities, resulting in double damage to those wounds. Shen Chi's breath quickened. Without hesitation, he turned to Ajuan with a fierce gaze. You, go retrieve that bronze knight's sword and equip it for yourself. Yes, Ajuan replied obediently. Without hesitation, he approached the location of the bronze knight's sword and deftly extracted it, securing it at his side in place of the previous black iron sword. Ajuin's unparalleled talent and martial prowess endowed him with a cold weapon attribute of 300. Thus, in his hands, the Bronze Knight's sword's attack soared to 1028. Coupled with Ajuin's base attack of 7,682, a single normal attack would yield a staggering damage output of 8,710. Once the decay attribute activated, the output would double. Consequently, Ajuin's damage for a single strike reached an astonishing 17,426. A mere basic attack could deliver over 17,000 in damage. This was simply outrageous. Of course, the stronger Ajuin became, the more confidence Shen Chi felt. After this, in addition to the decaying bronze sword, Shen Chi also collected 18 rusted bows, 27 rusted swords, 14 bloodstained swords, and 7 decaying swords. The overall haul was significantly richer than when he first stumbled upon the pile of weapons. Shen Chi commanded his skeletal soldiers to gather all these specialized weapons, replacing their previous standard ones. Shen Chi felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Ancient Battlefield Exploration Point 1. Withered Mountain Exploration Degree 1. You have accumulated 10 Ancient Battlefield Exploration Points. Would you like to immediately unlock a hidden relic? Shen Chi paused, taken aback. What on earth? Chapter 29. 6-Star Hero. Exploration Points? Exploration Degree? Shen Chi contemplated, realizing that he had not paid much attention to this aspect. It seemed related to the extent of his exploration in the ancient battlefield, just like in a game, where the map is initially shrouded in fog of war and question marks. Each time a region is explored, a portion of the fog dissipates. Each time an event on the map is triggered, a question mark disappears. At this moment, the exploration points and exploration degree silently accumulated. Unbeknownst to him, the exploration degree had already reached 10 points. Shen Chi previously had no idea what this was useful for. However, it appeared that a certain quantity needed to be collected to trigger an effect. There was no more hesitation. Shen Chi responded. Unlock. Ding. Deducting 10 exploration points. A nearby hidden relic has been unlocked, and the corresponding coordinates have been marked on the map. Please proceed to explore those coordinates. Upon hearing this, Shen Chi promptly accessed the system map interface. Indeed, 3 kilometers to the southeast, a prominent red indicated the location. Shen Chi led his skeletal army toward the designated coordinates. 3 kilometers was not particularly far. The surrounding area was mostly flat land, devoid of topographical obstacles, and visibility was excellent. If there were any notable landmarks 3 kilometers away, they should be easily visible. However, as Shen Chi gazed toward the marked direction, he saw nothing but an expanse of emptiness. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the marked location on the map. It turned out that in the midst of the flat land, there was a single-person teleportation array, slowly rotating. A prompt appeared above the array. Hidden relic, cultist dungeon. This must be the teleportation array for the relic. Shen Chi stepped forward, placing his feet firmly on the array, and was suddenly enveloped by slender green lights. The green glow intensified, soon obscuring Shen Chi's vision. Moments later, he found himself in an entirely different space. The ceiling loomed low, nearly brushing against his nose. 3 stone walls surrounded him, the narrowness of which felt suffocating. The air was thick with a nauseating stench of decay. The surroundings were dim, with only Shen Chi's presence illuminating the space. It appeared to be an underground area, resembling a single-player dungeon room. Considering the relic's name, Cultist Dungeon, Shen Chi began to piece together an understanding. Ahead lay a solitary passage, from which a faint candlelight flickered in the distance. Shen Chi made his way toward that opening. Upon crossing through it, he ascended a winding set of stone stairs. Step by step, he cautiously advanced. The narrow passage felt akin to the gullet of a colossal beast, and Shen Chi sensed himself being consumed by an ancient and immense creature. After a short while, he encountered the first source of light, a wall lamp, quietly flickering with a dim candle flame. Continuing downward for approximately 10 minutes, the passage gradually widened. At last, he finally beheld a genuine exit. Shen Chi exhaled softly. Spending an extended period in such confined quarters had indeed been a strain on his nerves. He quickened his pace to escape the constricting passage. As he stepped out of the opening, the space suddenly expanded. Shen Chi felt as if he had arrived in an underground hall. The hall was vast, nearly the size of 2 football fields. Gazing up, he spotted a structure resembling an altar at the far end of the hall. That was likely the focal point of this relic. Shen Chi intended to approach it directly. There was no need for concern regarding danger. After all, his consciousness was merely attached to an immortal body, lacking a true physical form. The distance from the entrance to the altar was merely around 300 meters. However, the ground along this stretch was teeming with bodies. They sprawled across the floor, a sight both unsettling and eerie. Yet, upon closer inspection, he realized they were not human. They were skeletons. The skeletons were draped in tattered black robes, maintaining various postures, some kneeling, some bowing, and others with hands clasped in prayer. All the skeletons stood motionless, resembling lifelike statues. It was as if they had been stripped of time in an instant, with all moments frozen in that singular encounter. Every skeleton faced toward the altar, as if in reverence to something. The atmosphere in the hall was extraordinarily strange. Shen Chi stepped forward, approaching the altar. Raising his gaze, he observed that the altar was composed of 3 tiers of circular platforms, each layer smaller than the one above it. At the front, a set of stone steps led directly to the highest tier of the altar. Shen Chi climbed the stone steps, swiftly reaching the altar's summit. At the very center of the top tier rested a stone coffin. Shen Chi regarded the coffin quietly. It seemed that the important figure of this dungeon lay within. Just as he contemplated whether to pry it open for a glimpse, a familiar mechanical voice suddenly resonated within his mind, detecting the presence of an undead being. Would you like to summon it? Shen Chi's heart raced. Could it be? Would it truly summon forth the one lying within the coffin? Shen Chi felt his heart race uncontrollably, forcing himself to regain composure before uttering, detect specific information. With a crackling sound, the system announced, detected 6-star hero, Skeleton Archbishop Theodore. Summoning requires 300 points of mental energy. Shen Chi's entire being jolted, his eyes widening in astonishment. 6 stars? 6-star hero? Shen Chi closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Calm. Remain calm. Alas, it was impossible to maintain tranquility. Chapter 30. The Skeleton Archbishop and his followers. Shen Chi hurriedly checked his remaining mental energy. Confirming it was more than sufficient, he declared, Undead, arise. Ding. You have successfully recruited the 6-star hero, Skeleton Archbishop Theodore. You have consumed 300 points of mental energy. Next, from above the coffin, wisps of violet light emerged, enchanting beyond measure. The radiance gradually coalesced, forming a humanoid figure of light. Moments later, the intense and beguiling glow waned, revealing a towering skeleton floating in the air. 2 soul flames burned quietly in its eye sockets, exuding an unprecedented power of the undead. The skeleton's form was elongated, adorned with a lofty bishop's crown. Draped in a long priestly robe, its wide sleeves and the hem of the robe were soiled and tattered, fluttering without a breeze. A withered skeletal hand grasped a nearly 2-meter-long staff. Skeleton Archbishop Theodore, Emerald Sect. Rank, 6-star hero. Level, 1. Health, 527. Magic attack, 359. Defense, 195. Agility, 79. Spirit, 186. Talent, Doctrine of Blessing. All undead units under the Lord's command recover mental energy at 3 times the normal rate, completely immune to the constraints of the light attribute. Skill 1, Death Missile. Conjures and fires a sphere of death energy to attack enemies. Duration, 5 seconds. Chant, 2 seconds. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Skill 2, Prayer of Protection. Removes negative states from friendly units within a radius of 10 meters, restoring 20 mental energy and stamina. Mental energy cost, 30. Chant, 5 seconds. Cooldown, 14 seconds. Skill 3, Prayer Resonance. When the same spell is cast by the members of the sect simultaneously, the power of that spell is doubled. Duration, 3 minutes. Mental energy cost, 60. Chant, 10 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. Description: the Emerald Sect venerates a jade tablet, said to bear the divine admonition of the founder who betrayed all followers, fleeing with the jade tablet and imprisoning the sect. Shen Chi stared at the panel before him, utterly astonished. Is this truly a 6-star hero? Furthermore, it possesses a talent that benefits all. The effect is extraordinarily impressive. Logically, undead units should be severely constrained by the light attribute. Yet, this talent grants immunity to all such constraints for his undead troops. Shen Chi could now lead an army of skeletons directly against the angelic legions of the Holy Order. Moreover, with Theodore's augmentation, the mental energy recovery rate of all his troops was tripled, and the Prayer of Protection directly dispels all debuffs from his units. It also restores 20 mental energy, stamina, and resilience. The stamina of the units is utilized for skill casting, since undead units possess infinite stamina that can be set aside for now. Resilience, however, is a hidden attribute, representing the difficulty with which enemy attacks inflict stagger on his side. The higher the resilience, the harder it is for enemy attacks to cause stagger. In summary, the Prayer of Protection is an exceptionally powerful support skill. Skeleton Archbishop Theodore descended from above the coffin to the ground. He gently bent forward, bowing his head in respect. I am named Theodore, the Archbishop of the Emerald Sect. Our Lord has forsaken us, and from this day forth, we shall serve you as our new master. Our faithful followers have all perished alongside us, cast into the abyss of imprisonment, their bodies decayed, their wills wandering, never to see the light of day again. Please allow me to summon my faithful followers to pledge their loyalty to you, henceforth forever at your side. Shen Chi nodded in response. Very well. Theodore approached the edge of the altar, surveying the entire hall. The vast floor was crowded with numerous worshippers. Theodore raised his staff high. A soft, luminous violet light emanated from it. Then, the purple light surged forth like a blooming sunset. Moments later, the entire hall was sprinkled with gentle radiance. Those skeletons prostrating on the ground began to stir as they came into contact with the radiant light. It was as if an old recording had been pressed to play. With clattering sounds, skeleton after skeleton stood upright, one hand clutching a thick tome. the other placed upon their chests, collectively facing Theodore. Ding. You have recruited 103 skeleton followers. Skeleton followers, Emerald Sect. Race, Undead. Rank, Tier 3. Level, 1. Health, 37. Magic attack, 59. Defense, 13. Agility, 11. Stamina, infinite. Spirit, 29. Traits, can only utilize the tome for prayer and spellcasting, unable to learn skills. Skill 1, Tome Echo. Instantly copies the spells of nearby friendly units, sharing the chant progress. Note, can only copy spells of the same tier or lower. Mental energy cost, depends on the copied spell, chant, 0 seconds, cooldown, 5 seconds. Skill 2, Tome Barrier. Creates a sturdy barrier in front, providing defense of 10. Mental energy cost, 10, chant, 0, 5 seconds, cooldown, 6 seconds. Skill 3, Tome Speed. Increases the projectile speed of friendly units within a 55-meter range by 50, while reducing the projectile speed of enemy units by 50. Mental energy cost, 5, chant, 1 second, cooldown, 3 seconds. Shen Chi's eyes widened in shock as he beheld this scene. In the fleeting moment of thought, he had gained a vast new Tier 3 mage force under his command. With no cost incurred, it appeared that this Emerald Sect, akin to the Jinyuan Legion, required the leadership of the hero Theodore to maximize their combat potential. Although they bore the negative trait of being unable to learn other skills, the strength of their skill set sufficiently offset this drawback. For instance, the skill Tome Echo allows for the immediate copying of spells from nearby friendly units of the same tier, sharing chant progress. This means if there are other friendly mages nearby chanting spells, the skeleton followers can swiftly replicate those spells, creating a scene of mass casting. For example, if an undead mage casts a fireball, the entire skeleton sect would immediately replicate the fireball. Moreover, Theodore's skill Prayer Resonance serves as a sect-exclusive amplification skill. Each time a member of the sect casts the same spell, the power of that spell is doubled. Thus, when 100 sect members collectively cast Fireball, the damage of each member's fireball is increased by 200, tripling the original damage. Although the skeleton followers themselves lack damaging spells, the combination of Tome Echo and Prayer Resonance transforms them into a super amplifier for spells. They can exponentially enhance the damage output of the undead mage force. As both the undead mages and the skeleton followers are Tier 3, they are perfectly compatible. The undead mage's Fireball, Fire Enchantment, Demon Devour, and Frost Curse can all be replicated by the skeleton followers. Additionally, if he were to provide the undead mage core with the previous Black Iron spellbook, including spells like Ice Spike, Hail, Earth Spike, and Vine, he had previously worried about only being able to assign it to one mage. However, now the entire skeleton sect can directly copy the spells. At that time, various group spells such as Ice Spike, Earth Spike, Vine Whip, and Fireball would surely lead to an exhilarating experience. Shen Chi exclaimed in disbelief. Thus, the optimal synergy lies in the collaboration of skeleton cultists and necromancers in battle. Chapter 31, The Emergence of Black Iron Weapons. As for the other two skills of the skeleton cultist, the Doctrine Barrier is a defensive ability that conjures a shield directly before the user. Although the skeleton cultist is inherently fragile, this shield boasts an impressive tenfold defense. The Doctrine Swift is an auxiliary skill that can alter the speed of projectiles within a specified range. For instance, in conjunction with our archers, it can enhance the flight speed of arrows. Simultaneously, it can decelerate enemy projectiles, granting our side additional reaction time, and thus increasing our margin for error. The positioning of the skeleton cult is undoubtedly that of a supportive unit. Shen Chi remained deep in thought when Theodore approached him. My lord, this place was constructed to confine my subordinates. Now that I have been liberated by you, this structure will soon collapse. We must depart at once. At that moment, the entire hall began to tremble violently, accompanied by a rumbling sound akin to thunder. The ceiling had started to shed small fragments of stone. A mechanical voice echoed in Shen Chi's ears. The cult dungeon is about to collapse. The collective teleportation array has been activated. In 3 seconds, all beings will be transported away. 3, 2, 1. In an instant, a blinding light erupted, daybreak engulfing the entire hall. In the final moment, Shen Chi caught sight of the ceiling splitting open, revealing a dark chasm that resembled the monstrous maw of an abyss. The next moment, Shen Chi found himself back on the surface of the ancient battlefield. Before him stood a dense throng of skeleton cultists, complemented by the stationed Jinyuan army behind him. At that moment, it seemed as if hell had descended, with skeletons arrayed like a towering wall. An unsuspecting lord witnessing this scene would undoubtedly be struck with terror. However, Shen Chi was elated. As the lord of the undead, the greater the number of skeletons, the more confident he felt. Estimating the time, it was already approaching 11 o'clock in the evening. Shen Chi decided to conclude today's exploration of the ancient battlefield. He took Theodore and a portion of the skeleton cultists back to their territory, while the remaining skeletons continued to guard the ancient battlefield, passively gaining experience. As consciousness returned, an overwhelming sense of fatigue washed over him. This must be the side effect of his prolonged detachment from his body, inhabiting an immortal form. Concurrently, Shen Chi felt a profound hunger gnawing at his insides. It appeared that the upgrades to his body and enhancements to his attributes were insufficient. He still needed sustenance. Nevertheless, before addressing his hunger, there was a matter he needed to attend to. After momentarily pausing to alleviate his fatigue, he retrieved from his backpack a bronze perfect grade skill book, Falling Stars, along with the repaired bronze grade mage's staff. Previously, he had refrained from assigning it to his mage units. Now, having recruited a 6-star mage hero, it was the perfect opportunity to allocate it. Holding the softly glowing falling stars and the rejuvenated mage's staff, he turned to Theodore and promptly placed them into his hands. Theodore respectfully accepted the 2 bronze grade items. Ding! The skeleton Archbishop Theodore has successfully learned the skill book, Falling Stars. He accessed Theodore's panel. Skeleton Archbishop Theodore, Emerald Oath Cult. Skill 4, Reflection of Light. Can restore 2 health points per second to friendly units within a range of 55 for 10 seconds. Mental cost, 5. Casting time, for seconds. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Skill 5, Falling Stars. Summons 15 meteors imbued with magical flames to bombard a designated area, causing area of effect damage. The impact zone will continue to burn with magical flames, incinerating passing enemies. Mental cost, 100. Casting time, 20 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Shen Chi gazed at Theodore's skill list, envisioning the scene of unleashing a meteor shower on the battlefield, a cataclysmic display. Now Theodore possessed 5 skills. He could cleanse debuffs, restore health, provide auxiliary attacks, and unleash area damage. His role was nearly omnipotent. Moreover, he held a commanding position equal to Asanas. To Shen Chi, he was akin to an indispensable right-hand man. Next, Shen Chi made his way to the blacksmith shop to inspect the fruits of the knight's weapon crafting. Black iron grade iron swords, 446 completed. Black iron grade bows, 347 completed. Would you like to retrieve them? Retrieve. With Shen Chi's confirmation, all the weapons were transferred to his backpack. The efficiency of weapon production was commendable. However, the total number of skeleton warriors and archers in the genuine army had exceeded 100. The coverage of specialized weapons was still lacking. Although some skeletons had been dispatched to continue mining iron, or while others diligently harvested blood-soaked sand at the ancient battlefield, Shen Chi's supply of spirit crystals was dwindling. Even with the 3,000 spirit crystals expected from the crystal mine tomorrow, it would still not suffice. Shen Chi made a bold decision. Put them up for sale. He decided to list a portion of the completed black iron grade weapons on the local trading channel. Logically speaking, it was the second day of the novice trial. Black iron grade weapons were still relatively scarce. After the first day's developments, novice lords had accumulated some spirit crystals. At this stage, the enhancement in combat strength provided by black iron grade weapons was quite significant, and their selling price would not be low. Thus, Shen Chi resolved to sell a portion of the black iron grade weapons. After earning spirit crystals, he could invest in larger-scale weapon production. Crafting a black iron grade weapon required nearly 40 spirit crystals. At this stage, selling one for no less than 500 spirit crystals was reasonable. In essence, the profit from selling a single black iron grade weapon could fund the creation of over 10 more. Moreover, Shen Chi certainly wouldn't price a black iron grade weapon at just 500. Anything below 1,000 would be charity. As Shen Chi contemplated this, his stomach growled audibly, signaling it was time to eat. He patted his empty belly and walked to an open area within the territory. He instructed the skeletons to chop wood into slender sticks and, along with some stones, constructed a rudimentary campfire. He then ignited the fire, taking out raw beast meat from his backpack to roast over the flame. The fire crackled as it roasted the meat, releasing a savory aroma that stirred Shen Chi's appetite. Sitting cross-legged by the campfire, he leisurely opened the system interface and navigated to the trading channel. For his first item listing, he decided to test the waters. How many items should he put up for sale? Chapter 32, listing 200 black iron grade weapons at once. In the chat channel, countless messages scrolled by rapidly. Suddenly, an eye-catching prompt appeared. Lord Li Jing's black iron grade weapon, Guardian Sword, has been listed in the trading hall. Li Jing, dear friends, the latest forged black iron grade weapons are now available for purchase. Come take a look if you're interested. Immediately, responses flooded in. Whoa, black iron weapons listed? I'm still using white gear. Haha, my troops are still running around naked. What can I say? Wait, you're pricing it at 3,000 spirit crystals? A black iron weapon for 3,000? Are you out of your mind? You think that piece of junk is worth 3,000? 3,000 spirit crystals could recruit several tier 3 units. Li Jing quickly jumped in to respond. Li Jing, shut your mouth, haters. Buy if you want. Those who truly desire it will naturally spend the money. If you can't afford it, that is your own issue. Don't come here whining. You poor souls think you can get something for nothing? Fool. If you can sell this, then pigs can fly. Li Jing watched as numerous individuals sprang forth to berate him, his anger mounting. However, he quickly reassured himself that he had no concerns about the 3,000 spirit crystal price not selling. After all, at this juncture, Black iron weapons were scarce and high in demand. Among the lords, the disparity in strength between those possessing black iron level weapons and those lacking them was significant. He had no fear of a lack of willing buyers. Finally obtaining the blacksmith shop and the blueprints for black iron weapons, he was eager to craft and list the weapons for sale, knowing that once the value of black iron diminished, selling them would become considerably more challenging. Before long, an individual in the chat channel emerged to provide a reasoned analysis. Brothers, although the price of 3,000 spirit crystals is somewhat outrageous, the demand for weapons is immense at this stage. Who knows, perhaps a big shot will indeed make a move. Are you a shill? Do you really think the big shots are fools? Li Jing interjected, everyone, Li Jing, am offering genuine sincerity here. The one who secures this guard sword today will be given priority for my next crafted black iron level weapon, with an additional 20 discount, fair and square. In reality, there were indeed individuals capable of affording the price, silently observing the black iron weapon in the chat channel. At this stage, nearly no lords possessed tier 3 barracks, and those affluent in spirit crystals could only devise ways to outfit their troops with equipment. However, a single black iron weapon priced at 3,000 spirit crystals still felt excessive. Just then, a conspicuous notification flashed in the chat channel. Lord Shen Chi's black iron weapon, iron sword has been listed. Iron sword. Quality, black iron. Attack, 47. Special ability, blood soak. Attacking enemies with this weapon will inflict continuous bleeding, causing a gradual loss of 10 health. When bloodied, attack power increases by 50. Selling price, 1,000 spirit crystals. As soon as this news broke, the chat channel erupted. Brothers, am I seeing things? Shen Chi? The top, Lord Shen Chi. Black iron level. Another black iron level. But the price of 1,000 spirit crystals is still a bit of a ripoff. Hey, look closely. This is a black iron weapon with a special ability. The ability to inflict continuous bleeding and increase attack power when bloodied is impressive. Even bronze level weapons might not have such a feature. Isn't this some kind of scam? Damn, it's gone. Ridiculous. I just clicked in. How did it get snatched up? It couldn't have been more than half a minute. It must have been a knowledgeable big shot who acted quickly. This is clearly a hot commodity. This development was utterly unexpected. Li Jing stared at the chat box, his eyes wide in shock. Once his mind processed the situation, he felt a surge of anger and frustration. He quickly typed in the chat channel, Shen Chi, while you are a big shot, this isn't fair. Are you intentionally trying to drive the price down? Unsurprisingly, he was met with a torrent of scorn. Haha, why don't you mention your price gouging? Get lost. You unscrupulous merchant. With your junk, do you think you're worth 3,000? This stark contrast between the big shots and certain unscrupulous merchants was evident. Fuming and nearly ready to explode, Li Jing's last shred of rationality reminded him that it was all right. Even Shen Chi had only listed one black iron weapon, which had already been snatched away. He continually reassured himself, my guard sword is still up there. It's also black iron level. Those in need will eventually make a move. It hasn't affected anything. However, just then, the chat channel dropped another bombshell. A series of notifications flooded in. Lord Shen Chi's black iron weapon iron sword has been listed. Lord Shen Chi's black iron weapon iron sword has been listed. Lord Shen Chi's black iron weapon iron sword has been listed. Lord Shen Chi's black iron weapon bow has been listed. Lord Shen Chi's black iron weapon bow has been listed. A total of 200 notifications flashed across the trading channel. The chat channel fell into a stunned silence, unable to comprehend the situation. Moments later, it erupted into chaos. What the hell? What is happening? Brothers, it's a frenzy. I see black iron level weapons being sold off. 200 black iron pieces listed? What a massive scale, and they're all weapons with special abilities. Blood soak, rust, decay. Am I really that inexperienced? What are you all waiting for? 10 have already been snatched up. Damn. Brothers, hurry. I've grabbed 2. In just a minute, they're all gone. Crying. I missed the chance. Can someone sell me one? I'll pay an extra 100 spirit crystals. What are you thinking? This is a weapon with special abilities, not just an ordinary black iron level. You can't buy it even if you have money. The chat channel was flooded with information at an alarming rate, dazzling the eyes of the onlookers. Everyone was astonished by Shen Chi's grand gesture. Lords with slightly higher power were left speechless at Shen Chi's move, while they toiled, delighting in their supposed progress. The top lord directly unleashed 200 black iron weapons. The disparity between individuals was staggering. Nevertheless, some critical voices began to emerge. Is the big shot really trying to show off? Why not keep so many black iron weapons for personal use? Doesn't that seem a bit foolish? Immediately, someone retorted, why the sour grapes? If you missed out, just admit it. Why bother being petty? I think you're the one who lacks understanding. If a big shot can produce 200 black iron weapons at once, isn't it possible they simply don't need them? Li Jing watched helplessly as the 200 black iron weapons listed by Shen Chi vanished in an instant, while his guard sword remained lonely, drawing no interest. The price of 3,000 spirit crystals felt like a cruel joke. Reflecting on the recent past, when he confidently promised discounts for future items, it felt almost charitable. He felt like a clown, his face burning with embarrassment. Yet, he dared not continue promoting his sword, shrinking back into silence. Shen Chi remained unfazed by the uproar in the chat channel, happily enjoying roasted meat, savoring the moment. Before long, the system notification chimed. Your iron sword has been sold. 1,000 spirit crystals have been credited. Your bow has been sold. 1,000 spirit crystals have been credited. Shen Chi, surprised, opened the trading channel. In merely a minute, all 200 black iron weapons he had listed had been snatched up. In just 1 minute, he had garnered a total of 200,000 spirit crystals. Clearly, the market for black iron weapons was far more lucrative than he had anticipated. Shen Chi handed the spirit crystals to the skeletal weapon expert working in the blacksmith shop. That night, he resolved to continue crafting black iron weapons, aiming to equip the entire Jinyuan Legion with black iron gear by the following day. Subsequently, Shen Chi divided the skeletal troops into 4 squads, sending them out in different directions to explore and gather resources. ASUN remained in the ancient battlefield, tirelessly summoning members of the Jinyuan Legion throughout the night. Theodore and the skeletal acolytes were all sent to the ancient battlefield to gain experience through idle training. In the territory, he left behind a solid defense of 300 skeletal soldiers, forming a tight line to guard against intruders. Thankfully, skeletal troops required no rest and could work tirelessly for 7 days, 24 hours a day. Moreover, under the influence of maximum loyalty, every skeletal soldier worked with enthusiasm and remarkable efficiency. Delighted and well-fed, Shen Chi returned to his territory's small house to rest. The moon hung high in the sky, casting its light over the land. A pungent scent of blood permeated the air. On the ground lay 5 dismembered heaps of flesh. Severed wings, torn off heads, and scattered claws littered the scene. Before one's eyes were the mangled corpses of 5 dragons. At the center of these remains, a formidable black dragon, measuring over 15 meters in length and possessing an incredibly muscular frame, coiled upon the earth. Suddenly, the black dragon lifted its head and unleashed a thunderous roar into the still night sky. The resonating waves of its draconic might rippled outwards, causing the trees on distant mountains to tremble in response. Beneath the black dragon, Lu Feichen gazed upward, admiration and satisfaction evident in his eyes. This was the dragon skeleton sacrificial array he had acquired from the dungeon. By sacrificing 5 of his subordinates, 4th-tier black dragons, through blood and flesh, he had forged them into a 5th-tier demonic dragon, a 5th-tier dragon unit. Lu Feichen's heart raced uncontrollably, his chest vibrating slightly. A triumphant smirk danced upon his lips. With the emergence of the 5th-tier demonic dragon, his confidence soared to unprecedented heights. Yet, the thought of his first trial completion being snatched away sent his brows into a furious twitch, veins bulging at his temples, his teeth grinding audibly. An inner fire surged within him, uncontainable and unexpressed. Born as the prodigy of the Lu family in Jiangnan province, he had never before had anyone usurp his first place. In a moment of reflection, Lu Feichen regained his composure. It mattered not. He was not only an extraordinary S-tier talent, but had also obtained a 5th-tier unit on the 2nd day of the trial. What was one first completion in the grand scheme? His true goal was the total score over 7 days of trials. Perhaps even the coveted title of Newcomer King, a rarity among millions of novice lords nationwide, was within his grasp. The news of the 5th-tier demonic dragon's arrival spread like wildfire. The chat channel erupted with fervor. What just happened? What was that roar? It felt like the whole world was trembling. I'm quaking here with my slime. Oh my, it's a dragoness roar. Everyone, I just received word that Lu Feichen, our esteemed lord, has acquired a 5th-tier dragon unit. 5th tier? Recently. The chat had been dominated by praise for Shen Chi, and certain individuals had long harbored disdain. After all, a nameless newcomer had suddenly stolen the spotlight, leaving those who had been extolling Lu Feichen feeling slapped in the face. At this moment, they quickly jumped in to exclaim, a 5th-tier unit. How impressive. This is the real deal. Recruiting a 5th-tier unit and a noble dragon at that. What a level. Truly, an S-tier talent. With this addition, he is invincible. TSK. A true heavyweight operates in silence, unlike some who flaunt their presence in the trading channel, acting as if they alone possess black iron level while the real big shots have already moved on to bronze level weapons. Who even cares about black iron anymore? I feel like the ones above are being rather sarcastic. Are they openly attacking Shen Chi? They must hate him a lot. Seriously, if a big shot looks down on black iron and uses bronze, are you a big shot yourself? How shameless can you be? Furthermore, if a big shot is listing black iron resources at low prices, isn't that benefiting the public? Who do you think you are to complain? Perhaps Lord Shen also has a hidden card. After all, he did secure the first completion. The sycophants upstairs have had enough. Is one first completion all they can boast about? What is even worth comparing? Do you not understand the significance of a 5th-tier unit? Still going on about the first completion? Laughable. Everyone, let us remain calm. I admire Lord Shen too, but there is no need for blind adulation. It's quite embarrassing. After all, the first day's first completion should be the easiest, right? If he suddenly produced 200 black iron items, I can't say for sure. But it does feel a tad suspicious. Those who bought them should check their quality. Someone upstairs understands. with the emergence of a fifth-tier unit. I feel Lord Shen's top position is in jeopardy. Some grew restless. The two above are just echoing each other. Do they think they're being reasonable? In another territory, Lin Hongyu watched the chat channel as the news of Lu Feichen acquiring a fifth-tier dragon spread relentlessly. His expression darkened. Lu Feichen had attained a fifth-tier unit. This brought overwhelming pressure upon him. He too was an S-tier talent and had already possessed 3 fourth-tier mage towers by the second day, Thunder, Flame, and Holy Light mage towers. This had swiftly restored his confidence, allowing him to rebound from the setback Shen Chi had dealt him. Chasing Shen Chi's accomplishment seemed, in his view, entirely feasible. However, the might of a fifth-tier unit represented a monumental leap in power. He felt uncertain of his ability to catch up to Lu Feichen. Lin Hongyu gritted his teeth. It appeared that Lu Feichen was ultimately his greatest rival in this trial. Chapter 34, the second trial begins. On the second day, Shen Chi awoke early. He retrieved all the production from the blacksmith's shop and began to tally it. A total of 745 black iron swords and 689 black iron bows. The Jinyuan Legion consisted of 722 skeleton warriors, 687 skeleton archers, and 5 undead cavalry. It seemed he could equip everyone with black iron weapons. Over 1,000 characteristic weapons simultaneously inflicting debuffs on the enemy would create a truly terrifying spectacle. Next, Shen Chi examined the skeleton soldiers left at the ancient battlefield. After a night of idle leveling, they had all gained approximately over 1,000 experience points and had reached level 5 or above. This significantly reduced the developmental time for all new units. However, this morning, prior to the start of the second trial, Shen Chi planned to take his hero, Theodore, out for some leveling. After all, a hero's early levels could visibly enhance combat power. Thus, Shen Chi set out with Theodore and the entire skeleton congregation. The vicinity of the territory had been thoroughly cleared. To find enemies to level against, they would have to travel farther afield. 4 hours later, Theodore officially broke through to level 7. Skeleton High Priest Theodore, Health, 3627, Spell Attack, 2604, Defense, 987. This was sufficient. This panel ensured survival on the battlefield. Next came the second trial. Together with Shen Chi's prayer of eternal passing, they would swiftly dispatch enemies, allowing his units to achieve exponential power growth. Shen Chi hurried back to the territory. Through mental link, he recalled all units that had been out gathering resources and summoned all the idle units from the ancient battlefield, including Asin. Then he began to arrange his forces. Over 1,400 skeleton warriors and archers, more than 100 skeleton acolytes, 21 necromancers, 5 undead cavalry, 1 wailing specter, 1 5-star hero, and 1 6-star hero. The skeleton army loomed like a dark cloud over the city, grand and magnificent. It was only the second day, yet the scale of the skeletons had already far surpassed that of the previous day. Even facing a level 3 trial, Shen Chi felt no pressure whatsoever. The highest difficulty was level 3. As long as nothing absurd like a level 4 difficulty arose, he would be fine. Shen Chi couldn't help but scoff. But then he thought perhaps he was overthinking it. After all, the difficulty settings for novice trials had remained unchanged for a century. At noon, the second trial officially commenced. The second wave of monsters was about to descend. This round of monster invasions was divided into 3 waves. The first wave consisting of 200 monsters, the second wave 600, and the third wave 1,200, along with the appearance of 1 boss. The trial lasted a total of 4 hours, regardless of whether the boss was defeated. The monsters would vanish after this period. All lords were urged to prepare themselves to repel the invasion of creatures and earn points. The familiar system notification echoed through the air of the trial ground, resonating like a great bell. Beyond the territory, 500 meters away, a familiar dark line emerged. A new wave of monstrous hordes was relentlessly advancing towards the territory. Shen Chi concentrated all his attention, gazing intently in the direction of the impending enemy. In an instant, a panel materialized before him. 100 tier 2 boar warriors. 100 tier 2 corrupted Tran hunters. The boar warriors led the charge in the front line. Their tough hides and muscular frames brandishing spiked clubs, exhaling hot breaths through their snouts. Meanwhile, the corrupted Treant hunters wielded wooden bows, responsible for ranged attacks. Additionally, the corrupted creatures were immune to dark attribute damage. However, compared to Shen Chi's vast army of skeletons, these few monsters appeared negligible in his eyes. Commence battle. With Shen Chi's command, Asin was the first to activate the General S order, bestowing buffs upon all members of the Jinyuan Legion. Melee critical hit rate increased by 30. Melee critical damage by 300, attack speed by 70, and defense by 100. With the extraordinary enhancement of his talents, the cold weapon attributes of all his troops surged to 100. Concurrently, 100 skeleton acolytes began to chant the sacred text in unison. The brilliance of the spell rapidly unfurled across the territory, swiftly enveloping all skeleton archers. Our projectile speed reached 50, compounded by the 70 from the general's order. In the next moment, over 600 skeleton archers simultaneously drew their bows. A barrage of arrows was unleashed. In an instant, The arrows surged forth like a tidal wave, blotting out the sun, hurtling towards the enemy with terrifying velocity. Like a flood breaching a dam, they descended upon the foes. A rain of blood surged forth. Enveloped in a murderous aura, the boar warriors, caught unprepared, were swept away by the arrow storm, leaving not a shred of flesh behind. Of the more than 200 monsters, only a ground littered with arrows remained. Not a single one survived. In just a single volley, within less than 10 seconds, the first wave of monsters was utterly annihilated. As Shen Chi listened to the clanging of system notifications ringing in his ears, he did not even furrow his brow. It was merely a basic exercise. 1 minute later, the second wave of monsters invaded. 200 Tier 2 corrupted Treant hunters, 200 Tier 2 boar warriors, and 200 Tier 3 corrupted Treant shamans emerged. Not only did their numbers double compared to the first wave, but they also included mage-type creatures. The corrupted Treant shamans possessed abilities for support, control, and ranged attacks. Their skills included Wild Blessing, which excited allied units, increasing attack speed by 10 and defense by 30, while restoring a small amount of health upon being hit. Withered Curse, a ranged area control spell that decayed enemies by 1 every second for 30 seconds, leading to their death upon reaching 80 decay, and Earthbinding, a ranged area attack spell that activated plants within a 3-meter radius of enemies to attack them. These 3 skills proved to be quite troublesome. The boar warriors and Treant hunters, invigorated by Wild Blessing, immediately entered a frenzied state and launched their assaults. The Treant hunters collectively drew their bows, sending a volley of arrows flying. However, in the next moment, our skeleton acolytes united in chanting the sacred text barrier. Before the Treant's arrows could even reach, transparent circular shields materialized above the skeleton army. Countless arrows struck against the barrier, clattering to the ground like eggs hurled against stone. The skeleton archers immediately retaliated. A terrifying deluge of arrows descended once more, darkening the skies like a plague of locusts, overwhelming the enemies with a scale several times that of the Treant hunters' arrows. In an instant, a large number of monsters were obliterated. The remaining monsters swiftly found themselves afflicted with a rust status, their movement slowed as if dragging heavy chains. At this moment, the corrupted Treant shamans at the rear completed their incantation for the Withered Curse. Countless magical sigils materialized above Shen Chi's skeleton army, enveloping over 1/3 of his forces. A significant portion of the skeletons were suddenly afflicted with decay status. Each round of the Withered Curse lasted for 30 seconds, increasing decay by 1 per second. The Treant shamans needed to cast the Withered Curse 3 times to raise Shen Chi's skeleton troops to an 80 decay status. Once the decay reached 80, they would perish and turn to lifeless wood. Therefore, Shen Chi had not only to eliminate all decay status within 80 seconds, but also to slay all the Treant shamans within that time to prevent them from continuing their incantation of the Withered Curse. It was now the stage of Theodore. Chapter 35, Crushing Destruction. Theodore, wielding a grand staff in both hands, began his incantation. Moments later, he completed the chant. Pray for protection. This spell dispelled all negative statuses from allies within a radius of 10 meters. Instantly, a violet glow erupted from the tip of his staff, cascading down upon the surrounding skeletons. The skeletons within the spell's radius were immediately cleansed of decay. Pray for protection then entered a cooldown of 14 seconds. Despite the rain of arrows clearing a substantial portion of the enemy, more than half remained. Moreover, under the effect of Wild Blessing, they began to gradually regain health. The corrupted Treant shamans at the rear completed their casting once more. Earthbinding. The spell compelled the plants surrounding enemy targets within a 3-meter radius to attack them. At this moment, the ground beneath the skeleton army was overtaken by clusters of grass and shrubs, influenced by the Treant shaman's spell, growing rapidly. The once soft blades of grass transformed into thin, sharp blades, swiftly emerging from the ground. A skeleton archer, caught off guard, stumbled over the grass blades that shot up from below. Simultaneously, more grass blades broke free from their roots. The leaves vibrated rapidly, suddenly morphing into flying daggers. Like a horde of locusts, the leaves swarmed forth, swiftly severing the skeletal legs of the archer. The archer fell to the ground, instantly reduced to a heap of bones. On the battlefield, more branches and leaves transformed into the Treant shaman's sharp claws, significantly disrupting the combat rhythm of the skeleton army. Observing this, Shen Chi promptly commanded the necromancer to chant the fire of the undead enchantment. Then, 100 skeleton acolytes opened their sacred texts and simultaneously activated the echo of the sacred text, instantly replicating the necromancer's fire of the undead enchantment and sharing its progress. 3 seconds later, over 100 fire of the undead were unleashed, immediately enchanting the weapons of more than 1,000 skeleton soldiers. The iron swords of the skeleton warriors and the bows of the archers were enveloped in a warm layer of magical energy. Although the corrupted monsters were immune to dark attribute damage, plant-type monsters were vulnerable to fire attribute damage. The skeleton warriors swung their iron swords, severing the rapidly approaching grass blades. The necromancer unleashed fireballs, continuously shattering the vines that erupted from the ground. Soon, All the plants activated by earth binding were eradicated. At this moment, the boar warriors charged forward, closing in on our front lines. The undead cavalry led the skeleton warriors boldly into battle. In an instant, they clashed with the enemy. The undead cavalry unleashed a bloody trampling followed by a furious charge, rampaging through the monsters like an unyielding iron tower. They swiftly trampled a group of boar warriors into the ground. A dense throng of skeleton warriors surged forward, brandishing their iron swords and encircling the monsters, preventing any further advance. Meanwhile, the skeleton archers simultaneously knocked their arrows. Concurrently, the necromancers group collectively chanted fireballs. The skeleton acolytes replicated the spell once more. Within seconds, the battlefield was illuminated by over 100 massive azure fireballs. The terrifying heat, accompanied by a seething intent to kill, descended upon the world. The grand rain of arrows, imbued with fire magic, surged forth, crashing violently into the tide of monsters. The sharp arrows, enveloped in blazing flames, incinerated vast swathes of life. The remnants of the enemy forces were no longer a formidable threat, yet still they struggled violently. Under the wild blessing, they began to regain their life force. However, following the arrow storm came a sea of fire, radiant as the stars. Brilliant fireballs, akin to fireworks bursting forth, rained down like celestial bodies. With the resonating effect of Theodore's prayers, each fireball dealt an additional 200 damage. Boom! The sea of flames roared to life, instantly engulfing the remaining monsters. Thick smoke billowed. Ashes soared, and the searing heat lingered in the air. Under the consecutive bombardments of arrows and fireballs, hundreds of enemies lay as nothing but charred corpses. The second wave of monsters had been eradicated. Theodore once again invoked his protective prayer, cleansing the remaining skeletal soldiers of their decayed states. After the first and second waves of extermination, Shen Chi had amassed 150,000 prayer points, equating to 1,500,000 points of freely distributable experience. Hastily, Shen Chi allocated 1,000,000 experience points to Theodore. Ding! Your Skeletal Archbishop Theodore has risen from level 7 to level 37. Skeletal Archbishop Theodore, Emerald Covenant Sect. Level 37. Life 20,874. Spell attack 13,189. Defense 6,015. Agility 102. Spirit 459. Talent Doctrine Blessing LV2. All undead units under the Lord's command gain a 5 recovery speed and immunity to light attribute suppression. Skill 1. Necromantic Missile. Continuously fires necromantic energy orbs at enemies. Duration 5 seconds. Chanting 2 seconds. Cooldown 5 seconds. Skill 2. Prayer of Protection LV2. Exorcises negative states from friendly units within a 30-meter radius, restoring 30 spirit, stamina, and resilience. Spirit cost 40. Chanting 5 seconds. Cooldown 10 seconds. Skill 3. Prayer Resonance LV2. The number of cult members casting the same spell simultaneously increases its power by 4. Duration for minutes. Spirit cost 80. Chanting 10 seconds. Cooldown 1 minute. Skill 4. Reversal of Light. Can be cast on friendly units within a 55-meter radius, restoring 2 life points per second for 10 seconds. Spirit cost 5. Chanting for seconds. Cooldown 20 seconds. Skill 5. Falling Stars LV2. Summons 20 meteorites imbued with magical flames to bombard a designated area, causing a massive area of effect damage. The impact zones will continue to burn with magical flames, scorching any enemies that pass through. Spirit cost 135 points. Chanting 20 seconds. Cooldown 2 minutes. Shen Chi gasped in astonishment, staring at the explosive statistics before him. Life exceeding 20,000. Normal attacks surpassing 13,000. Defense exceeding 6,000. Furthermore, both talents and skills had leveled up, particularly Prayer Resonance LV2, where each additional cultist casting the spell doubled its damage from 2 to 4. This meant that if 100 cultists cast the spell together, the damage would increase by 400, quintupled from its original value. Additionally, Theodore's Falling Stars LV2 had transformed from 15 to 20 meteorites. It was evident that the destructive potential would increase significantly. Theodore, with merely 1 star higher than Asen, showed a remarkable leap in his statistics. This is the terrifying aspect of high-star heroes, the explosive growth potential. Subsequently, Shen Chi allocated the remaining 50,000 prayer points to the skeletal cultists, collectively boosting them above level 10. After all, the spells of the skeletal cultists, particularly the Echoing Barrier, could provide immense utility to the skeletal army. Enhancing the cultist statistics was tantamount to amplifying the power of these spells. 1 minute later, the final wave of monsters arrived. 200 boar warriors, 300 corrupted treants, 300 corrupted treant witch doctors, 200 tiger-headed warriors, 200 crocodile warriors. The scale of the monsters had doubled compared to the second wave. This time, the half-orc forces had grown stronger. The tiger-headed warriors, wielding massive 2-handed axes, were rippling with muscle. The crocodile warriors, brandishing tridents, were covered in green scales. The greedy glint in the eyes of their crocodilian heads reflected a wild frenzy as they whipped their massive tails. Shen Chi surveyed the monstrous horde before him. However, he was perplexed. This time, he did not see the boss's figure. What was going on? Shouldn't the boss be at the rear, commanding the forces? Chapter 36, The King-Class Monster. Before Shen Chi could collect his thoughts, the half-orc army charged forth. The sounds of battle resonated through the heavens, the malice palpable as if it were a tangible force. The marching half-orc legion resembled an impenetrable wall, determined to crush any who stood in their way into pulp. Yet, Shen Chi remained utterly unfazed. Under his command, the wailing spirits gracefully floated into the air. In the next instant, crackling sounds echoed. Over 600 skeletons at the rear of the territory instantly disassembled into countless bones, which surged forth like a tide, coalescing in the air. They formed a colossal arm, exceeding 10 meters in length. Bonehand LV3, the wailing spirits, having endured numerous battles, had upgraded both the bonehand and bone armor skills to LV3. Damage and defense now equated to 3 times the number of assembled skeletons, totaling 2,061. The massive hand, formed from countless converging bones, slowly extended toward the head of the monstrous army. A tremendous shadow was cast, momentarily eclipsing the sunlight. Before the half-orcs could react, the arm came crashing down. Boom! Debris flew, dust billowed. A massive crater was formed upon impact. The bone hand slowly retracted from the ground, returning to the air. At the palm's base, remnants of flesh adhered visibly. The bone hand continued to rain down upon the front lines of the charging enemies, densely disrupting their formation. Just then, a thick fog of cold rapidly enveloped the battlefield, instantly swallowing the forms of the monster army. Following that, grotesque faces of specters soared from behind the skeletal army, hovering ominously above the monsters. In the next moment, as if honing in on their targets, they swiftly plunged into the bodies of the half-orc warriors. 21 necromancers collectively completed their incantation. The cold fog curse, malevolent spirits devour. 100 skeletal cultists rapidly replicated, expanding the range of the cold fog to its maximum, causing the number of malevolent spirits to surge. Although the half-orc legion entered the spell's effective radius, they remained oblivious to the threat of the cold fog and did not alter their course. The massive troop gradually advanced to the periphery of the skeletal army. Thunderous rumblings shook the earth. The undead cavalry stood resolutely at the forefront. As the half-orc forces drew near, they launched into a frenzy of bloody, trampling charges. The tiger-headed warriors were trampled under the raised iron hooves, instantly toppling to the ground, rendered immobile. Then, a spear suddenly lunged forth. Thud! It accurately pierced the ribs and lodged into the chest cavity. A crimson blossom of blood erupted. 1854. One strike. One kill. On the battlefield, the cold fog still lingered. The air was thick with a dangerous aura, poised to erupt at any moment. Shortly thereafter, the half-orc figures within the cold fog abruptly ceased their movements collectively, as if their mechanisms had jammed. Upon closer inspection, they had transformed into icy statues. The undead cavalry, brimming with 3 layers of pent-up fury, raised their spears high. Execution spear. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The spears were hurled forth, piercing through the air like arrows, racing toward their targets. The sound of shattering air resonated continuously. Thud, 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 thud. Each spear instantaneously pierced through 7 frozen half-orcs, each meeting its demise in a single strike, triggering the malevolent curse that enveloped them. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of explosions erupted in succession. Nearby frozen half-orcs were caught in the blast, instantly disintegrated into countless tiny shards of ice. The chilling fog curse and the malevolent gnawing of spirits were set into an alternating chain reaction, rapidly spreading immense damage throughout the horde of monsters. The invading legion of creatures was swiftly decimated, creating an apparent vacuum in the battlefield. In the rear, skeletal archers unleashed a torrential rain of arrows, which rained down upon the remaining monstrosities. A coalition of mages chanted in unison, conjuring a flurry of ethereal fireballs that followed the arrows, crashing into the massive creatures. The half-orc army, once imposing, was reduced to mere fodder under the terrifying might of the skeletal legion, an unstoppable force. The skeletal soldiers of Shen Chi were no longer fragile remnants of bone. Each had undergone significant upgrades, acquiring formidable individual combat capabilities. Together, the skeletal army was a fearsome entity, slicing through the enemy ranks like a razor-sharp blade. 3 minutes later, over 1,000 monsters lay slain, their remains littering the ground. Devoid of life, Shen Chi surveyed the now desolate battlefield, yet unease settled within him. Something was amiss. Though the monsters had been eradicated, the boss had yet to appear, and the sound of battle resolution remained absent. As if in response to his thoughts, a long, shadowy figure flickered across the battlefield, vanishing almost instantaneously, leaving only a whisper of wind in its wake, catching Shen Chi's attention. Reacting swiftly, he focused intently, observing as a vine, robust as an arm, emerged from a fissure in the ground. With a swift, slithering motion, The vine coiled around the corpse of a crocodile warrior, yanking it into the earth, disappearing from sight. More vines erupted from the ground, dragging away the bodies of half-orcs in trance, creating an eerie spectacle. Soon, a low hum resonated through the earth, vibrating with a foreboding presence. Shen Chi's expression grew grave. It seemed the final confrontation was imminent. In the next moment, a colossal shadow pierced through the ground, erupting from beneath. Dust and debris filled the air as the massive figure, reminiscent of a serpent, writhed and coiled upward, its girth comparable to that of a concrete pipe, twisting and expanding violently. Its length exceeded 100 meters, with branches sprouting vigorously from its surface, forming lush, verdant foliage that obscured the sky. The surface of this enormous root was ensnared by a dense network of vines, and amid the interstices, the faint visages of corpses could be discerned. These vines clutched the desiccated bodies of half-orcs, firmly adhering to the root's surface. Dark crimson motes of light floated from the corpses, flowing along the dense vines to the pinnacle, akin to exposed blood vessels voraciously siphoning the nutrients from the remains. At the apex of the roots, a magnificent and resplendent flower suddenly bloomed, its vibrant red petals appearing to have absorbed the essence of blood, exuding an otherworldly allure. Shen Chi's gaze sharpened as a panel materialized before him. Hellish Giant Vine. Rank, Tier 3, King level. Level, 21. Health. Attack, 2647. Defense, 12589. It appeared this was the ultimate boss. A king-level creature emerged in the second round of trials, an outrageous anomaly. Upon seeing the health bar marked with 3 question marks, Shen Chi's brow furrowed deeply. Did this imply an invisible health pool? An immortal attribute? Shen Chi felt the urge to curse. Chapter 37. The Terrifying Hellish Giant Vine. Soon, he noticed that beside the enormous red flower at the top of the robust vine, another panel sprung forth. Corrupted Heart Flower, Mature State. Health, 386690. Attack, 1182. Defense, 5141. Suddenly, clarity struck him. This flower should be the core of the boss. It possessed a health bar, indicating it could indeed be slain. However, upon seeing the near 400,000 health points, Shen Chi's expression darkened. Before he could contemplate further, the hellish giant vine underwent yet another transformation before his eyes. Small flower buds began sprouting from various branches of the vine, initially the size of buns. In no time, they blossomed into massive buds the size of basins. Pale pink and swollen, ready to bloom. There were at least 7 or 8 such buds scattered across the vine. Corrupted Heart Flower, Bud. Health, 54216. Defense, 2341. The buds produced by the hellish giant vine could develop into corrupted heart flowers. Shen Chi pondered, what trickery was this? Not just one flower? Before he could dwell on it further, the mature corrupted heart flower at the vine's apex trembled slightly, suddenly emitting a blinding red light, launching hundreds upon thousands of conical energy waves upward. The energy waves arced through the air, bending direction to plummet directly toward the skeletal army. From the heavens above, a deluge of luminous rain descended, each droplet seemingly imbued with lethal intent. Shen Chi's expression shifted dramatically. The boss had commenced its assault, and it was a full-screen attack. Each strike dealt over 1,000 damage. If he did not take precautions, his legion would suffer catastrophic losses. Defend. In an instant, the skeletal warriors raised their shields above their heads. The skeletal clergy intermingled with the skeletal archers, casting protective barriers that unfurled transparent shields overhead to shield the defenseless archers. Shen Chi himself summoned the wailing spirits to activate bone armor, solid skeletal plates enveloping his entire form. Moments later, a torrent of dazzling light fell from the sky, piercing toward the skeletal legion. Ding! Your skeletal warrior has been slain. Ding! Your skeletal archer has been slain. Ding! Your skeletal disciple has been slain. Hearing the system notifications of troop losses, Shen Chi's expression darkened, his brows furrowing tightly. He had to act decisively to break the impasse. He observed the writhing giant vine in the distance, along with the corrupted heart flower at its peak, which continued to unleash its radiant assault. The vine's defense was a staggering 12,000, rendering it impervious to attack. It was evident that the assault had to target the corrupted heart flower directly. With a defense nearing 5,000, it meant each attack needed to approximate that threshold to penetrate its defenses. Moreover, the corrupted heart flower's 400,000 health pool would have to be depleted swiftly, or the losses to Shen Chi's forces would escalate further. The only entity capable of inflicting such high damage within a short time frame was Asin. Shen Chi rapidly calculated Asin's damage formula, ultimately determining that there was a viable opportunity. He issued a direct command to Asin, eliminate the corrupted heart flower. Asin responded to the order, leaping into action. With a firm stance on the giant vine, he propelled himself upward, utilizing various footholds to soar toward the corrupted heart flower. In mere moments, Asin closed in on the flower's vicinity. While still in motion, he raised the bronze-grade rotting knight's sword, swinging forward. Clang! A radiant and crystalline beam of sword light instantaneously traversed a distance of 5 meters. arriving at its target even before Asen himself. Upon striking the essence of the corrupted heart flower, a fierce crackling sound erupted. Decay. The surface of the corrupted heart flower instantaneously bore a gray-black mark of withering. This rotting area became a weakness, doubling the damage inflicted upon it. In the next moment, Asen found himself atop the corrupted heart flower. With the increasingly frenzied conical assault of the flower looming above, Asen raised his sword with both hands, plunging it forcefully into the decayed spot on the flower's surface. 10,000 bones wither. In an instant, 19 resplendent crimson beams of sword light erupted forth. A more splendid and grandiose blossom of sword energy violently unfolded upon the corrupted heart flower. It hung momentarily in the air, cold yet magnificent. Alongside it blossomed an overwhelming aura of death. The entire writhing vine stood rigid in place at that moment. 415,750. With an exceptionally high attack power, Asen, coupled with the doubled damage from the rotting characteristic and the critical strike bonus from his unparalleled martial prowess, unleashed a total damage of 400,000 with 10,000 bones wither. He instantly vanquished the corrupted heart flower. The flower, which had grown at the apex of the giant vine, was swiftly sliced into countless gray-black fragments, scattering in the wind. Shen Chi exhaled a sigh of relief. Just as he believed he had resolved the most significant challenge of the battle, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The giant vine, having lost the corrupted heart flower, wilted for merely a few seconds. However, moments later, a rather inconspicuous bud nestled in the middle of the vine trembled lightly and unexpectedly bloomed, layer upon layer. The petals unfurled, coalescing into a blood-red hue in an instant. It was as alluring as ever, indistinguishable from the slain mature corrupted heart flower. Corrupted heart flower, mature. Health, 396,493. Attack, 1072. Defense, 5041. Shen Chi's expression changed dramatically. Initially, he had speculated that the bud would require a certain amount of time to reach maturity. As long as he dealt with all the buds within that time frame, there should be no issue. Yet the reality was that upon the death of the mature corrupted heart flower, another bud immediately matured. There was no time gap whatsoever. Furthermore, the panel data of the new mature corrupted heart flower showed no decline. Nearly 400,000 health. An immense defense. Terrifying lethality. However, Asen's 10,000 bones wither had already entered a 5-minute cooldown. How could this be managed? It seemed that to defeat the boss, one must simultaneously slay all the buds and the mature corrupted heart flowers. No opportunity must be given for any bud to mature. The corrupted heart flower itself possessed 400,000 health, with each bud having 50,000 health and 2,000 defense, and there were at least 7 or 8 buds. Shen Chi furrowed his brow, lips pressed tightly together, his mind racing. There was still a way forward. Now he could only try. At that moment, the corrupted heart flower launched another assault. Shen Chi swiftly commanded his troops to defend and instructed Theodore to continually cast Reversal of Light, healing the skeleton army. He then began to arrange a counterattack. Between each round of attack from the mature corrupted heart flower, there was approximately an 8-second gap. This window of opportunity must be seized to execute all output. Once the corrupted heart flower ceased its assault, Shen Chi immediately made arrangements. Wailing vengeful spirits, launched skills towards the corrupted heart flower. Vengeful frost. In the next moment, a mist of frost, charged with utmost hatred, descended upon the corrupted heart flower. The infernal giant vine fell into an uncontrollable state of rigidity. The corrupted heart flower hung helplessly from the branches, as if cloaked in a layer of frost. During this stiffened state, it could neither attack nor evade. Vengeful frost would last for approximately 10 seconds. The target was immobilized, its defense reduced by 50, while our output was doubled. This meant that the next 10 seconds represented the optimal time for our assault. Meanwhile, the remaining 17 necromancers and 95 skeleton acolytes immediately began to chant the spectral fireball in unison. Terrifying fire elements coalesced at the tips of their staves and the pages of their tomes. The searing heat shimmered in the air. Over 100 fireballs suddenly materialized in the air. In the next moment, all the fireballs were unleashed. Like rivers returning to the sea, all the fireballs surged simultaneously toward the corrupted heart flower. Shen Chi's strategy was to have the skeleton cult focus their fire on the corrupted heart flower, bolstered by Theodore's prayer resonance. As long as there were enough acolytes chanting spectral fireball together, the damage of each fireball would multiply several times, directly inflicting breaching damage. On the other side, Theodore had already completed a silent chant lasting 20 seconds at Shen Chi's behest. Immediately thereafter, a massive magical array emerged beneath Theodore, spinning frantically. The very fabric of space seemed to ripple. The falling stars. A few twinkling lights appeared on the horizon, resembling distant stars. However, those 20 faint glimmers visibly grew brighter, rapidly breaking through the layers of clouds and hurtling toward the earth. In an instant, they transformed into 20 enormous meteors trailing fire and thick smoke. The infernal giant vine below, along with every undeveloped bud of the corrupted heart flower, had been locked on by the meteors. Chapter 38. Once again, the first clear. This time in a shorter duration. The meteor swarm, entwined with azure magical flames and trailing long plumes of smoke, plummeted abruptly onto the battlefield. The terrifying heat seemed to have been birthed from the molten lava of hell, suddenly descending upon the mortal realm. Even the air trembled in agitation. Mere moments later, the meteors sliced through the air, producing a thunderous roar as they crashed down upon the battlefield. Each bud upon the body of the infernal giant vine was within the impact range of the meteors. 34,585, 25,472, 31,045. The horrifying damage numbers continuously emerged. Amidst the violent flames and explosions, the giant vine trembled violently. Leaves and branches scattered, swiftly reduced to ashes by the magical flames. Simultaneously, the corrupted heart flower was bombarded by over 100 fireballs within a mere 10 seconds. The brilliant flames flared up and then fell. Amidst the resounding explosions, thick smoke billowed. In an instant, the corrupted heart flower was reduced to fragments. The enormous infernal giant vine, akin to a colossal serpent, writhed in fury, struggling against the relentless burning of the magical flames, yet could not halt the inferno. Ultimately, it withered inch by inch, turning to charred ash. The buds that had yet to bloom were also entirely consumed by the fiery tongues. Shen Chi looked up, gazing at the extraordinarily magnificent and grand spectacle before him. He couldn't help but exclaim in awe. This, indeed, is the might of high-tier magic, capable of annihilating the heavens and earth, stirring the heart. And this was merely a bronze-tier spell. Thus, the battle came to an end. The crimson embers still danced in the air. The warmth of the magical flames lingered in the atmosphere. Shen Chi's thoughts swirled, unable to settle for a long time. He gazed at the historical damage data recorded on the system panel. The concentrated fire from the spectral fireballs inflicted over 400,000 damage upon the corrupted heart flower. Shen Chi's pupils widened in astonishment. This damage aligned closely with his prior calculations. The corrupted heart flower boasted a defense of 5,000. The average magical damage of the skeleton cultists was only around 600. Logically, the spectral fireballs from the skeleton acolytes should not have breached the corrupted heart flower's defenses. However, Theodore's prayer resonance, at level 2, quadrupled the damage of the spectral fireballs. Upon hitting the corrupted heart flower, Vengeful Frost first negated 50 of its defense and subsequently doubled our piercing damage against it. Additionally, Vengeful Frost rendered the giant vine immediately immobile, unable to evade. Originally, the infernal vines, with their remarkable agility, could effortlessly evade attacks, rendering it utterly impossible for 100 ethereal fireballs to strike the corrupted heart flower. However, after a series of buffs accumulated, the skeleton cult managed to unleash terrifying damage that rivaled the withering of myriad bones within a mere 10 seconds. Coupled with Theodore's starfall, which caused widespread bombardment, all the flower buds were simultaneously eradicated, obliterating any chance for the corrupted heart flower to regenerate. Thus, the boss was decisively vanquished. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the boss, Infernal Vines. The familiar system notification arrived belatedly. You have become the first lord in this region to complete this round of trials. Taking 15 minutes and 21 seconds. You have received the boss kill rewards, 1 silver level skill book chest, and 1 bronze perfect building blueprint. You have also received the first completion rewards, a 200,000 experience gift pack, a 50,000 spirit crystal gift pack, 1 bronze perfect equipment chest, and 1 rare resource gift pack. Additionally, you have earned 409,542 prayer points and obtained the following drops: 1 corrupted heart flower, seed, and 1 wood element essence, stage 4. You have acquired a fragment of the Nether Authority and achieved a maximum trial score of 31,742. You have triggered the modification to the Novice trial difficulty mechanism, which has been assessed and adjusted to level 4 difficulty. As compensation, you receive 4 trial points, ultimately granting you a total of 126,968 trial points. Shen Chi was still basking in the joy of the battle results when he momentarily froze upon hearing the final system notification. He quickly regained his composure and could no longer contain his frustration, roaring, "Damn the heavenly Tao. I am thoroughly impressed. You've escalated the difficulty to level 4 for me. This is utterly absurd. It was only supposed to be level 3, and now we have a level 4. Is this reasonable?" While all the lords were striving to fend off the onslaught of monsters, a familiar district-wide announcement echoed through the skies. District announcement. Shen Chi from Trial Site 9657 has become the first lord today to complete the Novice trial in this region. Taking 15 minutes and 21 seconds. In an instant, all the lords engaged in fierce combat were taken aback. Shen Chi? Again, it was Shen Chi. The esteemed Shen has claimed the first completion once more. At that moment, Lu Feichen was commanding a 5th-tier dragon, ferociously tearing apart the invading monsters, wearing a confident smile. To him, today's trial, while not entirely easy, felt remarkably secure. With the acquisition of the 5th-tier dragon, his strength had surged significantly. Nevertheless, the difficulty of today's trial was evidently much higher. He speculated that the system had detected his overall strength increase and had thus activated level 3 difficulty. Generally, S-level talent bearers only face level 2 trials, yet he had unlocked level 3. This indicated that the system acknowledged his prowess. Furthermore, if he proceeded methodically, completing the trial within half an hour was still highly plausible. With this thought, Lu Feichen felt even more pleased. Just then, the familiar district-wide announcement rang in his ears. Lu Feichen paused momentarily, then his face turned pale, his heart skipping a beat as he stood frozen in place. After a while, he finally reacted. How can it still be him? Lu Feichen's breath quickened, disbelief widening his eyes. Shen Chi had completed the trial within 20 minutes for 2 consecutive days? Was it merely luck yesterday? Lu Feichen's eyes widened in astonishment. A conjecture began to form in his mind. For Shen Chi, neither level 1 nor level 2, not even level 3 difficulty, could possibly restrain his capabilities. Perhaps his strength was sufficient to effortlessly sweep through any level of difficulty. Yet, this was a notion Lu Feichen found hard to accept. Having grown up amidst accolades and admiration, how could he come to terms with someone being stronger than him? And by such a margin? Lu Feichen clenched his teeth, his eyes turning crimson. How could such a person possibly exist? Impossible. His thoughts were in disarray, severely disrupting his combat rhythm. Meanwhile, Lin Hongyu was equally questioning his existence. Shen Chi, it was once again Shen Chi. It felt like a nightmare, refusing to fade away. After a day of development, and with his power growing, he had finally managed to forcibly forget Shen Chi. Yet now, it felt as if Shen Chi loomed above him, looking down with disdain, mocking his impudence, and crushing him underfoot. Utterly humiliated. What manner of monster is this Shen Chi? A 6th-tier unit? A high-level hero? A child of fortune? A bug in the game? The chat channel erupted in a frenzy. What the hell? Shen has once again achieved first completion. Moreover, he completed it 2 minutes faster than yesterday. This was like rubbing our faces into the ground. I finally understand. The esteemed one doesn't care whether we praise or criticize him. He will seize the first completion regardless. However, weren't they previously boasting about some lord with a 5th-tier unit? So many were singing his praises. Where is he now? Ha. They probably have swollen faces and dare not show their faces now. Chapter 39. The first full server announcement. Shocking millions of lords. Those who previously lauded Lu Feichen while disparaging Shen Chi were now blushing and silent. Upon hearing the district-wide announcement of Shen Chi's first completion again, their faces burned with shame. Some analysts had previously argued that Shen Chi's first-day victory was merely due to luck. Now, they felt as if they had been slapped across the face. Zhongyu, one of them, hailed from the Central Academy of the Imperial Capital, the foremost Lord Academy in the realm. The Central Academy had nurtured most of the top 10 scorers in the national novice trials over the past 5 years. The title of Rookie King for the past 3 years had also been monopolized by the Central Academy. Zhongyu was born into a family of lords, having awakened an A-level talent. He regarded himself as well-versed in the rules of the novice trials. However, Shen Chi's emergence had disrupted his understanding and judgment. If Shen Chi were a genius of S-level talent or above, he should not have gone unnoticed. Yet, in his first day S investigation, there was no record of such a person. If Shen Chi had merely been lucky on his first day to claim the first completion, then it made no sense for him to achieve it again today. Who could possibly secure 2 first completions solely due to luck? At this moment, he was scrolling through the chat channel, reading the numerous praises for Shen Chi, his complexion paling. Could it be that Shen Chi truly possessed the capability to achieve 2 first completions? Had he concealed his talent? Was he extraordinarily fortunate? A core descendant of a super family? After much hesitation, Zhongyu accessed his system panel and opened a hidden window that was not available in the regular interface. The Central High 3 group. This was a chat group established by the upper echelons of top families, gathering the offspring of noble families and talented individuals from the academies. It allowed members from different trial zones to communicate without the oversight of the Heavenly Tao. Zhongyu used his mental energy to input a message in the group. Has anyone cleared the trial today? Not long after, someone replied, Are you kidding? It's not even been half an hour yet. Another person chimed in. However, the one most likely to achieve a half-hour completion is still the great Pei Tingqiao. Indeed, Pei was a double S-level talent. Among our Central Academy's golden-level potential seeds, who else could possibly clear it the fastest? Zhongyu swallowed hard, trembling as he responded. Someone in our district has already cleared it in 15 minutes. In the chat box, there had only been a few people conversing. Just as Zhongyu finished his reply, the chat erupted with question marks. What the heck? Zhongyu, have you lost your mind? Do you know what 15 minutes for a first completion means? Are you just making things up? Even Pei only dares to aim for a half-hour completion. And you claim 15 minutes? It is time to delve into the annals of history. On the other side, in the capital city, within the esteemed Central Academy's high-level conference room, a vast assembly of individuals sat, all fixated with unwavering attention on the grand screen before them. The screen displayed multiple segments, broadcasting the trials of novice lords in real time. Seated in the audience were the Academy's core leadership, including the vice president, the educational director, and numerous esteemed mentors of varying ranks. Additionally, representatives from the powerful families and prestigious guilds of the capital were present, all notable figures with formidable, inscrutable abilities. Prominently featured on the screen was Pei Tingqiao, the novice lord under the Academy's close scrutiny. Each participant represented the pinnacle of cultivation, meticulously nurtured by the Academy and influential families. The Academy had, through specialized means, secured celestial permissions to establish a live broadcast channel, enabling comprehensive observation of the novice trials, a phenomenon that had long ceased to astonish. At this moment, at a research station along one side of the conference room, researchers were diligently analyzing the myriad data relayed from the live feed. Suddenly, one researcher broke into a fine sweat, his expression turning grave. After considerable hesitation, he reported to a senior Academy official, "We have detected a significant change in one of the parameters. The specific data has yet to be fully analyzed, but it appears that a rule within the novice trials has experienced an alteration or deviation. Further speculation suggests a modification in the difficulty level of the trials." Upon hearing this news, the high-ranking officials exchanged glances. After years of observation, the human elite had deciphered the established rules governing the novice trials, including parameters such as duration, scale, and difficulty distribution, which had remained largely unchanged for decades. Now, they were potentially witnessing a fluctuation in these difficulty levels. The difficulty of the trials was categorized into 3 tiers. How could this change occur? After a moment of silence, one of the officials spoke up, "Continue monitoring." On the live interface, Pei Tingqiao summoned a squad of 5th-tier Divine Guardian warriors to combat the demon horde. According to the plan, he anticipated resolving the 3rd wave of monster incursions within 10 minutes. As a notification chimed within the upper echelons, Pei Tingqiao leisurely opened the chat, intending to peruse any intriguing developments. Initially disinclined to speak, he was drawn to a message from Zhongyu, who reported that someone in his zone had cleared the trial in 15 minutes and achieved consecutive first completions. The chat group erupted in fervor, with Zhongyu even sharing a screenshot of the system's historical record to substantiate his claim. Observing this, Pei Tingqiao furrowed his brow, displeasure evident on his countenance, and contemptuously shook his head. In this day and age, even the novice trials were subject to deception. He instinctively voiced his opinion: "It's a fabrication. Most likely, they circumvented the system's monster kill judgment to fabricate their results, commonly referred to as bug exploitation. Such occurrences are rare, yet not unheard of. Historical records indicate a case 4 years prior where someone achieved a first completion in 21 minutes only to be disqualified upon celestial verification, leading to the erasure of all trial achievements and character levels, including their lordship." Upon Pei Tingqiao's declaration, the chat exploded with reactions. The presence of a prominent figure seemed to confirm the notion of deceit. "So that's it. I knew it was impossible for someone to clear it in 15 minutes. Still, that person is audacious to cheat under the watchful gaze of the Celestial." Another chimed in. "What was that person's name again? Shen Chi, right? Zhongyu. I suggest you report him immediately, or the other experts in your zone will be unfairly affected." Zhongyu, feeling bolstered by this validation, made a decisive move. He reopened the zone's chat channel and, amidst the flurry of praises for Shen Chi, dropped a bombshell. "Everyone, I believe Shen Chi may have exploited a bug to achieve his first completion. Surely, your lord courses have covered this? Celestial regulations would never allow a novice to clear the trials so effortlessly. Regardless of one's strength, the difficulty would be adjusted to maintain balance. No one has ever completed it in under 20 minutes in recorded history. Do you believe Shen Chi might be the first?" This proclamation sent the chat into a frenzy. "Bug exploitation? Is this a game? Why are you all so eager to disparage Lord Shen? What grievance do you harbor against him?" Another voice interjected, "Hold on. The individual has a point. The more formidable the lord, the higher the difficulty is set. Even an S-rank expert would have their difficulty adjusted to Tier 2 to prevent rapid completion. Thus, a sub-20-minute first completion is indeed absurd. Yet there have been historical instances of individuals clearing trials using bugs." "Really? There are bugs that can be exploited?" Zhongyu asserted. "I have reported the system through special channels, requesting a verification of Shen Chi's completion record. Whether it's bug exploitation will soon be revealed. If it's genuine, justice will prevail. If false, the Celestial will impose severe penalties." He continued to type swiftly, his expression brimming with pride, as if engaged in an act of unparalleled righteousness. "Everyone, I am doing this for the good of our zone. After all, none of you would wish to see a cheater brazenly occupying the leaderboard, would you? Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? Is it truly so outrageous? Could Lord Shen genuinely be a fraud?" The chat was rife with speculation. What motive could he possibly have? Don't you realize that no one seems to recognize Shen Chi, nor has anyone witnessed his talents? Indeed, the general consensus began to form. Typically, a notable figure would have garnered attention by the first day. The chat channel became engulfed in a peculiar atmosphere, with increasingly sarcastic remarks flooding in as individuals believed they had uncovered the truth. Zhongyu reveled in this feeling of control. However, at that moment, a system notification erupted in everyone's minds. A server-wide announcement rang out. Zone 9657 Lord Shen Chi has triggered a modification in the Novice Trial difficulty mechanism, which has been reassessed to Tier 4. As the first Lord in Novice Trial history to trigger Tier 4 difficulty, this announcement is hereby made to the entire server. This announcement, verified and authorized by the first level system, sent the chat channel into complete silence. Across thousands of Novice Trial zones nationwide, millions of Novice Lords fell into a shared stupor. Subsequently, all chat channels erupted into a frenzy of exclamations. Zhongyu found his mind blank for a moment. Just moments ago, he had confidently reported Shen Chi for cheating, only to be met with a server-wide announcement declaring Shen Chi as the first individual in history to trigger a Tier 4 trial difficulty. What? Pei Tingqiao, upon hearing the server-wide announcement, was immediately struck by the realization. Isn't that the Shen Chi from Zhongyu's zone, the one accused of cheating? Are notifications of cheaters now required to be server-wide? 2 seconds passed before Pei Tingqiao fully processed the information, his expression one of disbelief. Then, a profound shock coursed through him. Tier 4 trial difficulty? His mouth fell agape in astonishment. Recollections of all the Novice Trial rules flooded his mind. As a dual S-rank talent, he had only unlocked Tier 3 difficulty. Yet, Shen Chi not only prompted the Celestial to elevate the difficulty to Tier 4, but also completed it in a mere 15 minutes? For a full minute, Pei Tingqiao stood frozen, his mind in a haze, the sound of buzzing filling his ears. A wave of bitterness surged within him. After what felt like an eternity, his emotions gradually settled. He clenched his fists, his gaze darkening. Nonetheless, even if you are not guilty of cheating, what difference does it make? This year's rookie champion can still only emerge from the illustrious Central Academy. After all, how could a solitary individual possibly rival the profound legacy of a top-tier institution? The third-year students of Central Academy. After a prolonged silence, someone finally voiced their confusion, albeit with a lack of conviction. This Shen Chi. How is he sharing the same name as that cheater from Zone Zhongyu? After a lengthy pause, the disheartened Zhongyu inhaled deeply and responded. He is indeed the Shen Chi from my zone. I just reported him. Another silence ensued. Could it be that this Shen Chi truly cheated, and that this level 4 difficulty is merely a glitch? Someone promptly retorted. Did you not hear clearly? This was announced as an all-server notification authorized by the highest level system. Such a significant action leaves no room for error. To that, one exclaimed, my goodness. I feel as if my understanding is crumbling. In the leadership office of the Central Academy, all present were acutely aware of the all-server announcement through the live broadcast. The atmosphere was thick with silence. One could hear a pin drop. Even the researchers ceased their tasks, gazing incredulously at the live feed. After what felt like an eternity, someone sighed quietly. It appears that the amended rule pertains to this level 4 trial difficulty. What manner of existence could compel the heavens to rewrite the rules? Could it be an SSS level talent? Upon uttering this, every gaze instinctively fell upon the man in question. For the SSS level talent had not graced the realm in over a decade. The emergence of any 3S level individual is monumental for the endless lands, capable of altering the fortunes of countless races. In the 9657 chat channel, no one dared to question Shen Chi's accomplishments or prowess any longer. Having achieved 2 consecutive first completions, each within 20 minutes, and unlocking the level 4 trial difficulty, such astonishing feats could not possibly be attributed to mere luck. It would be utterly foolish to think so. Brothers, I believe we have a colossal figure in our zone, one likely to astonish the entire nation. Has anyone seen the esteemed Shen Chi? What does he look like? It would aid me in recognizing him in person. I have seen him. I am in the Western Desert Zone. Have you seen him? I have not seen him in the Northern Mountainous region, though I have encountered Lu Feichen. Does anyone know about Shen's talents? I suspect he is at least SS level. Is it possible his troop specialization is abyssal, or perhaps elven, or even from the Holy Empire? Angels? I'll take a wild guess and say angels. What other race could possibly rival the magnificence of angels? Indeed, while the awakening probability of an angel lord is the lowest, the potential is the highest. Suddenly, someone cautiously interjected. Could it possibly be undead? After all, I believe the undead cataclysm looks rather impressive. The chat channel fell silent for a moment. Then, joyous laughter erupted. That's hilarious, my friend. Do you even comprehend what you were saying? Think before you speak, lest you reveal your ignorance. An undead lord? First completion? Don't make me laugh. The biggest joke of the day. And a cataclysm, no less. Have you read too many novels? Tell me, have you ever heard of an undead lord that could develop? In nearly a decade of novice rankings, there has been a plethora of high-level troops, yet none from the undead faction. Indeed, let's put it this way. If an undead lord could thrive, it would surely be because they never encountered my slime army. If Shen Chi were an undead lord, I would live stream eating feces. Don't accuse me of scamming for food. Unbeknownst to Shen Chi, his reputation had already swept across the novice trial zones nationwide. Countless individuals had memorized his name in a remarkably short span of time, spawning myriad curiosities, comparisons, envy, despair, and admiration. All of this was entirely unknown to Shen Chi. Next, he began to tally the gains from this round of trials. First, he addressed the allocation of free experience points. with a bounty of 200,000 experience. Alongside 400,000 prayer points, he boasted a total of over 4 million free experience points. Chapter 41, The Guillotine. As per usual, he prioritized upgrading his heroes. Shen Chi allocated 1 million experience points to both Asen and Theodore. The two heroes erupted in a dazzling display of upgrade effects. Subsequently, the delightful sound of upgrade notifications rang out. Ding! Your hero, Skeleton General Asen, has reached level 42. Your hero, Skeleton High Priest Theodore, has reached level 42. Shen Chi exclaimed in awe. Previously, less than 1 million experience could elevate a troop directly to level 37. Now, consuming another million experience barely resulted in a mere 5 levels. Such was the absurdity. After level 35, each level requires the expenditure of hundreds of thousands of experience points. However, at this moment, both of Shen Chi's hero units had ascended to the critical milestone of level 40. Eagerly, Shen Chi inspected their panels. Skeleton High Priest Asen, Jinyuan Legion. Rank, 5-star hero. Level, 42. Health, 13, 048. Attack, 8, 567. Defense, 4, 875. Skill 2, General S Command, LV1 to LV3. All members of the Jinyuan Legion gain a melee critical hit rate of 30 to 50, melee critical damage of 300 to 400, attack speed of 70 to 100, and defense of 100. Duration, 30 minutes. Cooldown, 30 minutes to 20 minutes. Skeleton High Priest Theodore, Emerald Oath Cult. Rank, 6-star hero. Level, 42. Health, 22, 547. Spell attack, 15, 247. Defense, 8, 721. Skill 2, Prayer of Protection, LV2 to LV3. Cleanses negative statuses from friendly units within a radius of 30 to 50 meters, restoring 30 to 40 mental energy, stamina, and resilience. Energy cost, 80, casting time, 5 seconds, cooldown, 10 seconds. Their attribute panels had significantly improved. Moreover, each of their skills had seen upgrades. The most satisfying aspect for Shen Chi was Asen's General S Command, which had escalated from LV1 to LV3, enhancing the melee critical hit rate from 30 to 50. This meant that a critical hit would now occur every 2 strikes. The damage of each melee critical hit had also increased from triple to quadruple. The duration had doubled from half an hour to 1 hour. General S Command was undoubtedly an auxiliary divine skill, providing a terrifying boost to the Legion's combat prowess. As for Theodore, the Prayer of Protection had expanded the spell's range and cleansing effects. This skill represents a powerful enhancement for magic-type troops. Given that spellcasting consumes mental energy, the protection could restore 40 mental energy to surrounding troops every 10 seconds, vastly improving the sustainability of magic troops. With over 200,000 free experience points remaining, Shen Chi distributed them evenly among his other troops. Ding! Your skeleton warriors have reached level 20. Your skeleton archers have reached level 19. Your undead mages have reached level 17. Your wailing spirits have reached level 19. Your undead cavalry have reached level 14. The notifications of troop upgrades continued to resonate in his ears. Next, Shen Chi unveiled the highlight of the day, the Silver Grade Skill Book Treasure Chest. The first Silver Grade resource since the Novice trial began, and a precious skill book at that. And it was only the second day. Ding! You have acquired the Silver Grade skill, Guillotine. Usage restriction, Swordsman class, level 20 and above. Attacking the enemy's neck, head, or heart will grant a layer of killing intent. Stacking 5 layers allows for the release of a sword technique, Decapitation. Decapitation can be triggered actively, releasing a strike with 5 times the attack power, with a maximum of 3 instances. By the gods, a warrior class skill, Sword Technique. A perfect match for Asen. By merely striking the enemy's weak points, one can accumulate a layer of killing intent. Upon stacking 5 layers, one can unleash the sword technique, Decapitation. A single strike delivers quintuple the attack power. Moreover, it can be charged up to 3 times for decapitation. Most importantly, there is no cooldown period. It can effortlessly serve as a primary means of output. Although Asen's ultimate skill, Bone Withers, is a formidable finishing move and Shen Chi's trump card, it suffers from a lengthy cooldown of 5 minutes. This is excessively long. The margin for error remains insufficient. However, with the Guillotine, one can amplify the prowess of the General's command with the rotting characteristics of the Bronze Knight's sword, delivering multiple segments of 100,000 damage in a short span. Coupled with the General's command, which boasts a 50 melee critical hit rate and 400 critical hit damage, one could even inflict a staggering 400,000 damage per second. Furthermore, as long as there are enough enemy minions, Asen can continuously build battle intent and stack decapitation, maintaining an exceedingly terrifying level of regular output, thus compensating for the diminished output due to the cooldown of Bone Withers. This exemplifies the might of a silver tier skill. Without hesitation, Shen Chi handed the Guillotine to Asen, who promptly learned the skill. Shen Chi then retrieved a perfect grade bronze equipment chest, which yielded a full set of hellish vine armor, comprising chest, shoulder, and leg pieces intricately woven from delicate and supple vines. With a defense of 642, a health regeneration of 1 per second, and a curse resistance of 10, Shen Chi's eyes sparkled. It appeared to be a miraculous life-preserving artifact. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Chi swiftly donned the armor. After all, any skeleton soldier plucked from the Legion could easily overpower 10 of Shen Chi. He was undeniably the weakest in the team. No one needed protective gear more than he did. Subsequently, he unveiled the last perfect grade bronze resource, a building blueprint. With a swish, he obtained the perfect grade territory template, Graveyard. The buildings within the territory automatically transform into a necromantic style. The territory gains the following attributes. It is habitable for undead units, with a growth attribute of 2. Recruiting undead units costs 5. Astonishingly, he had acquired a territory template, and it was specifically a necromantic template. Such special building templates can entirely transform the style of a territory. Most importantly, they can bestow additional attributes. For instance, novice lords typically start with a solitary wooden cabin and a few rows of wooden fences. However, by utilizing a territory template, they can convert their buildings into the corresponding style. An elven lord might transform into an ancient life tree, a dragon lord into a dragon's nest, and an orc lord into an orc fortress, among others. Territory templates are coveted treasures that countless lords vie for, nearly impossible to procure. However, the name Graveyard evokes a rather ominous premonition. Am I destined to sleep in a graveyard from now on? Shen Chi hesitated. Nonetheless, one cannot expect to have both intensity and appearance. If it means sleeping in a graveyard, so be it. At worst, he could craft himself the most splendid coffin in the future. Just as Shen Chi was about to switch to the graveyard, suddenly, the characteristic ethereal guidance activated. Sensing the presence of an unstable dimensional bubble nearby, his graveyard automatically evolved into a mythic grade territory template. Eternal Night's Grave Soil. Shen Chi froze momentarily. 3 seconds later, it transformed yet again into a mythic grade. Chapter 42, Mythic Grade Territory Template, Eternal Night's Grave Soil. Territory Template, Eternal Night's Grave Soil. Mythic Grade. The lords of the ethereal realm eternally slumber here, listening to the incessant lament of the Attribute 1, habitable for undead units, with a growth attribute of 20. Attribute 2, recruiting undead units costs 20, recruiting other units costs 10. Attribute 3, undead units within the territory automatically regenerate health over 2 seconds until fully restored. Attribute 4, the hardness of territory buildings is 500. Attribute 5, the core life of the lord is 10. Attribute 6, territory range is 10. Attribute 7, the capacity of the territory warehouse is 10. Attribute 8, creates a semi-plane that envelopes the territory, allowing for active concealment of its existence, rendering it imperceptible to all. Note, the territory template will upgrade as the territory levels up. Shen Chi gazed at the plethora of attributes that appeared before him, nearly overwhelmed. Is this the power of a mythic grade territory template? The additional attributes are extraordinarily lavish. An undead unit's growth attribute of 20 means that for every level gained, it adds an additional 20 to the original attributes. Undead units automatically regain health upon entering the territory. The territory can mask its presence, making it undetectable for tracking and probing. If one has made enemies outside, they cannot raid or ambush him. Shen Chi's heart raced as he opened the territory attribute panel, marveling at the rejuvenated attributes. Ethereal Realm. Lord, Shen Chi Level 2. Template, Eternal Night's Grave Soil. Life, 5,000. Area, 3,000 square meters. Warehouse capacity, 10,000. Territory attributes, a total of 8. Click to view. Resources required for upgrading, 10,000 spirit crystals, 10,000 stones, 10,000 wood, 5,000 iron ore, 3,000 crystals, 1,000 silver ore, and 500 agate. Shen Chi closed the panel and gazed ahead. The territory range, which was originally only 300 square meters, suddenly expanded to 3,000 square meters. The once unremarkable two-story building was replaced by a castle occupying over 300 square meters. The sheer grandeur was breathtaking. The castle, crafted from obsidian, featured intricately carved walls, with crystal skulls adorning the window sills and door columns. The castle boasted a front and backyard, connected by arched corridors fashioned from jade and bone. The courtyard showcased numerous dark gold skull candelabras, flickering with eerie blue flames. Upon entering the courtyard, it felt as though the air temperature had dropped several degrees. Excellent. It exudes the sophistication of a high-ranking undead lord. Shen Chi further explored the castle's interior. The expansive rooms included a grand hall, bedrooms, washrooms, kitchens, a gym, an entertainment room, and storage, with every functional area accounted for. All configurations precisely aligned with Shen Chi's aesthetics and needs, as if it were a tailor-made private mansion. Splendid. Merely a level 2 territory template exhibits such extravagance. One can only imagine the appearance and extraordinary attributes it will possess once it reaches level 9. Shen Chi returned to the grand hall on the first floor. In the center of the hall, a long red carpet stretched from the entrance to a platform. At the end of the carpet stood a massive throne made of bones, adorned with luminous green gemstones embedded in gold, exuding unparalleled luxury. 3 meters in front of the throne, there was a small water pool, above which hovered a large, translucent crystal, the core of the Lord. Shen Chi approached, comfortably seated upon the throne, propping his face with one hand in repose. He closed his eyes and sighed contentedly. After a considerable time, Shen Chi reopened his character panel. After completing the second round of trials, he had leveled up to 20. He officially became a mid-tier lord. Levels below 10 are considered novice lords, while levels above 10 are classified as beginner lords, and reaching level 20 signifies a mid-tier lord. His mental attribute had reached 1054. However, the most delightful surprise was the silent addition of a new talent trait on the panel. Trait 9, Undead Enslavement. Death is not a release. The corpse is but a slave. After defeating an enemy, there is a 30 chance to temporarily revive the enemy, transforming it into one of the undead forms, a ghost, skeleton, or zombie, retaining 30 of its pre-death strength, and serving him for a duration of 30 minutes. Shen Chi was taken aback. This trait is essentially the hallmark of a necromancer, soul summoning, isn't it? Upon vanquishing foes, one may resurrect them as specters, zombies, or skeletons, thereby augmenting one's own legion of the undead. The slain adversaries transform into invaluable allies. Although at level 1 one can only revive a third of the fallen for a mere 30 minutes, it is still an extraordinary feat. It resembles a snowball effect. The more one vanquishes, the greater the advantages amassed, culminating in an overwhelming force. In addition to this newfound ability, Shen Chi keenly observed an intriguing feature labeled Undead Allegiance accompanied by a conspicuous plus sign. Upon clicking it, he discovered that this feature was indeed upgradable, requiring a fragment of the Nether Authority. What a peculiar item. Shen Chi recalled that this fragment was only attainable after completing the second round of trials. It appeared that his innate abilities could indeed be enhanced, an unprecedented revelation. To upgrade, one needed to expend a fragment of Nether Authority. Without hesitation, Shen Chi pressed the plus sign adjacent to Undead Allegiance. Ding! The feature Undead Allegiance has been upgraded to level 2. It now allows detection and summoning of undead within a radius of 1,000 meters, binding them as your subjects, albeit at the cost of mental energy. The range of summoning has expanded from close proximity to a 1,000-meter radius. Incredible! Such a significant enhancement from a single upgrade? Shen Chi was momentarily rendered speechless. Chapter 43, Commencing Dungeon Runs. However, it took a full 2 days to acquire a single fragment of Nether Authority, indicating its scarcity. He attempted to click on the fragment to seek further details, only to be met with a system prompt. Mastery over the rules of death materializes as Nether Authority. Currently unlocked methods of acquisition. Defeating bosses may yield drops. Shen Chi paused. It seemed that to obtain Nether Authority fragments, one must continuously challenge bosses. The term boss referred to the leaders of the novice trials or the formidable creatures within dungeon relics. The trials were limited to once per day, but multiple dungeons would refresh daily. It appeared that prioritizing dungeon runs was essential. Furthermore, Shen Chi sensed that the divine talent of the Nether Monarch held even greater potential. Not only did it possess 15 features, but these features were also subject to upgrades. Unprecedented. After a period of contemplation, Shen Chi closed his personal panel and retrieved the final reward from this round of trials, a seed of the corrupted heartflower. This seed, which thrives in the depths of hell, clings to the dark cliffs, belonging to a dual darkness plant race. After germinating in hellish rock, it feeds on the flesh and blood of corpses, undergoing 4 developmental stages until it reaches maturity. The initial seed stage starts at level 4, progressing 1 level with each stage, ultimately achieving a mature state at level 7. Gazing at the seemingly unremarkable dark seed in his hand, Shen Chi was momentarily taken aback. Level 4 at the outset? It could reach level 7? Level 7, the very essence of a dominant class unit. Commanding units at level 7 is the threshold to becoming a super overlord. The term overlord refers to any lord above level 60, guarding territories, renowned throughout the realms, and leaving a legacy that echoes across nations. Shen Chi's breath quickened, his heart pounding like a drum. However, the corrupted heartflower seed must first be cultivated in hellish rock. There was no rush. He would devise a plan upon reaching the Endless Lands. Subsequently, Shen Chi summoned and transformed 100 undead sorcerers, expending 90,000 spirit crystals. He used Eternal Night to resurrect the units slain during the trials, directing his skeletal weapon specialists to produce specialized armaments. Following his strategic layout, he meticulously arranged various territorial matters, step by step enhancing his overall strength. At this moment, the chat channel was abuzz. Wow, I heard our district has spawned a nightmare-level dungeon today. Nightmare level? Impossible. The novice trials only feature normal and hard dungeons for the first 4 days. Nightmare dungeons only become available on the 5th day. Indeed, a single nightmare dungeon's resources could suffice to support a cadre of leading lords. How could it reappear the following day? It's true. I received news from an A-rank lord. Those wishing to exchange coordinates, please message me. The price is negotiable. The preceding commenter must be a charlatan. Never mind. If there were truly a nightmare dungeon, the top lords would have already secured it. We, the stragglers, wouldn't stand a chance. In a mist-laden gorge amidst the mountains, a suspension bridge connected the cliffs on either side. However, prior to the bridge, a band of thieves had established a camp. Within the encampment stood a tall watchtower, manned by archers on guard. Lord Feng Lu concealed herself behind a sturdy camphor tree not far away, scrutinizing the bandit camp. Her brow furrowed, her full lips pressed tightly together, and her right hand anxiously clutched her skirt. This suspension bridge was the sole passage to the opposite mountain, yet it was held captive by the bandit camp. After nearly 10 minutes of observation, she discerned at least 30 dagger-wielding thieves, 10 archers, and 20 dual-wielding brigands within the camp. In contrast, she commanded only 20 deer-headed assassins and 15 supportive flower spirits. To cross the bridge, she would have to breach this den of thieves. Yet, she was utterly outmatched. Feng Lu felt tears welling in her eyes. Not only did she lack numbers, but she also possessed no advantages in strength. Moreover, the watchtower's surveillance range was extensive. Any attempt to send her units close would immediately provoke an assault from the archers. This oversight had already cost her 2 deer-headed assassins. Thus, she needed to orchestrate a coordinated assault on the bandit camp. After a brief moment of hesitation, she resolved herself and turned back toward the forest path from whence she came. This area was not particularly remote. It was a crucial route connecting 2 mountain peaks. Logically, she should be able to lie in wait for passing novice lords. At that moment, she could persuade them to form a team. As time trickled by, the mountain forest remained eerily silent, devoid of any signs of wildlife. The shadows of the branches and leaves shifted with the sun's movement. Half a day passed, yet not a single figure appeared. Feng Lu's anxiety began to mount. Why had no one arrived? This was unexpected. Just as she began to pace restlessly, a crisp sound echoed as a twig snapped underfoot. Feng Lu's instincts sharpened, and she looked up to see a tall, slender figure approaching from afar. She had indeed encountered someone. Elated, her heart steadied a bit as she hurried forward. Hello, may I ask for your assistance? The newcomer was none other than Shen Chi. He abruptly heard a soft, melodious voice calling from nearby. Stopping, he raised his gaze, his expression rife with caution. Observing Feng Lu's demeanor, which radiated sincerity, he quickly realized she meant no harm and began to explain. You see, there is a suspension bridge ahead. The only route to the opposite mountain, but it is occupied by a group of thieves. I cannot breach it alone, so I wish to collaborate with you. Feng Lu's words brimmed with genuine earnestness, and she appeared quite harmless. Shen Chi did not rush to respond. His gaze traversed the tangled woods, spotting the bandit camp Feng Lu had mentioned in the distance. After a few moments of contemplation, he softly replied, All right. Feng Lu, filled with trepidation, felt a spark of joy upon hearing his agreement. This individual was somewhat accommodating. Her spirits lifted as she exclaimed, I have 20 deer-headed assassins and 15 flower spirits. Our forces can coordinate to lure out and eliminate the bandit group. By the way, what units do you command? As Feng Lu was about to finish her words, her eyes suddenly caught sight of a multitude of shadows behind Shen Chi. The sheer number of troops he commanded was staggering. At first glance, there must have been at least 50. A surge of joy filled Feng Lu's heart. It seemed this endeavor was secure. However, due to the dim light in the forest, she initially could not discern the details clearly. After a brief pause of 2 seconds, as her eyes adjusted to the feeble light, she finally recognized the nature of Shen Chi's troops. To her astonishment, they were a dense mass of skeletons. Feng Lu was taken aback. Ah, these undead soldiers. A wave of disappointment washed over her mind involuntarily. They were nothing but fragile bones that scattered at the slightest touch. How could they possibly fight? Chapter 44. The nightmare-level dungeon has been occupied. Feng Lu gritted her teeth. Well, although skeleton soldiers are weak, their numbers are substantial. They can serve as cannon fodder to absorb damage, providing my deer-headed assassin with a chance to deal damage. She forced a smile onto her face and said to Shen Chi, you can let your skeletons move out first to draw the attention of the thieves. And then I'll have my deer-headed assassin follow closely. All right. Shen Chi nodded, saying nothing further. In truth, he paid little attention to the specifics of Feng Lu's plan. He raised his hand to command the skeleton warriors to advance. Feng Lu, her heart racing, watched nervously as the battalion of skeletons moved out in perfect unison. Her mind whirling as she drafted a more detailed combat strategy to ensure absolute success. She intended to have the deer-headed assassin closely follow the skeletons, using them as cover. Once the thieves struck down the skeletons, the deer-headed assassin would seize the opportunity to counterattack. The floral spirit would then assist at the opportune moment, particularly keeping an eye on the archer thieves. However, in the subsequent minute, she realized that her concerns had been unfounded. She watched in disbelief as 20 skeleton warriors swept through the thieves' stronghold like a swarm of locusts. In the face of the skeleton warriors, no matter what thieves charged at them, they were dispatched with a single stroke. Feng Lu's small face was filled with astonishment. It wasn't until the skeletons had cleared the stronghold and returned to formation that Shen Chi slowly approached. Feng Lu stood there, Mouth agape, unable to believe her eyes. When did the undead lord become this formidable? This individual was likely, like herself, at least of D-grade talent, and possibly even C-grade. Feng Lu quickly composed herself. She closed the distance to Shen Chi, her tone now imbued with warmth. Thank you. I didn't expect you to be this powerful. Shen Chi remained non-committal, merely nodding slightly. With the crisis averted, Feng Lu relaxed, allowing herself to observe the young man before her more closely. To her surprise, he was quite handsome. His features were distinct and his demeanor striking. Although his face was taut, his presence was exceptional. Feng Lu's heart raced slightly faster, and she found herself unable to suppress her curiosity. Have you heard that a nightmare-level dungeon has emerged in our district? A nightmare-level dungeon? Shen Chi inquired, puzzled. You haven't been paying attention to the chat channel? No worries, the place I'm heading to is precisely that nightmare-level dungeon. I've only just managed to obtain the coordinates. However, it is a multiplayer dungeon, requiring a team to enter. It is said that the resources from a nightmare dungeon could even support several top-tier lords' development. If we enter the outer layer, we might even collect some valuable spoils. Shen Chi's eyes brightened. Yet, his thoughts diverged from Feng Lu's. A nightmare-level dungeon. Defeating the boss could yield fragments of the Nether Sovereign's authority. Wasn't this precisely what he had been yearning for? Without hesitation, he responded, his voice smooth and clearly laced with interest. Sure, lead the way. In a valley overrun with weeds, a massive stone array lay upon the ground, shrouded in mist, exuding an air of mystery. Beside the stone array stood two lords, each wielding weapons as if guarding the entrance. Before them, new lords approached intermittently, inquiring about entry. Scattered around the periphery of the array were various lords, lingering to observe. When Shen Chi and Feng Lu arrived, they witnessed this very scene. Shen Chi scrutinized the array, his gaze sharpening, and a panel materialized before him. Troll Gorge. Nightmare-level dungeon. The dungeon comprises 5 layers, requiring at least 2 players to form a team. The highest combat power of the team will be automatically detected to open the corresponding level's portal. Shen Chi was momentarily taken aback as he perused the dungeon information. A 5-layer dungeon. Dungeons are crucial avenues for lords' development, refreshing randomly each day. The dungeon levels are categorized as ordinary, difficult, nightmare, abyss, calamity, and terminus. Generally, ordinary dungeons consist of only 1 layer, and once someone defeats the boss, the dungeon vanishes immediately. Difficult dungeons are divided into outer and core layers. Defeating the outer layer's boss opens the core portal, allowing challengers to choose whether to exit or enter the core layer. Once the core boss is defeated, the dungeon closes. Nightmare-level dungeons consist of outer, inner, and core layers, similarly closing upon the defeat of the core boss. Yet this nightmare-level dungeon before him boasted 5 entire layers. Moreover, it didn't require the usual progression from outer to core. Instead, it directly opened the corresponding dungeon layer based on the team's highest combat power. This could only imply that even within the nightmare-level dungeon, the Troll Gorge was of exceedingly high value. Feng Lu turned to Shen Chi. Let us team up. Shen Chi was indifferent, and Feng Lu stepped forward. However, they were intercepted by the gatekeeping lords. Feng Lu paused in confusion. The short, blonde lord wore a stern expression. This dungeon has been jointly occupied by our esteemed Lord Lu Feichun. The other tall, lanky lord chimed in. If others wish to enter, they must present their sincerity. The blonde continued. A minimum of 300 spirit crystals. Of course, other resources are acceptable as well. Feng Lu was taken aback. What? As her mind processed the information, she inadvertently exclaimed, Lu Feichun? The blonde lord displayed a look of impatience. Yes, Lord Lu Feichun is leading the charge, along with several other top-tier lords of A-grade talent. They are currently teamed up in the 4th layer of the dungeon, vigorously battling the boss. We are merely following the orders of the lords, stationed here to guard. Anyone who refuses to abide by the rules should not be surprised if Lord Chun takes notice upon his emergence. Shen Chi's brow gradually furrowed. Feng Lu began to hesitate. After all, as a D-grade lord, along with a necromancer, she truly lacked the leverage to contend with a host of top-tier lords. She turned to discuss the possibility of sharing the entrance fee with Shen Chi. Yet, before she could finish, Shen Chi had already stepped past her. Addressing the gatekeeping lords with a questioning tone, on what grounds? The 3 words echoed in the air, causing a momentary silence. Feng Lu, the 2 gatekeeping lords, and the surrounding observing lords were all taken aback. The blonde lord took a while to regain his composure, smiling rather than growing angry. As I said, this dungeon belongs to Lord Lu Feichun and his allies. If you wish to enter, pay the entry fee. Did you not hear? The tall, lanky lord's face twisted into a cruel smile. Or are you saying you refuse to comply? Shen Chi's gaze sharpened, his tone growing colder. Step aside. The gatekeepers momentarily froze, questioning their own hearing. Then their brows furrowed in confusion. What did you say? Shen Chi repeated, his voice now steeped in frost. I said, step aside. The 2 immediately darkened their faces. You. The blonde lord suddenly noticed the throng of skeletons trailing behind Shen Chi, nearly bursting into laughter. A necromancer? Is that your source of confidence? Feng Lu observed Shen Chi, who seemed utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, boldly stepping forward. Seemingly unafraid of inciting the ire of the powerful. Her heart raced with anxiety, akin to an ant on a hot skillet. She yearned to grasp Shen Chi's arm, urging him to remain silent. It's merely 300 spirit crystals. There's no need for this, she thought. Yet, Shen Chi appeared as if his feet were rooted to the ground, unyielding and steadfast, entirely unwilling to retreat. The surrounding lords whispered among themselves, "Goodness! This undead lord is remarkably audacious. What temerity he possesses to oppose the elite. Who knows, just a naive fool, perhaps. Huh. Did you not see him trying to impress that girl? He can't possibly think that makes him look dashing." A wave of embarrassment and irritation surged within Feng Lu as she glared at Shen Chi, her thoughts racing. What time is it? Is it really necessary to be so obstinate? You're merely somewhat skilled, confronting the powerful. You're far too overreaching. Chapter 45, Regretful Feng Lu. Feng Lu felt exposed under the gaze of the observing lords, their eyes seemingly mocking. Being with a foolish, undead lord, you must not be a paragon yourself. A flush of heat crept across her cheeks as she glanced at Shen Chi, a strong sense of disdain washing over her. Scanning the vicinity, she spotted another lord approaching and swiftly resolved to act. With a pitiful expression adorning her face, she sweetly implored, hello there, may we form a team? The lord paused, scrutinizing Feng Lu with curiosity before pointing a finger at Shen Chi behind her. Aren't you already in a team? Feng Lu hastily waved her hands. No, we merely arrived here simultaneously. I'm not with him. A playful smile spread across the lord's face. All right then, team with me. Feng Lu exhaled a sigh of relief, heartened, as she hurried to position herself behind him. Shen Chi observed Feng Lu's maneuver with a stoic expression, revealing little of his thoughts. When their gazes met, Feng Lu defiantly held her head high, oblivious to any impropriety in her actions. In fact, she felt emboldened, muttering inwardly, "Who told you to be so stubborn? I refuse to be dragged down by you." She found herself eagerly anticipating his embarrassment, believing it would vindicate her choice. Shen Chi's countenance grew increasingly somber. In a brief span of 2 minutes, he had witnessed various faces, a delightful surprise indeed. In dungeons, one's capabilities were paramount, and he believed it beneath him to submit to others' whims. The attitudes of these individuals stemmed fundamentally from their assumption that he was merely a helpless weakling. It was simple. He intended to make them see the truth. Just as he raised his hand to command his skeletal soldiers forward, a male voice interjected urgently. Wait. A boy hurriedly stepped between Shen Chi and the gatekeeper lord. His name was Song Chunyang, and a bead of cold sweat trickled down his temple as he spoke. His voice trembling with nervousness. I'll pay double the entrance fee. Let me team up with him. Shen Chi regarded this unfamiliar figure, momentarily taken aback. Noticing the skeletal soldiers behind him, he paused briefly. This individual was also an undead lord. The blonde youth, initially poised to mock Song Chunyang, suddenly recalibrated his approach, narrowing his eyes with a cunning glint. Very well. Song Chunyang turned in delight, addressing Shen Chi. You come with me into the dungeon. I'll cover the entrance fee. How about it? Shen Chi cast a sidelong glance at the blonde, committing his features to memory. A fleeting surge of murderous intent flickered in his eyes before it was repressed into the depths of his soul. After a moment's contemplation, he slowly nodded. Song Chunyang felt a wave of relief. He feared Shen Chi might stubbornly refuse, leaving no way to salvage the situation. His reasoning was straightforward. As a similarly unappreciated undead lord, he understood the reluctance to find allies. Observing Shen Chi being ostracized ignited a desire to lend assistance. Having paid the entrance fee, the two stepped into the formation under the watchful gaze of all present. The intricate patterns on the ground glimmered with ethereal light. A soft hum resonated as the formation began to activate, assessing the highest combat prowess within the team. Feng Lu looked on disdainfully at Song Chunyang, secretly ridiculing him for being foolish enough to entangle himself. He believed he could escape the clutches of the elite so easily. She felt an even greater affirmation of her choice. The blonde youth grinned, watching the duo with a sly smile, plotting to seize all the resources they would undoubtedly acquire upon exiting the dungeon. Yet, in the next moment, right before his eyes, Shen Chi's silhouette was suddenly enveloped in a deep crimson glow. Instantly, a swirling red portal manifested above the formation with a thunderous roar. The blonde's expression froze in shock. He stood dumbfounded for several seconds before comprehension dawned. Red? The portal to the 5th level. All onlookers gasped at this unexpected spectacle, standing frozen in disbelief. Even the formidable Lu had only managed to reach the 4th level. How could these two have opened a passage to the 5th? This was inconceivable. Could it be that the dungeon's detection mechanism had malfunctioned? The two gatekeeper lords, most acquainted with the dungeon's operational principles, stood agape, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. The vibrant crimson portal pierced the eyes of all present, brazenly mocking their previous disdain. Feng Lu, witnessing this dramatic turn of events, covered her mouth with both hands, utterly astonished. Could it be that Shen Chi is far more powerful than I had imagined? A sudden wave of regret washed over her. Even Song Chunyang, standing beside Shen Chi, was equally taken aback. He recognized his own limitations as an E-rank undead lord. There was no way he could breach the 5th level of the dungeon. Thus, there could only be one explanation. Shen Chi was a powerhouse, a true titan. Shen Chi displayed no additional emotions as he stepped forward, entering the portal. In the next instant, his figure vanished along with his skeletal army, all entering the dungeon. Song Chunyang quickly composed himself and followed suit, entering the dungeon alongside Shen Chi. The remaining spectators remained in a state of stupor, unable to regain their composure. Some, slowly coming to their senses, began to ponder, could that undead lord possess an S-rank talent, akin to the esteemed Lu Feichen? No wonder he dared to provoke the gatekeeper lords. In the end, it turns out I was the fool all along. Still, he stands alone. How formidable can he truly be against the united front of the leading lords? Oh, that's beyond our concern. Goodness, the 5th level of a nightmare grade dungeon. This must be the heart of the dungeon, overflowing with top-tier resources. I envy him to the point of dying. Had I known, I would have eagerly volunteered to assist the esteemed one with the entrance fee. What a grave mistake. Feng Lu's heart ached with regret, her insides churning with disappointment. Gritting her teeth and furrowing her brow, her expression darkened. Even if she were to trust Shen Chi a little more now, she was already committed to entering the dungeon alongside him. There was no room left for that boy. Despite having witnessed Shen Chi's prowess earlier, why had she doubted him? Chapter 46. The troll leader with 1,000,000 health points. The light of the teleportation descended, and his companion, along with their respective skeletal minions, descended into the depths of the dungeon known as the Troll Gorge. Behind them lay a dense, swirling mist, while ahead, the narrow entrance of the valley awaited. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, casting a gloomy pall over the landscape. Thick forests loomed nearby, and the distant, guttural howls of beasts echoed ominously. Turning to his companion, Song Chunyang introduced himself with fervor. Esteemed one, I am Song Chunyang. May I inquire your name? However, S gaze remained sharp and unwavering, fixated on the path ahead, seemingly oblivious to the introduction. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, Song Chunyang awkwardly scratched his face. Suddenly spoke. They're coming. Startled, Song Chunyang replied, what? Calmly extended his arm, pointing forward. Following the direction of his finger, Song Chunyang's eyes widened in horror as he beheld the scene before him. A multitude of beasts, densely packed, loomed less than 100 meters away. Upon closer inspection, he identified the formidable ranks of 3rd-tier Gale Wolves, 3rd-tier Scorpion Lions, 3rd-tier Elite Demonized Lizardmen, and 3rd-tier Elite Shadow Vipers, each type numbered in the hundreds, possibly exceeding 3,000 in total. Furthermore, these fearsome creatures were merely the most commonplace foes of the dungeon. Song Chunyang's heart raced as he felt a chill climb from his feet to his head. This was the core of a nightmarish dungeon, 100 times more terrifying than the trials he had faced. The final boss of his second trial had been merely a level 10 elite monster. A wave of dread washed over him, and he considered fleeing. Mechanically, he turned to and stammered, esteemed one, why don't we retreat? Perplexed, responded, retreat? Why would we do that? I still need to defeat the boss. Song Chunyang's face turned pale. But, esteemed one, the sheer number of minions could easily overwhelm our few dozen skeletal warriors, and we have yet to even locate the ultimate dungeon boss. This is tantamount to delivering ourselves as an offering. Remained unfazed, his tone flat as he replied, they're just minions, we can clear them out. As though it were a trivial matter, Song Chunyang felt a sense of despair wash over him, clutching his chest as he felt as if he were already a ghost. Yet, S subsequent actions would undeniably demonstrate to Song Chunyang what it truly meant to clear out minions. With a graceful lift of his hand, summoned a lantern that emanated a soft purple glow. In the next moment, a colossal vortex materialized in the air above them. A potent, ominous energy surged forth. To Song Chunyang's astonishment, a veritable army of skeletons instantaneously emerged in the clearing before them. Countless in number, exceeding 1,000. Among them were warriors, archers, mages, and cavalry. Every skeletal figure radiated a formidable and profound aura, rivaling the oncoming horde of beasts. Song Chunyang stood in awe, utterly stunned. Was this truly the act of summoning a legion of the undead? If they were merely disposable skeletons, it would be one thing. But these skeletal warriors appeared to be 10 times more formidable than his strongest minions. Was this the prowess of a master of the necromantic arts? As undead armies surged forth as promised, they began to clear the field with the precision of a scythe reaping wheat. The skeletal warriors and undead cavalry charged ahead. The skeletal archers unleashed a storm of arrows, while the necromancers and skeletal acolytes cast their fiery projectiles. Moments later, a torrent of arrows and fire rained down upon the beast horde, annihilating them before they could mount any defense, reducing them to mere pulp. The once impenetrable tide of monsters now bore a gaping breach. Then, something even more astonishing occurred. The corpses of the slain monsters began to stir, some rising unsteadily from the ground. Some, their flesh decayed, had become mere skeletons. Others had rotted into zombies, while still others had lost their physical forms entirely, transforming into wraiths that floated through the air. Without exception, These newly formed undead seemed to instinctively join ranks, rushing toward their comrades. Like a rolling snowball, the size of undead legion continued to swell. 3 minutes later, the monstrous tide visibly retreated, leaving only blood and bodies in its wake. Meanwhile, army of the undead grew ever stronger. Song Chunyang could only stare in disbelief. Suddenly, a chilling roar reverberated through the valley. From the depths of the gorge, a powerful energy surged forth. With keen eyes, Song Chunyang spotted 4 massive shadows approaching from within the canyon. The core bosses, and not just one. His eyes widened in shock, his breath caught in his throat. In the next instant, the boss panels materialized before him. Troll Commander Amos. 4th tier king level. Level 25. Health 1. 0 21. 587. Attack 3. 547. Defense 2. 147. Armor 50. Agility 245. Skills: Rebirth, Split, Dark Abyss Troll Prison. Troll General Baron. 3rd tier king level. Level 21. Health 511. 587. Attack 2. 577. Defense 1. 847. Armor 30. Agility 145. Skills: Rebirth, Dark Blade, Shadow Magic Ball, Troll Fury. Troll General Lazian. 3rd tier king level. Level 20. Health 491. 548. Troll General Cecil. 3rd tier king level. Level 22. Health 555. 480. Before him loomed 4 titanic trolls, each towering over 50 meters, their rugged black hides thick and coarse. Their spines hunched, they sported twisted, elongated horns and were clad in heavy black iron armor. Chains, thick and heavy, dragged along the ground, clanking ominously. Around their necks and waists hung the skulls of countless humans, an utterly chilling sight. Song Chunyang's eyes bulged from their sockets as he exclaimed, "What the hell? How much health do they have? 1 million? Are they insane?" His heart raced, pounding in his throat, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Yet, stepped forward, calmly raising his hand. Once again, a deep purple vortex descended. 2 imposing figures materialized, Skeleton General Asin and Skeleton High Priest Theodore. These 2 heroes boldly charged into the fray, unleashing a massacre. Chapter 47. The million health points instantly depleted, leaving Song Chunyang stunned. With wide eyes, Song Chunyang gasped, "Wait, are those heroes? 2 of them? And judging by their aura, they must be 3-star or even 4-star heroes. Incredible." Asin raced toward the enemy horde. General's order, activate. Instantly, the morale of the undead army surged. Targeting the troll commander, Asin drew a longbow from his back, knocking an arrow with precision. Soul Pursuit Arrow. With a powerful surge of necromantic energy, the arrow was unleashed. In that moment, it felt as though countless souls were wailing in the air. The Soul Pursuit Arrow blazed with brilliant light as it shot toward the troll commander, who sensed the imminent threat and let out a furious howl. The sound waves imbued with terrifying energy shattered the towering trees in the vicinity. The troll raised its robust forelimbs to shield itself, attempting to deflect the deadly arrow with its formidable, fearsome armor. However, the soul-chasing arrow was relentless and unerring. Striking true to its mark, it pierced through the armor. 93,722. One single shot severed nearly 100,000 health points. The troll chieftain let out a lamenting howl. And visibly, black fury erupted and scattered like shards. Following the usual pattern, wailing spirits emerged, swiftly trailing behind Asin, soaring above the troll chieftain. With a chilling frost of resentment, a wave of frost descended upon the troll chieftain's head, rendering it motionless. Defense, 50. Our piercing damage, 2. Meanwhile, Asin brandished his bronze-level rotting knight's sword, swiftly closing the distance to the troll chieftain. In the next moment, he leaped onto the troll's head. Wanguku. A formidable killing intent erupted. 19 strands of deep crimson sword energy blossomed like an enchanting lotus, expansive and overwhelming. 121-3050. After multiple enhancements, Wanguku's damage soared to an astounding 120,000. Under the control of the chilling frost of resentment, the troll chieftain was rendered rigid, forced to absorb the full brunt of the 19 sword energies. Its health bar was instantly depleted. The damage overflowed beyond comprehension. The colossal and terrifying troll staggered, crashing down to the ground with a thunderous roar that echoed throughout the canyon, sending dust and debris flying. Song Chunyang watched in disbelief as the ultimate boss, with 1 million health points, suffered a staggering 1.2 million damage. In the next moment, the boss collapsed without a shred of resistance. It fell. It fell. In an instant, it was obliterated. Song Chunyang's eyes widened in astonishment, as if they might pop out. He took a deep breath, slowly extending a hand to slap himself. Smack. His face turned to the side, his head slightly dazed. Covering his face, Song Chunyang grimaced. Ow. That hurts. It's real. Goodness. He had heard that trolls possessed a terrifying regenerative ability, capable of reviving as long as they had a sliver of health remaining. However, the powerhouse showed no mercy. With a single strike, the boss was instantly vanquished. The The remaining 3 troll generals, witnessing their leader's demise, were enraged. They pounded their chests in fury, emitting earth-shattering roars. Meanwhile, Theodore grasped his grand staff with both hands, completing the incantation. The magic circle beneath him spun rapidly, the potent fire elemental magic pulsating violently. Falling stars. 20 bright points of light ignited on the horizon, accompanied by a thunderous sound of air being sliced. The summoned meteor swarm hurtled towards the battlefield at breakneck speed. Simultaneously, 100 necromancers and 100 skeletal disciples chanted the spell of the ghost fireball in unison. In an instant, countless ghostly blue fireballs emerged, forming a dense barrage of fiery projectiles. The brilliant flames danced, capable of blinding the eyes. The skeletal disciples' magical damage reached 1100, and after a prayer resonance of level 2, it amplified to 6000. Even with the troll generals' 30 points of armor mitigating some damage and a defense of 1800, the skeletal disciples could still inflict penetrating damage. Moreover, with 100 skeletal disciples collectively unleashing 100 ghost fireballs, a deluge of fireballs sped forth, crashing into the troll generals. Boom! Countless dazzling fireworks exploded. The trolls staggered, their bodies riddled with gory craters. The 20 meteors followed closely behind. A terrifying heat, akin to the wrath of a fire god, descended. Each meteor that struck triggered a mini-earthquake. Flames soared into the sky, accompanied by a resounding crash as dust billowed. The ground was left with a massive crater, obliterated flesh, and scorching ash swirling in the air. It was as if the world had met its end. 102,562, 65,847, 125,455. A series of horrifying damage figures continued to flash, repeatedly shaking the young heart of the sole spectator, Song Chunyang. Asin continued to dart through the tide of monsters. Swinging the rotting knight's sword, he mercilessly drained over 20,000 health points from the smaller creatures. Having accumulated enough killing intent through the guillotine for a decisive strike, he swiftly darted towards the troll general. Clang! 347,551. A single decapitating strike inflicted 340,000 damage. The troll general fell on the spot. Under the concentrated firepower of the mage squad, all 3 troll generals were annihilated in less than 5 minutes. Just 10 minutes after Shen Chi made his move, the resounding announcement echoed. The ultimate boss of Troll Canyon, the troll chieftain, has been slain. The boss troll general has been defeated. The boss troll general has been defeated. The troll canyon is cleared, and all 5 layers are about to close. Song Chunyang was left in a daze. Shen Chi opened the interface, his expression calm as he reviewed the battle rewards. Spirit crystals, 154203. Prayer points, 615482. 1 silver perfect treasure chest. 1 silver ordinary treasure chest. 1 bronze perfect treasure chest. 4 bronze ordinary treasure chests. 18 black iron treasure chests. 9 fourth order elemental essences. 1 troll order. 1 troll heart. 3 level 1 skill breakthrough scrolls. 2 fragments of the ghostly authority, and an array of scattered equipment materials. After defeating 4 bosses, he had obtained 2 fragments of the ghostly authority. Shen Chi was thoroughly satisfied. However, the next discovery left Shen Chi astonished. Deep within the canyon, amidst the rubble, where the trolls had once lingered, stood a dilapidated structure, the sublimation altar. Intermediate, capable of enhancing a hero's star level, raising the limit to 6 stars. A simple introduction, yet it struck Shen Chi like a bolt from the blue. Enhancing a hero's star level. It is essential to know that with each star level a hero lacks, the basic attributes and growth potential diverge drastically. Shen Chi's face lit up with joy. This hero altar was perfectly tailored for Asin. Without hesitation, he urged Asin to step forward. At that moment, in the 4th layer of the Troll Canyon, Lu Feiqing was leading 5 A-grade talent lords in a grueling assault on the layer's boss, the Troll General Leopold. An overwhelming swarm of troops surged forward, unleashing a barrage of high-level spells and combat techniques in a furious onslaught. However, the Troll's terrifying regeneration abilities relentlessly tormented the lords, leaving them fatigued and in disarray. After 3 arduous hours, they finally managed to reduce the Troll General's health to 99. Victory was within reach. Lu Feiqing, perched atop a dragon's back, rallied everyone. Let us give it our all. We are almost there. If we succeed, we might even open the passage to the 5th layer. Joy lit the faces of all the lords as they breathed a sigh of relief. However, the next moment, a chilling mechanical voice resonated throughout the area. The Troll Canyon has been breached, and the dungeon is closing. All the lords were taken aback. In an instant, a force of twisted spatial energy manifested. Before the lords could react, they were all teleported away from the dungeon. Only the echoes of curses drifted away. Damn it. Chapter 48, Sublimation Baptism. Asin becomes a 6-star hero. After undergoing the baptism of the sublimation altar, Asin transformed into a 6-star hero. Shen Chi also invested an additional 300,000 prayer points, equivalent to 3 million free experience points, into Asin. Furthermore, he opened a warrior skill book, the Judgment Pen, from the silver ordinary treasure chest. Shen Chi immediately bestowed this skill book upon Asin. Additionally, he discovered that he had obtained 3 skill breakthrough scrolls. Such items were exceedingly rare. As one ascends in levels, both troops and heroes naturally acquire skills. However, with the advancement of troop ranks, skills can only autonomously progress to level 3. Beyond this threshold, one must utilize a primary skill breakthrough scroll to transcend this limitation and continue the enhancement, ultimately allowing skills to reach level 6. Subsequently, a secondary skill breakthrough scroll is required for further advancement. Each incremental improvement in skill significantly amplifies its effectiveness. For instance, the Wangu-ku skill at 12 segments pales in comparison to the same skill at 19 segments in terms of output. It is said that elite warriors, after undergoing 3 skill breakthroughs, can elevate their skills to the maximum level of 10. A single skill unleashed can resemble a forbidden spell sweeping the battlefield, akin to a calamity. Thus, skill breakthrough scrolls are exceedingly precious, with even high-ranking lords finding them nearly impossible to acquire for a fortune of millions. Shen Chi directly bestowed 3 skill breakthrough scrolls upon Asin's 3 level 3 skills. From that moment, Shen Chi's most formidable force, Asin, experienced yet another metamorphosis. He formally opened Asin's panel and scrutinized it with great care. Skeleton General Asin, Jinyuan Legion, grade, 6-star hero level, 46 health, 30, 222 attack, 18, 472 defense, 12, 874 agility, 314 stamina, infinite spirit, 350 talent, unrivaled martial arts, LV3, skill 1, Wangu-ku, LV3 LV4, unleashes 25 fierce sword energies from the weapon, rapidly inflicting horrific area damage, accompanied by a powerful knockback and stun. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Skill 2, General's Order, LV3 LV4, grants all members of the Jinyuan Legion a melee critical strike rate of 50 to 60, melee critical damage of 400 to 500, attack speed of 120, and defense of 150. Duration, 1 hour. Cooldown, 20 minutes. Skill 3, Soul Chasing Arrow, LV3 LV4, fires 3 arrows with a 100 hit rate, dealing 500 to 700 damage. Arrows inflict a 100 armor-piercing effect and possess the power of the departed, causing fear in enemy targets along the path, reducing mobility by 80 and defense by 80. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Skill 4, Guillotine, LV1 LV2, attacking weak points such as the neck and heart of an enemy grants a layer of killing intent. Stacking 5 layers allows for the release of a sword technique execution, with the execution able to be actively triggered, unleashing an attack with 5 to 7 times the power of a single strike, capable of stacking up to 3 to 5 times. Skill 5, Death's Grace, LV1. After releasing other skills, using Death's Grace allows for an immediate re-release of that skill. Cooldown, 1 hour. Skill 6, Judge's Quill, marks an enemy for a death judgment. Upon the first hit, the enemy suffers triple basic attack damage, after which all enemy units within a 5-meter radius take 80 of the damage suffered by the marked enemy. Gazing upon Asin's revitalized panel, Shen Chi found himself momentarily breathless. The enhancements were nothing short of terrifying. Health exceeding 30,000. A bare attack power nearing 20,000 without any augmentations. The Wangu-ku skill increased from 19 to 25 sword energies. The melee critical damage from the General's Order was amplified to 5 times. The Soul Chasing Arrow was augmented to 3 arrows, enabling simultaneous armor piercing against 3 boss-level adversaries. The Guillotine's attack power was elevated to 7 times, allowing for the accumulation of 5 layers of execution. Moreover, following the Transcendental Baptism, Asin acquired an additional skill, Death's Grace, with a straightforward yet brutal effect. After using other skills, it allows for an immediate reactivation of that skill. Essentially, it provided a skill with no cooldown. For instance, after using Wangu-ku, one could instantly unleash it once more, delivering 2 consecutive high-damage strikes. The damage output would effectively double. It was truly a divine skill. Finally, the Judge's Quill, acquired from the skill book, served as an area attack skill. Upon locking onto an enemy, it releases an attack with triple damage, subsequently inflicting 80 of that damage on all enemy targets within a 5-meter radius around the initial target. Yet another crowd-clearing prowess. It was no wonder that this was a nightmare-level dungeon. It was exceedingly lucrative. A single encounter might elevate Asin's combat prowess tenfold or more. Dominating the trial grounds would be a mere formality. After processing the spoils of the battlefield, Shen Chi and Song Chunyang were teleported out of the dungeon, landing randomly a kilometer away at the entrance of the Troll Gorge dungeon. The crowd was left in awe of Shen Chi's power, unable to quell their astonishment for quite some time. After a considerable pause, Huang Mao and the lanky one felt a chill of trepidation creep into their hearts. That undead lord was likely a being of S-rank talent or higher. Logically, such a formidable entity could effortlessly crush them, mere ants in comparison. In truth, Shen Chi had been prepared to strike. Fortunately, another undead lord intervened to save the day. In retrospect, that undead lord inadvertently spared Huang Mao and his companions' lives. While Huang Mao felt a pang of fear, he also harbored a flicker of resentment. Shen Chi's final glance at him, cold and detached, was akin to observing a mere ant by the roadside, as if he could dispose of his life at will. This stirred within Huang Mao an almost impotent fury. Dark thoughts scuttled through his mind. No matter how strong an individual may be, what good is it against the combined might of the top lords like Lu Dalao? He resolved that the moment Lu Feichen and the others emerged, he would immediately report. How dare an undead lord provoke them in such a manner? This was intolerable. On the surface, order was restored. Lords eager to enter the dungeon formed teams, paid their entry fees, and approached the teleportation array. 10 minutes later, an unexpected event unfolded. In full view of all, the stone magic array vanished without a trace. Huang Mao and the lanky guard exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions riddled with confusion. What on earth? What was happening? Just as they were about to enter the teleportation array, the lords began to curse. The lanky one scratched his head and hesitantly remarked, "The only reason the dungeon could disappear so suddenly is if it has been completely cleared." Huang Mao pondered for a moment and exclaimed, "Could it be that Lu Dalao and his crew conquered the dungeon?" "Yes, that is quite possible. They've been inside for 3 hours. Perhaps they've already breached the 4th layer and reached the core, then cleared the core directly." Indeed, when top lords unite, their strength is unparalleled. A sense of exhilaration surged within Huang Mao. He recalled Shen Chi's cold gaze and scoffed inwardly. "Aren't you quite arrogant? What does it matter if you reach the 5th layer? 10 minutes in, and you probably wouldn't even encounter 2 minor monsters." However, at that moment, a tremendous uproar erupted from a distance. A throng of individuals rushed forth, their countenance aflame with fury, heading towards Huang Mao and the lanky guard. What the hell is going on? Why did the dungeon suddenly collapse? What exactly happened? The din of curses rained down upon the 2 guards. Once Huang Mao discerned the identities of the newcomers, his jaw dropped in astonishment. Lu Dalao? What's going on? Didn't they clear the dungeon? Observing Lu Feichen and his group, seething with anger and oblivious to the situation, a bizarre suspicion flickered in Huang Mao's mind. Could it be that undead lord? How could that be? Clearing a nightmare-level dungeon solo in 10 minutes? Ridiculous. He immediately slapped himself on the head, extinguishing that terrifying thought. Chapter 49, The Curse of Passing. Song Chunyang followed Shen Chi into the Troll Gorge, merely a bystander. With the capacity to command only a handful of skeletons, he bravely charged forth and vanquished a weakened monster. As the moment of parting drew near, Song Chunyang had a sudden inspiration. He approached Shen Chi with a beaming smile, eagerly requesting to add him as a friend. His reasoning was simple. He possessed an item known as the Eye of Foreknowledge, capable of sensing the precise coordinates of newly refreshed dungeons within a certain range. He promised to promptly relay every refreshed coordinate to Shen Chi, of course. He would never shamelessly beg the formidable player to accompany him. He merely sought the favor of friendship. Shen Chi raised an eyebrow and immediately acquiesced. After all, he would need to traverse various dungeons, and having Song Chunyang's assistance would indeed be quite convenient. If every dungeon he approached was already guarded, it would be a hassle to gain entry. If seizing dungeons was the aim, then the strongest would dictate the terms, right? Very well, he would first clear the dungeon, and no one would be able to monopolize it. Then, when Song Chunyang glimpsed Shen Chi's true name on the friend list, his expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment. Shen Chi? The top-ranked Shen Chi? A necromancer? Song Chunyang slowly covered his eyes with one hand. Well, he thought, he had already experienced enough shocks for one day. Another wouldn't hurt. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Troll Canyon dungeon, the atmosphere was somber, akin to plunging into an icy abyss. The 2 guards and the surrounding onlookers, lords of various realms, trembled with trepidation. The blonde-haired fellow felt a chill run down his spine, lowering his head to the ground, daring not to glance at Lu Feichen even once, fearing that a single frown might result in his immediate return home. Lu Feichen's countenance was as dark as soot. Having just heard the report from the blonde-haired man, fully aware of the events that had transpired at the dungeon's entrance, due to Shen Chi's innate ability, which prohibited any form of scrutiny, no one had been able to glean information about him. Thus, all they understood was that he was a necromancer lord, and likely possessed a talent of considerable caliber. Lu Feichen fell into deep contemplation. Minutes passed as he murmured to himself, a necromancer lord? Entered the 5th layer? His talent must be above grade S. Unknown emotions flickered in his eyes. Gradually, he retrieved an item from his bag, a mirror. He spoke in a deep voice. This mirror is known as the Mirror of Retrospection, a perfect bronze-grade artifact, capable of tracing back and reproducing the temporal reflections of its surroundings, as well as identifying any targets appearing within the mirrored images. He cast a shadowy gaze upon the blonde-haired man, observed closely, and discerned who this so-called necromancer lord entering the 5th layer truly is. The blonde-haired man hurriedly responded, "Yes. Yes." The Mirror of Retrospection emitted a soft, ethereal glow, buzzing gently. Gradually, the once blurred image on its surface began to clarify, revealing a stranger's visage. "But this person?" Lu Feichen inquired. The blonde-haired man took a quick look and shook his head vigorously. "Not him." The mirror continued to shift, displaying several faces of various lords, both male and female. The blonde-haired man recalled the impression Shen Chi had left on him and denied each one. The mirror traced back through time, finally reaching a point just over 10 minutes prior. A familiar face appeared, and the blonde-haired man gasped in excitement. It's him. The reflection displayed Shen Chi's features. Lu Feiqing cast a glance at the blonde-haired man before pulling the mirror closer, focusing intently. Identification. ZZT. Identifying. Warning. Unknown interference detected. Attempting to correct. ZZT. Correction successful. Displaying target information. Song Chunyang. Detailed information. Male. 18 years old. Necromancer Lord. Remaining information retrieval failed. The blonde-haired man craned his neck to catch a glimpse of the information in the mirror, exclaiming in delight. Necromancer. Yes, absolutely him. Lu Feiqing paused, slowly narrowing his eyes. Song Chunyang? A storm surged within him. He tightened his grip on the mirror of retrospection, nearly crushing it. How dare he seize my nightmare dungeon? I shall see what abilities you possess. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that due to Shen Chi's gaze-prohibiting talent, the mirror of retrospection could not accurately probe Shen Chi's information. The moment Shen Chi's figure was revealed, the mirror was disrupted by the rules of the divine-level talent, resulting in chaos. The attempted correction yielded the erroneous display of Song Chunyang's information, as he was the closest individual to Shen Chi at that moment. Thus, all present remembered Shen Chi's name, Song Chunyang. If only Song Chunyang knew, he would surely cry out in protest. After parting ways with Song Chunyang, Shen Chi returned to his domain. The day was drawing to a close, and dusk settled in. After a brief respite and a satisfying meal, the stars and moon hung high in the sky. He returned to the hall, reclining languidly upon his throne, and began to sift through the spoils of the day's dungeon endeavors. He opened the most prestigious silver perfect grade treasure chest thus far. Ding! You have obtained a silver perfect grade skill book, Curse of Departure. Shen Chi's eyes sparkled with delight. Skill book, Curse of Departure. Silver perfect grade. Usage restriction, spellcasting class, level 30. It curses a target at range, chanting for 10, 20, or 30 seconds, inflicting damage equivalent to 10, 30, or 60 times the caster's current health points. This damage ignores all defenses, armor, and magic resistance, dealing full true damage. Mental energy consumption, 260 points. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Gazing at the panel before him, Shen Chi couldn't help but be entranced. Truly, it is a silver perfect grade. Theodore already possessed the area damage skill Falling Stars. Now, he had acquired an additional single target damage skill. Curse of Departure trades casting time for damage. Currently, Theodore has 20,000 health points. Chanting for 10 seconds inflicts 200,000 damage. Chanting for 20 seconds inflicts 600,000 damage. Chanting for 30 seconds inflicts 1,200,000 damage. Most importantly, the curse damage is true damage. It ignores all forms of protection. ASUN excels in high mobility and explosive single-target damage, sufficient for dealing with bosses. However, when confronted with a boss boasting formidable physical resistance, Theodore could take the stage. As long as sufficient space for output is ensured, he would unleash tons of damage, wreaking havoc. Chapter 50, 330,000 points. Shen Chi's terrifying trial score. He proceeded to open the remaining high-grade treasure chests. The bronze perfect grade hero exclusive gear, Troll Armor, boasted an armor rating of 10, with a defense of 672 and resilience of 20. Additionally, he acquired a silver grade absorbing shield, featuring a defense of 247. When perfectly deflected, it offers a defense of 2 and a counter damage of 30. Both pieces are suited for warrior classes. Shen Chi equipped both items onto ASUN, who would be on the front lines. It was essential to bolster his defense. Wearing both pieces elevated his defense to 1,000, while also enhancing his resilience, making it more challenging to be knocked back or interrupted. As for the armor rating of 10, it directly reduces damage by 10, with ASUN's health at 30,000 and defense at 13,000. Once equipped, his defense would soar to nearly 27,000, making it almost impossible to sustain damage unless a boss unleashed a major attack. Half a day later, Shen Chi tidied up his domain and then allocated time to enter the ancient battlefield. The vast expanse of red sand stretched for miles, with frigid winds howling. Shen Chi's consciousness melded with his immortal form, standing silently amid the boundless skies. He accessed his character panel. In the list of talent traits, the entries for Eternal Night Summoning, Necromantic Servitude, and Immortal Form now bore an indication of upgrade potential. However, he possessed only 2 fragments of Nether Authority. Shen Chi was pondering which upgrade to pursue when he suddenly discovered that he could preview the effects of the next level of his abilities. Preview. Eternal Night Summoning LV2. Inscribe a soul mark on your troops. When they are slain, they can be resurrected from the realm of the dead. The strength and level of the resurrected troops will inherit half of what they possessed before their demise. Preview. Undead Enslavement LV2. Upon slaying an enemy, there is a 60 chance to briefly resurrect them. transforming them into one of the undead forms, a ghost, skeleton, or zombie, retaining 60 of their premortem strength. With a lifespan of 1 hour. Preview. Immortal Body, LV2. Utilize bones to sculpt the body. When the consciousness is attached, one can engage in genuine interaction on ancient battlefields. And the skeletal body can sustain consciousness for longer durations. The skeletal body is subject to attacks. If destroyed, the immortal body will revert to its initial spiritual form. As long as the bones are recollected, the skeletal body can be reshaped once more. After much contemplation, Shen Chi decided to upgrade Eternal Night Summoning and Immortal Body. With Eternal Night Summoning LV2, the resurrected troops will inherit at least half of their level and strength, eliminating the time required for redevelopment. Shen Chi even speculated that as Eternal Night Summoning advances, the resurrected troops might fully inherit their premortem levels. As for undead enslavement, although the resurrected enemy corpses retain 60 of their strength, they only last an hour before dissipating, making it less cost-effective than Eternal Night Summoning. Perhaps he would upgrade it later. He wondered if it would eventually be possible to permanently resurrect enemy corpses. On another note, it was quite intriguing that upon upgrading Immortal Body, it transformed from a non-interactive spiritual state into a tangible body. Furthermore, it could sustain consciousness for a longer period. Although it could be attacked, it merely returned to a primary spiritual state, posing no lethal threat. There was no reason for hesitation. Ding. Eternal Night Summoning successfully upgraded to LV2, consuming 1 shard of Nether Authority. Immortal Body successfully upgraded to LV2, consuming 1 shard of Nether Authority. Shen Chi scanned his surroundings and, after 2 minutes, discovered a pile of bones not far away. The skeletal heap was buried beneath sand and dust, devoid of any lingering undead aura, implying that it was merely a collection of bones. Immortal Body. Shen Chi breathed softly. In the next moment, crackling sounds echoed his ribs. Vertebrae, hip bones, and leg bones emerged from the pile, assembling into a human skeleton. Shen Chi stepped forward, and a faint golden phantom seamlessly melded into the skeleton. His vision shifted abruptly. He lifted his skeletal hand and shook it, finally feeling a genuine sense of control over his body. Moreover, he distinctly sensed that he could inhabit the skeletal form for a significantly longer duration. He anticipated that he could explore the ancient battlefield for an entire day without fatigue. Unlike before, when he could barely last half a day before needing to log off for rest. Shen Chi then attempted to sprint a certain distance, only to find that his speed was not much slower than his previous spiritual form. Navigating the terrain posed no issue. Once accustomed to his new body, Shen Chi summoned Asin to his side. Now, equipped with the General's Order, he sought to test the effects of Undead Affinity LV2. Previously, he had not had the opportunity to experiment with it after its upgrade. Asin obeyed, raising the order. Shen Chi called out, Undead Affinity. Undead Affinity LV2 expanded the summoning range of the undead to a radius of 1,000 meters. The order radiated a shimmering glow. A low, resonating hum filled the air. Undead were drawn forth by the General's Order. You have recruited 287 third-tier skeleton warriors, 197 third-tier skeleton archers, 14 fourth-tier undead iron riders, 48 third-tier skeleton crossbowmen, and 16 third-tier skeleton shield bearers. With a resounding boom, countless skeletons erupted from the earth, weapons in hand, staggering to their feet and advancing towards Shen Chi. The scene was both magnificent and terrifying. Shen Chi listened to the system notifications, astonished. He could scarcely believe that he had summoned nearly 500 troops in one fell swoop. It was utterly astonishing. Furthermore, this recruitment introduced new troop types, the skeleton crossbowmen and skeleton shield bearers. Shen Chi carefully examined the information about these new units. Both are ranged troops, but the skeleton crossbowmen deal higher damage than their archer counterparts, boasting faster firing rates, greater range, and superior penetration capabilities. However, they require longer reloading times and are more vulnerable defensively. Nonetheless, their skill, triple crossbow, allows them to fire 3 bolts simultaneously, somewhat compensating for their output. Most importantly, the skeleton crossbowmen can coordinate with the new unit, the skeleton shield bearers. The shield bearers wield a massive shield paired with a close combat dagger. While they exhibit lower mobility and attack power, their defense is astounding. They possess a joint defense skill, the giant shield dome, which can provide area defense, perfectly complementing the ranged units and granting the archers more space to unleash their firepower. With newfound vigor, Shen Chi and Asin continued to invoke Undead Affinity, recruiting more Legion members on the ancient battlefield. 3 hours later, the Jinyuan Legion experienced another significant expansion. The overall composition was as follows: 1579 skeleton warriors, 1275 skeleton archers, 387 skeleton crossbowmen, 187 skeleton shield bearers, and 124 undead iron riders. The total number of Legion members surpassed 3,500. The efficiency achieved in these 3 hours nearly matched that of the previous 2 days. Shen Chi was immensely satisfied with the results of the talent upgrades. Shards of Nether Authority were indeed invaluable. The next day, the 3rd round of trials officially commenced. Shen Chi's trial remained at the 4th level difficulty, but the scale and configuration of the monster wave had expanded even further than the previous day. Nevertheless, Shen Chi's overall combat power and peak strength had visibly surged. Thus, despite the monstrous onslaught resembling a hellish spectacle, Shen Chi felt no fear. The king-level boss, a two-headed serpent, led its monstrous minions in a frenzied assault on his territory. However, as the creatures charged halfway, they paused momentarily upon witnessing the layers upon layers of skeleton soldiers outside Shen Chi's domain, beginning to question who the true monsters were. Ultimately, it was evident. Shen Chi completed the trial in 11 minutes, once again achieving first clearance. When the announcement reverberated across the region, the Lords of No. 9657 were no longer surprised to hear Shen Chi's name. What astonished them was that his record had been pushed forward yet again. This time, he finished a full 4 minutes ahead of schedule. Upon checking the leaderboard, the score read 330,000. Gasps of awe filled the air. Most novice lords struggled to accumulate even 10,000 points over 7 days, expending all their effort merely to avoid elimination. If they could just amass a few more points to secure a decent rating in the final novice trials, they could return to reality with their heads held high. Yet in just 3 days, Shen Chi had surpassed 300,000 points. In the chat channel, an anonymous lord remarked, "This is utterly tormenting my tender heart. Damn it. I'm done for." Chapter 51. The Existence Above Heroes, the Heroic Spirits. The chat channel buzzed with excitement. In the district channel, more and more people speculated that Shen Chi's troops might be angels. This was because the probability of awakening as an angel lord is the lowest. Yet their potential is staggeringly high, representing the most noble and powerful entities among legendary beings, often achieving miraculous feats throughout history. Furthermore, Shen Chi's displayed prowess resonated perfectly with their imaginations of an angelic lord. Some even claimed to have witnessed Shen Chi commanding an angelic legion in a spectacular onslaught. With vivid and resounding descriptions, I encountered the 4-winged angel, the 6-winged angel, and the 12-winged archangel joining the fray. Regardless, the embellishment was as convincing as it could be. Yet, I wonder if I might have glimpsed them in a dream. Meanwhile, while the chat channel fervently discussed Shen Chi, a small faction diverted their attention to another matter. Hey, has anyone heard that our district has produced a formidable necromancer? What? A necromancer can be formidable? You're joking, right? Aye. Weren't we just talking about how our district had a nightmare dungeon? I heard it was originally claimed by Lu Feichen and his allied top-ranked lords. Guess what happened next? Damn it, you can't just leave us hanging. Let me clarify. The nightmare-level dungeon was seized by that necromancer. A necromancer, snatching resources from Lu Feichen and his ilk? Is this a joke? Isn't the necromancer class supposed to be weak? Hold your horses. What was that necromancer's name again? Let me check the leaderboard. Oh, Song Chunyang. Let me see Song Chunyang too. Ranked 187. Not that impressive. That's not the point. I had a friend right there on site. When he heard the name Song Chunyang, he noticed the leaderboard, and at that time, he was ranked 687, climbing nearly 500 ranks in a single day. So, is it possible that this necromancer is playing possum? Hiss, if what you're saying is true, then Song Chunyang has offended Lu Feichen and his crew. However, I am not optimistic about this necromancer. After all, Lu Feichen and his allies are formidable. It would be tough for anyone to contend with them, especially a necromancer. You know what I mean. Unbeknownst to Song Chunyang, the center of the chat channel's topic, he was entirely oblivious to the commotion surrounding him. With his eye of foresight, he could perceive the coordinates of nearby respawning dungeons, primarily relaying these coordinates to Shen Chi through his friends list. Only on a rare occasion did he happen to stumble upon a dungeon's respawn and inform Shen Chi nonetheless. He never sought any rewards from the dungeons. Typically opting for separate paths, the prominent figure would tackle the bosses while he busied himself with the minor monsters. He dared not disrupt the grand plans of the notable figure. Despite this, he relished his own progress, tirelessly developing his strength during his time outside of assisting the prominent figure. In no time, Song Chunyang swiftly bolstered his capabilities. A single trial propelled him nearly 500 ranks forward, no longer the insignificant necromancer he once was. He didn't even glance at the chat channel, remaining blissfully unaware of his absurd rise to fame. At this moment, on a vast plain, the entrance to the challenging dungeon, Gale Wolf's Den, was slowly closing. The lords who had just conquered the dungeon gathered their respective troops. A sea of advanced units stretched before them: dragon mages, golden war lions, elven assassins, and griffin cavalry. Each commanding lord was an exalted A-rank talent. Yet, at this moment, they all stood beneath the command of the S-rank talent, Dragon Lord Lu Feichen. At least 12 A-rank talents had joined Lu Feichen's alliance. Moreover, Lu Feichen and Lin Hongyu, the two most renowned S-rank talents in the district, officially formed an alliance today. This network of leading lords spread out, monopolizing over 2/3 of the dungeon resources in the district. However, since today, Lu Feichen felt an odd sensation that the daily respawning dungeons had diminished. Often, when hearing reports from subordinate lords about new dungeons, they would arrive only to find the dungeons had vanished. If the dungeons had not respawned, it could only mean they were cleared in an alarmingly short time. It seemed someone was completing the dungeons before they could reach them. This left many lords feeling quite vexed and disheartened. In the ancient battlefield, across a vast expanse of desolate woodlands, Shen Chi sat astride a colossal skeletal bird, soaring low through the air. Just recently, he had discovered a second-tier skeletal bird of the undead, recruiting it as his steed through the spectral affinity. Ever since his undying body reached level 2, Shen Chi found himself spending more time in the ancient battlefield, exploring more of the desolate mountains. The terrain of the ancient battlefield primarily consisted of monotonous red sand plains. However, features like withered woodlands, hills, and dry riverbeds began to emerge. The number of undead he could summon increased as well. Shen Chi surmised that he was gradually approaching the heart of the desolate mountains. After a day of effort, Shen Chi leveled up a talent trait, Ethereal Guidance Level 2. He could now establish ethereal crossings in areas of the ancient battlefield he had explored, allowing for rapid teleportation. Constructing an ethereal crossing consumed 50 points of mental energy. Shen Chi could create a teleportation portal named Ethereal Crossing, enabling him to traverse the ancient battlefield with ease. This was exhilarating. The efficiency of opening up new areas skyrocketed without the need for repetitive map runs. Just then, as Shen Chi ascended a slope, at the edge of his vision obscured by scattered rocks, a stone brick wall emerged. It didn't appear to be a natural formation, but rather bore signs of human craftsmanship. Curiosity piqued, he urged the skeletal bird to fly up the slope. Upon reaching the summit, with an unobstructed view, Shen Chi realized that what lay before him was not merely a wall, but an expansive architectural ruin. Simultaneously, a familiar mechanical voice chimed in his ear. Exploration level of the desolate mountains has reached 30. Would you like to unlock the nearby hidden site, the Sandstorm Pass? Shen Chi was taken aback. The exploration level had reached 30? It turned out this ruin ahead was a stronghold? Based on past experience, every ruin typically housed treasures. This was an opportunity not to be missed. Without hesitation, Shen Chi declared, unlock. Ding. The coordinates of the Sandstorm Pass have been marked on your map. You may proceed to explore. Shen Chi opened the map and discovered that the marked coordinates pointed directly to the dilapidated structure ahead. This was a crumbling stronghold. Its wall fractured, revealing a large breach. The breach still retained uneven brick surfaces. Looking further, the entire stronghold was perched atop a cliff. Gazing outward from the wall, one could see an endless expanse of desolate wilderness stretching for miles. The stronghold commanded the cliff, creating a natural fortress that was easy to defend but difficult to assault. Shen Chi dismounted from the skeletal bird and approached the ruins, discovering a familiar teleportation array materializing a mere 2 steps away from the base of the wall. Shen Chi speculated that this must be the spatial entrance to the Sandstorm Pass. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. Swish! A burst of blue teleportation light suddenly illuminated the surroundings, obscuring Shen Chi's vision. Moments later, the scene before him dramatically transformed. However, before Shen Chi could fully comprehend his new surroundings, an overwhelming and terrifying pressure descended upon him. It was akin to a colossal mountain crashing down upon mere ants. A sharp buzzing filled his ears, and his heart raced. The instinctual sense of danger heightened to its peak. Was this dungeon fraught with peril? Immediately, Shen Chi swiftly adjusted his stance, bracing himself for the impending crisis. He soon realized that while the pressure was immensely formidable, it posed no actual harm. It felt almost illusory. Shen Chi prostrated himself on the ground, struggling to raise his head against the terrifying force. When he finally glanced up, he was utterly astounded. He found himself sprawled on a clear patch at the cliff's edge. Before him stood the stronghold, appearing as if newly restored, showing no signs of damage. The battlements, enemy towers, and watchtowers were all in pristine condition. Before the pass, amidst the vast wilderness, stood numerous figures exuding an extraordinarily terrifying aura. Below, on the plains, an army of tens of thousands was arrayed. Soldiers of all races assembled like a black cloud looming over the city. Shen Chi's eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on the sky where those silhouettes radiated an overwhelming presence. Each was a formidable overlord of level 70 or above, capable of dominating an entire continent on their own. Atop the city walls of the pass stood a solitary figure clad in a white robe. His face obscured, hands clasped behind his back, slender and straight, with the hem of his robe billowing in the wind. Alone, he stood on the battlements like a solitary boat in a vast ocean, seemingly insignificant. Yet he emitted an aura that rivaled the might of the vast army before him, creating a palpable tension of confrontation. A single man guarding the pass. Chapter 52, Diamond Level Artifact, the Heroic Spirit Ring. Have I stumbled into a battlefield of 2 clashing armies? A lone man against a multitude? Shen Chi gazed at the scene before him, utterly astonished. He remained motionless, opting to observe further. Suddenly, the leader among the numerous overlords burst into wild laughter. Addressing the solitary figure atop the city walls, indeed, you are the renowned heroic spirit seer, possessing an admirable and awe-inspiring demeanor. However, your master has fallen into the hands of my Black Hawk Alliance. If you agree to join us, I can spare your winds and pass. Otherwise, Do not blame the Black Hawk Alliance for breaching the Winds and Pass and slaughtering the 13 cities within. Upon hearing this, Shen Chi felt a tempest of emotions rise within him. The man in the white robe was, astonishingly, a heroic spirit. In the Age of Lords, the highest rank for heroes was the 9-star mythical level. Yet beyond the mythical level lay a hidden tier, the heroic spirit, known as 10-star heroes. They transcended mere heroes and embodied a life form with aspirations of divinity. Nevertheless, for various reasons, they often allied with various lords, becoming their most capable aides. Heroic spirits were exceedingly powerful and rare entities in the vast expanse of the world. Unfazed, the man in the white robe remained motionless, his robe fluttering as he uttered a single phrase, "Mere scoundrels." The leader in the sky's countenance darkened, rage evident as he retorted, "You are ungrateful. Do you truly believe you have any other paths to survival today?" The white-robed man ceased speaking, but slowly raised one hand. As his sleeve fell away, it revealed a golden ring adorned with jade. The moment the ring appeared, an aura of immense danger enveloped the battlefield. The leader's expression shifted dramatically. "This is not good. He intends to." But before he could finish, the white-robed man pressed the ring with his other hand. Instantly, a dense emerald light burst forth from the ring. The brilliance was so intense that it eclipsed the heavens. An astonishing scene unfolded. The skin on the man's hands rapidly shed, revealing gruesome subcutaneous fat, muscle, and veins. Ultimately, only stark white bones remained. The same transformation occurred throughout his body, until finally, not a single patch of unblemished skin was left, leaving only a skeletal frame. Through a secret sacrificial rite, he plunged into the depths of the underworld. This is dire. He is about to break through. The skeletal figure of the white-robed man experienced a dramatic surge in power, emanating an even more terrifying pressure as he forcefully transcended the level 80 threshold. In this world, lords were classified by titles. Levels 1 to 10 were considered apprentice lords. After level 10, one became a junior lord. At 20, a mid-level lord. At 30, a senior lord. At 40, an elite lord. At 50, a great lord. After level 60, one officially entered the ranks of overlords. Level 60, mountain-suppressing overlord. Level 70, void-breaking overlord. Level 80, heaven-opening overlord. And at this moment, the white-robed man was stepping into the realm of heaven-opening. The bones of the white-robed man shimmered with resplendent radiance. Each bone suffused with light, transforming into translucent jade. The 21,027 members of the Black Hawk Alliance shall remain here today. Although the jade skeleton could no longer utter words, the chilling voice of the white-robed man resonated clearly within everyone's minds, as if it were a decree of life and death from the underworld. The leader of the Black Hawk Alliance turned ashen, to sacrifice one's flesh and blood in exchange for an entire realm's elevation. He intends to bring about complete destruction. How ruthless. Retreat. Quick, retreat. In the next instant, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, hastily fleeing. Gone was his previous imposing demeanor. After all, at his level, he comprehended the terrifying nature of the heaven-opening realm. Even with an army of thousands, they stood no chance. The surrounding overlords snapped back to reality, each employing their skills to flee towards the horizon, their speed rendering their forms indistinguishable. However, in the next moment, a colossal skeletal figure clad in a white robe suddenly materialized in the space between heaven and earth. Its form stretched 100 zhang in length, obscuring the sun. It appeared as though death itself had descended, silencing all. The empty eye sockets of the skull gazed upon the world below. Then, a gigantic skeletal hand emerged from beneath the white robe. The temperature plummeted, as if one had plunged into an icy abyss. This realm was engulfed in an absolute void, as though a pitch-black curtain had descended over the world. Even the winds ceased, and all life became stagnant. This absolute void and silence spread rapidly, ensnaring all fleeing overlords within its grasp, along with the tens of thousands of soldiers, all without exception caught in this boundless web of nothingness. Akin to fish in a barrel. In the next instant, it felt as if a sharp claw had seized their hearts. Their bodies, like punctured balloons, deflated rapidly, vitality leaking away, aging at an alarming rate. In but a moment, tens of thousands of soldiers succumbed simultaneously, their life forces extinguished. As for the lords who once dominated their territories, their fates were no better. Under the suppression of such a vast realm, they could not summon even a fraction of their power, forcibly consumed by the forces of void and silence, each ounce of life drained away. Eventually, they withered, reduced to mere bones. The white-robed jade skeleton raised its arm abruptly, retracting the shroud of nothingness that had obscured the sky. Time resumed its flow. Light returned, and the sounds of wind, birds, and rustling leaves re-entered the realm. The lifeless bones fell from the sky, crashing to the ground and scattering amidst the dust. At this moment, Shen Chi, who had remained untouched and unaffected, was filled with shock. Unbeknownst to him, the scenes of heaven and earth shifted once more. Shen Chi felt his body sway, and he found himself standing atop the city walls. However, the silence that enveloped the world was terrifying. The walls were in ruins, revealing scars wrought by time. It was evident that the time he occupied was eons removed from that monumental battle. Suddenly, Shen Chi noticed a figure seated not far from him, wrapped in a white robe, facing away from the city walls. The head was bowed, silently sitting in contemplation. Shen Chi stepped forward, circling to the front, only to be horrified to discover that this was not a living person, but a jade skeleton swathed in a white robe. The skeleton glistened with a translucent sheen akin to jade, emanating a faint glow. Was this not the heroic spirit from the earlier scene? Shen Chi's thoughts stirred, and he unconsciously extended his hand. Just as he realized he should retract it, his fingers had already brushed against the jade skeleton. Shen Chi gasped, "This is not good." In the next second, the jade skeleton disintegrated into a flurry of dust. In his grasp, Shen Chi found himself holding an object. He turned his palm upward, revealing a golden ring adorned with jade. Meanwhile, a mechanical voice echoed in his ears, "Ding. You have acquired the item, the spirit ring. You have triggered the quest. Wrath of the Spirit. You have obtained a fragment of the prophet's residual memories." Quest description: the spirit prophet, through arcane rites, sacrificed his own flesh and blood, willingly descending into the netherworld to become a wraith, briefly transcending the level 80 threshold, and unleashing a curse of decay upon all things, annihilating every enemy force. The spirit ring is a relic of the prophet, classified as diamond tier, imbued with the lingering essence of his curse. You must gather 5 fragments of the prophet's residual memories within the ruins of the Sandstorm Pass to truly claim ownership of the spirit ring. Chapter 53: The Significance of the Divine Trial. Upon hearing the mechanical voice, Shen Chi was taken aback. The system quest, Wrath of the Spirit, had been activated. That terrifying battle moments ago had merely been a memory replay. Shen Chi caressed the ring in his hand, attempting to quell the turmoil within. It appeared that this ring was indeed the very core of the ruins at the Sandstorm Pass. Its tier was astonishingly diamond. The highest level resources he had thus far acquired from the trials only reached silver. Shen Chi's eyes widened, his mind racing. However, to claim the ring, he needed to collect 5 fragments of the prophet's residual memories within this site, thus completing the quest. Current progress, 15. Shen Chi steadied himself and gazed down from the battlements, taking in the entire pass. The walls, towers, enemy platforms, arrow towers, beacon towers, and corner towers remained intact, vastly larger in scale than the crumbling ruins he had seen from outside. The fragments of memory could be hidden in any nook. The skeletal army was entirely barred from entering the ruins. He was left to rely solely on himself. For the next 5 hours, Shen Chi scoured the ruins, leaving no corner unexplored in his frantic search. At last, he found 3 fragments of the prophet's residual memories within a military tent, an armory, and a corner of an arrow tower. Yet, in the following hour, he repeatedly traversed the area, yielding nothing. The final fragment eluded him. Just as a wave of anxiety surged within him, the cold mechanical voice echoed once more. "Notice, consuming 50 exploration points will grant you vital quest intelligence." Shen Chi was momentarily stunned, halting his steps. Moments later, a look of incredulity crossed his face. So this is what they were waiting for. No wonder activating the ruins required no exploration points. It turned out that exchanging for a piece of information cost 50 points. How outrageous. He had only amassed 60 exploration points thus far. Nevertheless, the allure of the spirit ring was too great. He made the painful decision to spend the points. Consumption successful. Congratulations, you have acquired a piece of intelligence. The steel of the Sandstorm Pass. Shen Chi had no time to lament and quickly pondered the clue. The steel of the Sandstorm Pass? It seemed familiar. 50 meters beyond the city walls, near the cliff, stood a stone tablet. It was from that vicinity that he had initially entered the ruins. No wonder it seemed so recognizable. That steel was not within the Sandstorm Pass at all. With urgency, Shen Chi dashed out of the city gate and arrived at the site of the steel. A human-sized stone was embedded within a base, with the words Sandstorm Pass intricately carved into its surface. A small mound of earth had formed a foot away from the steel. Shen Chi approached and crouched down. Could it be buried here? After a moment's hesitation, he began to unearth the soil. To his astonishment, he unearthed a complete suit of armor, a helmet, chest plate, arm guards, leg plates, cloak, and battle boots, all still stained with dried blood. Alongside it lay a neatly folded letter. Was this a burial mound? Shen Chi's heart raced as he slowly unfolded the letter. You once said you wished to be buried before the Sandstorm Pass, to gaze upon the mountains beyond. You once joked that with your bones guarding this place, no foreign enemy would dare to invade. Yet, fate is unpredictable. You were slain by the Black Hawk Alliance, leaving no trace of your remains. Thus, I took it upon myself to establish a burial mound here, as a tribute to your presence. My lord, rest in peace. Ding. You have acquired a fragment of the prophet's residual memories. Description: the loyal spirit prophet, after slaying all foes, erected a burial mound for the lord he served before the steel of the Sandstorm Pass. You have now gathered 5 fragments of the prophet's residual memories. You have claimed ownership of the spirit ring. The spirit ring, diamond tier, contains a lingering wraith curse of the spirit's wrath, capable of withering all things. Its power is only a tenth of its full potential, yet it can annihilate any being below level 70. Remaining uses, 3. Usage conditions, requires 10,000 mental energy for Wraith-type Lord units. Ding. You have obtained the Skeleton Prophet Event Fragment number 1. Description. After erecting the burial mound, the Spirit Prophet sat alone atop the city walls, awaiting the expiration of the arcane ritual, his vitality extinguished. Years later, the Spirit's jade bones went missing, their whereabouts unknown, leaving behind only a ring. Shen Chi was overwhelmed by the deluge of information hurled at him by the mechanical voice. The burial mound was established by the Spirit Prophet for the Lord he served. The Spirit Ring harbored a wraith curse of the Spirit's wrath, capable of obliterating any existence below level 70. He recalled the moment when the Prophet unleashed a curse that instantaneously decimated tens of thousands of troops, his heart swelling with excitement. However, with only 3 uses remaining, and each requiring a significant expenditure of mental energy, he felt a sense of urgency. Additionally, he had obtained an event fragment. The theft of the Spirit's bones indicated that the white-robed jade bones he had previously encountered were merely remnants of a memory. Shen Chi contemplated the implications of this event fragment. The existence of such fragments suggested that the Prophet's tale was far from over. Shen Chi speculated that once all event fragments were gathered, he might be able to formally connect with the Spirit's essence. Spirits, a treasure far more precious than legendary heroes. The thought of having a spirit as an ally was beyond his wildest dreams. Shen Chi's breath quickened at the mere recollection of the white-robed figure of the Spirit Prophet standing resolutely atop the city walls, a simple wave of his sleeve commanding the attention of multitudes. For the next 3 days, Shen Chi continued to achieve staggering victories, claiming the top spot in every trial. 4th round trial, 10 minutes and 24 seconds. 5th round trial, 9 minutes and 54 seconds. 6th round trial, 8 minutes and 17 seconds. Total score, over 800,000. With a lead of nearly 600,000 points over the second place, he firmly held the top position. Although the chatter in the channel had grown accustomed to Shen Chi's first-place finishes, the excitement erupted when they learned he completed the trials in under 10 minutes. I have a feeling we are about to witness the rise of a true deity, an unparalleled force. His initial record-breaking finish had been followed by consecutive record-setting achievements, which would be hard for anyone to believe. But that was not the crux of the matter. It was well known that the novice trials consisted of 7 rounds. However, have you heard of the Divine Trial? The Divine Trial? What is that? It is said that every year, lords who score over 500,000 points in the novice trials earn the right to participate in the Divine Trial. After the 7th round of the novice trials concludes, the Divine Trial will commence on the same day. Furthermore, there will be a live broadcast for the entire server, allowing all novice zones to engage in the chat channel. Wow, millions of novice lords watching the broadcast together? How exhilarating. I'm getting goosebumps. However, the Divine Trial is not held every year, after all. It requires a score of 500,000 points. Only those extraordinary prodigies qualify to participate. It's a rarity to see 1 or 2 emerge each year. Last year, there were none at all. Since the advent of the Lord Era, fewer than 100 lords have entered the Divine Trial, illustrating its immense prestige. So now, do you understand? So this means Shen Chi is? Precisely. Shen Chi, having only completed 6 rounds of trials, has already amassed an impressive 800,000 points. His entry into the Divine Trials this year is as good as assured. Moreover, to my knowledge, no one in history has ever surpassed the 800,000 point mark. Goodness. It is likely that once the novice trials conclude, the outside world will undergo a dramatic transformation. Chapter 54. Tenfold Amplification Potion of Spiritual Power, Pure Divine Essence. However, aside from Shen Chi, another name is gradually gaining traction in the chat forums. Have you heard? It is said that the Necromancer Lord, Song Chunyang, brazenly seized several challenging dungeons previously monopolized by Lu Feichen and his cohorts, openly defying them. What audacity! What does he even look like? Have any of you seen him? I actually have. I spotted him in a dungeon the other day. While we were battling minor monsters, he happened to pass by, and one of my teammates recognized him immediately. Unfortunately, he was moving too swiftly, and I could only capture a profile shot. Attached image, JPG, upon opening the image. It revealed a distant shot of Shen Chi's profile. My word, I didn't expect him to be quite handsome. I thought necromancers typically had rather sinister and ominous appearances. What do you mean by sinister looking? Nevertheless, he does seem rather arrogant. He must be quite difficult to get along with. Sigh, it's hard to dislike someone so handsome. Yet the thought of a necromancer constantly surrounded by skeletons sends shivers down my spine. Subsequently, more individuals began to share their encounters with Shen Chi, posting pictures. Coupled with Shen Chi's striking appearance, more and more users in the chat began to remember his visage, of course, under the name of Song Chunyang. Gradually, the conversation shifted in another direction. Look at you all boasting about him as if he could ascend to the heavens. Yet, his rank on the leaderboard is merely 89. Lu Feichen firmly holds second place, and his subordinates occupy a significant portion of the top 20. What capabilities does Song Chunyang possess? That said, I, too, am curious. You keep mentioning that Song Chunyang seized Lu Feichen's nightmare dungeon. Is there any truth to that? I don't quite believe it. After all, Lu Feichen is an S-rank talent, and he commands a 5th-tier dragon species, with allies who are all renowned lords on the leaderboard. An eyewitness immediately stepped forward to recount the events of that day. Actually, saying that Song Chunyang seized Lu Feichen's nightmare dungeon is somewhat misleading. In truth, Lu Feichen had stationed guards at the dungeon entrance, requiring anyone wishing to enter to pay a toll. Song Chunyang, unwilling to comply, confronted them directly. However, someone intervened before a conflict could erupt. The crux of the matter is that the nightmare dungeon automatically assessed the highest combat power within the team and opened a corresponding level of the portal. Interestingly, even with Lu Feichen's top-tier team, they only managed to unlock the 4th level. Yet, in front of everyone, Song Chunyang astonishingly opened the 5th level, the core portal. Someone gasped in awe. So, does this mean that Song Chunyang's combat power surpasses that of Lu Feichen's team? Everyone present shared this thought, but then what? Come on, can you finish your thought in one go without breaking it into segments? 10 minutes after Song Chunyang entered the dungeon, it abruptly closed. Closed? Does that imply that he had barely entered before someone else cleared it? Who else in our district possesses the strength to clear a nightmare dungeon? In reality, Lu Feichen and his group were engaged in battle with the boss on the 4th level at that time. So, did Lu Feichen's team clear it? How can it still be said that Song Chunyang seized their nightmare dungeon? This is where the logic falters. Rumors spread that Lu Feichen's team had not cleared the dungeon at all. The dungeon inexplicably collapsed. After that, no one saw Song Chunyang exit the dungeon, leaving no means for verification, but a grudge was thus formed. The storyteller concluded, "Thus, we privately believe that Song Chunyang possessed certain skills. But to claim he cleared the nightmare-level dungeon is an exaggeration. My goodness, what a riveting tale. However, no matter how formidable Song Chunyang may be, he is but one individual. I still doubt he could hold his own against Lu Feichen and his crew for long before facing defeat." The topic of discussion in the chat channel, Song Chunyang himself, observed the chatter with exasperation. For the past few days, each time he sensed the emergence of a new dungeon, he promptly reported it to Shen Chi. Shen Chi would then summon his skeletal bird and soar towards the dungeon's location. The skeletal bird, having undergone continual upgrades, had reached level 25, being naturally swift. Its agility had soared to 300, allowing for rapid movement. Furthermore, during Shen Chi's expeditions, he had gathered all his skeleton soldiers through the journey of the departed into the ancient battlefield, rendering him nearly impossible to track or intercept. At most, he was occasionally recognized by passers-by, who managed to snap a picture of his silhouette. Each time he entered a dungeon, Shen Chi would head straight for the boss, ignoring the minor monsters. Upon encountering the boss, he would swiftly employ the two heroes' instant kill techniques to eliminate it and depart, all within mere minutes. Consequently, very few had actually seen Shen Chi or the true visage of Song Chunyang. Moreover, Shen Chi possessed the innate ability of restrictive gaze, further concealing his identity as Song Chunyang. On one occasion, unable to resist, Song Chunyang clicked into the chat channel to indulge in gossip, only to find himself becoming the subject of discussion. Watching his name grow in prominence left him feeling utterly disheartened. When he lamented to Shen Chi, the latter expressed his disinterest. He never participated in the chat channel discussions. Regardless of the direction of the conversation, it never swayed his plans. To Shen Chi, it was far more prudent to focus on diligent development and solidly enhance his abilities. Song Chunyang, inspired by Shen Chi, adopted a similar approach. He worked tirelessly in silence. As the only necromancer lord Shen Chi had ever encountered, Shen Chi's presence ignited a fierce determination within him. His previous goal of merely avoiding elimination transformed into a fervent desire to accumulate more points and ascend the ranks. Aside from providing coordinates to Shen Chi, he devoted nearly every hour to relentless personal growth. Utilizing every minuscule advantage he gained, he expanded his skeletal army like a rolling snowball. Eventually, he even broke into the top 100 on the leaderboard. Initially, this was something he, a mere novice necromancer, could scarcely have imagined. Thus, although Song Chunyang felt a twinge of frustration, he never responded in the chat channel. He secretly mused that when they eventually discovered that the top-ranked Shen Chi was actually the necromancer lord, their expressions would be undeniably entertaining. One day, after completing a challenging dungeon, the despair nest was cleared and instantly collapsed. Shen Chi found himself randomly teleported nearby. He looked at the loot dropped by the boss, the brain of the nest. He nodded in satisfaction. This was the highest quality loot he had acquired in the past 2 days. He had collected yet another crucial material. Soon, he would be able to craft that item. Shen Chi felt a flicker of excitement. Upon returning to his territory, he directly entered the ancient battlefield. He then traversed through a netherworld portal to reach his destination. Upon emerging from the portal, he found himself in a dilapidated, abandoned courtyard. Shrouded by surrounding withered branches, it appeared eerie and desolate. Before the decaying entrance, a faintly glowing teleportation array floated. This was yet another hidden relic that Shen Chi had unlocked 2 days prior. utilizing 20 exploration points. Ding! You have entered the relic, the Garden of Ancient Alchemists. The relic space was an open garden, measuring approximately 20 meters square, enclosed by towering stone walls. In the center of the garden stood a small hut, surrounded by several uniformly sized fields of medicinal plants. The fields were lush with thriving vegetation, swaying gently in the breeze that blew in from outside the walls. This was the alchemical workshop of an ancient alchemist. The workshop, much like other relics, exists in isolation from the outside world, serving as an independent realm that requires the expenditure of exploration points to unlock. Shen Chi expertly navigated his way into the heart of the garden, stepping into the workshop. Within, he found an array of workbenches and various cabinets. The workbench was adorned with an alchemical furnace, crucibles, mortars, and distillation flasks, complemented by several large cabinets stocked with materials. Standing upright before the workbench was an alchemical puppet, an assistant left by the workshop's master, possessing a legacy of alchemical knowledge and the ability to operate the workbench autonomously to concoct potions. Beside the alchemical furnace stood a striking apparatus, the analytical instrument. This was a massive cylindrical glass tank, encased in metal at both ends, with a deep crimson gemstone embedded at its base. A circular opening in the center of the glass permitted the easy addition of materials. The red gemstone, known as the Philosopher's Stone, was an exceedingly rare treasure capable of transforming alchemical materials. The primary function of this analytical instrument was to assess the quality of materials. More importantly, it could deconstruct materials into elemental essences. The elemental essences were invaluable for crafting high-tier potions. On the opposite side of the workbench lay a storage cabinet, meticulously arranged with rows of potions: Tier 3 Strength Enhancement Potion, Tier 3 Coagulation Essence, Tier 4 Invisibility Elixir, and Tier 4 Sacred Guardian Elixir. Each potion was immensely precious, with a considerable stockpile available. Naturally, Shen Chi was eager to gather them all. In the marketplace, these potions would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among buyers. However, these were not the most significant spoils. The true treasure was a potion recipe. The Pure Spirit Dew, a 6th-tier concoction, could temporarily amplify mental capacity and recovery speed by tenfold for 10 minutes, while permanently increasing the mental capacity limit by 1275 points. Chapter 55, the second nightmare level dungeon. Recipe: 1 6th-tier elemental essence, 4 5th-tier elemental essences, 10 4th-tier elemental essences, dragon's blood herb, calming lotus, evening primrose, and invigorating grass. Shen Chi gazed intently at the parchment in his hand, his heart racing. The effects of the Pure Spirit Dew were indeed extraordinary. The ability to amplify mental power tenfold captivated Shen Chi's complete attention. Currently, at level 25, with a mental capacity of 1387, multiplying that by 10 would exceed 10,000. Shen Chi's gaze shifted slightly to the spirit ring adorning his index finger. Consuming 10,000 mental capacity could unleash the wrath of the spirit, capable of obliterating beings below level 70. This was, without a doubt, Shen Chi's ultimate trump card. He had initially thought he would have to wait until entering the Endless Lands to find a means to activate the wrath of the spirit, but here it was, unexpectedly within reach, even before leaving the trial grounds. Moreover, the Pure Spirit Dew itself possessed immeasurable value. For instance, the tenfold increase in mental capacity would prove immensely beneficial in the later stages of the game, attracting the attention of top-tier lords. The higher the level, the more exaggerated the amplification of mental power by the Pure Spirit Dew. A mental capacity of 1,000 could surge to 10,000. 10,000 could escalate to 100,000. In the later stages, casting a super move was highly taxing on mental capacity. If one could rapidly regenerate enough mental capacity to unleash a super move again, it could alter the tide of battle. Meanwhile, Lu Feichen and Lin Hongyu had officially allied themselves. An increasing number of powerful individuals, whether coerced or voluntarily, joined their coalition, effectively forming a hierarchy under the leadership of Lu and Lin. The dungeon refreshed daily, serving as a crucial resource contention point and a key avenue for the Lord's development. Lu Feichen and his associates, through establishing a network of lords, scoured the map meticulously for dungeon resource points. Whenever someone unearthed clues to a dungeon, they would relay the information back to Lu Feichen's stronghold. However, in recent days, whenever Lu Feichen's main forces arrived, the dungeon was often already entirely ravaged by Shen Chi. And each time, it seemed they narrowly missed encountering Lu Feichen's team. This led to a recurring situation where Lu Feichen's dungeons were repeatedly plundered. Lu Feichen had long since saved an image of Shen Chi from the retracing mirror and disseminated it to all allies. As a result, everyone recognized Song Chunyang. Almost every time, there was a responsible lord lying in wait at the dungeon, capturing Shen Chi, entering with great audacity, only to depart without any ability to impede him. By the time Lu Feichen's main forces arrived, Shen Chi had vanished without a trace. Furthermore, Shen Chi never responded, leading outsiders to perceive Song Chunyang's image as increasingly arrogant, as if openly challenging Lu Feichen and his allies. Consequently, Lu Feichen and his entourage harbored deep-seated resentment towards Shen Chi ever since the last heist of the nightmare-level dungeon. Lu Feichen had been intent on confronting Shen Chi to settle the score. Additionally, another matter troubled him greatly: Shen Chi's continuous reign at the top of the leaderboard. Despite daily updates, Shen Chi remained firmly in first place, crushing any ambitions others harbored to surpass him. Although Lu Feichen was loath to admit it, he had to acknowledge that as long as they remained in the novice zone, Shen Chi's strength overshadowed his own. After much deliberation, Lu Feichen began to entertain the idea of recruitment. If he could not defeat Shen Chi, perhaps he could bring him to his side. With his background in reality, he felt confident he could offer enticing terms. If necessary, he could even resort to coercion. Yet, curiously, no one had ever laid eyes on Shen Chi. Regardless of how Lu Feichen sent people to search and stake out, they never caught sight of Shen Chi. The only evidence of Shen Chi's existence came from the few occasions he listed items in the trading post. However, Shen Chi never spoke in the chat channel or responded to anyone. Contemplating these matters left Lu Feichen thoroughly vexed, with no outlet for his frustration. Thus, he unconsciously directed all his pent-up emotions towards Song Chunyang, nearly pouring all his negativity onto him. On this day, as Lu Feichen once again led his team to a difficult-level dungeon, the Despair Bug Nest, only to be preempted by Shen Chi once more. He could hardly contain his anger and was about to randomly lash out at a subordinate. Just then, an excited scout returned with news, his face brimming with enthusiasm. After hearing the report, Lu Feichen's expression softened, quickly transforming into one of delight. You mean, a large secret realm? Yes, and according to my scans, the probability of such a vast secret realm appearing is exceedingly rare. The opportunities within are undoubtedly abundant, far surpassing those of difficult-level dungeons. The secret realm, too, existed as an independent space, home to monsters and treasures. However, unlike dungeons, it did not adhere to any refresh rules and remained present on the map indefinitely. Therefore, items used to detect dungeons were entirely ineffective for secret realms. Lu Feichen's previously sullen demeanor now bore a glimmer of excitement as he made a decisive resolution. Let us go. In the alchemist's garden, Shen Chi contemplated the recipe in his hand, deep in thought. Crafting the pure spirit dew was no simple task. Shen Chi realized he had possessed the recipe for nearly 3 days. The materials required for the pure spirit dew had only just begun to be collected today. Some ingredients were already available in the workshop, while the elemental essences depended entirely on Shen Chi himself. Once all materials were gathered, he could instruct the alchemical puppet to concoct the pure spirit dew at the workbench. However, creating a single pure spirit dew required 1 6th-tier elemental essence, 4 5th-tier elemental essences, and 10 4th-tier elemental essences. This was no insignificant expense. Elemental essences were crystallizations of the elemental forces that compose all things in the universe, embodying attributes such as wood, earth, metal, wind, fire, water, light, and thunder. They could be obtained by refining materials, such as monster drops. Of course, higher-tier elemental essences, particularly those above the 5th tier, necessitated the hunting of bosses. Reflecting on this, Shen Chi strode directly to the analyzer, placing the brain of the nesting insect he had acquired today onto the metallic tray within the glass tank. A chime resounded. The brain could be refined into quintessence of the 5th tier of earth elements. Would you like to proceed with the refinement immediately? Shen Chi responded affirmatively, yes. Moments later, the philosopher's stone at the base of the analyzer simmered, emanating a crimson glow. Before long, the materials on the tray had completed their transformation. Thus, Shen Chi had successfully refined the brain of the troll heart or king into 3 units of 5th tier elemental essence. He still required 1 more unit of 5th tier essence, which would likely necessitate the continued hunting of bosses above the 4th tier in challenging dungeons. As for the 6th tier elemental essence, it would demand the slaying of bosses exceeding the 5th tier. So far, Shen Chi had yet to encounter a 5th tier monster. However, with only 1 day remaining in the novice trial, it was highly probable that a 5th tier monster would appear in the final trial. Therefore, Shen Chi was not overly anxious. Once he had completed all tasks in the alchemical workshop, a message pinged on the friend list of his system panel. He opened it directly. It was from Song Chunyang. Big boss, something incredible has happened. A new nightmare-level dungeon has been refreshed. Coordinates, XXX. Shen Chi's pupils constricted. A nightmare-level dungeon. The second of its kind since the novice trial commenced. Chapter 56. Shen Chi and Lu Feichen engage in a formal confrontation. Meanwhile, at the teleportation portal of a large secret realm, Lu Feichen and Lin Hongyu emerged, both adorned with radiant smiles. They had just completed an exceptionally lucrative secret realm. Lu Feichen had acquired a particular bone-washing pool that allowed him to directly enhance his physique with the essence of a 5th-tier magic dragon, resulting in a terrifying boost to his attributes. Additionally, he had obtained an S-rated promotion certificate for the Lord class, Dragon Knight. Lu Feichen successfully transitioned to this new class on the spot and gained the skill of War Aura. The surge in power inflated his confidence to unprecedented levels. Furthermore, he had obtained a treasure that could be considered a trump card, Abyssal Summoning Order. This item enabled the opening of a miniature abyssal rift to dispatch a legion of abyssal demons into battle. Standing beside Lu Feichen, Lin Hongyu also reaped substantial rewards from this secret realm expedition. He acquired a silver-grade item, a Ray of Laws. This item allowed the creation of a domain, within which his magical troops would receive doubled offensive and defensive boosts, along with a tripled mental recovery rate. Additionally, he secured a 4th-tier mage unit, the Gale Mage. Consequently, his forces could now form arrays of flame, gale, thunder, and holy light, creating a synergistic mage artillery capable of multi-attribute suppression against foes, a veritable weapon of mass destruction. The other lords who had entered the secret realm alongside Lin and Lu had also garnered their own fortunes to varying extents, creating an atmosphere of camaraderie among the group. At that moment, one of the lords hurriedly approached Lu Feichen, breathless and flushed. "Brother Lu, there's urgent new intelligence." Lu Feichen looked at him. "What is it?" "The dungeon. The dungeon. A nightmare-level dungeon. It's just 100 meters away from here." Both Lu Feichen and Lin Hongyu were taken aback. A nightmare-level dungeon. The second one. Merely 100 meters from their location. Lu Feichen's eyes sparkled with determination, buoyed by his newfound strength. A resolute thought emerged in his mind. This nightmare-level dungeon must be theirs. Should anyone dare to contest, their corpses would serve as fertilizer for the dungeon. Suddenly, the chat channel erupted with excitement. Breaking news. Lu Feichen and his group are clashing with Song Chunyang. Wow. Finally, my friend is in Lu Feichen's party. And both sides are eyeing the same new nightmare-level dungeon, entering one after the other. According to insiders, Lu Feichen, Lin Hongyu, and the top lords Zhou Yeqing, Zhao Chongxing, and Wen Che are all present. Moreover, they've just emerged from a major secret realm, each having significantly powered up. Oh my goodness, it sounds immensely powerful. Is this the might of the big bosses? What about Song Chunyang's side? It seems there's some misinformation. Song Chunyang only brought 100 skeleton soldiers? Laughing so hard. Is he merely planning to take a peek at the dungeon without any intention of engaging, only to run into Lu's main force? Is there any suspense left in this direct confrontation? Today, will Song Chunyang be removed from the rankings? Damn, even though I'm not there, why do I feel so exhilarated? For those friends on site, hurry up and report back. On the other side, within the nightmare-level dungeon, the Nightmare Sanctuary, Shen Chi calmly observed Lu Feichen and his entourage, along with their densely packed army. In stark contrast, Shen Chi's side boasted a mere 100 or so skeleton soldiers. "Ah, if it isn't Song Chunyang. A pleasure to finally meet you," came a sardonic voice. It was Zhou Yeqing, an A-tier lord standing beside Lu Feichen, who took the initiative to step forward. Zhou Yeqing feigned surprise at the sight of Shen Chi's skeleton soldiers, letting out a derisive laugh. He exaggeratedly turned to another lord, Zhao Chongxing, and jested. "Is he looking down on us or the nightmare-level dungeon with such a meager collection of bone frames?" Zhao Chongxing frowned at Shen Chi's skeletons, displaying clear disdain as if confronted with something repugnant. Lu Feichen and his companions, both in terms of numbers and presence, clearly overshadowed Shen Chi moreover. With their recent power boost from the secret realm, their confidence soared. Thus, while they remained silent, their faces betrayed mockery and disdain. Zhou Yeqing stepped forward, continuing to smirk at Shen Chi. "Hey, Song Chunyang, are you perhaps a thief? You keep sneaking off with our dungeons and vanishing quickly. Are you feeling guilty? At least slow down a bit so we can have a word with you." Shen Chi regarded Zhou Yeqing's ostentatious display with a calm expression, revealing no hint of emotion. After a pause, Lin Hongyu stepped forward. His gaze, though laced with contempt, bore an unusually gentle tone. "Song Chunyang, you should recognize the situation. We are not relying on numbers to bully you." He paused, his tone becoming increasingly placating. "How about this? If you surrender 70 of the resources you collected from the dungeons a few days ago, we will overlook your previous transgressions. What do you say?" Upon hearing this seemingly reasonable proposition, Shen Chi calmly interjected. "It's merely clearing a dungeon, a casual task. How did it become a matter of me stealing from you? Besides, I'm pressed for time. If I were to wait for all of you to arrive and leisurely decide who the dungeon belongs to, wouldn't that be a lost cause?" Shen Chi remained unflustered, even offering a friendly smile, as if he were the more reasonable party in this exchange. "Since you are so sincere, why not follow my lead? You all should surrender 70 of your resources, and I will let you go. How does that sound?" As soon as the words left his lips, a profound silence enveloped the scene. Chapter 57. You're organizing a raid? Perfect, I'll take you all down. Ha ha ha. Zhou Yeqing erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the grandest joke. Turning to Lu Feichen, he grinned widely. "Brother, this person is utterly oblivious to his situation. Since he is so stubborn, why don't I go teach him a lesson? It's the perfect opportunity for my ogre general to hone his skills." Lu Feichen gazed at Shen Chi, his eyes brimming with disdain. After a prolonged silence, he responded in a voice tinged with barely concealed hostility. "Very well, you may go. Meet this esteemed acquaintance whom I have long admired but never encountered." Zhou Yeqing chuckled with triumph, taking several strides forward as he bellowed, "Ogre General Galen." Instantly, the ground seemed to quake, dust and debris swirling in the air with a thunderous roar. A colossal figure, 5 meters tall, emerged slowly from the rear of the troop. The imposing and robust ogre revealed its true form. Galen, the 3-star hero and ogre general. Zhou Yeqing, with a glint of amusement, turned to Shen Chi. A mocking smile gracing his features. Young man, has no one taught you the virtue of humility when stepping out into the world? I am quite curious, seeing our numbers. How you still dare to be so brash. He squinted his eyes, adding, but fear not. After today, you shall learn to tread with caution. Shen Chi merely cast a languid glance at him, retorting, your words are but empty bluster. Do you only know how to threaten with your tongue? Zhou Yeqing's expression shifted dramatically. I shall make it my mission today to teach you a lesson. If I do not leave you searching for your teeth, then I am not Zhou. Galen, the ogre general, immediately surged with formidable energy, his muscles rippling as he gathered strength. In the blink of an eye, the seemingly cumbersome ogre launched itself like a cannonball, hurtling directly towards Shen Chi. The onlookers shook their heads, knowing that with the ogre's weight and explosive speed, a collision would likely reduce Shen Chi to a mere pulp. Zhou Yeqing was clearly not holding back. As the massive form of the ogre loomed over Shen Chi like a shadow, the next second, boom, dust and smoke erupted. After a brief moment, the crowd realized that both the ogre general and Shen Chi remained standing, unscathed. Beneath the ogre's fist, there stood a slender, pallid figure, a skeleton. In comparison to the ogre's bulk, the skeleton appeared diminutive and lean, creating a striking contrast. This very skeleton raised its iron sword, parrying the ogre's powerful punch with remarkable strength. The onlookers were left speechless. Shen Chi remained unfazed. Glancing at the skeletal warrior's stats, Skeleton Warrior, Genuine Legion, nickname, Little White Level, 36 health, 2366 attack, 1766 defense, 1778 agility, 97 spirit, 67 skill 1, Greatsword Sweep LV3. Area attack, damage 50, cooldown 5 seconds. Skill 2, Phantom Stab LV2. Attack speed 600 for a short duration, damage 30, immune to control during consecutive stabs, lasting 6 seconds. Equipment, Black Iron Leg Armor, Agility 10, Defense 142, Black Iron Chest Armor, Defense 187, Armor 2, Bronze Helmet, Defense 164, Health 326. Physical Resistance 5, Bronze Round Shield, Defense 342, Attack 52, when perfectly blocking, Defense 2, Counter Damage 20, Bronze Corrupted Knight's Sword, Weapon Attack 357, causes wounds to fester. Double damage on weak points. This skeletal warrior, whom Shen Chi affectionately nicknamed Little White, had been his companion for quite some time. It had reached the impressive level of 36, the highest among his team save for the heroes. With its equipped gear, its defense soared to an astounding 1700, making it incredibly resilient. Furthermore, with its defense doubling when blocking, it reached 3400, making it exceedingly difficult to breach. Shen Chi cast another glance at the ogre general. Health, 13500. Attack, 1000. Defense, 2600. An utterly unimpressive comparison. Naturally, the opposing side could not see the skeletal warrior's stats. They could only witness the astonishing spectacle of the skeleton withstanding the ogre general's might. Zhou Yeqing stared in disbelief as his prized 3-star hero was being firmly held at bay by a mere skeleton. His mind seemed to stall, struggling to comprehend whether this scene was a figment of his imagination. Seizing the moment while everyone was still in shock, Shen Chi swiftly issued a kill order. The skeletal warrior sheathed its shield, leaping onto the ogre's chest. With its left hand gripping the edge of the chest plate, the right hand raised the bronze knight's sword. Phantom Stab. In an instant, the skeletal warrior's stabbing speed surged 6-fold, capable of striking nearly 6 times per second, each dealing 30 damage. Triggering the bronze knight's sword's festering attribute, the damage on the inflicted wounds doubled. The sword's tip plunged forcefully into the ogre's chest, withdrawing only to stab again. A flurry of strikes following rapidly. The sword's movement became a blur, accompanied by a deluge of black blood erupting from the ogre's thick chest cavity. 789, 1475, 2147, 3483. Within mere seconds, the ogre's chest had been transformed into a gory void. Amidst agonizing wails, its health bar plummeted like a landslide. Boom. The skeletal warrior withdrew its sword. The ogre general lay lifeless upon the ground, having swayed momentarily before collapsing backward. No. Zhou Yeqing watched in horror as his 3-star hero perished before his very eyes, his gaze bloodshot, and his composure shattered. Lu Feichen observed this scene, almost paralyzed, his breath constricting involuntarily. A siren blared in his mind. Shen Chi was no ordinary adversary. Without delay, he resolved to take action, his demeanor turning cold as he commanded, everyone, advance together. Shen Chi's signal was far too perilous. They had to leverage their numerical superiority and muster all their strength to swiftly eliminate him. The troops immediately began to adjust their formation. Meanwhile, one lord in the rear inwardly grumbled about the need for such an overwhelming mobilization. Suddenly, Shen Chi extended his hand, revealing a lantern. The lampshade began to radiate layers of purple brilliance. A colossal vortex abruptly materialized in the air, and in the next moment, gray-black smoke rapidly enveloped the surroundings. Countless skeletal soldiers descended both before and behind Shen Chi, densely packed, like an overwhelming tide, clad in black iron and bronze armor. The number of skeletal soldiers had surged beyond 7,000. In an instant, the numerical disadvantage had flipped. The faces of Lu Feichen and his companions paled, as if they had encountered a specter. Chapter 58. A complete domination, the despair of Lu Feichen and company. Lin Hongyu frowned, his gaze fixed on the skeletal army summoned by Shen Chi, his expression grim and his strength seemingly drained. He strained to clear his mind, attempting to think logically. I will have the Mage Legion lead the charge. The undead are vulnerable to holy light, thunder, and flames. No matter how many skeletons there are, they will be of no use. Having said that, he swiftly rallied his mage subordinates. For mage legions, each consisting of 50 mages, formed ranks with the Holy Light Legion at the forefront, followed closely by the other 3 mage formations. In the next moment, the 4 mage legions began their incantations, various hues of light flashing incessantly. The foremost Holy Light Mage Legion unleashed beams of golden light, cascading like a torrential downpour towards the skeletal army. The Holy Light's attribute suppression against the undead doubled the damage while reducing it by 75. What good were the skeletons in such a scenario? Merely an illusion. As Lin Hongyu watched the onslaught of Holy Light firepower, his tension eased somewhat. The feeling of control over the situation returned to him as he began to analyze the circumstances logically. The individual combat power of the skeletons was weak. Their greatest advantage lay in their ability to overwhelm foes with sheer numbers. However, this wave of Holy Light would surely disrupt their formation, preventing them from consolidating enough force for a charge, and they would soon be defeated by my side. Yet it left him wide-eyed, in utter disbelief. As the Holy Light descended upon the skeletal army, it did not scatter the ranks of the skeleton soldiers. Instead, it was repelled by countless translucent barriers. Following this, several massive cavalry formations charged towards the array of mages, akin to impenetrable iron walls. Each undead knight was clad in ominous black armor, exuding an aura of fierce malevolence, while beneath them, robust skeletal steeds galloped forth with ferocious vigor. Behind the leading cavalry, an immense line of skeletal warriors followed, succeeded by alternating formations of skeletal shield bearers and skeletal archers. At the rear were the skeletal cultists and the necromancer battalion. Shen Chi's 2 heroes also surged forth with the army, under Theodore's gifted doctrine. All undead units under the Lord's command were immune to the effects of holy attributes, with Asen's formidable martial prowess enhancing their might. The attack, defense, critical strike rate, and attack speed of the skeletal legions were all significantly amplified. The skeletal cultists conjured barriers above the skeletal army, generating hundreds of shields, bolstered by over 900 skeletal shield bearers forming a wall. The bombardment of spells from the holy mages failed to inflict any damage whatsoever. Lin Hongyu watched helplessly as the skeletal army charged forward. A tremor surged up his spine, and his body trembled uncontrollably, his palms slick with sweat. The confidence in his eyes was swiftly replaced by overwhelming terror. He realized he had gravely miscalculated. A seemingly frail skeleton soldier had been enough to single-handedly slay a 3-star hero, the Ogre General. How could the current skeletal army possibly be any weaker? The array of laws. Regaining his senses, Lin Hongyu immediately resolved to unleash all his hidden cards. Instantly, the 4 mage battalions appeared to expand a domain, a soft light enveloping them. Each mage received the boon of this domain, doubling their attack and defense while tripling their mental recovery speed. However, the next moment presented a scene that shattered Lin Hongyu's composure. Theodore soared forth from Shen Chi's skeletal army. Immediately after, a vast spell rapidly expanded like ripples, instantly covering Lin Hongyu's 4 mage battalions. The new spell that Theodore had recently comprehended, Pray for Silence, LV3, prohibited enemy mage units from casting spells within a radius of 500 meters for 10 seconds. Lin Hongyu watched in horror as his mages fell silent, unable to chant, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. The mage battalion was instantly turned against, firmly suppressed by the skeletal forces. Next, the skeletal army had drawn near to his mages. The undead knights raised their steeds' front hooves, ready to unleash a bloody onslaught. A furious charge, the spear of execution. The undead cavalry formation surged into the mage battalion, igniting a brutal massacre. Lin Hongyu's mages could not cast spells, entirely defenseless. They were mercilessly slaughtered. In an instant, blood mist enveloped the scene, dismembered limbs splattering everywhere. It was as if a hellish inferno had descended upon earth. Fear and resentment surged from the depths of Lin Hongyu's soul, crashing against his limbs and bones, ultimately flooding his heart like a torrential wave. The horrifying spectacle left Lu Feichen and his companions in shock. A cadre of A-grade endowed lords could only endure immense pressure, commanding their troops to fight with all their might. The elven army, Ogre Battalion, Griffin Forces, and Orc Legions, alongside Lu Feichen's Dragon-Blooded Warrior Dragon-Riding Legion, all mobilized. Shen Chi also commanded the Skeletal Army to charge forth. Soon, Lu Feichen and his party found themselves reeling as they discovered that the Skeletal Army's terror extended far beyond their expectations. A relentless barrage of arrows was unleashed. Wave after wave of spellfire followed. Lu Feichen's forces found it impossible to advance. The skeletal warriors swung their iron swords in a frenzied assault. Akin to a swarm of locusts, any unit that found itself surrounded by the skeletal warriors seldom survived for even a second. Then, 300 undead mages unleashed their might. The curse of the cold mist was activated. Countless malevolent spirits soared through the skies, engulfing the battlefield in a thick fog. Even more terrifying, a colossal skeletal arm, exceeding 10 meters in length, emerged from the heavens, crashing down towards the earth. The allied forces of Lu Feichen visibly suffered losses. Each lord watched helplessly as their troops were obliterated, teetering on the brink of collapse. Lu Feichen, observing the dire situation, wore an expression grave enough to darken the air. A monster. Shen Chi was truly a monster. They had all underestimated him. It seemed that today, they would need to expend all their resources. Otherwise, they might never escape this scenario. Lu Feichen struggled momentarily, then resolved himself. He retrieved a small, ancient-looking token from his backpack, gripping it tightly. A golden-grade item, Abyssal Summoning Token. Boom. A powerful force twisted the fabric of space, rapidly tearing open a rift in the air. From the pitch-black void came a chorus of low, ominous growls. In the next instant, countless abyssal demons surged forth. An uncountable horde of abyssal demons, heeding Lu Feichen's command, descended from the abyss to fight for him. These abyssal demons, grotesque and hideous in form, were imbued with the power of the abyss. Possessing the ability to resurrect, each would rise again from its own remains upon death. Moreover, their savage nature compelled them to feast upon flesh, devouring the blood and flesh of both allies and foes to enhance their strength. This was one of Lu Feichen's most crucial trump cards. Harnessing the power of the abyss, they would slay the enemy forces. The emergence of the abyssal demon army instantly halted the previously lopsided tide of battle. Their momentum surged explosively. However, Shen Chi raised his gaze, his eyes brimming with intent to kill, yet his demeanor remained eerily calm. He gently lifted his hand. 2 6-star heroes were summoned into action. Asin and Theodore, having consumed vast amounts of experience over the past few days, had both ascended to level 49. It was time to test their combat prowess. Chapter 59. With this sword, Lu Feichen shall perish. Asin soared towards the horde of abyssal demons. In the next moment, a radiant sword light erupted. Judgment Quill LV2, marking the enemy with a death sentence. The first strike would inflict 4 times the base damage, subsequently splashing 80 damage to all enemy units within a 10-meter radius. With a swift diagonal slash, the pristine sword light surged forth. A marked abyssal demon erupted with a deep crimson damage number, 110-244. The abyssal demon was instantly cleaved into a heap of flesh. Following this, countless brilliant sword lights exploded outward from its center, swirling like a vortex. All abyssal demons within a 10-meter radius were shredded by the sword light, erupting in clouds of blood mist. 81, 023. 82, 147. 79, 458. Under the enhancement of the general's command, which raised melee critical strike rates by 60 and melee critical damage by 500, damage figures soared into the hundreds of thousands. After Asin unleashed the Judgment Quill, a vacuum of 10 meters radius was immediately cleared in front of him. In the next moment, the abyssal demon's resurrection ability activated. From the puddles of putrid flesh, new abyssal demons staggered back to their feet, revealing their grotesque faces as they returned to the battlefield. Asin's Judgment Quill entered a cooldown of 30 seconds. However, in the next moment, Theodore completed his incantation. Starfall LV3. In the heavens, 30 meteors trailing long plumes of smoke hurtled towards the battlefield. Each meteor's explosion radius exceeded 5 meters. Boom, boom, boom. Upon impact, the meteors detonated, leaving deep craters. The recently revived abyssal demons on the ground were utterly obliterated, reduced to mere ash, their remains not even leaving behind a trace for resurrection. As Azuin continued to weave through the throngs of demons like a fleeting shadow, brilliant sword lights erupted chaotically around him. Theodore's staff conjured missile after missile, each imbued with terrifying energy, crashing into the mass of demons. The 2 heroes' attack panels soared into the tens of thousands, effortlessly mowing down the lesser foes as if they were mere blades of grass. The tide of abyssal demons surged. Yet the 2 champions carved through them relentlessly, creating gaping breaches in their ranks. Meanwhile, the skeletal army surged forward, seizing the opportunity to swarm in. Lu Feichen had initially believed that the abyssal summoning would drastically disrupt Shen Chi's battle rhythm. However, to his horror, he discovered that the skeletal army remained utterly unfazed, growing ever more ferocious in their assault. In stark contrast, The line of abyssal demons crumbled as if frost met boiling water, or wild grass met a scythe, rapidly disintegrating. He gritted his teeth, his gaze sharpening as he fixated on Shen Chi's location, a palpable killing intent coalescing within him. This could not continue. He immediately mounted his majestic dragon, leaping skyward to dive toward the skeletal horde. Dragon Knight War Aura, activate, doubling the strength of dragon units. He commanded. Holy Dragon Secret Order, activate, quintuple the strength of dragon units. After the tenfold amplification, the dragon slowly raised its head and unleashed a deafening roar. A terrifying aura surged forth. With wings spanning over 30 meters, the dragon obscured the sky itself. Behind, Lin Hongyu and the others gazed at the dragon's manifestation, their hearts a tumult of emotions. Lu Feichen had truly unleashed his full power, utilizing the Holy Dragon Secret Order at the cost of the upper limit for dragon unit levels to achieve a fleeting quintuple enhancement. A host of lords, particularly Lin Hongyu, seethed, thinking, but if this allows him to annihilate Song Chunyang, it will be worth it. They gritted their teeth, their eyes bloodshot. That undead lord had caused them such severe losses. He must not be allowed to live. Lu Feichen's expression turned icy, his posture instantly regaining its confident and composed air. His eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze on Shen Chi's direction, contemplating. Song Chunyang, you are formidable. Even beyond my expectations, but this ends here. He uttered a sharp command, go. In the next instant, a stream of terrifyingly heated dragon flames erupted from the mouth of the dragon. The inferno surged directly toward the skeletal army. With the tenfold amplification, the dragon flames, once unleashed upon the skeletal ranks, would undoubtedly inflict catastrophic casualties. Shen Chi, however, was not about to let that happen. He immediately commanded Ajuan to leap forward. In the next moment, the torrent of dragon flames collided with Ajuan's devouring shield. With a perfect shield counter, the defense was 2, retaliatory damage 30. Ajuan's base defense stood at 15,000, with an armor rating of 10 and an additional 150 from the general's order. His defense surged to nearly 80,000 after utilizing the bronze-grade devouring shield. He blocked the dragon flames entirely, suffering not a scratch. Lu Feichen, seated atop the dragon, watched this unfold, his eyes widening in shock, his body freezing in disbelief. Breathing heavily, he shouted, impossible. The dragon flames deal a minimum of 50,000 damage. How could they not slay that wretched skeleton? Yet, there was no time for Lu Feichen to ponder further. His time had run out. Ajuan soared toward him like a gentle breeze, landing gracefully atop the dragon's head. The dragon unleashed a furious breath, attempting to dislodge the irritating insect from its snout. However, in the next heartbeat, Ajuan plunged his sword beneath the dragon's scales, penetrating its flesh. 10,000 bones wither, level 4. Boom. 25 streams of deep crimson sword energy erupted, illuminating the heavens. It manifested as a colossal and resplendent nebula, shimmering with dazzling starlight, gradually revealing itself to the world. It was resplendent and fierce in equal measure. Amidst the dazzling sword light, the dragon met its downfall. The massive creature in the sky, still adorned with deep red sword light, plummeted to the earth. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Lu Feichen barely had time to process what had transpired. A deep crimson sword energy drifted toward him, piercing swiftly and effortlessly through his chest, dissipating into the air behind him. The sword energy shattered the bronze armor on Lu Feichen as if it were mere parchment, encountering no resistance whatsoever. Lu Feichen's eyes widened in shock, his mind a blank slate. He felt an overwhelming emptiness sweep over him. As the dragon fell, he, too, felt himself descending. Moments later, he mechanically raised his hands, watching as streaks of life flowed from him. It dawned upon him, am I dead? I failed my novice trial, eliminated? I was defeated by an undead lord? In an instant, a wave of intense shame and terror surged within him, drowning his heart, shattering the self-esteem and confidence that had been cultivated in him since childhood. It surged up his throat, transforming into a desperate, soul-wrenching scream. Ah! The heart-rending cry reverberated across the heavens, jarring all the lords. They cowered on the ground, bewildered and confused by the spectacle before them. What had just transpired? A 5th-tier dragon, slain by a single strike? The S-rank talent and S-rank class Lu Feichen, defeated in a single blow? Lu Feichen's body disintegrated into particles, rapidly vanishing. For reasons inexplicable, in those final moments, a bizarre thought flickered in his mind. Song Chunyang. What of it if you killed me? Even in death, you cannot claim the top spot in the novice trial. You, like me, shall forever be beneath Shen Chi's heel. He even began to fervently imagine a day when the arrogant Song Chunyang would encounter Shen Chi's ironclad resolve, ultimately being slain by Shen Chi's own hand. Lu Feichen drew a twisted ecstasy and wild delight from this imagined scenario. However, in the next instant, a clear mechanical voice pierced his ears, obliterating his fantasies. Lord 9657. Lu Feichen, you have been slain by Lord Shen Chi's units. You are eliminated from this novice trial, and will soon be transported out of the trial grounds. Lu Feichen froze. Shen Chi? Song Chunyang is Shen Chi? Shen Chi an undead type? His eyes widened, fixating on the void. All thoughts within Lu Feichen shattered in an instant, plunging him into utter confusion and stupor. Chapter 60. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Shen Chi. 3 minutes later, a profound silence enveloped the realm. A path of blood marked the ground as Ajuan, sword in hand, descended among the lords. They trembled in fear. Their faces pale, rooted in place, unable to flee. Shen Chi stepped forward, unexpectedly spotting a familiar face, Huang Mao. One of the lords who had guarded the gate of the Troll Gorge. He was seen desperately pushing himself backward, hands braced against the ground. Eyes wide with despair and terror, he glanced between the skeleton before him and Shen Chi, who was also eyeing him from a distance, trembling as he shook his head, pleading in a shrill voice, No, please, great song. I beg you, do not kill me. I implore you, spare me. I should not have stopped you from entering the dungeon. It's all Lu Feichen's fault, all Lu Feichen. A playful smile tugged at the corners of Shen Chi's lips. I forgot to introduce myself. I am not Song Chunyang. My name is Shen Chi. Huang Mao stood momentarily stunned. Ajuan raised his sword. The chat channel buzzed with excitement. What is happening? What is the outcome? You're asking about Song Chunyang and Lu Feichen? Don't overthink it. It's clearly a crushing defeat. Song Chunyang is outnumbered. How could he possibly contend alone? Exactly. Is there anyone who genuinely believes Song Chunyang could match Lu Feichen in a duel? How naive. There is nothing particularly significant. It's merely that my amusement has dwindled. Sob. In recent days, Song Chunyang has brought a great deal of excitement to our district, and I find myself somewhat reluctant to part with it. In my view, this is the consequence of being overly arrogant, despite possessing considerable strength. Why not simply team up with the powerful instead of insisting on a unique path and opposing others? Naturally, they would not show you any mercy, and thus, one ends up suffering the consequences. Alas, it's nothing but greed. Thinking one can conquer dungeons solo with such an attitude is bound to lead to disaster. And that is entirely predictable. The chat channel is rife with skepticism regarding Song Chunyang's fate. Yet, the outcome was largely anticipated, which is why not many lament. Instead, they merely express a few remarks before seeking new diversions to pass the time. However, suddenly, someone began spamming exclamation marks, flooding the chat with, Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Go check the leaderboard. Hurry. Curiosity piqued, someone anxiously inquired, What is going on? What happened? Like a startled animal in a field of melons, they feared missing any excitement. Consequently, a significant number of players rushed to the leaderboard, only to gasp in shock, forgetting to type a word. The chat channel became increasingly populated with curious onlookers investigating the leaderboard, yet many did not return. The chat channel, bizarrely, fell into a brief silence, as if a vacuum had formed, with no one daring to speak. After a considerable time, someone finally trembled and typed, Why are there several names missing from the top of the leaderboard? Is there a bug? What is going on? It shows an error? Oh my gosh, Lu Feichen, Lin Hongyu, Zhou Yeqing, Zhao Chongxing, Wen Shay, Gu Jiao, all have vanished. Their ranks have been overtaken one by one. Goodness, if you look closely, Song Chunyang is still there. Brothers, it seems something significant has occurred in our district. Silence. Complete silence. Once the crowd comprehended what had transpired, the chat channel was once again devoid of conversation, descending into a void. In the nightmarish sanctuary, the ground was littered with corpses, blood flowing freely. Thousands of skeletal warriors stood in orderly formation, quietly awaiting orders. Now, after sending Lu Feichen and the others home, some time was spent cleaning up this nightmare-level dungeon. Yes, even the boss has been dispatched. Shen Chi finally found a moment's peace to tally today's gains. Firstly, and most importantly, 2 heroes. After voraciously absorbing an immense amount of experience, both have ascended to the critical level of 50. The transition from 49 to 50 is akin to traversing an insatiable abyss of experience. For heroes and troops, level 50 marks a watershed moment. From level 50 onwards, at levels 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, and 95, each will receive a divine blessing from the heavens. With each divine blessing, all attributes of the troops will double, and every level gained will similarly amplify their attributes. Each time a troop undergoes a divine blessing, their strength will undergo a monumental transformation. Moreover, the tier of the troops determines their level cap and the number of divine blessings they can endure. For instance, first-tier troops have a level cap of 50 and can only receive 1 divine blessing. Second-tier troops cap at 55, third tier at 60, fourth tier at 65, fifth tier at 70, sixth tier at 75, seventh tier at 80, eighth tier at 85, ninth tier at 90, and heroes at 95. Ninth tier troops can receive as many as 5 divine blessings before reaching level 50. The attributes of troops of varying tiers differ by only a few thousand. However, after level 50, with the number of divine blessings varying, the disparity in attributes will widen dramatically. Ninth tier troops can ultimately develop single attributes exceeding 1 million, creating an insurmountable gap compared to lower tier troops. This is the fervent reason why the lords of the Endless Land passionately pursue higher tier troops. Now, Shen Chi's two heroes had been stuck at the bottleneck of 49 for several days, under the influence of the prayer of eternal departure. They consumed countless experiences and finally broke through to level 50. Of course, this speed is quite satisfactory for Shen Chi, and if it were to reach the outside world, it would surely cause a tremendous uproar. Based on their current growth potential, Asin and Theodore can each endure 3 divine blessings at most. However, with Asin utilizing the experience from the Ascension Altar to transform into a 6-star hero, it is not impossible to further elevate both heroes to a higher tier. But that is a matter for the future. At this moment, 2 brilliantly radiant 5-colored beams of light descended from the heavens, enveloping the 2 heroes. Divine blessing. After half a minute, the panels of the 2 heroes had undergone a complete transformation. Shen Chi was immensely satisfied. He then began selecting suitable skill books from the treasure chests obtained from the Nightmare level dungeon to enhance the heroes. He bestowed upon Asin a silver-level skill book, Netherworld Passage, of the magic category. Furthermore, using skill breakthrough scrolls, several level 3 skills were upgraded to level 4. The final round of trials was imminent, and it was said the difficulty was considerable. Every increment in strength would bolster their confidence in clearing it. Finally, Shen Chi reviewed the unexpected surprises from this dungeon expedition. The 4th-tier king boss, the Nightmare Lord, had dropped the Nightmare Crown. Additionally, the materials obtained from slaying the 5th-tier dragon included dragon scales, dragon hearts, dragon fangs, dragon horns, dragon bones, dragon bloodstones, and dragon soul crystals. All were materials of the 5th tier. Shen Chi's first thought was that he might have already acquired the 6th-tier elemental essence ahead of time. He promptly returned to his territory and entered the garden of the ancient alchemist. Shen Chi placed the dropped materials into the analyzer for identification. The results revealed that dragon bloodstones, dragon bones, and dragon fangs could all be refined into 6th-tier elemental essence, while the Nightmare Crown could be refined into 5th-tier elemental essence. He had finally gathered all the materials required to concoct the pure divine elixir. Shen Chi could hardly contain his excitement as he handed the materials and the formula to the alchemical puppet, instructing it to commence the brewing of the pure divine elixir. In reality, in Jiangnan province, the capital city of Jining, at the Liu family estate, within a vast high-rise conference room, chaos reigned. Almost all the furniture had been smashed, and no precious ornaments remained intact. Liu Feiqing, appearing disheveled and with a ghastly expression, spewed forth his wrath, his eyes radiating intense hatred. Surrounding him stood a circle of servants, not daring to make a sound, huddled together like quails. Meanwhile, seated nearby were several impeccably dressed, dignified elders of the Liu family, who regarded Liu Feiqing's outburst with somber expressions, offering no intervention. At this moment, everyone repeatedly pondered a single fact. The core seed of their family, Liu Feiqing, whom they had invested countless efforts in nurturing, had been slain during the novice trial. After a considerable silence, a middle-aged man finally broke the stillness. To dare destroy the fruits of my Liu family's labor, one must pay the price. Pausing, his tone remained devoid of inflection, revealing no emotion, yet his gaze became increasingly frigid. Such a person must not be allowed to leave the trial grounds. He glanced at the man sitting expressionlessly across from him, the high priest, a level 60 mountain-dominating overlord, who could easily crush a fledgling who hadn't even emerged from the novice trial. This task should be exceedingly simple, wouldn't you agree? Chapter 61, The Divine Titan. An absurd attribute panel. The final day of the novice trial, the 7th day, has finally arrived. The remaining lords must exert their utmost to conquer the ultimate trial. Once they emerge from the trial grounds, they will become true lords. They will enter the endless land and commence the genuine struggle for supremacy. At noon, a magnificent heavenly sound resonated, heralding the imminent commencement of the final novice trial. This round of trials consists of 3 waves of monster invasions. The first wave features 1,000 monsters, the second 3,000, and the third 6,000, accompanied by a formidable boss. The trial lasts for 4 hours, and upon its conclusion, whether the boss is defeated or not, the monsters will vanish. Engage actively in slaying the creatures to fend off the invasion and accrue points. The final trial officially commences. Shen Chi has already meticulously arranged his forces, fully prepared. The monsters in the final trial invade from all 4 directions of the territory, necessitating a dense deployment of troops for defense in each direction. However, Shen Chi remains remarkably composed. After 7 days of development, his undead army has burgeoned to over 10,000 members. The entire Zhan Yuan Legion, comprising skeletal warriors, archers, crossbowmen, shield guards, and undead cavalry, has reached a total of 8,000. Additionally, there are 100 members from the skeleton cult and 500 necromancers. Furthermore, small contingents of various undead units have been recruited from the ancient battlefield, including 500 zombie sentinels, 400 wraith fighters, 300 undead dire bears, and 200 skeletal falcons. The 1,000 undead units are organized into hundreds of formations, with different types interspersed, each fulfilling its role in offense, defense, and support, standing ready for battle. Soon, black, Moving walls resembling fortifications begin to appear at the four corners of the territory, signaling the official onslaught of the monster horde. Shen Chi gazes into the distance, tallying the types and numbers of the invading monsters: jungle giant pythons, frost wolves, and ancient magic spiders. The monstrous figures rise and fall, their low growls echoing from all directions, creating a chilling atmosphere. However, to Shen Chi's undead army, this number of monsters is but a mere trifle. Shen Chi is so unfazed that he delegates command entirely to two heroes. The undead formations surge forth like a tidal wave, crashing violently into the monster legion. In an instant, it is as if a great river has burst its banks, sending the beast tide into utter disarray. Within a minute, the entire monster army is annihilated. In the second wave, alongside the previously encountered monsters, new foes emerge: lava-horned demons and wasteland worms, along with demon guards. Yet, for Shen Chi, there is no difference. 2 minutes later, the same outcome unfolds once more. The final wave of monsters arrives. Their numbers surge to 6,000, introducing completely new adversaries: dragon spirit warriors, dark liches, heavily armored lizard men, and the climactic golem army. The endless tide of monsters seems to fill every corner of the earth. The cacophony of battle reverberates through the air, a fierce killing intent saturating the atmosphere, reaching for the heavens. However, Shen Chi's innate ability, Undead Enslavement Level 2, activates, resurrecting 2,000 of the 60 monsters slain in the previous two waves, who now join his undead legion. The size of the undead army doubles that of the beast tide. Moreover, the undead units are not mere cannon fodder. Each possesses formidable combat capabilities, holding their own in one-on-one confrontations. Furthermore, once organized into formations, they become like a sharp blade, unstoppable in their advance. Wherever the army treads, not even a blade of grass remains. The dense beast tide, akin to torn fabric, rapidly diminishes. Soon, the skeletal army penetrates the rear of the enemy forces, confronting the golem army. The towering golem warriors, exceeding 10 meters in height, stride through the battlefield like giants. The ground trembles, dust and stones swirling, all bearing witness to the terrifying strength of the golems. Each golem, with exaggerated life, defensive armor, and strength, possesses nearly the capabilities of a mini-boss. The entire golem army comprises over 300 members, resembling a walking meat grinder, intent on obliterating any who dare to obstruct their path. Of course, only someone like Shen Chi, who has unlocked the 4th difficulty level, would face the trial of the golem army. However, once the level 56-star hero joins the fray, even the golem army becomes no more than a swarm of ants. ASUN's attack power has soared to 45,000. With the general's order level for augmenting his abilities, his melee critical hit rate reaches 60, with critical damage multiplied 6-fold, and an attack speed of 150. He can strike 3 times per second, translating to nearly 200,000 critical damage each second. Not to mention, he can utilize the guillotine level 3 to farm minions, stacking his sword technique for decapitation, capable of delivering 7 times the base damage per execution. With a maximum of 7 executions stored, this means that a single active release of decapitation, when triggering a critical hit, can inflict upwards of 1.8 million damage. Of course, this calculation does not account for the enemy's defensive armor and resistances. Regardless, under ASUN's sword, the golem army poses no threat. Just as the beast tide is on the brink of collapse, the boss finally reveals its true form. A figure, towering as high as a 100-meter mountain, gradually materializes. Adorned in a golden mask, golden arm armor, golden gauntlets, golden waist armor, and golden greaves, it stands between heaven and earth, steadfast and imposing, emanating an ancient and powerful aura. This is the God-made Titan Augustus, a 5th-tier royal being of the Titan race, God-made, level 40, with 3 million life points, 150,000 defense, 50,000 attack, 40 armor, 20 physical resistance, and 10 magical resistance. Its innate ability, godly creation, grants it 3 hearts each time it is slain. 1 heart shatters, allowing it to resurrect instantly at full health until all 3 hearts are destroyed. Its skills include Titan Bloodline, doubling attack when health falls below 10, and Skyfall, a super area attack after charging, as well as Titan's Fist, a single target attack. Shen Chi gazes at this terrifying panel, his pupils momentarily dilating in awe. This is undoubtedly the most formidable enemy he has encountered since the commencement of the trials. With an attack exceeding 50,000, even ASUN could withstand only a few blows. Its life points reaching 3 million, defense at 150,000, along with 20 points of physical resistance, 10 points of magical resistance, and 40 points of armor, imply that after a 20 reduction from physical attacks, it must surpass 150,000 defense points to inflict damage. This is utterly outrageous. This novice trial certainly holds Shen Chi in high regard. Thus, he must accept the challenge with utmost diligence. Chapter 62. Clearing the final trial, the divine trial awaits. Shen Chi swiftly regains his composure and begins to contemplate a combat strategy. A swift resolution is imperative. He must conclude the battle before the Titan completes its charge for the all-encompassing attack, Skyfall. Otherwise, the undead army will inevitably be annihilated. Shen Chi promptly issues combat orders. ASUN activates the newly acquired silver-level skill, Netherworld Traversal. Upon entering the traversal state, his movement speed increases to 5. And he gains a protective buff that reduces damage by 80. Each traversal lasts 1 second, allowing for up to 3 consecutive uses. Netherworld Traversal serves as both a rapid movement technique and a damage reduction method. With ASUN's agility already at an impressive 624, the enhancement makes him swift as a shadow. He darts towards the boss like a blurred specter. 3 seconds later, he reaches the Titan's feet. During this time, he endures one of the Titan's attacks. But with the 80 damage reduction and his own armor defense, he merely loses a sliver of health. ASUN glides effortlessly, climbing the Titan's colossal form, ascending to its chest cavity. Following closely behind, he unleashes the Wailing Spirit's ranged single-target skill, Cursed Frost Level 3. Upon hitting the target, it inflicts a state of rigidity, nullifying 60 defense and increasing his piercing damage, damage 2, for 20 seconds. A dense and chilling white frost descends upon the Titan, encasing its towering form in ice. Asen seized the moment without hesitation, raising his sword. 10,000 bones wither, level 5. Boom. 30 streams of deep crimson sword energy erupted violently. They blossomed like the grandest crimson lotuses in the realm, unfurling gracefully in the wind, swaying gently. Majestic and enigmatic, the aura of slaughter surged forth. 761, 587. The Titan's health was instantly reduced by 90. Asen did not hesitate. He raised his sword once more. Guillotine execution. The sword technique, long prepared, was unleashed at this moment. A brilliant beam of sword light suddenly illuminated the heavens and earth, piercing through the overcast sky. It penetrated directly through the Titan's chest, emerging from his back, dissipating after traveling over 30 meters. 284, 573. The Titan fell. However, in the next instant, a heart within the Titan's chest abruptly shattered, while another began to beat violently. Immediately after, his health bar was fully restored. As anticipated, Shen Chi commanded Asen without hesitation to continue the plan. The debuff from Resentful Frost had expired after 20 seconds. And Shen Chi had intentionally instructed Asen to save the Soul Pursuit arrow, which could penetrate armor and increase damage. At this moment, Asen, still positioned on the Titan's surface, methodically retrieved his bow and arrows. He pressed against the Titan, drawing the bowstring. 3 arrows, entwined with wailing souls, coalesced upon the bowstring. Soul Pursuit arrow. The moment the arrows were released, they plunged into the Titan's chest, shattering all armor. 354, 123. 357, 841. 354, 782. The 3 sharp arrows instantly stripped away a third of the Titan's health. Amid the Titan's thunderous roar of wrath, Asen decisively raised his sword once more. Gift of Death. Instantly, the skill was repeated without cooldown. 10,000 bones wither, level 5. Boom. A second blossom of the Crimson Lotus, symbolizing slaughter, unfurled in the heavens. The chilling intent to kill that could shred the very air descended once again. 1084, 575. A further third of the Titan's health was lost. With the control of Resentful Frost no longer in effect, the Titan retaliated violently amidst anguished howls. Asen seized the opportunity, occasionally raising the devouring shield to block in front of him. After a perfect shield counter, his defense surged to nearly 70,000. With armor in place, he lost barely a tenth of his health. Seizing the brief respite from the Titan's onslaught, Asen swiftly stowed his shield and struck again. Guillotine execution. 102, 145. Guillotine execution. 112, 412. Guillotine execution. Boom. 934, 076. Releasing 3 consecutive executions, 3 beams of sword light illuminated the air, striking down one after another. The third strike triggered a critical hit, instantly depleting the remaining health bar. The Titan fell once more. Within its chest, one heart was shattered, and the last heart began to beat furiously. In the next moment, the Titan revived to full health once again. However, Asen's task was complete. He had delayed for 30 seconds and consumed 2 of the Titan's lives. Next, Theodore completed his incantation. Curse of Passing. Targeting remotely, he chanted for 10, 20, 30 seconds, dealing damage equivalent to 103, 060 times his own health to the target. This damage ignored all forms of defense, armor, shields, and magic resistance, resulting in full true damage. Long before Asen approached the boss, Shen Chi had commanded Theodore to chant uninterrupted for 30 seconds from the rear. As the Titan revived for the second time, Theodore's incantation was completed, and he immediately locked onto the Titan from a distance. Upon the Titan's colossal form, a rich layer of purple brilliance suddenly erupted. Numerous purple curse runes swirled madly around the Titan's surface, wrapping and constraining it like a towering monument. Moments later, the curse took effect, and all runes erupted with dazzling light, instantly engulfing the Titan's form. The Titan's health bar plummeted as if a mountain had collapsed. 184, 521. The final heart shattered. Theodore's base health of 53, 172, multiplied by 60, surpassed 3 million. In a single exchange, the Titan was slain. Even Shen Chi was momentarily awestruck. The next instant, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in Shen Chi's ears. You have successfully slain the ultimate boss, the god-made Titan Augustus. You have successfully completed the final trial. Congratulations on becoming the first lord in this region to clear the final trial, in a time of 7 minutes and 21 seconds. You have received the first completion rewards, 2 golden high-grade treasure chests, 5 million spirit crystals, and a 1 million experience super gift pack. You have received the boss kill rewards, Titan's Heart, Titan's Divine Blood, Titan's Hunting Certificate, Celestial Race's Holy Mark, and 1 golden perfect treasure chest. The notification for settlement rewards chimed repeatedly, filling Shen Chi's backpack with unprecedented luxurious rewards. Until the end, a resounding celestial sound reverberated throughout the realm, reaching the ears of all lords in the area. Regional announcement. Lord 9657, Shen Chi, has become the first lord to clear the final trial. In a time of 7 minutes and 21 seconds. The other lords were hardly surprised. However, another regional announcement quickly followed. Regional announcement. Lord 9657, Shen Chi, has achieved a score of 739 in the final trial, earning a spot in the Divine Trial. The Divine Trial will commence in 5 hours, during which a live broadcast will be opened for the entire server, along with a server-wide chat channel. As the celestial sound faded, the lords in this region were momentarily stunned, then erupted in excitement. Chapter 63, The Onslaught of the Mountain Dominator. This round was a stable performance, with the great god yet again setting a new record for first completion. Lord Shun is invincible. Let me experience the chill of being at the top. Can someone explain the Divine Trial? Is it true that one needs 1,000,000 points to enter? What level is Lord Shin's score? Wake up. The entry requirement for the Divine Trial is 500,000 points. You didn't think 1,000,000 points were easy to obtain, did you? As far as I know, the highest score in the national novice trials over the past decade was 700,000 points. One can only imagine how brutal Lord Shin's 1,000,000 points are. It truly is a historic achievement. Some lamented, when will I get to behold the great god's visage? I am so curious about his talents and the configuration of his troops. Don't worry, just wait 5 more hours, and you'll find out. It will be a live broadcast for the entire server. Isn't it said to be the angel troop type? But I think that's highly likely. What other troop type could achieve such results? The probability of awakening as an angel lord is 1 in 10,000. Awakening once grants the blessing of holy light, and the potential for growth is at least that of a dominator, with astonishingly high limits. Then, the topic in the chat channel shifted. Hey, what do you all think of Song Chunyang? This guy took down 12 people in the top rankings, all by himself. I think that's pretty impressive. You're joking, right? Song Chunyang, a necromancer, is even worthy to be discussed alongside Lord Shin? Should I just give him my head? You really overestimate Song Chunyang. His current ranking is only 51st, not even in the top 30. Besides, I find yesterday's incident suspicious. How could one person take down so many top lords? It just doesn't add up. You're right. Thinking it over, it might not have been Song Chunyang's doing. It could have been the nightmare-level dungeon itself that was perilous. Aren't Lu Feichin and the others in the same alliance? A single misstep, and their entire army could be wiped out. Song Chunyang probably just picked up the scraps. Wow, that's quite a reasonable explanation. So, this Song Chunyang must have had some outrageous luck. He might have even gathered high-level resources. Damn, I'm so envious. I don't care about anything else. At least our region S number 1 is always held by Lord Shun. If it were snatched away by a necromancer, I really wouldn't be able to accept it. Do not accuse me of bias. But the mere thought of the Lord of the Undead commanding a horde of grotesque and terrifying skeletons unsettles my spirit. Who among the sane would awaken to the necromantic arts? Those who can endure such abominations must surely be individuals plagued by misfortune, socially maladjusted, and harboring dark, twisted psyches. While I concede that your perspective may border on the extreme, it does possess a kernel of truth. I find myself unexpectedly eager for the encounter between Song Chunyang and the esteemed Shen Chi. Given that Song Chunyang dares to confront the likes of Lu Feichin and his cohort of prominent lords with such audacity, it is only a matter of time before he clashes with the illustrious Shun. It has long been overdue. I maintain my stance that I cannot abide this troublemaker who lacks decorum. His downfall is inevitable. I sincerely hope that Shin will take it upon himself to discipline such a character. Is not Shin a noble and divine angelic lord? He would serve as the perfect foil to Song Chunyang, presenting him with a formidable challenge. My anticipation grows, laughing quietly to myself at the thought of Song Chunyang sweating bullets in anxious trepidation. Meanwhile, Shen Chi remains rooted in place, meticulously assessing his backpack. Perhaps due to the Heavenly Tao's deliberate regulation of the Lord's development, he had not encountered a single golden-level resource over the past 6 days. Yet, in this climactic trial, He has unearthed 4 golden treasure chests. Among them, 2 are of the perfect grade. For the warrior class, a golden grade Titan warrior helmet and a golden perfect grade Titan broadsword. For the mage class, a golden ordinary grade spellcaster's gem necklace and a golden perfect grade wind's respite staff. In addition to the treasure chests, he has also acquired 2 fragments of the Nether Authority for first-level skill breakthrough scrolls and 3 million prayer points. These will significantly bolster his forces, alongside the impressive materials dropped by the Titans, which exude a quality that is undeniably valuable. As Shen Chi prepares to return to his territory, a sudden stillness envelopes the surroundings. The rustling of grass, the whispering of bushes, and the creaking of branches under the wind have all ceased. The sounds of birdsong and beastly roars in the jungle fade away, while even the distant winds of the valley fall silent, leaving behind an overwhelming quietude. Shen Chi halts abruptly, his body tense and ready to react at a moment's notice as he discreetly scans his environment for any changes. "You are Shen Chi?" A deep voice suddenly resounds from behind him. Shen Chi whirls around to find a middle-aged man standing 10 paces away, having appeared without a trace. The man emanates an invisible yet formidable aura, one so powerful that it is utterly terrifying, far beyond what Shen Chi could muster at his level. Shen furrows his brow but remains silent. "I understand your confusion, yet you are not worthy of my explanations. After all, a dead man would find no meaning in the answers," the middle-aged man states, his gaze fixed on Shen Chi with an emotionless detachment, as though observing an insignificant ant at his feet. In reality, within the Liu family, a virtual screen in a conference room vividly displays the confrontation between the two. Surrounding it are a circle of spectators, including Liu Feichen and various high-ranking members of the Liu family. Liu Feichen's complexion is ashen and haggard, yet his eyes are glued to the screen, filled with a seething hatred that longs to inflict 1,000 tortures upon Shen Chi, wishing he could reach through the screen to incinerate him. The middle-aged man depicted on the screen is a venerable guardian of the Liu family, a level 69 mountain suppressor on the brink of transcending to the void-breaking realm. He is one of the elite experts stationed within the Liu family, summoned by them. Utilizing a spatial artifact to bypass the heavenly Dao's oversight, he has descended upon the trial grounds solely to hunt down Shen Chi. For this endeavor, the Liu family has expended considerable resources, despite the fact that summoning such a powerhouse to eliminate a mere novice lord seems an overreaction. Yet they remain unconcerned. Shen Chi's actions have severely provoked the Liu family. To this end, they are willing to extinguish him within the trial grounds. Moreover, this operation circumvents the heavenly Dao's surveillance, employing the power of the rules to obliterate his physical form, ensuring Shen Chi remains eternally within the trial grounds. The Liu family's guardian gazes dispassionately at Shen Chi's location, even too lazy to employ any detection spells. After all, how formidable could a novice lord still embroiled in a trial possibly be? Regardless of his strength, he could be extinguished with a mere flick of the wrist, requiring no troops to be mobilized. However, as he surveys Shen Chi, he senses an unexpected aura emanating from several high-grade resources, including multiple golden-level items. The guardian's eyes narrow imperceptibly, a flicker of desire igniting within him. This lad possesses quite a few treasures, he muses internally. I have ascended to the mountain suppressor realm for many years, yet I scarcely possess any golden-level artifacts. Soon, they shall be mine. Though his exterior betrays nothing, a multitude of thoughts swirl within his mind. The guardian, unwilling to delay further, extends his hand. Yet, Shen Chi unexpectedly flashes a smile, a fleeting illusion. The guardian senses this, and, believing he has misinterpreted the situation, feels a surge of irritation wash over him. His brow furrowing. A mere insect, facing death, still dares to smile? Has he lost his sanity? In an instant, his mindset shifts. Rather than discreetly snuffing out Shen Chi's life, he finds a morbid thrill in the prospect of slowly tormenting him. He suddenly yearns to witness this young man kneeling in despair, begging for mercy, his dignity stripped away. The mere thought brings him delight. What will your last words be? Young man, do you have any loved ones outside? I shall convey your farewell to them, as a final act of kindness. With a calm demeanor, Shen Chi discreetly retrieves a small vial from his backpack, his expression unwavering, and replies in a measured tone, "Perhaps, you should first divulge your last words." The guardian's countenance darkens, fury igniting within him. "You seek death." In a swift motion, Shen Chi raises the vial and consumes its contents. The guardian, observing this unexpected act, feels a flicker of doubt, but dismisses it entirely. What could a novice lord do to resist? It would all be in vain. Yet his anger intensifies, and he resolves to make Shen Chi pay for his insolence. Just as he prepares to unleash his pressure, forcing Shen Chi to kneel before him, an inexplicable alarm surges through his heart, causing it to race uncontrollably. Suddenly, the atmosphere of this realm shifts dramatically. It is as if the entire world has plunged into the frigid depths of a lake, enveloped by a chilling darkness. All life seems submerged, indistinct and obscured. The sun appears to be sealed away, its light extinguished. Every sound is swallowed, leaving only an overwhelming silence, an icy void. Panic grips the guardian as his pupils constrict. His face paling, cold sweat breaking out across his back. Yet it is too late. Shen Chi reveals a small golden ring adorned with jade on his right hand. Standing a short distance away, casting a dispassionate glance at the guardian, his eyes devoid of emotion, resembling a spectator observing a corpse. The wrath of the heroic spirits, life withers away. In the next moment, a colossal phantom materializes above them, towering 10 feet high. It resembles a massive skeleton draped in a flowing robe, its bones carved from a luminous jade, radiating an ethereal glow. It hovers quietly in the air behind Shen Chi, its immense skull fixated on the Lu family guardian. The eye sockets, hollow yet exuding an aura of utter annihilation. The guardian of the Lu family felt a shiver run through his spine, enveloped by an overwhelming sense of dread. He yearned to flee, to activate the wall-breaking stone upon his person and escape through the spatial rift. Yet, he found himself utterly incapable. His limbs felt as though they had been weighted down with lead, heavy and foreign to his own. A surge of terror filled his heart, cold sweat beating on his forehead. The spectral skull before him emanated an intensely perilous aura. In the next instant, a colossal skeletal arm emerged slowly from beneath the robe. With a delicate wave, an invisible void, imbued with the essence of death and silence, brushed against the guardian of the Lu family like a gentle breeze. Instantly, it enveloped his entire being, akin to countless venomous serpents slithering and coiling around him. A clammy, cold sensation crept across his skin. In the following moment, it felt as though a deadly claw had seized him with ferocity. With a hiss, the very breath of a mountain tyrant was obliterated. The guardian of the Lu family found his limbs rendered powerless, his body seemingly devoid of control, collapsing feebly to the ground. His eyes widened in horror, his gaze bulging, his expression a tapestry of shock, regret, and unwillingness. Simultaneously, not far off in the woods, a heart-wrenching scream pierced the air, only to be silenced in an instant. The skeletal apparition gradually retracted its arm, its form becoming increasingly indistinct before vanishing entirely. The darkness that had enveloped the world abruptly receded, as if an endless lake had been instantaneously evaporated, restoring the landscape to its former glory. The sky cleared, sunlight poured down, and the melodies of birds, the murmurs of streams, and the whispers of the wind returned, filling the air with vibrancy. Only the lifeless body on the ground bore witness to the events that had just transpired. Shen Chi approached, step by step, his countenance betraying no emotion. He turned his head to glance at the thicket nearby. However, in reality, within the Lu family's conference room, silence reigned supreme, punctuated only by the sound of a pin dropping. A guardian, a level 69 mountain tyrant, one of the top experts of the Lu family, had perished. Before their very eyes, he had been eradicated by a novice lord. What manner of devil is this? Some gasped in terror, their voices trembling. Lu Feichen stood in a daze, his face devoid of color, trembling uncontrollably, as though drenched in water. All his previous confidence, arrogance, disdain, and resentment had vanished without a trace. The other high-ranking members of the Lu family were consumed by profound grief and regret. As if a vital piece of their hearts had been excised, they could never have imagined that the illustrious Lu family would be obliterated in a single day, losing both their core seed and a guardian, merely by provoking a novice lord they had dismissed. At the scene of the guardian's demise, hidden within the dense forest nearby, a shadow witnessed the unfolding drama. He felt a jolt of fear and was grateful he had refrained from acting rashly. Otherwise, he might have met the same fate as the Lu guardian. Just as he contemplated retreating quietly, as if he had never appeared, the next moment, his heart abruptly halted. Before he could comprehend, he too was instantaneously consumed by an unseen force. A scream escaped his lips for but an instant before it was choked off in his throat. Meanwhile, in reality, within the Lin family, Lin Hongyu stared in disbelief at his formidable uncle, the Lin family's deputy, who had unexpectedly perished in the trial grounds at the hands of Shen Chi. His face turned ashen, his spirit shattered, devoid of any ambition. On Shen Chi's end, he approached the corpse of the Lu guardian, squatting down to inspect the body. What is this? A spatial attribute item? He gazed at a stone in his hand, which bore a frame that read, Wall-Breaking Stone. Chapter 65, live broadcast with hundreds of thousands of viewers. Shen Chi takes the stage. Wall-Breaking Stone. Description, golden grade, capable of breaching crystal walls and opening spatial rifts. Provides a temporary effect of shielding against the heavenly Tao's surveillance. This item is damaged and requires repair before it can be used again. The wall-breaking stone can be utilized for interspatial transport. With some repairs, it can be employed once more. Shen Chi stowed the wall-breaking stone into his backpack and turned his gaze to an icon floating above the corpse, representing a backpack. Upon the Lord's demise, the backpack became unclaimed. Instantly, Shen Chi's eyes glimmered with excitement as he transferred all resources from the backpack. Spirit crystals, blueprints, weapons, various high-level resources, and even cash. Shen Chi rose and slowly made his way to another corpse. 5 hours later, all lords had completed their novice trials. Whether they succeeded or were eliminated, the outcome was predetermined. At this moment, Those who remained in the trial grounds did so for only one reason: the trial of the gods. Everyone awaited anxiously, their anticipation surpassing even their own futures. After all, such a grand spectacle might only be witnessed once in a lifetime. Finally, ding! The long-awaited system notification resounded. The trial of the gods is about to commence. The live broadcast for the entire server will soon open, and the server-wide chat channel will be activated. Please pay close attention, lords. Buzz. Before every lord, a massive blue screen materialized, exuding a faint glow and displaying a clear image. Simultaneously, beside the area chat channel on each lord's system panel, a brand new icon appeared: server-wide chat channel. Having just been activated, it was already inundated with countless messages. Millions of lords flooded in, exuberantly voicing their excitement. Whoa, brothers, can you see me? If you can, hit 666. Server-wide chat. How novel. Which district are you from? I'm from District 6941. What's going on today? I thought once the novice trial ended, we could return to reality immediately. Yeah, what does the trial of the gods mean? Don't you know? Only lords with a total score of 500,000 points are eligible to enter. How many? 500,000 points? Wow. Can anyone truly achieve that? I barely scraped together 9,000 points. Are you out of your mind? Is this even human? Look at you, truly ignorant. We had a big shot in our district who scored 500,000 points. Get out of here, who do you think you are? You're no big shot. On the live broadcast, a white jade platform, measuring 100 meters across, ascended from the void. Surrounding it were 4 ornate stone pillars, intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes. In the center of the platform stood 3 stone chairs with backs. Suddenly, a golden light flickered at the edge of the circular platform. As the radiance faded, a tall young man materialized. After about 10 seconds, another flash of light appeared, revealing a handsome youth. Both were clad in resplendent robes, intermittently shimmering with the brilliance of high-tier equipment. Among them, the robust youth exuded an air of haughty confidence, surveying the surroundings with a proud gaze. He turned towards the chairs and proceeded directly to the first stone chair, pausing momentarily before sitting down. In the next instant, a transparent frame coalesced above the chair. The text glowing softly and capturing everyone's attention: Luo Ming Yuan. Novice Zone, 1876. Total trial points, 512487. Lord level, 25, Intermediate Lord. Lord talent, SS Great. Primary troop type, Human Sacred Empire Guardian. Troop highest tier, 4-star hero. Troop highest level, level 32. Troop quantity, 2436. As the character information emerged, the chat channel erupted into astonished exclamations. Wow, a deity. My goodness, 500,000 points. He could overshadow 5 of me. That 10,000 points upstairs is also a big shot. Respect. No, I'm just a novice, nowhere near the prodigy entering the trial of the gods. Wow, he could overshadow 100 of me. What did I just say? An intermediate lord? Is it truly possible for someone to ascend to the rank of intermediate lord? Isn't the progression to lordship notoriously sluggish? A double S talent is simply mind-boggling. How enviable. The Holy Empire's guardian? A 4-star hero? A unit level of 32? Over 2,000 troops? The disparity between individuals is staggering, more pronounced than that between man and dog. I can hardly bear it. Another strikingly handsome youth, tall and with an austere visage, exuded an air of calm and composure. He glanced at Luo Mingyuan's information, unperturbed, and calmly averted his gaze, seemingly indifferent. He proceeded to another chair and took a seat. PITNGCHO, Beginner Zone, 54. Total trial score, 714573. Lord level, 29, Intermediate Lord. Lord talent, SS rank. Primary unit type, Human Martial Hall. Highest unit rank, Tier 5. Highest unit level, 41. Total units, 5421. As the information materialized above his head, the chat channel erupted in a frenzy. Good heavens, 700,000 points. A staggering 200,000 points higher? Am I seeing things? To my knowledge, this score has shattered the historical record for the trial of the gods. Oh, allow me a moment to compose myself. Trembling. It seems the elites are utterly unconcerned with the fate of us lesser beings. Tier 5 units, what in the world? Does such a reality truly exist? My word. Does this titan really inhabit the same realm as I do? I see it now. I am but an NPC, wailing in despair. How incredibly handsome and formidable these two deities are, exuding calm confidence, truly the epitome of strength. The unfairness of the divine is palpable. Surely, these individuals represent the CR de la CR among the millions of novice lords this year. Who could possibly rival them? After they emerge, their future is boundless. Truly, they are destined to be the protagonists of this tale. Ladies and gentlemen, I share a domain with PISHN. He is a living legend in our realm. Not only has he maintained a record of consecutive first completions for 7 days, but he also achieved all of them within an hour. With a Tier 5 army, he successfully orchestrated a siege against a nightmare-level dungeon boss. The accolades are myriad. Far too many to recount. Moreover, PISHN's ambition has always been the trial of the gods. Yet none of us anticipated that he would surpass the minimum standard by 200,000 points and break the historical record. Our astonishment is profound. I am also in the same realm as PISHN, and I attend the same school. We are both from the Central Academy of the Imperial Capital, which has claimed all the rookie titles for the past 5 years. With PISHN's current trajectory, this year's rookie title seems assured. Goodness. The Central Academy of the Imperial Capital, renowned nationwide. I hear that place annually births prodigies and geniuses. However, competition is fierce, with rival schools from across the nation. If we secure another rookie title this year, we will undoubtedly solidify our status as the leading academy for lords in the country. Wait, isn't there still one person yet to arrive? Who cares about that individual? Can anyone truly surpass PISHN? I suddenly wonder. Is there a possibility of achieving a score of 1 million? Can we refrain from indulging in such fanciful, illogical musings? PISHN's score of 700,000 has already broken the historical record. Do you truly believe 1 million points is so easily attained? Utilize your intellect. Indeed, it is clear you harbor disdain for PISHN, subtly attempting to undermine him. How amusing. Very well, we understand it is improbable. The bitterness is palpable. Is it unacceptable to inquire? Amidst the intensifying discussions in the global chat channel, everyone fervently expressed their admiration for the elite. Yet, the lords of Zone 9657 wore inexplicable expressions, their emotions perplexing. They yearned to confront others, asserting that their zone produced a lord with a score of 1 million. However, the rapid pace of comments quickly overshadowed their attempts, as their zone was sparsely populated. Watching the throngs fervently idolize the so-called PISHN was almost comedic. Each awaited the arrival of SHNCH to deliver a reality check to these individuals. At that moment, a radiant light of transportation illuminated the platform. SHNCH's figure gradually materialized on everyone's screens. Having been preoccupied with organizing his territory's resources, he had entered the teleportation slightly delayed. At this moment, he swiftly surveyed his surroundings and walked directly toward the remaining chair. To be frank, PITNGCHO had undoubtedly become the unwavering focal point of the chat channel, with his ostentatious brilliance leading the way. Curiosity about the last individual had waned significantly. The majority simply awaited the unveiling of SHNCH's information, eager to witness PITNGCHO embark on the trial of the gods, showcasing his prowess. However, as SHNCH settled into the chair, an information box began to coalesce above him. SHNCH Beginner Zone, 9657. Total trial score, 105 for 739. Lord level, 34, Advanced Lord. Lord talent. Primary unit type, Undead Legion. Highest unit rank, 6-star hero. Highest unit level, 50. Total units, 11435. Upon the revelation of SHNCH's information, a segment of the audience began to watch with keen interest, typing away in the chat. What is happening? Can 15,000 points really suffice for the trial of the gods? Wait, did I misread a zero? 105 million? Suddenly, the global chat channel fell into a deafening silence. In the chat room, hundreds of thousands of individuals were rendered speechless, an astonishing 5 seconds of silence prevailing. After a prolonged moment, scattered individuals began to regain their senses. Gradually, more and more voices expressed their shock and disbelief, culminating in a tidal wave of messages flooding the chat at breakneck speed. Good heavens. 1 million points. Who just claimed no one could possibly reach 1 million points? Step forward so I can deal with you. Oh, it was I who said that. Never mind then. Level 34 Advanced Lord? Units at level 50? 6-star hero? 100,000 units. I can't take it anymore. Someone get me an oxygen mask. This cannot be real. My mind is in turmoil. I need to take a break and process this. Are you all missing the crucial point? Who cares about those numbers? The important detail is that he is an undead lord. I have been overlooking this fact, feeling insignificant in comparison. I could once comfortably embrace my role as a lowly underling, claiming my shortcomings were justifiable. Yet now, I find myself bereft of any rationalization. Among the ranks of undead lords, one has amassed a score of 1 million. Who do I turn to for justification? Is this true? The undead faction? Achieving 1 million points with a horde of skeletons? Are you jesting? Wait a moment. Does this imply that SHNCH is even more formidable than PITNGCHO? And not just by a small margin? The public chat fell silent once more. My goodness, I was just extolling PITNGCHO moments ago. And now I must admit my earlier enthusiasm may have been a tad excessive. My face is now stinging from the slap of reality. Those lords from the same realm as PITNGCHO, though equally stunned by SHNCH's prowess, felt compelled to defend PITNGCHO. As if a switch had been flipped, launching into vehement criticism. Unbelievable. A bunch of fairweather fans, elevating the high and belittling the low. Who knows how this undead lord amassed 1 million points? PISH and has undeniably secured his 70,000 points. I should know. I'm from the same zone. Others, upon witnessing this, found amusement in the spectacle and began to unleash a torrent of commentary. Ah, I see your vision is clouded. You only looked at the score and failed to notice other data. Laughter ensues as I ponder how, in every conceivable metric, Shen Chi falls short of you, Lord Pei. Heroic rank, highest level of troop types, quantity of troop types. None of these attributes can rival your prowess. He. You resemble a jester, prancing about, and I find myself feeling a twinge of pity for you. Surely, you haven't forgotten that on the following day, an announcement echoed throughout the server, revealing that Shen Chi was the first ever to trigger the 4th level trial difficulty, correct? Thus, Shen Chi, braving an unprecedented 4th level challenge, amassed an astonishing score of 1 million points. Goodness gracious. It seems I've also overlooked this detail. So, the great Shen Chi had been gathering his strength to unleash a spectacular move all along. However, what is the nature of Shen Chi's talent? Why is it not manifesting? I cannot fathom it, yet I surmise it might be a 3S grade. Perhaps the esteemed individual employed some methods of concealment? My word, an SSS grade talent has not emerged in a decade, has it? Moreover, it's of the necromantic lineage. This time, history is bound to be rewritten. Not merely a new record, but an astonishing 30,000 points above the previous one. In the Novice District 9657, the chat channel is eerily silent, compared to the bustling chatter of the entire server. It is as if we inhabit 2 different realms. It is not that no one wishes to speak. Rather, everyone has forgotten to do so. The inhabitants of this district are utterly dumbfounded. Initially, they were the ones most eager to witness Shen Chi's emergence. Yet, upon beholding the long-awaited visage of Shen Chi, they were rendered completely speechless. Each individual before their screens appeared as if struck by lightning, their expressions a riot of colors. The Shen Chi they imagined was an angelic lord, revered and serene, commanding legions of radiant angels to vanquish monstrous foes. Conversely, they envisioned Song Chunyang as the lord of the undead, darkly mysterious and audaciously unruly, stirring up trouble wherever he roamed. Due to the inherent stigma surrounding the necromancer, many harbored an aversion to Song Chunyang, with a significant portion secretly hoping he would provoke Shen Chi, the top-ranked player. Such an encounter promised to be nothing short of spectacular. The triumphant Song Chunyang, having vanquished Lu Feichen and others, would surely face retribution from Shen Chi, resulting in a pitiful retreat to reality. The mere thought of these imagined scenarios filled those who disdained Song Chunyang with immense satisfaction and a sense of ease. However, at this moment, they gazed upon that strikingly familiar face from the chat channel, belonging to none other than Song Chunyang, now residing in Shen Chi's form. Shen Chi? Song Chunyang, are they one and the same? Some stubbornly clung to the notion that perhaps they simply shared a likeness. Yet, the majority found their understanding of reality utterly shattered by this revelation. Thus, the current scene unfolded, with not a single word uttered in the chat channel. Shen Chi is not the angelic lord, but the lord of the undead. All along, it was Song Chunyang who had dominated the leaderboard. Shen Chi single-handedly dispatched Lu Feichen and other top-ranked lords. A necromancer, achieving first clears for 7 consecutive days, leaving them all in the dust. Regardless of whether they once viewed Song Chunyang as a source of amusement, or harbored disdain for the necromancer, or anticipated his downfall, or fervently supported Shen Chi. At this moment, all were rendered utterly speechless, their emotions a complex tapestry. Oh, except for one person, the true Song Chunyang. Observing the state of the comments, he couldn't help but burst into laughter, envisioning the dumbfounded expressions of the lords who now knew the truth. Among the novice lords from Longhu High School alongside Shen Chi, nearly 400 had successfully passed the novice trial. They were engrossed in the live broadcast of the divine trial. Upon witnessing Shen Chi's appearance, they too were completely astonished. Shen Chi, the perennial top student of their school, universally acknowledged as a genius and prodigy, was presumed to awaken a talent of a grade or higher, promising a boundless future. However, he merely awakened an E-grade talent, and as a necromancer, those who had previously lauded Shen Chi quickly shifted their attitudes. Some expressed sympathy, others indifference, while many relished in his misfortune, reveling in the downfall of a figure once held in high esteem. Shen Chi's status plummeted, and no one cared to follow his performance in the novice trial. Yet now, they beheld Shen Chi entering the divine trial, the very pinnacle reserved for the nation's elite talents, while securing 1 million trial points and claiming the national championship. According to long-held beliefs, the title of national champion was a privilege reserved for the top lord academies in prosperous provinces. The mere thought of such an occurrence in their second-tier city of Longhu in the central province of Chunan was beyond imagination. Yet Shen Chi, the figure they had long ceased to regard, stood before them in the divine trial arena, the one with the highest trial points among the 3 participants, not a mere participant, nor a supporting character, but the unequivocal protagonist. Such a revelation was bound to leave them astounded. Some stared wide-eyed, fixated on the silhouette of Shen Chi on the screen, exhausting every effort to find proof that the figure before them was not the Shen Chi they knew. Yet, all efforts proved futile. Chapter 67. An indiscriminate AoE from Shen Chi in Novice District 4123, Su He and Lu Qingyue, upon entering the trial grounds, discovered they had been allocated to the same area. One awakened an A-grade talent in Beast Frenzy, while the other awakened an A-grade talent in Plant Acceleration. One excelled in cultivating plant troops, while the other specialized in training animal troops. Naturally, they allied. The combined efforts of two A-grade talents yielded results greater than 11. As a couple, they garnered the reputation of the couple lords within their district. By the end of the week, they each amassed 70,000 trial points. Both Su He and Lu Qingwei were exceedingly thrilled and proud. 70,000 points. This would secure them a bronze rating from the Heavenly Tao. Upon concluding the trial, each lord would receive a rating from the will of the Heavenly Tao. To pass the trial, one must achieve a minimum of 10,000 points for a black iron rating, 50,000 for a bronze rating, 100,000 for a silver rating, 300,000 for a gold rating, and 500,000 for a platinum rating. Without a doubt, Su He and Lu Qingwei would both attain bronze ratings. Su He was already exceedingly satisfied. It is worth noting that among the millions of novice lords each year, fewer than 2% achieve a bronze rating. This accomplishment is indeed commendable. In the previous cohort from Longhu High School, only 3 attained bronze ratings. This year, with only 3 A-grade talents from Longhu High School, securing the top position in the trial should pose no challenge for him. Su He thought with pride, I always said I would prove myself in the novice trial. With this achievement, who wouldn't be beneath my heel? Suddenly, a figure crossed his mind, Shen Chi, that individual who, despite awakening an E-grade talent, always bore an expression of nonchalance, seemingly unfazed by anyone. The mere thought of Shen Chi caused Su He's brows to furrow deeply, his face contorted in distaste. Just how long can you keep up this charade? However, recalling his own impending bronze rating, his demeanor shifted to one of calm and composure. What is Shen Chi to me? Why should I concern myself with him? From this point onward, I shall soar to great heights while he languishes in the mire, waiting for death, completely on divergent paths. Furthermore, the modest Longhu High School is no longer sufficient for the likes of Su He. Su He exuded an air of confidence, firmly believing that he could contend for the top position in this year's novice trial among the 5 prestigious high schools of Longhu City. His most formidable rival, Yinhai High School, had consistently overshadowed Longhu High School in the past 2 years. With a sense of pride, Su He thought that this year, through his own merits, he could certainly reclaim some glory for Longhu High. At this moment, he wrapped his arm around Lu Qingyue's waist, his left hand clasping hers tightly. As they leisurely stood on Su He's territory, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the Divine Trials live broadcast, Lu Qingyue maintained an air of haughtiness and self-satisfaction, relishing her choice in Su He. Agreeing to his pursuit was undoubtedly a wise decision. Su He was handsome, affluent, gentlemanly, exceptionally gifted, and remarkably capable, all of which would greatly aid her aspirations as a lord. She had even agreed to let him introduce her to the Su family's noble lord alliance, a force of considerable repute in all of Longhu City. Lu Qingyue reflected on her previous reluctance to acquiesce to the advances of other boys. After navigating through numerous trials, she had chosen Su He, which she deemed her most astute investment. As the two of them waited in comfort, the live broadcast screen of the Divine Trials slowly materialized. When the scores of 500,000 for Luo Mingyuan and 700,000 for Pei Tingchao were revealed, both Lu Qingyue and Su He were taken aback. It turned out that there were so many prodigies beyond Longhu City. However, they did not dwell on it for long. Instead, they silently admired the prowess of these geniuses. After all, these top-tier talents seemed worlds apart from their own lives, unlikely to intersect throughout their lifetimes. Yet, in the next moment, the final selected candidate for the Divine Trial appeared on the platform. At first glance, the figure seemed vaguely familiar. A slight unease fluttered in Lu Qingyue's heart. The next instant, as she discerned the visage of the newcomer, her expression froze in disbelief. It was Shen Chi. Lu Qingyue stood rooted to the spot, her heart racing. It took her a full minute to gradually rub her eyes, only to confirm that the individual seated before her was indeed Shen Chi, the very Shen Chi she knew. This was no illusion. Her limbs felt rigid, yet her heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. She felt numb, mechanically absorbing the information about Shen Chi. 1 million points, high-level lord, 6-star hero, level 50 troops. Each piece of information struck her heart like a heavy hammer. She thought in confusion, but Shen Chi was supposed to possess the E-rank talent of necromantic perception. What was happening? Was there a mistake in the Divine Trial? Or had the Hidden Mountain Guild's assessment gone awry? The color drained from Lu Qingyue's face. Su He wore a similarly grim expression. A score of 500,000 was already considered platinum rated. Such scores were rare, with only a handful emerging from the millions of lords. To call such talents prodigious would be an understatement. Shen Chi. 1 million points. Crimson veins crept across Su He's eyes. The self-assured demeanor he had previously maintained shattered into fragments. All his grandiose notions regarding his own achievements felt utterly trivial. Watching Shen Chi standing nonchalantly on the high platform was more painful than death itself. Lu Qingyue stared blankly at Shen Chi, who sat composedly above, as if the moon surrounded by stars. Shen Chi was the moon in the heavens, basked in the spotlight, radiating brilliance. A twinge of regret stirred within her heart. The hand held by Su he felt entirely out of place. She gently struggled to free her hand from his grasp, lowering her head in a daze. Sui noticed Lu Qingyue withdrawing her hand, and his expression shifted. He opened his mouth to speak, but could not utter a sound. Lu Qingyue, however, paid no heed to his expression. She was consumed by thoughts of how to win back Shen Chi's affection, even if it meant settling for friendship. If Sui were to learn of her intentions, he would surely be infuriated. In the core conference room of the Central Academy of the Imperial Capital, a multitude of personnel sat in silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. It felt as though an extraordinary event had transpired, shattering the normalcy of their operations and halting all activity. Everyone ceased their actions, seemingly forgetting to breathe, as they collectively directed their gaze to the large screen displaying the live broadcast of the divine trial. At that moment, Shen Chi's image and magnified data flashed across the screen. Earlier, when Pei Tingchao made his entrance, the reactions had been entirely different. Several high-ranking members of the academies nodded with satisfaction, while the head of the Pei family beamed with pride at his heir's excellence. Others offered commendations for Pei Tingchao's achievements. The consensus in the conference room was that this was the result of a concerted effort from prestigious families and academies. This year, the Central Academy was poised to secure the title of Rookie King, solidifying its status as the foremost Lord Academy in the nation. The allocation of official resources, national influence, and the quality of student recruitment would all see a significant rise. The room buzzed with discussions, some gentle, others excited, yet all maintaining a friendly and relaxed atmosphere. However, all of this came to an abrupt halt upon Shen Chi's appearance. His astonishing achievements seemed to pierce through their dreams, shattering them into fragments. Silence enveloped the room, an oppressive quietude prevailing. After a lengthy pause, one high-ranking member finally broke the stillness, his face stern as he commanded. Use the information on the screen to identify which school he belongs to. Is it from the schools in Dinghai, the Jiangnan Five School Alliance, or one of the 3 prestigious schools from Xianjing? A data analyst at the research table immediately accessed the database to retrieve the target information. After a considerable wait, he hesitantly report. After querying all 56 renowned Lord schools nationwide, no matching student has been found. The high-ranking member pondered. How could he possibly not originate from a prestigious Lord school? Could it be that he was from an ordinary high school in the interior? How could that be? His incredulity stemmed from the fact that for nearly 20 years, all Rookie Kings had been monopolized by these elite schools, without exception. Such a scenario, where someone did not hail from a prestigious Lord school, had never occurred before, thereby completely overturning the perceptions of the Academy's upper echelons. Chapter 68. Assemble the Jinyuan Legion to acquire the title of power of 10,000 armies. To investigate thousands of Lord High schools across the nation would consume an inordinate amount of time, an endeavor that could not be accomplished in a fleeting moment. The higher-ups at the Central Academy of the Imperial Capital could only decide to observe further. Shen Chi, naturally, had been designated as a subject of close scrutiny. At the divine trial venue, Shen Chi sat calmly in his seat, his expression serene, lost in thought. The other 2 individuals present, however, were far from tranquil. On the contrary, they were engulfed in turbulent emotions. Luo Mingyuan, witnessing Shen Chi's trial score more than double his own, felt utterly deflated. The arrogance on his face had vanished, replaced by a sense of defeat as he slumped in his chair. Pei Tingchao clenched his teeth, his brow furrowed. The last time Shen Chi triggered a level 4 trial difficulty, Pei Tingchao had already regarded him with apprehension. At that time, bolstered by the prestige of a top academy, he had not been severely shaken in confidence. Yet now, upon their formal meeting, Shen Chi had grown to such a fearsome level. Nevertheless, he still held on to his trump card. There remained opportunities to turn the tide in the divine trial. His gaze lingered on Shen Chi for only a moment before he swiftly diverted it away. Yet the fists hidden within the cuffs remained silently clenched. Shen Chi, indifferent to the convoluted thoughts of others, patiently awaited the official commencement of the trial of the gods. Before long, a thunderous sound erupted. 3 golden portals materialized 10 meters ahead of the 3 chairs. The trial of the gods had officially begun. Without hesitation, Shen Chi strode directly towards the portal that faced him. Upon stepping inside, he found himself transported to a separate, isolated realm. This place was vast and barren, an expanse of emptiness stretching endlessly before him. Unbeknownst to Shen Chi, the observing lords could freely select one of the live-streaming rooms to enter. At this moment, over 90% of the lords surged into Shen Chi's live-stream room. There was no help for it. Shen Chi's data was astonishing, igniting their curiosity to an unprecedented degree. Everyone was eagerly anticipating the unfolding events. Many among them harbored a vague sense that they might soon witness history in the making. At that moment, a voice resonated within Shen Chi's mind, announcing, "The first phase of the trial of the gods has officially commenced. Objective, destroy the demon god crystal within 1 hour." Simultaneously, a towering crystal statue, 3 zhang high, erupted from the ground 500 meters ahead. The crystal was shaped like a magnificent humanoid figure, its features obscured. Surrounding the crystal statue, successive beams of light ignited, cascading down in rapid succession. Countless monstrous entities emerged, each radiating an unprecedented aura of strength. Guarding the crystal statue with unwavering resolve, Shen Chi immediately activated the talent of the king of the underworld, his gaze piercing through the veil of the unknown. In an instant, the information of all the monsters materialized before him. Demon God Guardian Garuda, Demon God Guardian Savage Ghost Tribe, Demon God Guardian Atonement Butcher, Demon God Guardian Hellhound. Each of the 4 Demon Guardian legions comprised 1,000 formidable members, forming an impenetrable defense around the crystal. The Hellhounds excelled in spewing hellfire, their 3 heads possessing terrifying biting capabilities. Positioned at the outermost perimeter, the Hellhounds served as the front line, obstructing any intruders. The Savage Ghost Tribe consisted of emaciated, hunchbacked humanoids with deep black skin. Their elongated, sharp claws dripped with corrosive venom. A mere scratch could be fatal. The Savage Ghost Tribe was agile and possessed remarkable mobility. The Atonement Butchers resembled an indomitable wall, each one immensely robust, their bodies rippling with iron-like muscles. Wielding massive swords akin to door planks, they stood resolutely at the closest distance to the crystal. Garuda, a race imbued with divine essence, boasted a bird's head, a human body, and the wings of a rock, capable of manipulating the winds to transform them into blades that could slice through the air with considerable damage. The entire legion effectively sealed off the aerial domain, warning intruders not to entertain the notion of escaping from above. Each guardian monster was of 4th-tier champion level, sufficient to serve as a minor boss. Furthermore, each legion had a leader, the Hellhound King, the Savage Ghost King, the Atonement Butcher leader, and the Divine General Garuda, all reaching an extraordinary 5th-tier king level. Each was equivalent to the final trial boss that Shen Chi would face, the god-created Titan. All the lords watching the live stream gasped in astonishment, deeply shaken by the terrifying array of monsters before them. Under the challenges they faced, it was inconceivable to encounter creatures of such caliber. Any one of these monsters, if taken out of this context, would dwarf even the most formidable trial bosses they had ever encountered. A segment of the audience trembled at the mere sight of these monsters. Their minds swirled with intense doubt. How would Shen Chi confront such an assembly? Or was it that he was utterly at a loss? However, some quickly realized the nature of the trial of the gods. Its difficulty was incalculable. Unlike the selective purpose of the novice trials, this was never intended to be easily cleared. Its sole aim was to assess the most exceptional talents, honing them from a higher dimension. With this perspective, it became apparent that even if Shen Chi could not complete the trial of the gods, it was a reasonable outcome. Nevertheless, the lords watching the live stream remained exhilarated. After all, opportunities to witness a top-tier genius in action were rare. Gazing at the army of monsters before him, Shen Chi remained unfazed. Contrary to the thoughts of the viewers in the live stream, failure was not an option in his plans. Before him floated a square panel, upon which a button read, "Summon troops." This was a chance granted by the heavenly Tao to summon troops. After all, previously, it had only been a single lord entering. As is well known, lords rely on their subordinates to engage in battle. Shen Chi whispered, "Yes." In an instant, a thick, inky mist rose from the ground behind him. After a brief moment, the mist dissipated, revealing an overwhelming army of the undead. A multitude of dark figures, numbering over 10,000. The terrifying aura of death erupted forth, engulfing the surroundings and instantly suppressing the momentum of the demon god guardians. The appearance of the undead army left the live stream audience speechless. Their scalps tingled with fear. Some spectators found themselves questioning, who exactly were the demon god guardians? In the hours following the completion of the 7th round of novice trials, Shen Chi had not been idle. He had dispatched Asin into the ancient battlefield, tirelessly recruiting the Zhenyuan Legion. Now, after 5 hours, he had successfully summoned all 10,000 members of the Zhenyuan Legion, just in time for the 7th day. 4,000 skeleton warriors, 3,000 skeleton archers, 1,000 skeleton crossbowmen, 1,000 skeleton shield guardians, 1,000 undead cavalry. At the moment of the army's assembly, the entire legion received the title of Mighty Army. All members of the Zhenyuan Legion had their attack, defense, attack speed, and movement speed increased by 30, with 10 armor for 30 minutes, on a cooldown of 1 hour. Activated by General Zhenyuan Asin, this effectively granted the legion a collective enhancement skill, combined with the effects of the General S Order Level 4, which boasted a 60 melee critical hit rate, 500 melee critical damage, an attack speed of 120, and a defense of 150. The combat power of the entire legion was immediately augmented to a terrifying level. The attack speed surged by 15 times, equating to a 15-fold increase in output per unit time. The skeleton warriors transformed into meat grinders, while the archers unleashed a veritable hail of arrows. Their defenses doubled, supplemented by 10 points of armor that reduced damage by 10. Even the most fragile archers had become formidable tanks. All the lords watching the live stream were left aghast, their expressions reflecting shock and disbelief. Confusion clouded their minds, rendering them unable to think clearly. Were these truly skeleton soldiers? They bore little resemblance to the skeletal warriors of their recollections. Chapter 69. Tilling the fields and sweeping the lanes. In addition to the main force of the Genuine Legion, there were also 2 mage teams, 300 undead mages, and 103 skeleton cultists. Additionally, there were over 2,000 scattered recruits, including zombie guards, phantom fighters, undead behemoths, and bone falcons. As for Shen Chi's strongest combat power, it consisted of 2 level 50 heroes, each armed with various silver and gold artifacts. Asen donned a high-level Golden Titan warrior helmet, defense 2145, armor 20, toughness 30. A silver-level Fallen Knight armor, defense 1283, armor 5, load 10. A silver-level Devouring shield, defense 1224, with perfect shield reflection yielding 2 defense and 30 counter damage. Most importantly, he wielded a golden perfect grade weapon, the Titan Greatsword, attack 2856, defense penetration 20, attack speed 5. Attached skill, Heavenly Fall. After a 5-second build-up, 5 black holes, each with a diameter of 1 meter, descend from the heavens. Upon landing, these black holes remain for 30 seconds, continuously absorbing enemies within a 10-meter radius. During their existence, they emit energy waves that expand and inflict area damage upon any foes they touch. Enemies that come into contact with the black holes themselves will suffer double damage. The ability has a cooldown of 9 minutes. The defensive capabilities alone have been enhanced by nearly 4,000 points, supplemented by an additional 25 points of armor, culminating in a total of 35 points of armor, reducing enemy damage by 35%. The Golden, Perfect Grade Titan Greatsword boasts explosive attributes, penetrating 20 points of the enemy's defense upon attack. It also possesses an area skill, Celestial Collapse, which serves as an extraordinary crowd control ability. As for Theodore, he is equipped with the Silver Grade Sin Eater Robe, providing a defense of 1475, spell resistance of 11, and armor of 5, alongside a Golden Grade Spellcaster's Gem Necklace, which reduces casting time by 15 seconds and has a spell cooldown of 10 seconds, with a spell damage of 20. His Golden, Perfect Grade weapon, the Staff of Wind's Respite, has a spell attack power of 2,548, defense penetration of 9, a casting time of 8 seconds, and a casting range of 40. The spell damage radius extends to 40 as well. Additionally, it includes the skill Wind's Guardian, granting levitation and a movement speed of 300 while airborne, rendering him immune to fall damage. Once airborne, a stamina bar appears, allowing him to remain airborne for a duration determined by his stamina, with a single full stamina bar sustaining flight for a maximum of 1.01 seconds. Upon landing, stamina is automatically replenished, and as Theodore's agility attribute continues to grow, his airborne duration will extend further. Theodore is also clad in high-grade armor, brimming with various attributes. Undoubtedly, Shen Chi's greatest satisfaction lies in the Golden, high-grade Staff of Wind's Respite, which boasts 5 unique attributes. Alongside the Gem Necklace, it effectively reduces casting time by 23 seconds, enhances casting range, and enables Theodore to cast spells on targets from a greater distance. Furthermore, it increases the radius of spell damage, directly amplifying all area spells. For instance, if each meteor from Starfall has a strike and explosion radius of 5 meters, increasing it by 40 transforms the radius to 7 meters, significantly boosting spell damage output. Additionally, this golden staff includes the skill Wind's Guardian, which, while not a damage-dealing spell, brings immense satisfaction to Shen Chi. Levitation grants Theodore the ability to hover, increasing movement speed by 3-fold while negating fall damage. This greatly enhances Theodore's mobility, and while airborne, a shield that reduces damage by 5 is generated. Coupled with the Sin Eater robe, his armor increases by 10 points, yielding a damage reduction of 10. Although each levitation lasts a maximum of 1.01 seconds, Theodore possesses an agility of 628 points, allowing him to fly for over a minute at most. However, stamina is replenished upon landing, and as his agility attribute continues to rise, the maximum levitation duration will lengthen. Shen Chi lifted his gaze, surveying the demonic guardian army and the heavily fortified demonic crystal beyond. With a commanding voice, he declared, "Battle." In an instant, the undead army sprang into action. Under the astonished gaze of millions, numerous formations surged towards the demonic guardian's defenses, resembling a tide of darkness that engulfed the very heavens and the earth. Aswin activated all 3 of his group amplification skills: General's Command LV4, Peerless Martial Arts LV3, and the power of 10,000 armies. The Genuine Legion was immediately bolstered, its combat strength skyrocketing to astonishing levels. Each soldier in the Legion fought as if possessed by an Azura, unleashing a ferocity multiple times greater than before. The next moment, every formation, well-trained and disciplined, initiated their assault. The Undead Cavalry formation, consisting of 1,000 members, charged ahead with steel-like hooves, launching a furious charge directly into the Hellhound pack. The 3-headed Hellhounds began to violently spew hellfire projectiles from afar. Each hellfire projectile, infused with explosive flames, sliced through the air at breakneck speed. However, the undead cavalry boasted formidable defense and health, augmented by hero skills that tripled their defenses. Coupled with a 10-point damage reduction from armor, the Hellfire could not breach their defenses. The result was a swift and brutal retaliation, as the undead cavalry slaughtered the Hellhounds with savage brutality. Following the cavalry, an additional 4,000 skeleton warriors surged forth, akin to a relentless tide of slaughtering machines, crushing through the monstrous hordes. Subsequently, the skeleton archer formation advanced, and as soon as the monsters entered range, they drew their bows and unleashed a rain of arrows. With 3,000 archers, enhanced attack speed allowed them to fire nearly 1 arrow per second each, totaling close to 200,000 arrows in a single minute. Additionally, 1,000 skeleton crossbowmen provided support, while 300 undead mages enchanted the arrows with ghostly flames, creating a deluge of arrows resembling an apocalyptic event. However, the 4 leaders of the demonic guardians were not idle. The king of the Hellhounds, the savage ghost king, the sin-eater butcher leader, and the Garuda general wielded group amplification skills of their own. They commanded their armies to fiercely resist Shen Chi's overwhelming assault. Yet, Shen Chi's prowess was far from limited. 250 level 6-star heroes surged forth. Aswin swung his sword in a wide arc, invoking the skill Celestial Collapse. Meanwhile, Theodore ascended into the air, unleashing the ultimate move, Starfall. In a show of respect, boom. In the next moment, the air seemed to warp as 5 profound black holes materialized, slowly descending into the tide of monsters. 30 stars fell from the heavens, hurtling towards the battlefield. Smoke and flames tore through the pale void, bearing the gifts of the fire god to the earthly realm. The black holes, deep and mysterious, revealed a faintly glowing star-like core at their center. They emitted ripples of purple-black energy that spread like a ripple effect, dealing damage of 50 to 60,000 health points to any monster that came into contact with them. Monsters caught in the terrifying gravitational pull of the black holes suffered a continuous damage of over 100,000 health points. No minor creatures could withstand even a few hits, and even the guardian leaders, boasting several million health points, were grievously wounded. The meteoric barrage struck fiercely amidst the tide of monsters, creating numerous deep craters. Smoke billowed, and the air was thick with the stench of blood and charred flesh. Angered, the guardian leaders roared, deploying various methods to heal, frenzy, and amplify their legion. Shen Chi coldly observed the remnants of the guardian army. It was time. Aswin, understanding the cue, executed a swift traversal through the underworld, swiftly infiltrating a gap in the boss's defenses, climbing atop one of the guardian leaders. The Sin-Eater Butcher leader, known for his high health and defense, still had nearly 2 million health points remaining. As Aswin grasped his neck, the leader struggled impatiently, attempting to eliminate the audacious intruder. However, he would find no further opportunities. In an instant, Aswin swung his great sword. Bone Harvest LV5, a vast, radiant scarlet lotus of slaughter suddenly bloomed, filling the surroundings with its chilling yet magnificent aura, captivating the attention of countless viewers. The onlooking lords widened their eyes in awe, nearly entranced by the breathtaking spectacle, murmuring, "So beautiful." Yet, the next moment, the blood bar of the Sin-Eater Butcher leader plummeted to 0. 257,000. A deluge of damage numbers erupted forth. The fascination in the eyes of the observing lords transformed entirely into shock. Chapter 70. Are you speedrunning this? Shen Chi's livestream erupted in chaos. One skill dealing 250,000 damage? Wow, that's outrageous. Mom, come look. Alas, my dear friends, I have not partaken in any mushrooms. Yet I find myself bewildered. Is this the prowess of a true master? It leaves me utterly astounded. Goodness gracious. Are these skeletons not exceedingly ferocious? They seem quite different from what the tomes describe. Naturally, Shen Chi could not perceive the barrage of comments in the livestream. He did not waver, continuing to command Asin in battle. Asin swiftly dispatched the thick-blooded penitent butcher leader and then darted towards the nearby savage ghost king. In the next moment, the gift of death was unleashed, the skill cooldown non-existent. Bone withering at level 5. Boom. 197 million. Another blossom, a red lotus of slaughter and death, swayed and erupted, instantly depleting the savage ghost king's health bar. Meanwhile, Theodore floated in the air, silently completing his incantation. The Curse of Demise. Instantly, layers of luminous curse runes emerged upon the Hellhound King. A second later, the runes burst forth in a dazzling display. 153 million. In an instant, the vitality of the Hellhound King was harvested. The 3 paths of the demon army were reduced to merely 1. The Garuda deity let out a heart-rending shriek upon witnessing this spectacle. Then, with wild abandon, he swung his glaive, summoning a furious tempest of wind elements. Countless azure wind blades shot downward. The skeletal shield guard immediately activated their skill. Great Shield Dome, collaborating with nearby shield bearers. They erected a spherical barrier with a maximum diameter of 10 meters, its defensive value being the sum of all shield bearers, up to 10 united shield bearers, lasting 10 seconds with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Forming 100 large shields amid the undead army, they nearly enveloped the entire force. The high-level shields generated a barrier with a defensive value exceeding 10,000. The fierce wind blades struck the shields with fury, yet the barriers stood resolute. However, each shield could only last for 10 seconds. During this interval, the two heroes certainly could not remain idle. Theodore continuously conjured spectral missiles, bombarding the Garuda deity, each missile dealing 40,000 damage. Asen, on the other hand, was straightforward and brutal. Executioner's decapitation. 647, 542. Executioner's decapitation. 547, 862. Executioner's decapitation. Boom. 1, 574. 216. Having charged his execution count, Asen unleashed 3 consecutive decapitations. One after another, beams of pure white sword light erupted, piercing the Garuda deity in an instant. One of the sword lights triggered a critical hit, causing the Garuda's health to plummet. His form froze midair, unable to react in time. With a thunderous crash, he shattered into countless fragments, dispersing into ashes. The threat from the 4 demon armies had been completely vanquished. Seizing the opportunity, Asen swiftly approached the crystal, swinging his broadsword to shatter the demon crystal. Ding! Congratulations to Lord Shen Chi for passing the first stage of the divine trial. Time taken, 5 minutes and 35 seconds. A heavenly voice resonated, reaching the ears of all in the live stream. Instantly, the streaming room fell silent. Millions of viewers, caught off guard, had yet to comprehend what had transpired. After a moment, the comments began to flood in wildly. Is that it? Brothers, I'm dumbfounded. What just happened? I just stepped away for a moment. I had just prepared my sunflower seeds and soda. You tell me it's over? Wasn't the time limit an hour? It's only been 5 minutes. How could it be over? Is this the prowess of a giant capable of scoring 1 million points? Goodness gracious, how ruthless. I can't watch anymore. I need to find my mother. Could the master not make it look so effortless, making it seem as if I could do it too? A boss with millions of health points would not fall to mere blows, yet it vanished in a blink? I must ask, are those 2 heroes? My apologies. I am clearly lacking in experience. Why do the skills of the master's troops differ from those of my own mage? The master's skills resemble mushroom bombs sweeping the floor, while my mage laments being unable to do anything but create sparkles. Suddenly, a bewildered new viewer entered. What is happening here? It's so lively. I just came from Luming Yuan's live stream. The divine trial is too difficult. They were wiped out in 5 minutes and eliminated. I doubt anyone could possibly prevail. Brother, perhaps you should take a closer look? Here, we're practically cleaning up. Where's the challenge? Just look at Lord Shen Chi. He breezed through it. It's quite simple. Humorous. The newly arrived commenter, upon grasping the situation, felt as if they had encountered a ghost, questioning their existence. They were obliterated in 5 minutes over there, and here we are completing it in the same time frame? I see now. You're all playing a trick on me. It must be so. Ha. Oh no, another one has gone mad. Take them away. In Shen Chi's ears, the continuous sound of battle rewards echoed. You have received rewards for passing the first stage. Golden perfect level treasure chest, 12 million experience. Luxurious gift box, 1 million spirit crystals. You have obtained Golden Garuda's Glaive, Silver perfect level penitent greatsword. You have acquired materials, Savage Ghost Horn, Savage Ghost Claw, Savage Ghost Eyeball, Fragments of the Wronged Soul, Hellhound Tooth. Hellstone. You have gained 24 million prayer points. You have received a level 1 skill breakthrough scroll. You have obtained 1 fragment of the Underworld Authority. Shen Chi was momentarily taken aback. The rewards from this stage were several times more lavish than those from the final trial. How extraordinary. The trial space was littered with remnants, the scent of blood lingering, and the aura of slaughter pervasive. A portal, gently rotating, illuminated the area where they had first entered. Shen Chi calmly approached the portal. With a single step, he returned to the initial platform of the divine trial. Where 3 chairs had once been placed, only 2 remained. In the spot where a chair had vanished stood a figure, seemingly lost, as if bereft of their soul. Lu Mingyuan turned at the sound, his movements mechanical. He stared blankly at Shen Chi as he emerged from the portal, his mind appearing rusty, turning slowly. His gaze fixated on Shen Chi, and after a prolonged moment, he finally reacted. Shen Chi? How did he come out? Could it be that he was also eliminated? If even the one who scored 1 million points, Shen Chi, was eliminated, it seems the divine trial is indeed formidable. Lu Mingyuan felt a slight relief in his heart, having nearly been crushed by the monsters within the divine trial. He was suddenly comforted. He gazed intently at Shen Chi. Suddenly, an uncontrollable dark thought sprouted within him. Humph. What does it matter if you scored 1 million points? You were still eliminated before Pei Tingchao. You aren't so remarkable after all. Lu Mingyuan's expression grew increasingly sinister. He fixated on Shen Chi as he approached the chair, anticipating something. Once a contestant is eliminated, the throne will vanish, and the contestant will be teleported away within 30 seconds. Lu Mingyuan had 10 seconds remaining on his teleport countdown. He must witness Shen Chi's throne disappear. However, Shen Chi walked step by step to the throne. Under Lu Mingyuan's watchful gaze, he directly sat down. The information above updated immediately. Completing the first stage of the divine trial, time taken, 5 minutes and 35 seconds. Boom. It was as if a thunderclap had exploded in Luming Yuan's mind. His eyes widened in horror, his face turning ashen. How could this be possible? Before he could utter another word, his body was promptly teleported away. Chapter 71. Pei Tingxiao, once again struck down. In another trial chamber, Pei Tingxiao entered the first stage of the divine trial, visibly uneasy. After taking several deep breaths, he finally adjusted his mindset. Regardless of the outcome, one must undoubtedly conquer the trial of the gods. Although the true purpose of this trial remains shrouded in mystery for all, one fact is indisputable. The trial of the gods is initiated by the heavens to test the mettle of the most exceptional talents. The rewards are exceedingly generous, and the transformative effect it has on the lords is nothing short of remarkable. For this reason, he, along with all those who support him from behind, has invested immense thought and effort. He is a golden seed nurtured jointly by the prestigious Central Academy of the Imperial Capital and the Imperial Capital Dragon Guild. Prior to the trial, countless resources have been poured into his training, enabling him to reach heights that most lords can only dream of in the novice trial. Moreover, and most importantly, his training program has always aimed at surmounting the trial of the gods as its ultimate goal. Thus, he cannot afford to falter here. Taking a deep breath, he purged his mind of distractions, centering his focus as he awaited the formal commencement of the trial. The first phase of the trial of the gods had begun. Objective: destroy the demon god crystal within 1 hour. The demon god crystal emerged, accompanied by 4 legions of demon guards. The monstrous figures unfolded in layers, and an overwhelming aura of malevolence surged forth. Witnessing this scene, Pei Tingxiao's expression grew grave, his complexion paling noticeably. Clearly, the trial of the gods imposed immense pressure upon him. Gritting his teeth, he steadied himself, carefully observing the distribution of the demon guards. However, upon discerning that all 4 leaders of the guards were 5th-tier kings, he could not suppress his urge to curse. Each year, the content of the trial of the gods remains the same for all participants, with difficulty contingent upon the strongest contender among them. This meant that the scale of the monsters was entirely calibrated to match Shen Chi's prowess. In previous iterations of the first phase of the trial of the gods, the strongest monsters were merely 4th-tier kings. This year, however, the difficulty had been artificially inflated by Shen Chi. Pei Tingxiao's expression darkened immensely. This was a demand for him to bleed resources profusely. With a sullen countenance, he summoned his battalions. In an instant, rows of the War God Temple's elite guards materialized. The Cavalry Corps of the War God Temple, the Divine Crossbow Corps of the War God Temple, and the Heavy Infantry Corps of the War God Temple, each boasting over 1,000 members, were summoned in succession. Finally, a squadron consisting of only 10 members emerged, the War God Temple's elite guard. All members were of the 5th tier. Beside Pei Tingxiao appeared 2 4-star heroes, a strategist from the War God Temple and a personal guard of the War God. His innate talent was the SS-level favor of the War God. This talent is exceedingly rare, a legacy passed down from Pei family ancestors. One of those ancestors rapidly ascended after awakening the War God Temple's military lineage. The War God Temple, a faction under the legendary goddess of war, only permits the descendants of those favored by the War God to recruit from the initial barracks. That ancestor grew to an extraordinary height, becoming a formidable overlord by aligning with the War God Temple's might. In Pei Tingxiao's generation, he was the sole individual in the family who exhibited exceptional potential. Thus, the family devoted vast resources to conduct 10 talent awakenings for him, ultimately allowing him to awaken the SS-level favor of the War God. He successfully recruited troops from the War God Temple in the first novice Barak granted by the heavens. With the spiritual crystal resources provided by his family, he summoned 1 battalion after another from the War God Temple. Furthermore, an elder had also passed down 2 hero altars, capable of summoning 2 heroes from the War God Temple. However, only those descendants who awakened the favor of the War God could utilize them. Pei Tingxiao's countenance was grim. He fixed his gaze upon the ominous throngs of demon guards before him. To contend with such a magnitude of demon guards was insufficient. With a stoic expression, he retrieved high-tier treasures from his backpack, one after another. A perfect bronze War God military flag, enhancing all members of the War God Temple, a perfect bronze slaughter formation, a domain-type attack array, a silver-level substitute puppet, capable of enduring a fatal blow. With each treasure he summoned, Pei Tingxiao felt a pang of anguish in his heart. After all, each resource was procured at an exorbitant cost. The novice trial had been conducted for a century, yet humanity had never unraveled its secrets. They could only rely on generations of participants to gather various experiences. According to the Heavens regulations, novices entering the trial were forbidden from bringing any external items. However, through the persistent observations of humanity's top-tier powerhouses, it was discovered that the current heavens are not infallible. In fact, they have been exhibiting a gradual decline over the years. Consequently, humanity has devised various methods to circumvent heavenly oversight. Nevertheless, this is, after all, an act of defiance against the heavens. To withstand their scrutiny and bring resources into the trial, one must invest tremendous effort to impose a high-level ceiling on each item. Thus, only those with substantial foundations can employ such tactics. Pei Tingxiao would not resort to using these sealed items unless in a moment of utmost necessity. Yet, in order to face the trial of the gods, he had no choice but to act. 30 minutes later, Pei Tingxiao successfully commanded the war god guards to shatter the demon god crystal. He had triumphed. A faint smile finally graced Pei Tingxiao's face. Congratulations on passing the first phase of the trial of the gods, taking 29 minutes and 52 seconds. After expending numerous high-tier items and sacrificing nearly half of his forces, he had ultimately succeeded within half an hour. This achievement, even in past iterations of the trial of the gods, was nothing short of remarkable, let alone in the presence of 4 fifth-tier king bosses. Pei Tingxiao eagerly awaited the announcement of his rewards, bursting with excitement as he exited the trial space. He returned to the initial platform. However, upon emerging, he beheld that the 3 thrones had dwindled to 2, one of which was already occupied. Shen Chi lounged nonchalantly, resting his chin on one hand against the armrest of the chair. Pei Tingxiao felt a sinking feeling in his heart. It appeared that Shen Chi had also completed the trial within half an hour. Nevertheless, he still believed his performance was commendable. After all, he could not fathom anyone possessing the same terrifying resources that supported him. In his eyes, relying on his family's foundation was entirely natural. He was acutely aware that if he were to lay bare the training investments made on his behalf, even the scions of the imperial capital's top-tier aristocrats would be left awestruck. Unless, of course, Shen Chi was backed by an even more formidable force. Or perhaps, Shen Chi had awakened an SSS-level talent. However, Pei Tingxiao was skeptical. He believed Shen Chi had likely employed some talent masking technique to prevent others from detecting his true abilities. Furthermore, it had been over a decade since an SSS-level talent had emerged. What were the odds of one appearing this year? Emerging from the impact of Shen Chi's earlier confrontation, Pei Tingxiao's steps became noticeably lighter. He discreetly scrutinized the information above Shen Chi's head. However, when he saw Shen Chi's 5-minute completion of the phase, he abruptly halted, his face frozen in shock, breath caught in his throat. 5 minutes. 5 minutes to slay 4 fifth-tier king bosses. The confidence he had painstakingly built began to waver precariously. Stunned for a full 10 seconds, he finally regained his senses. As though struck by a colossal hammer, his mind a muddled haze. After a long moment, he stumbled toward his throne. At that moment, in the live broadcast chat, supporters who had been following Pei Tingxiao fervently lavished him with praise. Pei God is incredible. Pei God, you rock. You've conquered the trial of the gods. I knew. With Pei God's abilities, success was inevitable. The comments section, though only featuring a small number of fans, buzzed with fervor, creating an oddly peculiar atmosphere. It is not that others are unwilling to praise. Indeed, Pei Tingxiao's achievements are commendable. However, with Shen Chi's glaringly impressive record overshadowing him, they find themselves at a loss for words when it comes to extolling Pei Tingxiao. Fans emerging from Pei Tingxiao's livestream noted that Shen Chi seemed to have already taken his seat. Bewildered, they inquired, "What is up with Shen Chi? Why is he out so early? Could it be that he has been eliminated?" Laughter erupted. "See, 1,000,000 points don't mean anything." Others, unable to contain their frustration, retorted, "What nonsense. Shen Laodao completed it in 5 minutes and is just sitting here waiting for your Pei Tingxiao. He must be bored to tears." Upon grasping the situation, Pei Tingxiao's fans were left in utter shock, their faces flushed, and they promptly submerged into silence, too embarrassed to speak further. In the high-level conference room of the Central Academic Institution in the imperial capital, the attendees breathed a sigh of relief at Pei Tingxiao's successful completion of the first phase of the divine trial. However, having witnessed Shen Chi's seemingly monstrous performance, their feelings were decidedly mixed. All of Pei Tingxiao's actions were indeed orchestrated within their plans, progressing step by step without error. Nonetheless, Shen Chi's display in the divine trial was nothing short of a tempest, sweeping away their previous notions. One level 70 overlord mused. Could he be a core seed cultivated in secret by some reclusive aristocratic family? Another lord interjected, given the methods Shen Chi has exhibited, the resources invested by his faction must far exceed our training program. The head of the Pei family scowled, snorting disdainfully, "Humph. What does it matter how formidable he is? He is still stuck at the first phase. Does he dare to dream of completing the second phase?" It was clear several people glanced his way, fully aware of the implications behind his words. Silence enveloped the room, neither in agreement nor dissent. For the second phase of the divine trial, no one had succeeded in a century. Just completing the first phase already marked them as one of the most outstanding prodigies in history. The prospect of conquering the second phase was utterly impossible. Historically, no one had ever aimed to complete the second phase. Thus, the head of the Pei family's remarks seemed somewhat forced in their attempt to salvage pride. To expect Shen Chi to achieve an impossible goal to prove his excellence was, in essence, an unreasonable demand. Chapter 72, The Demon God. Shortly after Pei Tingxiao emerged, the second phase of the divine trial was set to commence. Two thrones manifested portals before them, and Shen Chi and Pei Tingqiao stepped into their respective realms. In a flash of white light, Shen Chi found himself within the trial room of the second phase. The surroundings were a vast expanse of white. Not far ahead stood a crystal of the demon god, identical to the one from the first phase. Shen Chi furrowed his brow in confusion. Is the trial content the same as phase 1? However, the next moment, as if the crystal were aware of Shen Chi's thoughts, it shattered into countless fragments. A flurry of minute light particles erupted from the crystal, soaring into the sky, vanishing from sight. Yet, mere moments later, the heavens rumbled, and a narrow fissure opened. This rift seemed to connect to another world, deep and foreboding, exuding an ominous aura. The next instant, it appeared as if a great entity from the other side had been roused. A powerful gaze pierced through the abyss of the opening, locking onto Shen Chi. Shen Chi merely frowned slightly, feeling an odd discomfort. Then, a bizarre and eerie spectacle unfolded. From the chasm, a colossal head descended slowly. The head was immense, resembling a small building, suspended in midair. It bore a human visage, its skin a sickly shade of green, with long, twisted horns protruding from its forehead, and a pair of sharp fangs peeking from the corners of its mouth, its eyes shut tight. An atmosphere of solemnity and authority surged through the air. Even Shen Chi, typically composed, couldn't help but widen his eyes slightly. In the next moment, information about the head materialized before him. Demon God Langialo Ing, residual soul. Level, 60. Rank, 7th tier demon god. Life, 100 million. Attack, 100,000. Defense, 10,000. Agility, 526. Armor, 90. Magic resistance, 90. Physical resistance, 90. Curse resistance, 100. Talent, divine might. Under the demon god's oppressive might, all enemy attributes are reduced by 40. Skill, claw of execution. The demon god extends its claws from the void. Once an enemy is ensnared, death is certain. Frequency, 1 minute. Skill, demon goddess gaze. Once the demon god opens its eyes, all enemies shall perish under its gaze. Frequency, 6 minutes. In the next moment, a cold, mechanical voice announced in a businesslike manner, the second phase of the divine trial has officially begun. Objective, inflict as much damage as possible on the residual soul of the demon god. Note, if the Lord is killed, the divine trial fails, and you will be teleported away. Gazing at the terrifying panel of the mountain-like head and listening to the details of the divine trial, Shen Chi couldn't help but narrow his eyes and hold his breath. A demon god, the ultimate boss of the divine trial, was, in fact, a creature of the demon god level. Monsters are classified into various levels: ordinary, elite, champion, king, imperial, and demon god. The disparity in strength between each level is nothing short of astronomical. Demon god level monsters are typically bosses found in catastrophe or terminus level dungeons. Should they manifest in reality, they would herald a cataclysmic disaster. How could such a being appear in a novice trial? The trial's objective of inflicting as much damage as possible on the demon god sounded deceptively simple, not to mention its defense of 10,000, with 90 points of armor directly mitigating damage by 90. Its physical and magical resistances soared to 90, and it was immune to curses. Additionally, the demon god's talent directly reduced all enemy attributes by 40, coupled with a screen-wide annihilation skill and a single target execution skill. It was an overwhelming advantage. Of course, the head before him was likely not the true form of the demon god, merely a remnant soul. With that in mind, Shen Chi's gaze deepened as he began to contemplate. At this moment, the live stream had erupted. What the hell, 100 million health? I can't comprehend this at all. The monsters from the first phase were already absurd, and now we have an unbeatable one? This is utterly insane. It must be a setup, right? A knowledgeable overlord chimed in to clarify. No, the content of the second phase of the divine trial has always been this way for 100 years. In the past century, no one has ever slain a demon god. The purpose of this phase is not for the Lord to kill the demon god. Others responded, damage? Is it truly possible for anyone to inflict damage on this thing? The answer is that as long as damage is dealt to the demon god, even if it's just 1 point, there will be a corresponding score. In fact, historically, the Lord who achieved the highest S rating in the divine trial only inflicted a total of 1 point of damage on the demon god. Statistics show that as long as damage is dealt, an A rating is awarded for a total damage of 0.01, equating to 10,000 points. An AA rating for a total damage of 0.1, equating to 100,000 points, and an AAA rating for greater achievements. In that case, it shouldn't be too difficult. Inflicting 10,000 damage to attain an AA rating should be quite manageable for a powerhouse, right? Awaken, for the flesh of the demon god far exceeds your imagination. Its defensive armor is astonishingly thick, and it possesses a talent for comprehensive attribute suppression. With layers of damage reduction, even if you manage to inflict harm, it would be negligible. Moreover, the demon god unleashes a single target execution skill every minute and a devastating area attack every 6 minutes. Your windows of opportunity for dealing damage are pitifully scant. The very thought is enough to induce a headache. Thus, in recent years, no one has ventured into the trials of the gods with the intent to slay the demon god. The objective has merely been to inflict as much damage as possible. Given this context, how much damage do you believe the esteemed Shen can inflict? Based on Shen's prowess, I wager a 2. I too believe Shen is capable of creating history. 3. Let me raise that to a 4. You all are becoming increasingly absurd. How could Shen, no matter how powerful, defy historical precedents? But it is merely conjecture. What if Shen truly creates history? Furthermore, if we are to speak candidly, hasn't Shen already made history numerous times? Indeed. Your reasoning is compelling, and I find myself unable to counter it. At the Central Academy of the Empire, in the conference room, the attendees gazed gravely at the 2 large screens before them. One displayed Shen Chi's trial chamber, while the other showcased Pei Tingchao's. All present wore solemn expressions as they awaited developments. One senior member of the Academy tentatively spoke up. Who do you believe will achieve a higher score? Another level 68 lord closed his eyes and replied solemnly. The historical records are clear. The highest score in the trials of the gods has only ever reached an S rank, with merely 1 point of damage inflicted. Even if Shen Chi ranks among the elite of all time, I do not believe he can surpass it by much. The assembly fell into silence, their thoughts largely aligned. After a prolonged pause, another level 72 lord spoke, his eyes suddenly sharp. However, our extensive 5-year research on the trials of the gods has not been in vain. His gaze intensified with burgeoning confidence. Otherwise, we would not have established the scoring criteria for the trials of the gods within Pei Tingchao's training regimen. This historical record is ripe for us to shatter. Chapter 73. Pei Tingchao's unbridled pride. Pei Tingchao entered the second phase of the trial chamber, bearing the weight of immense pressure as he gazed at the head of the demon god looming nearby, akin to a mountain suspended in midair. His eyes were tightly shut, as if a deity indifferent to the plight of mere mortals. Despite the overwhelming pressure, Pei Tingchao gradually calmed himself, seemingly resolved, as he pressed the summon button for his troops. In an instant, legions of divine warriors materialized behind him. The second phase of the trials of the gods had officially commenced. Pei Tingchao commanded his forces to assault the demon god. The divine crossbow unit unified their strength, unleashing a torrential rain of arrows. 2 divine artillery pieces ignited, firing their shells. 2 projectiles, imbued with divine might, hurtled directly toward the demon god's head. Alas, every attack merely grazed the demon god, akin to a light scratching. Pei Tingchao's expression remained unchanged. He did not expect to inflict damage through these conventional means. He was biding his time. After 1 minute, at last, the demon god seemed disturbed. The atmosphere grew oppressively tense. Soon, the heavens split open, revealing 2 narrow rifts. From these crevices emerged 2 extraordinarily long black arms. The arms, coiled with countless muscle fibers, resembled ancient tree roots. Each dark blue vein pulsated with a terrifying power that sent shivers down the spine. The arms plummeted from the sky, crashing down upon the divine warrior army. Boom. The earth trembled violently. Executioner's claw. Seizing the moment, Pei Tingchao decisively retrieved a talisman from his backpack, the exorcism talisman. A golden grade item, crafted from sacred blood, capable of instilling fear in the demon god. Within 3 seconds, it would nullify all of the demon god's defenses, rendering it immobile. Immediately afterward, Pei Tingchao pulled forth a sword, the sword of divine wrath. This golden grade weapon could use life as fuel to unleash divine might. Its attack power contingent upon the strength of the sacrificed life. With a steely gaze, he crushed the exorcism talisman. The talisman radiated a brilliant golden light, locking onto the demon god's head with formidable energy. Like shattering glass, an invisible barrier in the air disintegrated, and the demon god's aura suddenly weakened. The descending arms appeared frozen, unable to move. 3 seconds. The demon god was ensnared in fear. Pei Tingchao promptly handed the sword of divine wrath to a nearby hero, the divine warrior guardian, and issued commands. The hero swiftly accepted the sword, turning to face a prearranged level 40, 5-tiered unit of the divine warrior guard. Without hesitation, he plunged the sword into the chest of the divine warrior guard. The entire unit erupted in blinding golden light. All the golden radiance converged upon the heart, then transferred through the sword tip to the sword of divine wrath, triggering its activation. The hero soared toward the demon god's descending arm, plunging the sword in. Boom. A resplendent golden light erupted from the sword. The sacred radiance blazed forth, dealing 1,034, 254 damage. The demon god's health bar plummeted by 1. Pei Tingchao beamed with delight upon witnessing this. Subsequently, he repeated this sequence of actions. Each time the demon god prepared to use the executioner's claw, he preemptively employed a talisman to control it, then sacrificed a 5-tiered unit to activate the sword of divine wrath. After 5 minutes, all 5 of Pei Tingchao's talismans were exhausted. The sword of divine wrath had endured 5 consecutive bursts of divine fury, its durability waning, fissures appearing along its length. The remnants of the demon god's spirit had sustained a total of 5 points of damage. 5 5-tiered units sacrificed, 5 exorcism talismans expended, 1 sword of divine wrath. The resources behind this endeavor were valued at over 100 million. Yet, in the grand scheme of breaking the record of the trials of the gods, they pale in comparison. Pei Tingqiao was indescribably exhilarated. This accomplishment transcended the realm of mere adequacy. He wore an expression of pride, as if all his confidence had returned, and his mindset was more buoyant than ever. He mused, no matter how extraordinary Shen Chi may be, what can he truly achieve? Compared to the historical S-rank score, he cannot surpass it by much, can he? Nevertheless, from this day forth, a new historical record has been established. Pei Tingqiao narrowed his eyes slightly. 1 minute later, the remnants of the demon god's spirit opened its eyes fiercely. A blinding white light illuminated the world, and a fierce murderous intent descended from the heavens. Pei Tingqiao had exhausted all his means, his energy spent. As the white light engulfed him, his form began to dissipate. Simultaneously, a celestial voice resonated, regrettably. You have been eliminated in the second phase of the trials of the gods. You inflicted 687 points of damage on the remnants of the demon god. Your score in the trials of the gods is currently being calculated and will be announced shortly. As Pei Tingqiao's form faded, a radiant smile graced his lips. Had Pei Tingqiao been able to witness his own live stream, he would have discovered that the chat was not filled with astonishment over his record-breaking achievement, as he had anticipated. Rather, it was devoid of excitement. Occasionally, a few comments drifted by, but the enthusiasm was minimal. Is anyone still watching? Yes. Anyway, there's nothing much happening. I just swung by after watching Shen. Haha. I even yawned. To be frank, the action here is merely passable. After leaving Shen's live stream, I honestly feel that nothing can surprise me anymore. 5 minutes earlier, in Shen Chi's live stream, after reviewing the panel of the demon god's remnants, a button materialized before Shen. Would you like to summon your troops? Shen's eyes narrowed sharply. However, he resolutely opted for a refusal. This left the barrage of comments in utter confusion. The live stream erupted with astonishment. Did I just see that correctly? What is the big shot doing? It appeared as though he had rejected the summoning of troops. Huh, what does that mean? I can't comprehend it. Did he click the wrong option? Oh my goodness. Could it be that the big shot felt he couldn't win and simply gave up? The more I pondered, the more plausible it seemed. It's over. Is there anyone who can contact the big shot? Tell him that in the second stage, it's unnecessary to defeat the boss. Inflicting damage is sufficient. Surely, Big Shot Shen didn't he misinterpret the intent of the divine trial, did he? I am utterly flabbergasted. How could such a blunder occur? This is nerve-wracking. Big Shot, why don't you just make a move? Even a mere scratch of damage might create a new historical record. Alas, the Big Shot seems to be in a daze. The barrage flooded the screen like a frenzy. No one anticipated Shen Chi's actions. In an instant, the screen was filled with confusion, doubt, and even ridicule. However, suddenly, several different comments emerged. Wait, what is Shen doing? It seems he just drank something? Indeed, Shen Chi had consumed a bottle of pure divine elixir. This elixir could temporarily elevate his mental capacity and recovery speed to tenfold, lasting 10 minutes, and permanently increasing his mental limit by 1275 points. Previously, after gathering materials once more, Shen Chi returned to the ancient alchemist garden to concoct 2 bottles of pure divine elixir. With continuous upgrades and the permanent mental enhancement from the last elixir, Shen Chi's mental power had reached 2984. After utilizing the pure divine elixir for a tenfold enhancement, it surged close to 30,000, sufficient to reactivate the restrictions within the heroic spirit ring. The Wrath of the Heroic Spirit. Chapter 74, Shocking the Ages. Shen Chi directly declined the summoning of troops. His reasoning was quite simple. It was simply unnecessary. He extended his hand forward, revealing the heroic spirit ring adorning his finger. The exquisite golden ring inlaid with jade shimmered with a magnificent glow. In the distance, the remnants of the demon god seemed to sense something, bizarrely opening its mouth to emit a mournful wail filled with fury. The sound of its wail spread forth, as if it could shatter everything in its path. This scene resembled a demon god wary of something, even issuing a grand warning. However, this certainly did not deter Shen Chi from his subsequent actions. With his hand directed towards the demon god's skull, he splayed his fingers wide. The wrath of the heroic spirit withers all. A true demon god is an entity of at least level 80 or 90. Yet, the skull before him was merely a remnant spirit of a level 60 demon god. The restrictions, born from an 80-level heroic spirit, annihilate all existence below level 70. They disregard all defenses, armor, and damage resistance. It is a direct suppression of life ranks. In an instant, a dense, ink-like darkness shot forth from the void. Moments later, this representation of nothingness enveloped the world like a shroud, including the demon god's skull beneath this boundless abyss. The next moment, a scene that sent shivers down the spine of all spectators unfolded. Above and behind Shen Chi, a massive half-skeletal phantom materialized. The skeleton, crafted from resplendent jade, stood 100 feet tall, draped in tattered white robes. emanating a solemn and imposing majesty that surpassed even that of the demon god's skull. Its hollow eye sockets gazed forward, exuding an absolute chill of death and obliteration. Fixating directly on the demon god's skull, the live stream erupted with excitement. The lords watching Shen Chi's broadcast were taken aback by this eerie and terrifying sight. Some inadvertently locked eyes with the enormous skeletal phantom, feeling as though they too were being targeted from beyond the screen. A tremor, embodying despair, fear, and trepidation, surged from the depths of their souls. At this moment, countless individuals felt an overwhelming chill. What is this? I suddenly feel a chill, like I'm being watched. Do you all feel it too? Me too. My whole body is uncontrollably shaking. Oh my goodness, my cabinet moved. I can't watch anymore. This is terrifying. What is this? Is it the demon god's effect? I don't think so. It feels more like this skeleton summoned by Big Shot Shun is the source. Are you telling me that this skeleton, as large as the demon god, was summoned by Shen Chi? Didn't he come in without any troops? I have no idea. I'm just as bewildered. What is Big Shot Shun planning? The jade skeleton in midair seemed to respond to the thoughts of all the viewers. Suddenly, it raised its arm. A gigantic skeletal arm emerged from beneath the white robe, mirroring Shen Chi as it opened its 5 fingers. Boom. A force of concentrated nothingness and death surged forth like an arrow, aimed directly at the demon god's skull. The demon god's skull abruptly opened its eyes. Yet, it was not in preparation to unleash the demon god's gaze skill, but instead, it revealed a profound terror. Yes, terror. In the next moment, the demon god's skull gaped wide, emitting a frenzied wail. This wail seemed to descend from the heavens, infused with a panic that mourned for all existence. Yet, it could not halt the encroaching power of decay from invading the demon goddess form. The entirety of the demon god's skull seemed to be gripped tightly by an unseen colossal hand, even its shape being squeezed and deformed. In the void, one could almost sense 2 immense forces clashing in a fierce struggle. However, the demon god's skull did not resist for long. At a certain moment, it abruptly ceased all motion. It lay still, as if it had lost all vitality. This signified that the abruptly arriving opposing force had emerged victorious. Moreover, it did so with an overwhelming dominance. Then, under the gaze of millions in the live stream, the demon god's skull plummeted from the sky. With a resounding crash, it struck the ground, and then, silence. The most terrifying scene unfolded. Just a moment ago, its health bar displayed a staggering 100 million. It was now emptied. Before anyone could comprehend what had transpired, a deafening celestial sound echoed, resonating within everyone's minds. Ding! Congratulations to Lord Shen Chi, number 9657, for clearing the second stage of the divine trial. Congratulations to Lord Shen Chi, number 9657, for completing the divine trial. Your divine trial is currently being scored. Results will be announced shortly. The celestial sounds lingered, as if their echoes would never fade. As for the live stream, it fell into a profound silence. A complete and utter silence. Hundreds of thousands of people, not a single soul spoke. Everyone was dumbfounded. Their minds struggled to grasp what they had just witnessed. It transcended the limits of their understanding. After quite some time, countless question marks filled the live stream. No other words, just question marks, fully encapsulating their current thoughts. Eventually, someone managed to articulate their confusion, desperately seeking to comprehend the events that had just unfolded. What just happened? I don't know. I'm still in shock. It seems the demon god was killed. Did Shen Chi just clear the divine trial? Everyone's perceptions had been shattered. Each individual felt as if they were in a dream. Did you not say that historically, no one has ever slain a demon god? Did you not mention that those who achieved the highest S-rank score only managed to inflict a damage of 1 point? Yet here we are, having wiped out 100 million health points. Indeed, historically, that has never occurred. A rational analysis reveals that Shen Chi's ability to vanquish the demon god is beyond comprehension. What is there to analyze? Thus, has the esteemed Shen once again etched a chapter into history? It has scarcely been an hour, and I find myself in a state of constant astonishment, my mind protesting against the overwhelming revelations brought forth by Shen. I am acutely aware of my own bewilderment. My scalp tingles with the sheer intensity of it all. What, I wonder, is beyond Shen's capabilities? First, he showcased an astonishing 1 million points. Then within 5 minutes, he annihilated 4 5th-tier king-level bosses, and now he has shattered a demon god with a staggering 100 million health points. Each time we deem his feats unimaginable, he surpasses our expectations, achieving results that defy logic. We may indeed be fortunate enough to witness the emergence of a true prodigy, a singular talent unmatched throughout history. The impact of a genius like Shen is bound to leave an indelible mark on the annals of humanity. As we prepare to venture into the endless realm, it is crucial to acknowledge that the vast majority of us will become insignificant players, struggling to survive amidst the chaos. In stark contrast, individuals like Shen Chi, who emerge as extraordinary talents, will undoubtedly reshape the very fabric of this realm. In a world where countless races vie for supremacy, Shen may well become a living legend. Countless voices express their sentiments, each heart indelibly marked by Shun's brilliance, a vivid impression that is both striking and unforgettable. Unbeknownst to Shun, the livestream chat is abuzz with discussion. In truth, he too finds himself somewhat dazed, overwhelmed by the system notification of rewards that only he can perceive. The rewards for completing the divine trial are exceedingly generous, even leaving Shun astounded. Congratulations! You have received the rewards for completing the divine trial. 1 platinum advanced treasure chest, 1 platinum perfect treasure chest, 1 platinum supreme treasure chest, 3 gold ordinary treasure chests, 2 gold advanced treasure chests, 1 gold perfect treasure chest, 15 million spirit crystals, 10 million experience luxury gift box, 1 tier 6 barracks, 1 7-star hero altar, 1 small heavenly blessing of the divine order, 1 unique god-level lord job change certificate, 1 unique title, crown of trials, 1 medal of the celestial favor, 1 demon lock, demon god remnant soul stone, demon god remains, 3 primordial crystals, 2 level 1 skill breakthrough scrolls, 2 nether authority fragments, 10 for 120,000 prayer points. Shen Chi stared wide-eyed at the plethora of rewards flooding his inventory, his expression a mix of incredulity and amusement. He mused that even the divine order could not have anticipated that someone would succeed in the divine trial, hence the overwhelming array of rewards. Shen decided to stow away his inventory and return to his territory for a more thorough examination. For now, he must await the divine order's announcement regarding the rankings of the novice trials and the scoring of the divine trial. Once again, he utilized the portal to return to the initial platform. Killing the demon god took approximately 5 seconds, and the reward settlement lasted a minute. Now, he continued to wait for Pei Tingchao to complete his trial. In the conference room of the Imperial Capital Central Academy, the moment Shen Chi defeated the demon god, all present rose to their feet. Their expressions were grave, fixated on the large screen displaying Shen Chi. No one even cared about Pei Tingchao's screen any longer. After a prolonged silence, the vice president of the Imperial Capital Dragonwalk Guild, breathing heavily with a piercing gaze, shouted at the researchers, "Find out everything. Gather all the details on Shen Chi, his birthplace, school, address. Dig deep, I want it all." The head of the Pei family furrowed his brow, his expression grave. He spoke solemnly. "This will surely rouse the top guilds in the Endless Realm. Those hidden powers will inevitably take action." He closed his eyes, as if steeling himself, and continued, "The Pei family must also locate him and invite him to join us as a guest. A talent like him cannot be overlooked. Regardless of his former affiliations, we must offer 1,000-fold, a 10,000-fold price to bring him into our fold." The other high-ranking leaders from various families and guilds cast envious glances, their expressions laden with unspoken intentions. After all, Shen Chi's emergence heralds a shift in power dynamics. Individuals of his caliber do not seek to join forces. Rather, it is the factions that will vie for his allegiance. Even the most prestigious powers will not be exempt from this reality. Shen Chi's actions signify that his potential value to any faction is immeasurable. 5 minutes later, Pei Tingchao returned to the initial platform. His demeanor exuding an air of arrogance, his strides more confident, radiating the essence of a true prodigy. Yet, the content of the chat was starkly contrasting. Look at Pei Tingchao's expression. He is quite puffed up. Honestly, dealing 5 damage is a record-breaking achievement, but that is only if Shen isn't around. It's truly unfortunate. How hilarious. I can already feel pity for him just thinking about how he'll react upon seeing Shun's completion of the divine trial. There's no escaping fate. He can only blame himself for being in the same generation as Shen Chi as anticipated by the chat. Pei Tingchao stood frozen in disbelief upon seeing the message that Shen Chi had successfully completed the divine trial. He halted, his expression instantly shifting from arrogance to confusion, struggling to comprehend the implications. After a prolonged moment, shock was all that remained on his face. His mind buzzed, and it took him several agonizing seconds to process the reality. He lost all composure, hastily pulling up the system panel and opening the server-wide chat channel. Desperately scrolling through the chat history, he sought to uncover what had transpired. Unwilling to accept the conclusion he had drawn, he searched for any evidence that could refute it. His eyes widened, bloodshot and darting. As he bit his lip, his throat dry, fingers anxiously scrolling through the chat logs. Finally, when the entirety of the situation dawned on him, he felt as though he had been struck by lightning. His expression drained, leaving behind a vacant stare. All his confidence, poise, and composure shattered into oblivion. His body faltered and swayed backward, barely managing to maintain his balance, as if he had become a lifeless statue, devoid of spirit. His eyes were wide, devoid of focus, with only one thought echoing in his mind. Shen Chi has slain the demon god? In the conference room of the Imperial Capital Central Academy, the vice principal sighed softly as he observed Pei Tingchao's state. After he returns, arrange for a psychological assessment. If he cannot overcome this hurdle, his life will be irrevocably altered. Others sighed in resignation, sharing in the sentiment. Pei Tingchao was a promising seed they had nurtured together, and despite following the plan meticulously, the outcome was far from what they had envisioned. Shen Chi had cast a significant psychological shadow over him. should he fail to recover. The repercussions could range from losing his talents to becoming a mere mortal, or worse, succumbing to despair and meeting an untimely demise. Moments later, a cold, mechanical voice resonated from the heavens, unprecedented in its solemnity, reverberating throughout the minds of all present. Server announcement. The Lord of Trial Ground, number 9657, Shen Chi, has achieved a diamond rating in the Novice Trial and received a perfect SSS score in the Divine Trial. This is hereby announced to the entire server. Server announcement. The Lord of Trial Ground, number 9657, Shen Chi, has been awarded the title of Rookie King in this Novice Trial. This is hereby announced to the entire server. Server announcement. The Lord of Trial Ground, number 9657, Shen Chi, has become the first and only Lord in history to conquer the Divine Trial. This is hereby announced to the entire server. With 3 consecutive announcements regarding Shen Chi, the server chat channel erupted in fervor once more. The system's narration continued. The Novice Trial has officially concluded. Next, we will report the ratings of this Novice Trial. A total of 526 Novice Lords participated in the trial. Among them, 358 passed the Novice Trial. Those who achieved a rating of Black Iron or above numbered 186. Those with a rating of Bronze or above totaled 871. Those with a rating of Silver or above amounted to 547. Those with a rating of Gold or above were 359. Those with a rating of Platinum or above were 3. And there was only one who achieved a Diamond rating. Congratulations to all present Lords for becoming official Lords. The trials of the Endless Land await you. Please note, the trial ground will close in 2 hours. You may teleport away at any time before then. At this moment, the chat channel was equally bustling. Wow, it was no easy feat to score 10,000 points and achieve a Black Iron rating. I'm satisfied. I envy those who just barely passed. Wait, why is there a Diamond rating? Was that a thing before? As you might expect, there was no Diamond rating before. Platinum was the highest. Clearly, this Diamond level is a unique rating created for Shen Chi. Wow. One person overshadowing 9 million, surpassing all newcomers in a century. Monopolizing a rating that may never be exceeded. Chapter 76, The 7-Star Hero. Shen Chi exited the initial platform of the Divine Trial through the portal and returned to his territory. He could hardly contain his excitement. Suppressing his exhilaration, he made his way to an open space. First and foremost, the most valuable reward, the 7-tier hero altar. He opened his backpack and summoned the altar to generate in the vacant area before him. Whoosh! A circular stone altar, exceeding 2 meters in diameter and 3 meters in height, rose from the ground. The hero altar has been successfully constructed. You may choose to summon the 7-star hero. The Skeleton Archer. Cost, 500,000 spirit crystals and 1 elemental crystal. Upon hearing the price, Shen Chi couldn't help but gasp. Summoning a wild 6-star hero using the Necromancer's abilities in the ancient battlefield only cost 300 points of mental energy. Ouch, that stings a bit. However, it is still within reach. The Divine Trial had just rewarded him with 3 elemental crystals. Elemental crystals, a highly valuable advanced universal resource, are often required to recruit high-level heroes. In the outside world, they are truly priceless. Subsequently, Shen Chi opened all the spirit crystal gift boxes. He gazed at his personal spirit crystal assets displayed in his backpack. 7, 198, 424. He was indeed a wealthy man. The key point is, this is a 7-star hero. What is there to hesitate about? Let us proceed. Ding. Spirit crystals, 500,000. Elemental crystals. 1. You have successfully recruited the 7-star hero, Skeleton Archer Ilya. A blinding golden light erupted. In front of the altar stood a figure, illuminated by the light. It clearly revealed a tall, completely white skeleton archer. His body was tightly clad in leather armor, adorned with neatly arranged iron shoulder and leg guards. Draped over his shoulders was a half-sleeved cloak, connected to a hood. He bore a quiver of arrows and a longbow measuring 1.5 meters in length. Beneath the hood, 2 fiery orbs burned brightly within the skull, resembling 2 radiant lamps. Skeleton Archer Ilya. Rank, 7-star hero. Level, 1. Health, 1, 143. Attack, 835. Defense, 341. Agility, 157. Stamina, infinite. Spirit, 297. Range, 600 meters. Attack speed, 2 seconds. Talent, Bow of Permission. Increases the range and speed of all bow-type undead units under the Lord's command by 30. Skill 1, Nether Sniper. After charging for a period, it fires a sniper arrow, with damage proportional to the charge time, calculated as attack multiplied by 5 times the charge time, with a maximum charge time of 5 seconds. This skill has a range of 3 and an arrow speed of 5. If it strikes a target's head, it inflicts explosive damage of 2. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Skill 2, 5 Arrow Barrage. Simultaneously fires 5 arrows in one direction. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Skill 3, 7 Arrow Fan Shot. fires 7 arrows in a 145-degree arc in front of the hero, striking 7 targets simultaneously. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Skill 4, armor-piercing arrow. Adds 3 layers of armor-piercing attributes to the weapons of bow-type units within a radius of 100 meters. Arrows with armor-piercing attributes can negate 1 point of normal enemy armor or 1 points of boss armor per attack. Each successful armor penetration consumes 1 layer of armor piercing, until all 3 layers are exhausted. Cooldown, 1 minute. This time, it was a hero unit specializing in archery. Although the skeleton General Asen could also use a bow, the one before him was specifically skilled in archery. Shen Chi looked at the stats displayed before him, which were astonishingly extravagant. It felt as though his eyes were being dazzled. The base attributes were nearly double that of a level 1 6-star hero. Health surpassed 1,000. And attack reached 800 points. Undoubtedly, the most explosive aspect was the skill set. A total of 4 skills. The first skill, Nether Sniper. It is evident that the new hero is positioned as a sniper. This is also the most potent damage output method of the sharpshooter. With a level 1 attack of 835 points, after a full charge, 1 arrow could deal 875 points of damage. If it lands a headshot, the damage would double, exceeding 40,000. And this is just at level 1. With a slight increase in level, the base attack will rise, leading to a 100-fold increase in damage. Moreover, the range of Nether Sniper triples to 18 kilometers. The arrow's flight speed increases 5-fold, making evasion impossible. It can be said to be a headshot from 500 yards away. However, the cooldown time is a full 5 minutes, indicating that this skill is intended for sniping bosses. Conversely, the other skill, 5-arrow barrage, can be considered a single target damage method with 5 times the attack power, providing significant output with only a 20-second cooldown. There is also a range attack, 7-arrow fan shot, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. These 2 skills can serve as regular output methods. Of course, in addition to the sharpshooter's exceptional single-target output methods, the powerful group enhancement skills are equally impressive. The advantages of the hero become evident. The talent provides a collective boost to bow units, straightforwardly enhancing attack speed and range. It effectively amplifies the output of all archers. Furthermore, there is an area enhancement skill, armor-piercing arrow. This grants the bow units surrounding the hero the ability to pierce armor. Each time the skill is activated, the archers nearby are granted 3 armor-piercing opportunities. The subsequent 3 arrows fired can each negate 1 point of ordinary enemy armor or 1 points of boss armor. The effect is remarkable. If there are 1,000 archers surrounding the hero, activating armor-piercing arrow will yield a total of 3,000 armor-piercing arrows. This means it can negate 3,000 points of ordinary enemy armor or 300 points of boss armor. It is essential to understand that 1 point of armor reduces damage by 1. 10 points reduce damage by 10. Moreover, the higher the enemy's tier, the more likely they are to possess armor attributes. In battles between high-ranking lords, it is often not just about the attack power one possesses. One must also consider whether the opponent possesses armor resistance, immunity, shields, and various other defensive measures. Thus, it is equally vital for our side to have an array of armor-breaking capabilities. On the battlefield, even shattering a portion of the enemy's armor can significantly enhance our output. Not to mention, when thousands of archers simultaneously engage in armor penetration, a deluge of arrows raining down can strip the enemy's forces of their armor in an instant. This is not only effective against ordinary foes, but also against bosses. Azuin's Soul Pursuing Arrow possesses armor-breaking abilities as well, albeit only targeting 3 units at a time. The archer's armor-piercing arrow, however, is far more versatile. It holds immense strategic significance. Shen Chi could only marvel at the prowess of the skeletal archer. Truly a master of the bow. And this is merely the capability of a level 1 archer. What awaits after leveling up? The mere thought of it made Shen Chi's breath quicken. Following a divine trial, he now possessed a 2 million experience gift box, a 10 million experience gift box, and 66 million prayer points. In total, he had a staggering 69 billion free experience points. Hiss. Shen Chi trembled with excitement. Let us go big first. 100 million. He decisively allocated 100 million experience points to the archer. Boom. A magnificent radiance erupted from the skeletal archer, blinding Shen Chi momentarily. The dazzling light flickered for several seconds before finally dissipating. Ding. Your skeletal archer, Elia, has ascended from level 1 to level 51. Shen Chi was taken aback. A direct leap from level 1 to level 51, surpassing Azuin and Theodore. It is essential to note that from level 50 onwards, the experience required for each subsequent level is astronomical. However, Shen Chi surmised that this 100 million experience not only elevated the hero from level 1 to 51, but also significantly contributed to the experience needed for reaching level 52. Shortly thereafter, another notification resounded. The skeletal archer, Elia, has broken through the level 50 barrier and shall receive a blessing from the heavens. Boom. A more resplendent 5-colored light descended from above, precisely enveloping the skeletal archer. Chapter 77. The Worrisome Principle of Longhu High School. Shen Chi took 2 deep breaths, reminding himself to remain calm. Yet, his fingers trembled slightly as he opened the upgraded panel of the archer. Skeletal Archer Elia. Rank, 7-star hero. Level, 51. Health, 116, 623. Attack, 85, 209. Defense, 42, 523. Agility, 757. Stamina, infinite. Spirit, 897. Range, 1,000 meters. Attack speed, 2 seconds. Talent, Vow of Permission LV3. Increases the range of all archery undead units under the Lord's command by 90 and attack speed by 50. Skill 1, Nether Sniper LV3. After charging for a duration, fires a sniper arrow with damage dependent on the charging time. Damage equals attack multiplied by 5 times the charging time, with a maximum charging time of 10 seconds. This has a range of 3, arrow flight speed of 5. If it strikes a target's head or other critical weak points, it inflicts explosive damage of 2. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Skill 2, 5 arrow salvo. Simultaneously fires 5 arrows in one direction. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Skill 3, 7 arrow fan. Fires 7 arrows in a 145-degree cone in front, striking 7 targets simultaneously. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Skill 4, armor piercing arrow LV3. Adds 9 layers of armor penetration to the weapons of bow units within a 300-meter radius. Each attack can remove 1 point of armor from ordinary enemies or 1 points from bosses. Each successful armor penetration consumes 1 layer of the armor penetration state until all 9 layers are expended. Cooldown, 1 minute. Skill 5, critical arrow LV2. Increases the ranged critical hit rate by 30 and critical hit damage by 150 for bow units within a 300-meter radius. Duration, 5 minutes. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Skill 6, earth-shaking arrow. Fires an arrow with immense impact that can destabilize enemies along its path, interrupting all actions upon hitting its target, causing a powerful knockback effect and inflicting 5 seconds of stiffness. Cooldown, 1 minute. Wow. Upon viewing the upgraded panel, Shen Chi exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes wide. To hell with calmness. Health, over 110,000. Attack, 85,000. Defense, 40,000. Range extended to 1 kilometer. Most importantly, the talent and several skills have all reached LV3. The talent nearly doubled the range boost for all archery units, while the attack speed increased by half. Notably, the Nether Sniper has reached LV3, with maximum charging time extended to 10 seconds. Given Elia's current stats, an attack of 85,000 can result in a critical headshot damage of 8.5 million. My goodness, this is utterly explosive. With this arrow, gods and demons alike shall fall. Furthermore, the armor-piercing arrow has also been fully upgraded. The LV3 armor-piercing arrow now adds 9 layers of armor penetration. This means each archer can shoot 9 armor-piercing arrows. If there are 1,000 archers, that equates to 9,000 armor-piercing arrows, capable of eliminating a total of 9,000 points of armor from the enemy. In addition, 2 new skills have been acquired. Critical Arrow LV2 increases critical hit rate and critical damage for bow units within a 100-meter radius. The critical hit rate rises by 1/3, while critical damage increases by 15 times. This skill is phenomenal. Ajuin's General Order only boosts melee critical hit rates and damage, but the Archer directly enhances ranged critical hits. The Archer Battalion primarily relies on a deluge of arrows to suppress and deal multi-strike damage to foes. Just imagine, amidst the thousands of arrows, 1/3 could deal 25 times damage. There is also a single target skill, the Earth-Shaking Arrow. It directly interrupts the target with a powerful knockback, rendering them stiff for 5 seconds while destabilizing enemies in its path. An exceedingly direct crowd control skill, akin to the Wailing Wraith's Cursed Frost. It specializes in dealing with boss enemies that exhibit high attack frequency and rapid evasion. After reviewing the upgraded panel, Shen Chi could only remark, truly, a 7-star hero. So formidable. Not only is their individual combat power terrifying, but they also elevate the overall strength of the archers by several tiers. Excellent. Another capable ally has joined my ranks. In reality, Longhu City. Longhu High School, Principal's office. The room was dimly lit, with the windows tightly shut. Principal Lu Chang'an sat at his desk, while Vice Principal Pang Su stood stiffly beside him. A cloud of distress loomed over them. Both the principal and vice principal wore grave expressions as they pondered the situation of this year's novice trials at Longhu High School. After a prolonged silence, Principal Lu Chang'an sighed. According to preliminary statistics from the academic office, of the 743 novice lords who entered the trial, 270 have already been eliminated. Today marks the final day of the novice trials, and at this rate, I fear the pass rate for this year's trials at Longhu High School may not even exceed 60. Vice Principal Pang Su, standing nearby, wore a similarly troubled countenance. If our pass rate falls below 60 this year, we will truly have no face to show. Lu Chang'an lowered his gaze to the documents on his desk, frowning deeply. In contrast, Yunhai Middle School's performance this year has been remarkably impressive. Not only have they produced a total of 7 A-grade talent holders, for more than our school, but so far, only 200 novice lords have been eliminated. I've heard that they have also produced a remarkably talented individual who might secure a minimum of 100,000 points for a silver rating this year. I fear that this year, Longgao is truly destined to be overshadowed by Yunhai High School. I cannot resign myself to this fate. Lu Chang'an sighed heavily. Vice Principal Pang Su, with a face full of concern, remarked, "Our school has been continuously eclipsed by Yunhai for 2 consecutive years. If we are to be outdone by them again this year, it is highly likely that both our teaching quality rating and educational funding will suffer." Lu Chang'an frowned and exclaimed indignantly, "I am aware. Just a few days ago, those old-timers from Yunhai came to feign cordiality, claiming they aim to be recognized as a key school this year. With only one key school designation available in our city, it is blatantly clear that they wish to eliminate Longgao." Both men fell into a pensive silence, occasionally letting out sighs of despair. At that moment, Lu Chang'an's phone illuminated with a new message. He picked it up, his face etched with annoyance as he read the notification. Gradually, the tight furrow on his brow relaxed. His worries dissipated, replaced by a look of astonishment. Soon after, joy illuminated his features. Noticing the shift in his mood, Vice Principal Pang Su inquired, "Lu, what is it?" Lu Chang'an, with a joyful countenance, set his phone down and gazed intently at Pang Su, still seemingly in a state of disbelief. After a considerable pause, he finally stammered, "A friend of mine working at the education center has relayed some intriguing news. Our school's performance in this year's trials might be extraordinary." Pang Su, somewhat bewildered, asked, "What do you mean?" Lu Chang'an's breath quickened as he lowered his voice, speaking slowly. "It seems our school may have produced a remarkable talent this year, likely surpassing even the prodigy from Yunhai." After pondering for a moment, Pang Su grasped the implication, his face lighting up with excitement. "Are you suggesting that our school's results in this year's trials might actually surpass Yunhai's?" Lu Chang'an tempered his exuberance. "However, the education center has yet to finalize the accurate data for this year's novice trials in our city. We must await further details. The quality report for the novice trials should be released later this afternoon." Chapter 78. The Bloodline Troop. A healer has arrived. Over at Shen Chi's side, he regarded another divine trial reward nestled in his backpack, his breath hitching slightly. A 6th-tier barracks. Throughout the entire novice trial, he had never encountered a 6th-tier troop. The highest tier of units he commanded, aside from heroes, was merely 4th tier. To his astonishment, the divine trial had granted him a 6th-tier unit outright. Merely possessing a 5th-tier unit would enable him to stand out among the hundreds of thousands of participants in the novice trials. The thought of commanding an entire 6th-tier troop was almost unfathomable. "Activate." Shen Chi commanded without hesitation. "Ding. You have obtained a 6th-tier barracks, Bloodline Castle. Upon completion of the barracks, you may recruit the 6th-tier unit, Vampire Count." A vampire? A bloodline troop. With his army of the undead already comprising skeletons, wraiths, and zombies, he was now adding the bloodline faction. The treasures from the divine trial are truly exceptional. Shen Chi sought another open area, whispering, "Construct." A flash of brilliance enveloped him. Before his eyes emerged a tall, narrow stone castle, exuding an air of majesty. As he stepped closer, a panel appeared before him. "You can recruit the 6th-tier unit, Vampire Count. Resources required for recruitment: 100,000 spirit crystals, 1,000 crystals, and 100 emeralds." Wow. Recruiting a 6th-tier unit is quite expensive. Shen Chi winced. Yet, it was a 6th-tier unit. Its cost was not a detriment. The higher the tier of the unit, the greater the recruitment expenses, and correspondingly, the stronger the unit. He decided to recruit one and assess its attributes. "Ding. You have successfully recruited a 6th-tier Vampire Count." With a whoosh, a deep crimson light burst forth from the Bloodline Castle, descending onto the ground before Shen Chi, flickering briefly before materializing into a figure. Before him stood a tall vampire, the Vampire Count, with an extremely pale complexion, donning an intricately designed classical aristocratic court attire, complemented by a dual-colored high-neck cloak of black and red. His posture was regal, and his expression remained aloof. Truly, he was a 6th-tier Vampire Count, far more imposing than the grotesque and shabby 2nd-tier vampires depicted in books. However, what thrilled Shen Chi most at that moment was that his army finally had a healer. Shen Chi opened the panel for the Vampire Count. Vampire Count, Tier, 6th, Level, 1, Health, 516, Spell Attack, 314, Defense, 211, Agility, 92, Stamina, Infinite, Spirit, 192 Traits. The cloak can transform into giant bat wings for flight. Skill 1, Crimson Thirst. Passive skill. After attacking an enemy, 10 of the damage dealt is converted into health for the Vampire Count, with no cooldown. Skill 2, Blood Gift. Sacrificing 2 of his own health, he restores health to all friendly units within a 5-meter radius, with the restoration amount being 20 of his own health. Spirit cost, 80 points, cooldown, 5 seconds. Skill 3, Soul Bat. Summons a vampire bat to circle around him. Whenever he is attacked, The bat absorbs 20 of the damage and stores it as soul power. Upon his death, he revives immediately with health equal to the amount of soul power accumulated. The maximum soul power is 60 of his health. Note, even if the bat has not absorbed any damage, it can still absorb 20 of any lethal damage before dying, allowing for revival. Cooldown, 3 hours, spirit cost, 200 points. Skill 4, Blood Curse. Summons a swarm of bats to swoop toward the enemy, simultaneously disrupting and slowly draining their health. When attacked by the enemy, a small explosion occurs, affecting and detonating nearby bats. Explosion damage, 18 times basic attack. Spirit cost, 70 points. Cooldown, 1 minute. Skill 5, Weeping Blood Rose. Enemies within a 10-meter radius have rose vines sprout from beneath their feet. The vines stretch upwards, constricting the enemies and dealing damage once per second for 20 seconds. Up to 10 enemies can be affected. The roses turn red upon draining blood, and the vines will gradually increase in attack power. Note, the initial attack power of the vines is 0. 9 times the basic attack, increasing by 0. 1 times the basic attack every second. Spirit cost, 95 points. Cooldown, 15 seconds. Description, the vampire count awakens from his castle, with night and blood being his cherished elements. Shen Chi marveled, truly, a 6th-tier unit. Capable of flight, possessing passive health regeneration, area healing, area attack, and most importantly, a revival mechanism. Remarkable indeed. The first skill, the permanent passive Crimson Thirst, allows him to regain health simply by attacking enemies. The second skill, the group healing blood gift, sacrifices a mere 2 health to restore 20 health to surrounding allies. Importantly, this restoration value corresponds to the vampire count's own health. This means that as the vampire count levels up and his health increases sufficiently, he can easily restore his nearby allies to full health in one go. The third skill, Soul Bat, is a resurrection marvel, summoning a bat that absorbs a portion of damage upon being attacked, converting it into soul power. When the vampire count suffers lethal damage, he is immediately revived with health equal to the accumulated soul power. The bat can store up to 60 health points of the vampire count. Thus, under optimal conditions, the vampire count could resurrect with a health pool of 60. Shen Chi firmly believed that this skill would only grow stronger with upgrades. A full health revival is not beyond the realm of possibility. However, the most crucial aspect is that this skill is a life-saving miracle due to its remarkable versatility. It can be utilized at any moment, even without the prior release of the bat's stored soul power. As long as the bats are unleashed at the very moment before receiving a fatal attack, they can absorb 20 points of damage from the lethal strike, allowing the vampire count to resurrect instantly. Shen Chi's eyes sparkled with excitement. The vampire count possesses 2 formidable healing abilities, Crimson Thirst and Resurrection Bat, rendering him exceptionally difficult to vanquish. This would undoubtedly instill despair in his adversaries. Furthermore, if a sufficient number of vampire counts are recruited, the blood gift can swiftly replenish the health of our forces. Although Shen Chi previously had a bronze-level magical staff dedicated to healing, which he had used for a time with Theodore, that healing effect was rather underwhelming. Moreover, the attributes of bronze-level items are entirely overshadowed by silver-level weapons, leading Shen Chi to abandon its use. Now, he could effortlessly forge a battalion of healers. The efficiency of health restoration would be significantly enhanced. Shen Chi then turned his attention to the remaining 2 skills of the vampire count, both of which are area of effect attacks. Blood Curse can summon a horde of bats to harass the enemy. If the foes ignore them, the bats will drain their life force. If provoked, the bats will explode upon being struck. How utterly insidious. The most remarkable aspect is that the bats can detonate one another, even if you do not strike the bats. As long as there are allies nearby being harassed by them, they too shall suffer the consequences when the bats explode. Even more cunningly, this skill allows for cooperation among the vampire counts. A multitude of vampire counts can simultaneously unleash swarms of bats to disrupt the enemy, creating a terrifying explosive clearing effect. The final skill, Blood Weeping Rose, is equally ruthless. It creates a tangle of rose vines beneath the enemy's feet, continuously constricting and inflicting damage over time. Most astonishingly, the vines absorb blood. The more blood they consume, the greater the damage they inflict. In the final moments, the damage can double. If the enemies do not eliminate the vines while their attack power is still low, the consequence is being directly strangled by the rose vines. There would be no escape. Shen Chi could not help but marvel at the formidable power of the 6th-tier vampire count. Moreover, they are undoubtedly seasoned tricksters. It is fortunate they are his troops. He could scarcely imagine the plight of his future adversaries should they become ensnared by the vampire counts. Chapter 79. Is Shen Chi the dark horse of this year? A shock to Tang Jing. After recruiting heroes and troops, Shen Chi began to tally the other rewards. He received a minor divine decree of celestial blessing, which has a very straightforward effect. The troops that accept this blessing receive a direct boost of 20 to their panel attributes. Shen Chi was once again astounded by the generosity of the divine trials. The celestial blessing is, after all, a pivotal milestone in the progression of troops and heroes. A troop can only receive the celestial blessing a few times in its lifetime. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Chi decided to apply it to the sharpshooter, Ilya. Ilya is currently the strongest trump card, boasting the best panel data, making her the ideal candidate for maximizing the blessing's effect. With a thought, a radiant beam of pure golden light emanated from the divine decree in Shen Chi's hand. The light enveloped Ilya, bursting forth in a dazzling display. Moments later, the brilliance faded, and the divine decree vanished from Shen Chi's grasp. Ilya's attributes received a substantial enhancement. Health, 140,000. Attack, 100,000. Defense, 50,000. Agility, 900. Spirit, over 1,000. Shen Chi took a deep breath, barely preventing himself from swooning. A single arrow now deals 100,000 damage. The damage from the Shadow Sniper ability has skyrocketed. Shen Chi quelled his excitement and continued to inspect his inventory. He produced the title medal from the rewards of the Divine Trials. First, the unique title, Crown of Trials. The only one in history. After all, no one has ever achieved a score of 1 million in the Novice Trials, nor has anyone ever cleared the Divine Trials. It is hardly excessive to reward such a unique title. Shen Chi held a medallion resembling a badge, adorned with a crown embedded with gemstones. Just by running his fingers over the crown, he could feel its extraordinary quality, imbued with a powerful yet gentle force. Opening the description, Crown of Trials. Quality. Unique. Owner, Shen Chi, soulbound, cannot be worn by others. Trait, immune to any curse, any blessing effect doubled. All negative statuses will naturally dissipate. With a 5-fold acceleration in removal speed, permanent. Function 1. Upon donning this title, gain an exclusive 10,000 free attribute points, one time. Function 2. Upon activation of the title, can summon the avatars of the 4 great demonic generals, lasting 5 minutes. The avatars are level 40. Activation requires no cost. Cooldown 1 day. Function 3. Upon activation of the title, can summon the vestige of the demonic spirit Langialo Ing for protection, lasting 10 minutes. The vestige is level 50. Cost 1,000 spirit points. Cooldown, 3 days. Shen Chi stared at the description, dumbfounded. This item seems even more powerful than he had anticipated. Well, just a tad. Nevertheless, I quite like it. Shen Chi rubbed his hands together, preparing to equip it. Meanwhile, in reality, in Longhu City, at a banquet, the head of the senior year at Longhu High School, Tang Jing, received a phone call. He excused himself from the others at the banquet. Taking his phone outside the private room, finding a secluded spot, he answered the call. Hello? What's the matter? On the other end, a voice burst forth with excitement. Old Tang, you sly dog, your luck is truly remarkable. This year, your school has produced a prodigy. I remember you oversee this graduating class, right? You must be on the fast track to a promotion. Tang Jing burped from the alcohol, his face a mask of confusion as he replied. What are you talking about? What happened at our school this year? Oh, come on, old Tang. Your school has birthed a monstrous talent in the Novice Trials this year. How could your news be slower than mine? Tang Jing paused, beginning to grasp the situation. Are you saying our school had a standout performance in the trials? Not just any standout. It was explosive. Do you understand? I've heard whispers that the trial rating might not even be below the gold level. Tang Jing immediately sobered up, his tone growing serious. Gold level? That's a trial score of 300,000 points. To come from a small place like ours? You're not pulling my leg, are you? Why would I deceive you? All I know is it's a student from your class. So just wait for your promotion and raise. But we'll have to wait for the official documents to arrive. It should be soon. Probably today? Tang Jing's spirit soared. That sounds fantastic. He quickly recalled the students who had entered the Novice Trials this year, speculating which student could achieve such a staggering score. Longhu High School had only produced 3 A-level talent this year. Suhi, Lu Qingwei, or Wu Zicheng. 300,000 points. Even the top talents from provincial elite academies would struggle to reach that. Only the top-tier universities from coastal provinces might have a chance. If Longhu High School truly produced such an exceptional individual, it would undoubtedly gain national fame. Tang Jing found himself inexplicably excited, even trembling slightly. At that moment, the caller seemed to remember something and continued. Oh, by the way, the student's name is apparently Shen Chi. Tang Jing's expression froze. He doubted his ears. What? Can you repeat that? What is the name? Shen Chi. That's right, just Shen Chi, but I only know the name. Tang Jing's eyes widened in shock. His face a mask of disbelief. He momentarily forgot to breathe. Shen Chi? The one suspected of awakening an E-level necromancy talent? Everyone believed Shen Chi would never achieve anything in the Novice Trials. Concerned that Shen Chi might fall into despair, he offered words of comfort. To his astonishment, Shen Chi might actually attain a golden rating? Tang Jing gasped in disbelief, stunned. Absurd. Utterly absurd. Tang Jing shook his head vigorously, convinced he must have been intoxicated. However, a sudden recollection struck him. Shen Chi had previously awakened a phenomenon of the heavens. Such celestial manifestations were typically only accessible to those with S-rank talents. Moreover, when he attempted to probe for specific information at that time, his identification glasses had issued a warning that the rank was too high to detect or gaze upon. It had left him utterly befuddled. Could this news truly be authentic? He had indeed harbored doubts regarding Shen Chi's E-rank talent, and had hoped that Shen Chi would gain valuable experience during the trials. Yet, he had never anticipated such ferocity. A person whom no one believed in might very well achieve a staggering score of 300,000 in the novice trials. This was simply outrageous. He wondered if the principal possessed more information. He needed to escort Shen Chi to the principal's office. Chapter 80. Rumors about Shen Chi. Meanwhile, Shen Chi scrutinized the information displayed on the title of Crown of Trials. The quality of this title was indicated by 3 question marks. Was the Celestial Order still in the process of confirming its quality while crafting the title? Nevertheless, this mattered little. Shen Chi discovered that this title was uniquely his. It had been bound to his soul the moment it was created, allowing only him to wear it. How thoughtful. Yet, the most astonishing aspect was the effects accompanying the title. 1 trait, 3 functions. Just this permanent trait was incredibly precious, elevating the title's value to unprecedented heights. Shen Chi himself became immune to any curses. Those who intended to undermine him through long-distance curses in an attempt to cripple his legion could abandon such thoughts. Furthermore, the blessing effects were doubled. Generally speaking, mages possess various blessing spells, akin to short-term buffs. The effect of the Crown of Trials title was to double these buffs applied to oneself. Lastly, this trait held another formidable utility, eliminating all negative statuses affecting Shen Chi at an accelerated rate of 5 times. This was truly impressive. Negative statuses included discomfort caused by natural elements such as burning, freezing, weakness, paralysis, suffocation, and all combat debuffs. For instance, if his attack and defense were diminished, all negative states would swiftly dissipate. A debuff lasting 10 seconds would vanish in just 2 seconds for Shen Chi. A 1-minute debuff would disappear in 12 seconds. Before the opponent even realized, the debuff would be gone. Next, he examined the 3 functions of the Crown of Trials. The first function was a one-time use. Upon donning the title, he received a grant of 10,000 Lord-specific free attribute points. Shen Chi paused momentarily, promptly accessing his character panel. Shen Chi level, 36. Life, 361. Attack, 35. Defense, 110. Agility, 54. Stamina, 142. Spirit, 40424147. Talent, Lord of the Underworld. Shen Chi was taken aback. Completing the divine trial had elevated him by 2 levels. Yet, this panel remained disheartening. The total attributes barely reached 10,000 points. However, times had changed. He was destined for a resurgence. No longer would he be the weakling that could be crushed with a single punch. Attribute allocation. Shen Chi immediately equipped the title. Whoosh. The badge erupted with a brilliant golden light, engulfing Shen Chi's figure completely. After a while, as the golden light receded, the badge on Shen Chi's hand had vanished. Nevertheless, he could sense a badge quietly floating deep within his soul. Simultaneously, a new entry appeared on Shen Chi's personal panel. Title, Crown of Trials, Unique. A system voice announced, the badge has been equipped. Please allocate your 10,000 free attribute points. Shen Chi felt a surge of joy. He began contemplating how to allocate them. Meanwhile, in reality, the 7-day novice trials had drawn to a close. At Longhu High School, 446 students had successfully passed the novice trials, precisely hovering around a passing rate of 60. Following this, there would be a summary conference regarding the novice trials before graduation. The campus was abuzz with excitement. This year's graduates, whether they had not awakened as lords, had awakened but been eliminated during the trials, or had successfully completed the novice trials to become official lords, were all strolling around the campus. Groups of 3 or 5 gathered, some with heads hung low in disappointment, others with arms raised in excitement or engaged in gossip. In a corridor of a classroom, 4 boys leaned against the railing, chatting. This year, our school surprisingly produced 3 bronze ratings. Incredible, exclaimed one, especially Wu Zicheng, who amassed a staggering 90,000 trial points. Truly a powerhouse. One boy, who had not awakened as a lord, looked astonished. 90,000 trial points. That's just shy of a silver rating, right? Indeed, another replied. But I heard that over at Yunhai, there was apparently a silver rating this year. Unbelievable. Alas, it seems our Longhu will once again be overshadowed by Yunhai this year. Infuriating. A curious boy interjected. How can you be so sure that our school only has 3 bronze ratings? The summary conference hasn't even occurred yet. Perhaps there are still experts yet to be announced. The others laughed at this. Old Zhao, you just don't understand. A bronze rating is a monumental honor. There are fewer than 10 in the entire city. Just the mere mention of such an achievement would bring prestige. Anyone who achieves such an honor would surely announce it as soon as they exit the trial grounds. Indeed, Su He, Lu Qingwei, and Wu Zicheng, who among them isn't already the talk of the school? If someone received a bronze rating, I doubt they wouldn't rush to flaunt it. Ha. If I had a bronze rating, I'd be hanging 8 loudspeakers around my neck to broadcast it on a loop. One boy mused. Isn't there a post in the school forum predicting the novice trial results? At the time, everyone was asking how many prodigies would emerge from our grade. And it turns out 3 out of the 4 highest nominees secured bronze ratings. Quite impressive. I didn't see that post. Who was the remaining one? Shen Chi. Shen Chi? The one who initially performed well, but then awakened an E-rank undead talent? TSK. If it were me, I wouldn't know where to hide my face. E-rank talent. Undead Lord. What a disastrous combination for Shen Chi at that moment. A boy who had been silent spoke up, his tone laced with discontent. Shen Chi is not what you think. The other 3 turned in astonishment to look at him. One questioned, Zhonglei, what are you saying? Aren't you the one who dislikes Shen Chi the most? Now you're defending him? Yeah, Zhonglei. It's true that Shen Chi awakened as an E-rank undead talent. What's there to hide? Zhonglei, unable to muster his usual energy, merely muttered, don't ask. The summary conference will commence soon, and you'll understand then. In any case, Shen Chi is formidable, stronger than you can imagine. All those silver ratings from Wu Ziqing and Yunhai are no match for him. The others were momentarily dumbfounded. This Zhonglei, who had previously held Shen Chi in disdain, how had he suddenly become an admirer? Moreover, claiming that Shen Chi was stronger than a silver rating. Wasn't that an absurd exaggeration? The boys shook their heads, convinced that Zhonglei had lost his mind. In truth, Zhonglei was the only one among them who had awakened as a lord and successfully passed the novice trials. He indeed harbored a disdain for Shen Chi, as echoed by the other 3. After Shen Chi awakened his E-level talent, he even led the mockery against him. However, he witnessed Shen Chi's astonishing appearance in the live broadcast of the divine trial. Shen Chi's performance in the trial shattered all his preconceived notions. Shen Chi had ascended to a level beyond his reach. How could he dare to look down upon him any longer? Having been thoroughly defeated by Shen Chi, he emerged from the trial site, transformed into a silent figure. Gradually, whispers began to circulate throughout Longhu High School, spreading like wildfire. What? You say Shen Chi is the biggest dark horse of our school this year? Ha ha ha. That guy who awakened the E-level undead talent? Don't be ridiculous. Did Wu Ziqing agree to this? What? Shen Chi has the best grades this year? Not just silver rating? Not just gold rating? Not just platinum? Diamonds are being mentioned now? Goodness, how can this get more absurd? Such baseless rumors flying everywhere. Can't anyone discern the truth? It's true. I saw it with my own eyes. Believe it or not. I could also claim to have seen a pig climb a tree. Would you believe that? In any case, although Shen Chi had not yet arrived at school, legends of him echoed in every corner of Longhu High School. The news about Shen Chi, a blend of truth and exaggeration, grew increasingly fantastical. Most found it hard to believe due to its outrageous nature. Nevertheless, it piqued their intense curiosity. Everyone eagerly anticipated the upcoming grade summary meeting. Chapter 81. The Mockery from Yunhai Middle School. On Shen Chi's side, he quickly determined how to allocate his 10,000 attribute points. Life, 5,000. Defense, 4,000. Attack, 500. Agility, 100. Stamina, 400. Alright, Shen Chi's reasoning was quite straightforward. As a low-tier lord, he didn't require extensive solo combat for the time being. Thus, a mere 500 points in attack would suffice. And he could bolster it further through weaponry. The crucial aspects were life and defense. They must be maximized to thwart ambushes and prevent assassin strikes. Some underhanded players delight in targeting the lord directly. However, for now, he would stand firm and let them strike. Assassination? Laughable. They could hardly breach his defenses. It would merely be akin to a back rub or a foot massage. Of course, it was impractical to simply wait for others to come at him. Were his 3 heroes merely idle? At last, Shen Chi's panel aligned with his identity as a level 36 high-tier lord. As for agility, an addition of 100 points would suffice. This attribute differs from others. 100 points is already considered exceedingly high. It would be more prudent to invest in other attributes for a more noticeable enhancement. The addition of 400 stamina was to ensure he didn't become too feeble and tire out quickly. The Crown of Trials still had 2 functions remaining. The main event, a daily activation without consumption that could summon the avatars of the 4 great demon generals. Shen Chi's mind raced back to the Garuda, the Wilderness Demon King, the Cerberus of Hell, and the Chief of the Atonement Butchers. They could manifest for 5 minutes. Moreover, he could expend 1,000 mental energy to summon the remnants of demon souls every 3 days. This equated to summoning a temporary entourage, although their levels would be lower. That was to be expected, as they were merely avatars. Nevertheless, even these avatars would pack a significant punch. In essence, these 5 summons acted as 5 talismans of protection. Activating them in a critical moment would catch opponents off guard. Witnessing a demon emerge would likely leave them dumbfounded. Next, there was a medal and a mark. The mark of the evil deity's repulsion. It could resist the oppression of demon-level entities. The medal of the divine favor. It would make one more likely to attract the attention of deities. Shen Chi was momentarily taken aback. These 2 items seemed rather formidable at first glance. They exuded an air of prestige. However, lacking detailed explanations left Shen Chi bewildered. He pondered deeply. The evil deity's repulsion should grant him immunity against the oppressive attributes of demon-level monsters. For instance, during the divine trial, facing the remnants of demon souls, one would typically suffer a 40 reduction in all attributes under the demon's pressure. Now, with this mark, he would be immune. Monster levels generally include ordinary, elite, champion, king, emperor, and demon level. Monsters of the demon level are regarded as utterly taboo entities in the endless realm. For now, he decided not to dwell on it further. Then there was the metal. Being more likely to attract divine favor is a rather abstract effect. Shen Chi could not discern its practical use. However, a gut feeling told him that this item would indeed be invaluable in the later stages. As this thought crossed his mind, his gaze ignited with fervor. Deities, the ultimate dream of every lord in the endless realm. Yet, those familiar with the history of lord development knew that for millennia, no human had ascended to godhood. Nevertheless, Shen Chi felt that his divine talent, the king of the nether, was leading him down a path previously untraveled. A seed of yearning for the supreme had quietly taken root in Shen Chi's heart. In reality, at the entrance of Longhu High School, a steady stream of people passed by, while a black sedan was parked in an adjacent vacant lot. From the car emerged a middle-aged man and a young man. Song Daqiang, the vice principal of Yunhai Middle School, and He Xiaochuan, this year's silver-rated novice lord from Yunhai Middle School. Song Daqiang, with his protruding belly, wore a smug expression. He gazed up at the entrance of Longhu High School and the gold leaf plaque on the adjacent wall, his eyes betraying disdain. He Xiaochuan held his head high with a stern expression, exuding an air of aloofness that kept others at bay. The emergence of He Xiaochuan, a silver-rated talent from Yunhai Middle School, had brought immense joy to the entire faculty and student body. This signified that their strength in Yunhai was on the rise. It was rumored that Longhu High School had only produced 3 A-level talents this year, the highest being bronze-rated. This year, Yunhai was determined to once again trample Longhu High School. The quota for this municipal key school must be seized by Yunhai this year. Today, Song Daqiang stood at the entrance of Longhu High School, brimming with confidence, specifically to flaunt his superiority. On the other side, in the office of the principal of Longhu High School, Principal Lu Chang'an paced anxiously. Vice Principal Pang Su stood silently beside him. Lu Chang'an turned to the vice principal. Has the quality report not yet arrived? Why is it taking so long this year? The grade meeting is tonight. Pang Su, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, replied. I've inquired with the staff at the education center. The city's data is still being compiled and should be ready soon. Each year, during the novice trial, every school internally assesses its student situations and data, but this relies on self-reporting by the students and is not always accurate. The city's Lord Education Center, the official educational institution, receives the novice trial data from all schools through special means, ensuring higher accuracy. They typically issue a citywide announcement and formal documents to each school on the same day. The results of the novice trial are critically important for every Lord Academy, serving as a key measure of educational outcomes. They determine the degree of official attention a school receives, funding allocations, resource distribution, promotional highlights, and the quality of student recruitment. Hence, every school places great emphasis on the annual novice trial. After a moment's hesitation, Pang Su said, Principal Lu, what do you think about the rumors circulating around campus? Lu Chang'an turned. What rumors? Pang Su wiped the sweat from his brow. It's about Shen Chi. Lu Chang'an, are you saying that Shen Chi is the super genius of this year? He furrowed his brow, wondering how one could take such rumors among students to heart. Shen Chi, although he had previously excelled in his studies, must now realize that academic performance had become inconsequential after the Lord Awakening Day. From the moment he awakened his E-grade necromantic talent, his future had been predetermined. While I too find it regrettable, reality is indeed harsh. As for the rumors circulating among the students, they should be taken lightly, mere fodder for jest among small cliques, seeking attention in a manner typical of youth. Pang Su nodded in understanding. At that moment, Lu Chang'an's phone on the table lit up. He picked it up, glanced at the screen, and irritably turned it off. What's wrong? Pang Su inquired. Lu Chang'an replied with displeasure, Song Daqiang from Yunhai has arrived at our school gate with their silver-rated prize student, demanding the security to let them in. Pang Su frowned. Is he unable to resist the urge to flaunt it in person? Lu Chang'an paced back and forth, visibly vexed. It's more than that. It's clear they've heard about our school's lackluster performance this year and are coming to humiliate us. After a moment, he halted, a cold smile forming on his lips. They think too highly of themselves. Let them wait. If the news from the education center is true, I shall eagerly anticipate their expressions. He exchanged a meaningful glance with Pang Su. Prepare to receive guests. Chapter 82, God-level Lord Profession, Necromancer Sovereign. On Shen Chi's side, the most crucial moment had arrived. The Lord's class change. The sole, God-level profession. Lords build territories, upgrade troops and heroes, fundamentally strengthening their own power. However, every formidable Lord must undergo a class change. Only after this transformation can a Lord truly step into the extraordinary realm and embark on the path to supremacy. Moreover, the class change certificate in Shen Chi's possession was for the unique God-level profession. Lords are categorized into different grades, ranging from E to A and then to SSS. Much like talent levels, The developmental ceilings for different grades of lord professions vary significantly. An S-grade profession is an exceedingly rare existence. Yet, Shen Chi, having obtained a god-level talent, had now acquired a god-level profession. Without hesitation, he activated the class change certificate. Beep. Customizing your unique god-level profession. Customization successful. Your unique god-level profession has been established. Necromancer Sovereign. Shen Chi's pupils trembled. The king of the underworld, Necromancer Sovereign. With a god-level talent and a god-level profession, Shen Chi sensed he was destined to tread a path unlike any necromantic lord in history. A final journey reserved for necromancer lords. His imagination soared. He envisioned a cataclysm of the undead, picturing a towering throne of bones amidst an ocean of countless skeletons. Ultimately, he would ascend this throne and gaze down upon the endless abyss. Zing. Insufficient primordial energy detected in the trial grounds to perform god-level refinement. Please enter the endless realm and attempt god-level refinement again to complete your final class change. Shen Chi was taken aback. God-level refinement? As he understood it, after a lord's class change, a profession refinement would occur, comprehensively enhancing the lord's initial attribute panel. It would also compensate for any attribute points that should have been gained during past level-ups, with varying intensities of refinement depending on the profession's grade, requiring primordial energy found throughout the universe. However, the entire trial grounds were incapable of providing the primordial energy necessary for god-level refinement. Unheard of. How formidable must this god-level refinement be? Shen Chi felt a shockwave of astonishment. All right, the novice trial is complete. Soon I shall enter the endless realm. We shall see then. Finally, Shen Chi retrieved the treasure chest reward from the divine trial. 3 platinum-grade chests and 10 gold-grade chests. The chests gleamed with a dazzling aura as they lay stacked on the ground. Gazing at this pile of treasures, Shen Chi felt utterly content. In prior novice trials, the highest quality chests a novice lord could obtain were typically silver grade, and even that was a rarity. Yet, Shen Chi had not only acquired a plethora of gold-grade chests, but had also obtained 3 platinum-grade chests from the divine trial. The very notion of receiving platinum-grade resources from the trial grounds was astonishing. In the external market, bronze-grade resources were already quite costly. Ascending further, silver and gold-grade resources were the domain of wealthy magnates. Above that, platinum-grade resources were fiercely contested even among high-level lords of 60 or 70 levels. Moreover, Shen Chi possessed a platinum supreme-grade chest. Each tier of treasure chests is further classified into subgrades. The initial black iron chests have no subdivisions. From bronze onward, each major tier is divided into several minor tiers: ordinary, perfect, intermediate, and so forth for silver, gold, and platinum. Following that are diamond, epic, and mythic tiers. Shen Chi rubbed his hands together, ready to open the treasure chests. Let's go for a tenfold opening. No, let us open them all. Oh fortune, come bless me. Shower me with treasures, heedless of my fate. With a flash, all the chests erupted in golden light, illuminating the territory with a radiant spectacle. After 2 seconds, they transformed into tangible items. Platinum Supreme Grade, Spell Skill Book, Ghost Gate. Platinum Perfect Grade, Bow Weapon, Judgment Day. Platinum Ordinary Grade, Special Class Change Template, Senior Officer. Gold Perfect Grade, Architectural Blueprint, Golden City Moat, City Wall. Architectural Blueprint, 4-Way Post Station. Architectural Blueprint, Bountiful Goddess's Spirit Field. Attack Gem, Gold High Grade, Item Blueprint, Industrial Furnace. Architectural Blueprint, Water Diversion Canal. Gold Ordinary Grade, Potion, Rejuvenating Dew. Food, Rodon's Fine Wine. Agility Gem, Gold Resource Chest, 200 Agate, 200 Emerald, 500 Gold, Oregon 2000 Quartz. 5,000 Iron, Oregon 4,000 Copper, Oregon 100, 000 Wood. 100, 000 Stone. Shen Chi glanced at it, utterly astonished. This is beyond extravagant. The variety was astounding. Not only were there skill books, weapons, and class change templates, but also architectural blueprints, item blueprints, food, potions, and embedded gems, providing Shen Chi with an immensely valuable asset for development in the Endless Realm. In the Endless Realm, lords begin to formally construct and expand their territories. At that time, not only would they recruit and train troops, wage wars, and expand domains, but they would also need to accommodate residents and develop their territorial enterprises, such as farming, breeding, smelting, and commerce. Lords must rely on the strength of their territories to grow and thrive, nurturing themselves in the process. Alone, a lord would find it arduous to handle every matter personally, and to train troops and level up would require an enormous investment of resources. However, by utilizing the territory, they could gradually develop a fully automated resource production and transportation line, allowing the lord to recline while resources flowed into their coffers. This underscores the importance of territory. The resources before Shen Chi laid a formidable foundation for the future expansion of his domain. After tallying the rewards from the divine trial, Shen Chi felt his head spinning. After all, being inundated with such treasures all at once could indeed be overwhelming. At last, the time has come to return. After enduring 7 grueling days of the novice trial, Shen Chi has undergone a terrifying transformation. The pivotal role of his divine talent, the king of the underworld, cannot be overstated. Indeed, every increment of strength he has gained serves as a pillar upon which he leans as he forges ahead. With a sense of reflection, Shen Chi activated the system panel. Time was of the essence. It was time to depart. On the panel, a new button appeared. Are you certain you wish to teleport away? Notably, should he choose to proceed, his current territory would be automatically reclaimed, transforming into a one-time blueprint. 1 minute later, he would instantaneously trigger a teleportation back to reality. Shen Chi, yes. With a swish, the expanse of 3,000 square meters of territory, including the Lord's castle, barracks, altar, and blacksmith shop, swiftly diminished until it vanished, reverting to the blueprint section of Shen Chi's system panel. In the future, upon entering the Endless Realm, he could effortlessly place his territory. Subsequently, ethereal blue rays, symbolizing teleportation, enveloped Shen Chi. You have commenced teleportation and are about to leave the trial grounds. Chapter 83. The smoke in the principal's office. Tang Jing hurriedly departed from the banquet and rushed back to school, intent on locating Shen Chi without delay. However, after searching high and low, he discovered that Shen Chi had not arrived. This revelation sent Tang Jing into a frenzy. He needed to confirm Shen Chi's whereabouts immediately. If Shen Chi had indeed secured a gold rating, Tang would have much to manage. Ultimately, he resolved to go directly to Shen Chi's residence. 30 minutes later, Tang Jing successfully found Shen Chi's rental apartment, guided by the student information sheet left by the school. He intercepted Shen Chi at the door. Shen Chi, bewildered, had just returned from the trial grounds and had yet to enter his abode when he was stopped by the grade director. Shen Chi politely inquired, Director Tang, do you need something? Tang Jing, unabashedly seizing Shen Chi, declared, there is indeed something. You must come back to school with me. I will explain later. Shen Chi hesitated. May I resist a little? But was promptly whisked away. Tang Jing personally ushered Shen Chi into the car, closed the door, took his seat, and started the engine in one fluid motion. Meanwhile, in the square of Longhu High School, Song Daqiang and He Xiaochuan strutted forward with an air of arrogance. Even amidst the bustling crowd, their presence was undeniably striking, drawing the attention of passing students. It was no wonder. Their charisma was simply overpowering. He Xiaochuan, especially, resembled a proud rooster, strutting with his head held high, seemingly replacing his eyes with his nostrils, as if to declare his superiority. One student recognized He Xiaochuan and exclaimed, oh my, look, isn't that He Xiaochuan from Yunhai High School? Who? Are you serious? He has been making waves lately. It's all the talk in every group. He is the one who achieved a silver rating in the trial. A silver rating? 100,000 trial points? Wow. He Xiaochuan, without a hint of modesty, cast a sidelong glance at the students whispering about him, letting out a derisive snort. The disdain in his gaze was unmistakable. The boy who met his gaze felt a chill. It was as if He Xiaochuan was scrutinizing him with his nostrils. Oh, that's just how the great ones are. It's only natural to have a bit of a personality, another boy remarked, still displeased. But what is he doing here at Longhu High? It feels like he's here to stir up trouble. Shoo, keep it down. Is he really that brazen? Coming onto our turf? Alas, what can we do? Our Longhu High lacks any big shots this year to contend with him. Even Wu Ziqing can't measure up? Well, a bronze rating of 90,000 points pales in comparison to a silver rating of 100,000. Such a pity. If only our school could produce a powerhouse. Indeed, these so-called prodigies have such an inflated sense of superiority. He Xiaochuan overheard their words but remained indifferent, letting out another scoff as he continued to stride forward. His expression one of utter contempt, as if to say, trash, all of it. The students from Longhu High, witnessing this, felt their teeth grind in frustration, their fists involuntarily clenching, yet they were powerless to act. Meanwhile, Tang Jing and Shen Chi were en route to the principal's office. Tang Jing occasionally cast sidelong glances at Shen Chi, hesitating to speak, only to turn his head away. Sensing Tang Jing's gaze lingering on him, Shen Chi mustered the courage to ask politely, Director Tang, is there something you wish to discuss? Tang Jing hesitated for a moment before bluntly stating, Shen Chi, tell me, what was your performance in the novice trial? Understanding dawned on Shen Chi. This was the matter at hand. He responded evasively, Director Tang, won't the school receive an official document from the education center? Each student's performance should be recorded, shouldn't it? Tang Jing faltered. That document hasn't arrived yet. The academic office informed me it would take another half hour. I wanted to gather some preliminary information from you. Shen Chi cleared his throat, Director Tang. Even if I told you the truth, you wouldn't believe me. I have no way to prove it to you. Perhaps it would be best to wait for the official document from the school? Upon hearing Shen Chi's words, coupled with his knowledge of Shen Chi's character, Tang Jing began to understand. He laughed heartily, patting Shen Chi on the shoulder. You rascal, it seems you have truly achieved something remarkable this time. Come, let us go to the principal and take credit. Before long, the two arrived at the teaching building, standing before the principal's office. Tang Jing straightened his front and knocked solemnly on the door. After a brief moment, the door swung open to reveal Vice Principal Pang Su. Both Tang Jing and Pang Su paused, momentarily taken aback upon recognizing one another. Pang Su remarked in surprise, "Director Tang? Is it you?" He pondered internally, Why isn't it Song Daqiang and the others? They should have arrived by now. Tang Jing smiled. "Vice Principal Pang, what brings you here?" "I came to see the principal." A calm voice emanated from within. "Director Tang, please come in." Pang Su, Tang Jing, and Shen Chi entered the office together. Upon seeing Shen Chi, Principal Lu Chang'an paused momentarily. "And who might this student be?" "Shen Chi?" Pang Su discreetly scrutinized Shen Chi, furrowing his brow. Internally, he mused. Why has Tang Jing brought Shen Chi here at this time? Could it be related to the previous matter concerning the graduate support quota? A somewhat peculiar expression crossed Pang Su's face. Could it be that Tang Jing believes the rumors circulating among the students? Does he truly think Shen Chi is that dark horse? Tang Jing, growing impatient, stated, "Principal, I have something to report." At that moment, a series of knocks echoed at the door once more, interrupting Tang Jing. Pang Su stood up first to answer the door. Upon opening it, in walked Song Daqiang and He Xiaochuan, striding in confidently. Simultaneously, Song Daqiang's boisterous voice rang out. "Oh, Principal Lu, it seems quite lively in here." The office, not particularly spacious to begin with, suddenly felt crowded. A whiff of tension filled the air. Chapter 84. First place, Shen Chi. Song Daqiang and his companion entered boldly, as if returning to their own home. Shen Chi and Tang Jing stood to the side, appearing almost as mere background figures. As He Xiaochuan passed by Shen Chi, he cast a glance in his direction, but without bothering to take a proper look at Shen Chi's features, quickly averted his gaze, lifting his head even higher, as if to poke his nostrils into the ceiling. Since achieving a silver rating in the novice trial, He Xiaochuan had been exalted by countless admirers. He accepted the accolades and flattery as his due. In his eyes, all others were equal, mere garbage. If I can earn 100,000 trial points for a silver rating, why shouldn't I consider myself above others? This was the mindset that governed He Xiaochuan. In the eyes of him, or perhaps many others, achieving 100,000 points to secure the first place in this year's novice trial citywide, or even provincially, seemed almost a foregone conclusion. Even a few years prior, not a single silver rating could be found. Regardless of whether individuals admired or detested him, all acknowledged his entitlement to pride. Thus, Shen Chi, standing in the periphery with an already diminished presence, was further overlooked by He Xiaochuan. Without needing to think, He Xiaochuan was certain that Shen Chi was fervently observing him. What occupied Shen Chi's mind was likely akin to his peers, envy, jealousy, and questioning the heavens about their perceived unfairness, wondering why it wasn't themselves who had achieved such heights. Such thoughts were trivial. However, he underestimated the situation. Shen Chi was hardly concerned with him. In Shen Chi's eyes, He Xiaochuan's significance paled in comparison to the importance of dinner that evening. Principal Lu Chang'an certainly noticed them. Yet his gaze remained fixated on his phone. The screen displayed a WeChat window. "Principal Lu, the statistics for the city's points ranking have been completed. A formal notification will be issued shortly." Lu Chang'an felt a measure of reassurance, having received a hint from the education center, and subsequently directed his attention toward the two visitors, Song Daqiang and He Xiaochuan. Both parties had come prepared, the air thick with unspoken tension. As He Xiaochuan and Song Daqiang approached the principal's desk, He Xiaochuan crossed his arms defiantly, exuding an air of superiority. Vice Principal Pang Su, witnessing his blatant arrogance, felt a surge of displeasure. This insolent child exhibited a complete lack of manners. Song Daqiang, with a beaming smile, addressed Principal Longgao, yet his tone held no semblance of respect. "Principal Lu, I hope all is well. Your school seems to be thriving, doesn't it?" "Ugh, how insipid." Pang Su scolded silently. Lu Chang'an merely lifted an eyebrow, his smile lacking warmth. "Thank you for your concern, Vice Principal Song. Our school is doing sufficiently well, though we cannot compare to your Yunhai. This year's trials truly showcased an abundance of talent." Song Daqiang cheerfully feigned humility. "Oh, not at all. Our Yunhai has only produced 1 silver rating, 5 bronze ratings, 7 A-grade talents, and about 100 black iron ratings, with a passing rate of 72. It's quite average. Really, not worthy of being called a pool of talent." Pang Su's blood pressure surged as he clenched his fists in frustration. How audacious. Can one be any more ostentatious? Song Daqiang must surely be aware that Longgao had only 3 bronze ratings, 3 A-grade talents, 30 black iron ratings, and a passing rate of 60. Vice Principal Pang raged internally, though his external demeanor remained amiable, even nodding pleasantly when Song Daqiang glanced his way. Principal Lu Chang'an appeared oblivious to Song Daqiang's boastfulness and turned his attention to He Xiaochuan, indicating, "This young lad must be the legendary silver-rated student, He Xiaochuan." Song Daqiang immediately took it upon himself to introduce He Xiaochuan with the enthusiasm of a proud parent. "Ah, merely a silver rating, nothing extraordinary. Certainly not comparable to the prodigies from top national institutions. He is merely decent by our Longhu's standards." Turning to He Xiaochuan, he gently urged, "Xiaochuan, do introduce yourself to Principal Lu." He Xiaochuan remained unmoved, arms crossed defiantly, tilting his head with an air of disdain. and spoke the following words that were nothing short of shocking. Principal Lu, I find the honor plaque at the entrance of your Longhu High School to be quite appealing. Our Yunzhong would like one as well. Silence. The entire room fell into an oppressive quiet. Even Pang Su was momentarily stunned, forgetting to voice his exasperation. It was evident that the entire city had granted but one prestigious high school designation, clearly indicating a direct challenge against Longgao, with no regard for decorum. Song Daqiang, as if just realizing he Xiaochuan had misspoken, hastily waved his hands and forced a smile. Ha! The child lacks understanding, merely jesting. He speaks without a filter. Principal, please forgive him. The atmosphere transformed into palpable awkwardness, akin to a comedy duo with one playing the villain and the other the fool. Lu Chang'an maintained an unruffled demeanor. Inscrutable as ever. No worries. I believe that he Xiaochuan is simply being genuine, without any ill intent. He shifted his tone. However, while Yunhai High School has indeed flourished, the city's prestigious plaque has adorned our Longgao's entrance for quite some time. Removing it abruptly would be rather unseemly. The implication was clear. Yunhai High School was not yet worthy of contesting Longgao for such an honor. Song Daqiang, an old fox in his own right, discerned the underlying message, and a flicker of displeasure crossed his features. Internally, he mused, how eloquently you speak. Yet your Longgao has been overshadowed by our Yunzhong for 3 consecutive years. What do you hope to contest with this year? Externally, however, he smiled broadly. Indeed, Principal, you speak wisely. Nevertheless, the progress our Yunzhong has made in recent years is evident to all. And I am confident that the officials will thoroughly evaluate whether we are deserving of the city's prestigious honor. At this juncture, the conversation had reached an impasse. Lu Chang'an, disinterested in further dialogue, lapsed into silence. He lowered his gaze, resting his hand on the edge of the desk, his fingers rhythmically tapping the surface. A fleeting glance at his phone revealed a message notification illuminating the screen. He waited in stillness. Song Daqiang, believing Lu Chang'an had run out of words, smugly assumed victory. Relishing the moment, he narrowed his eyes, casting a condescending stare at Lu Chang'an. Having achieved his objective for the day, he prepared to take his leave. Upon his return, he would instruct the Yunhai Public Relations Department to prepare press releases, contact major media outlets in Longhu City, fiercely malign and undermine Longgao while extolling Yunhai, thus setting the stage for Yunhai's inevitable claim to the city's prestigious honor. However, before he could utter a word, Lu Chang'an noticed the screen of his phone flicker to life. His brows lifted slightly as he swiftly picked up the device. The lock screen displaying a WeChat message titled, Notification regarding the rankings for the citywide novice trial. Simultaneously, Song Daqiang, Pang Su, and Tang Jing received the information as well. It was evident that this document had been sent en masse to the city's senior educators. Song Daqiang uttered a casual exclamation. Curiosity piqued as he retrieved his phone, opened WeChat, and accessed the document. In the next moment, his expression froze in disbelief. His fingers clenched tightly around the edge of the phone. His eyes fixated on the screen as if witnessing the impossible. All his arrogance and smugness crumbled into dust, leaving only a desolate void. Every flicker of emotion on his face was meticulously noted by Lu Chang'an. Lu Chang'an narrowed his eyes, though he had yet to read the document. Song Daqiang's reaction hinted at something significant. It appeared the information from the education center was indeed credible. Longgao High School had, this year, produced a genuine prodigy capable of overshadowing the silver-rated student from Yunhai. Could it be a gold rating? Yet, who was this exceptional talent? Suhi? Wu Zicheng? Lu Qingwei? His spirits lifted unexpectedly as he calmly picked up his phone and delved into the document. Then, he beheld the first line of the table, Longhu City Novice Trial Points Ranking. First place, Shen Chi, Longhu High School, points, 1, 054, 739, diamond rating. Remark, National Novice King. In the next instant, Lu Chang'an's face mirrored that of Song Daqiang, frozen in a look of utter shock. Pang Su, observing Lu Chang'an's expression, felt a jolt of anxiety. Just a document. What could possibly be so terrifying? Could the news be false? Was Longgao doomed this year? His curiosity was ignited, and with a sense of trepidation, he reached for his phone to investigate further. Then, the third expression, akin to seeing a ghost, appeared. Chapter 85, The Office. 5 individuals in existential dread. Tang Jing gazed at the identical expressions of the 3 individuals before him, utterly astounded. He forced himself to regain composure, pulled out his phone, and began to peruse the documents. Then, a profound silence enveloped the room. Lu Chang'an, Pang Su, Song Daqiang, and Tang Jing stood frozen like 4 stone statues, unmoving. He Xiaochuan found himself bewildered by the scene unfolding before him, momentarily forgetting his pretense, feeling quite at a loss. In the next instant, Lu, Pang, Song, and Tang all turned their sharp gazes toward the corner where Shen Chi stood. Their penetrating stares seemed as if they could pierce right through him. The emotions conveyed within those glances were unfathomably complex. Shock, stupefaction, confusion, the collapse of their worldview, and a sense of despair and helplessness as if decades of experience had been devoured by a dog. A full 15 minutes passed, Under such intense scrutiny, Shen Chi felt slightly uncomfortable. He poked Tang Jing, who remained petrified beside him, with a finger. Director Tang? Are you all right? Do you need me to call for an ambulance? Clearly, the four remained ensnared in a state of cognitive dissonance, utterly unable to process what had just transpired. Tang Jing stared blankly at Shen Chi, rendered speechless as if struck by aphasia. 1 million trial points. Undead affinity. Diamond grade. Not merely the 300,000 points of the gold rating, nor the 500,000 points of the platinum rating. No, it was a diamond rating. An accolade unheard of before. Furthermore, the newcomer king passed the goddess trial. Each of these achievements felt so alien, entirely outside their realm of experience. Had I unwittingly become a false lord? The esteemed figures present, seasoned veterans of the educational sphere, who had lived for decades, were now questioning their very existence. What was even more terrifying was that all these unprecedented, extraordinary accomplishments stemmed from a single individual, Shen Chi. This undeniable truth left Lu Chang'an, Pang Su, and the others utterly flabbergasted. He was not any of the prodigies they had speculated about, but rather Shen Chi, who had awakened an E-grade undead talent and had been deemed futureless by all of them. When Shen Chi entered the office with Tang Jing, they had scarcely spared him a glance, dismissing him as inconsequential. Yet, here was a true dragon stirring the waters, quietly observing these so-called eminent figures engage in a verbal skirmish. Tang Jing, too, regarded Shen Chi with a gaze filled with complexity. Although he had previously harbored confidence in Shen Chi, he had not anticipated such a display of might. It was as though a nuclear bomb had detonated, leaving the entirety of Longhu City, if not the world, in stunned silence. As for Song Daqiang, his face was ashen, devoid of the previous confidence he once held. He realized he had lost, utterly lost. Yanhai had lost, and lost completely. Observing the attitudes of Lu, Pang, and Tang towards Shen Chi, he understood all too well. The seemingly inconsequential boy standing before them was indeed Shen Chi. Reflecting on He Xiaochuan, who had swaggered about with an air of superiority, Song Daqiang abruptly shut his eyes, too ashamed to face anyone. He Xiaochuan remained in a state of perpetual bewilderment, his gaze darting among the adults. Utterly perplexed by the unfolding events, it seemed they were all looking at the individual in the corner. Finally, he belatedly directed his attention toward Shen Chi, the very person he had previously deemed unworthy of a glance. That was merely a student who had come to handle affairs in the office. What was so remarkable about that? The next moment, his gaze lingered on Shen Chi's face. Then, he froze, his eyes widening in shock. That face was so familiar. Wasn't he this the same Shen Chi from the goddess trial? He Xiaochuan's mind finally clicked into place. Yet, it quickly became paralyzed. He was the only one present who had witnessed the entirety of the goddess trial. Thus his impressions of Shen Chi were far more vivid. During the trial, every action Shen Chi took seemed to grind him, this so-called genius, into the dust. The countless terrifying skeletons trampled every enemy before them. One combat technique unleashed damage in the millions, effortlessly slaying even 5th-tier king-level bosses. The colossal skeletal apparition, spanning the heavens and earth, could annihilate a demon god with a mere flick of its hand. Scenes from the trial replayed in He Xiaochuan's mind, the overwhelming pressure surging through his memories, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. He understood that Shen Chi was an existence he could never hope to catch up to. Now, this legendary figure was standing right beside him, silently watching him posturing. He Xiaochuan found himself unable to maintain his footing, his limbs forgetting their place, nearly collapsing to the ground, his complexion more ghastly than a ghost. In that instant, he became the most discomposed person present. While Lu Chang'an, Pang Su, Song Daqiang, and Tang Jing, as seasoned adults, managed to retain some measure of composure, they were hardly in a better state. The scene, a complete rout, left only Shen Chi standing. Shen Chi, initially ignored, had been quietly observing the verbal exchanges, now felt a tad awkward. Oh, my bad. That evening, the annual summary meeting of Longhu High School was about to commence. The grand auditorium was filled to capacity with graduates and first and second-year students gathered to hear about the experiences from the novice trials. The atmosphere was lively, with spirited youth eagerly anticipating the upcoming event. Familiar peers congregated, gossiping and passing the time until the meeting began. Hey, they're about to announce the results of this year's novice trials, right? Who's the top of our grade? Wu Zicheng, of course. Who else could it be? Indeed, with a bronze rating of 90,000 points, he is among the top 2 in the city. What a pity. If it weren't for that prodigy from Yunzhong with a silver rating of 100,000 points, Wu would have likely been the city champion. By the way, what is the deal with Shen Chi? The rumors are getting more and more convoluted. I can hardly make sense of them. Is there any truth to it? You can't be serious. Those rumors are just nonsense from who knows where. Shen Chi? His previous performance was merely mediocre, after awakening that E-grade undead talent. Didn't he become useless? How could he possibly achieve anything in the novice trials? But wasn't Shen Chi always first in the grade? Is that what you call mediocre? Maybe I misremember it, but that is not important. What matters is that he is just an E-grade undead lord. What can he possibly accomplish? Speaking of which, How did Shen Chi fare in the trials? Did he manage to pass? No idea. It seems no one has seen him. I haven't T either. I hope he doesn't feel too embarrassed to come to school. Oh well, let us not discuss him anymore. I heard that when they announced the outstanding graduates, all the big shots will be on stage. I'm so excited to see the esteemed figures. 10 minutes later, the summary meeting officially commenced. The host took the stage for an introduction, leading into the focal point of the event, the principal's speech. Subsequently, Principal Lu Chang'an ascended the stage. Appearing calm and composed, it was evident that he had barely managed to conceal his near stumble upon taking the stage, quickly regaining his posture with remarkable speed. As Lu Chang'an approached the podium, his steps appeared somewhat unsteady. This was solely due to the lingering shock from Shen Chi's revelation, as he had yet to fully regain his composure. Following the hasty departure of Song Daqiang and He Xiaochuan in a state of disarray earlier that afternoon, they had been compelled to maintain a facade of calmness while immediately attending a series of school meetings. Lu Chang'an cleared his throat a couple of times, swiftly entering the moment, and began to read from his script. Next, let us invite several students to the stage, after which I will formally announce the list of outstanding graduates. The audience erupted into a cacophony of excitement and anticipation. Are the big shots coming up? We can finally see the goddess Lu Qingwei. Hooray! Su He and Wu Ziqing are quite impressive as well. One by one, Wu Ziqing, Lu Qingwei, and Su He emerged from backstage and ascended the platform. However, it seemed that they were not quite in their element. Yet, amidst the cheers from the audience, an unexpected individual also made his way onto the stage. Shen Chi, calmly following the previous three, stepped forward and took his place beside them. The front row of the audience suddenly fell silent. The people in the back sensed something amiss and gradually quieted down as well. Before long, an eerie stillness enveloped the entire auditorium. The first and second year students, unfamiliar with Shen Chi and unaware of the rumors surrounding him, also noticed the peculiar atmosphere. After a brief moment, soft murmurs began to arise among the graduates. Shen Chi? What is going on? Why is he on stage? Isn't he supposed to be an outstanding graduate? Isn't it only those with a bronze rating who can appear? Could he be a cautionary tale? At that moment, some individuals recalled the rumors about Shen Chi, their expressions shifting. Something is off. Very off. Chapter 86, renowned across the world. However, among the audience, a small group exhibited reactions that starkly contrasted with the majority. The hundreds of formally recognized lords who had also passed the trial were well aware of Shen Chi's prowess. Throughout the day, they had described Shen Chi's achievements to various individuals, yet due to the incredibility of his feats, almost no one believed them. They were now too weary to explain further. As they beheld Shen Chi standing on the stage, a subtle excitement began to swell within them. Here he comes. The illustrious Shun is making his entrance. By heavens, Shun, please come and prove them wrong. At that moment, Lu Chang'an glanced over the bustling audience, his emotions complex. He understood the myriad reactions below, having recently experienced something similar himself. Calmly, he accepted the list of outstanding graduates from the host, cleared his throat, and began to read. Next, I shall announce the students from this year's graduating class who have achieved outstanding graduate status. May they spread their wings and soar to great heights, creating new glories in the boundless realms. Student Lu Qingwei achieved a remarkable score of 71,216 in the novice trial and received a bronze rating, ranking 6th in Longhu City. The audience immediately erupted into fervent applause and cheers. Truly the goddess Qingwei, both beautiful and formidable. Yet, Lu Qingwei appeared awkward. Her previous confidence and pride seemingly evaporated. She forced a smile, striving to maintain her composure. Student Su He scored 72,782 in the novice trial, also receiving a bronze rating, ranking 5th in Longhu City. Another round of applause followed. However, Su He bore a sullen expression, resembling a statue, completely devoid of emotion. This detail did not escape the notice of many, heightening the sense of unease. Lu Chang'an continued to announce the next recipient. Student Wu Ziqing scored 95,327 in the novice trial, earning a bronze rating. He placed 3rd in Longhu City. The audience erupted into a frenzy. Clearly, Wu Ziqing was immensely popular among the students. Wu is amazing. So strong. How I wish I could achieve such a score. Yet, why is he only 3rd when it was previously said he would be 2nd? Wu Ziqing merely smiled awkwardly, a fine sheen of sweat forming on his brow, nearly imperceptible if one did not look closely. Amidst the clamor, more and more people began to feel that something was amiss. All 3 scores had been announced, but what about the remaining Shen Chi? Lu Chang'an paused for a moment before continuing. Next is student Shen Chi. The audience gradually fell silent. Eager ears perked up, eyes fixed intently on Shen Chi on stage. Fearful of missing any unfolding events, Lu Chang'an's voice grew increasingly steady, as if his tone bore added solemnity. And he recited Shen Chi's achievements in one breath. Student Shen Chi achieved a staggering score of 1,054,739 in the novice trial. He received a diamond rating personally assessed by the Heavenly Path. He ranks 1st in Longhu City, 1st in Chunan Province, and 1st in the nation. He has earned the title of this year's Rookie King. Boom. The audience, as if struck by a thunderous explosion, found their minds blank after a resounding shock. Then, a terrifying, profound, and unbreakable silence enveloped every corner of the auditorium. Every individual, whether familiar with Shen Chi or not, whether a graduate or not, widened their eyes in disbelief, mouths agape. Each of Shen Chi's achievements struck like a hammer upon their hearts, shattering their long-held beliefs. Some, unable to bear the weight of the revelation, found their breaths ragged, collapsing into their seats under the suffocating pressure. Shen Chi, over 1 million points? A diamond rating? Rookie King? First in Longhu, first in Chunin Province, first nationwide? Were all those rumors true? Without any embellishment or exaggeration, most gazed vacantly, beginning to question their very existence. But could they truly be blamed for their disbelief? How could such an outrageous occurrence transform into reality? All eyes were on Shen Chi, his handsome visage radiating an unshakable calm, magnified to the point of resembling a mountain, suffocating them with its weight. In an instant, Shen Chi transcended from mere gossip to an insurmountable pinnacle in their lives. Why do I feel such discomfort in my heart? How can I accept that he awakened an E-rank undead talent? We are all human. How can the disparity be so vast? Damn it, life is so unfair. Why isn't at me? My family is so wealthy. How can I not surpass Shen Chi? Having wealth is of no use. The atmosphere felt akin to a disaster zone, heavy with tension. However, those lords who were already aware of Shen Chi's true capabilities reacted entirely differently. Oh, Shen Chi is incredible. It's not me, yet why do I feel so elated? What a relief. Shen Chi, you are my brother. The discordant cheers were met with incredulous stares from those nearby. Yet, they were utterly unable to refute them. Had one witnessed such a display of enthusiasm for Shen Chi merely 10 minutes prior, they would have deemed those individuals mad and ridiculed them mercilessly. But now, who dared to utter a word? In truth, Shen Chi's achievements of first in the city, first in the province, and first in the nation had brought unprecedented and terrifying honor to Longgao. From this day forward, Longhu High School shall forge a new chapter in history, and Shen Chi will become a legend, etched into the annals of Longgao. More and more individuals gradually came to accept this reality. Those who could not accept it were left with no choice but to do so. Some began to grasp the significance of this bombshell news regarding Shen Chi. So, this year our school will no longer be overshadowed by Yinhai Middle School? By whom would we be overshadowed? He Xinchuan. A mere silver rating dares to show off before my brother Shen? He isn't even worthy to carry my brother's shoes. Wait, weren't you the one who least believed in Shen Chi? A fickle disposition, are we? No, Shen Chi is my brother, was, is, and will always be. Of course, if Shen Chi wishes to be my adoptive father, that is also acceptable. In the past, I was blind to the grandeur before me, mistaking pearls for mere fish eyes. I was indeed short-sighted. The individuals across from me were left dumbfounded. In another corner, astonishment filled the air. My goodness, the Rookie King has emerged from our humble Longgao. Who would have dared to dream of such a feat? Historically, the Rookie Kings hailed from elite institutions in prosperous coastal provinces. How could it possibly be our turn in this inconspicuous inland city? The most ludicrous aspect was the 1 million points, rumored to be a historical record, a chasm above all predecessors. Not a single past prodigy could compare. Moreover, who could elucidate why a necromancer could be so formidable? Weren't skeletal minions supposed to be fragile? Perhaps it truly reflects the adage, there are no inferior troops, only inadequate leaders. At this moment, the most distressed were undoubtedly Wu Ziqing, Su He, and Lu Qingwei upon the stage. They squirmed uncomfortably, enduring an unbearable tension. Su He wore a sullen expression, avoiding the gaze of anyone around him. He had already been thoroughly disheartened by Shen Chi during the divine trial, and now, even sharing the stage with Shen Chi, he did not dare to look in his direction. Lu Qingwei, however, was anxious to converse with Shen Chi but found no opportunity to do so. The summary meeting concluded dramatically, leaving many immersed in profound shock. From this moment forth, Shen Chi became an undeniable focal point that no one could overlook. As he descended from the stage, he was immediately encircled by a throng, a whirlwind of fervent admiration, eager adulation, and a cascade of praises and astonishment surged towards him. Yet, Shen Chi remained as composed as ever, neither sorrowful nor elated. At this moment, Lu Chang'an's phone was inundated with calls. Countless inquiries flooded in. Eager to ascertain the specifics of the situation, he was overwhelmed, darting about and incessantly instructing various departments to manage different affairs. Clearly, Shen Chi had plummeted into the public consciousness like a bomb into water, creating ripples of unprecedented magnitude. As night deepened, Lu Chang'an arranged for Tang Jing to personally escort Shen Chi home to rest, informing him that several significant figures would be visiting the following day. At this juncture, those wishing to meet Shen Chi formed a queue stretching from the eastern to the western edges of Longhu City. Nonetheless, the school would undoubtedly assign someone to accompany Shen Chi, assisting him with strategies. Additionally, the institution was hastily drafting a special scholarship for Shen Chi, which would be presented alongside the visit. Shen Chi understood that emerging from the novice trial meant he could never return to a tranquil existence. Having someone organize his forthcoming itinerary was quite favorable. Regardless, in just a couple of days, after venturing into the endless lands, he would find solace. However, unbeknownst to Shen Chi, on the very night he succumbed to slumber, he achieved internet fame at a terrifying velocity. Chapter 87. Shen Chi, dominating the internet's trending searches. The fervor surrounding public opinion surged explosively. Various entries related to Shen Chi rapidly ascended the trending charts. These included, but were not limited to, Rookie King, 1 million trial points, divine trial scene, Shen Chi's handsome appearance, where's Longhu City, famous snacks of Longhu City, re-evaluation of the necromancer's growth potential, and typical character analysis of necromancers, social anxiety or aloofness. On the Desai app, likes, shares, and comments on related posts effortlessly surpassed 1 million. Wow. This year's Rookie King is absolutely phenomenal. Every aspect is astounding. I, too, am bouncing off the walls in excitement. I can hardly sleep. 1 million points is utterly ridiculous. What is this diamond rating? Am I missing something? Can the big shots take me along during their evolution? I feel like an amphibian. Goodness. A single person's points equal 100 of mine. How is that even possible? I always said the necromancer class had immense potential. This Shen Chi must have discovered some method to navigate the early struggles of skeletal troops and soar swiftly. I am a devoted necromancer fan. Finally, a necromancer lord has risen. I am moved to tears. In the future, if anyone claims necromancer lords have no future, I will give them a piece of my mind. Where's Longhu City? I've never even heard of it. How do you explain the top institutions and geniuses from the capital and Jiangnan? My child will be participating in the novice trial next year. Is it too late to transfer to Longhu High this year? However, a faction of skeptics chimed in, questioning the authenticity. Are you all really buying this? Unlike me, I understand the situation. Shen Chi, pray tell, which elite family does he belong to? Necromancer class? Ridiculous. Has the level of fabrication sunk so low? Did he transfer from the coast to the inland? Enjoying first-tier resources only to flaunt in a small town? I anticipate a plot twist, at the latest by tomorrow. I'm tired of the annual hype. Every year someone is promoted, and every year someone is deceived. Can't the marketing accounts present some genuine news? 1 million points? A Rookie King from a non-first-tier city? Completing the divine trial? Diamond rating? A necromancer lord? The press releases are identical. Anyone with a brain can tell they've been paid off. Which wealthy heir is Shen Chi? As discussions continued, some astute individuals pointed out, the official reports have already been released. How can you still doubt? If only you would take a moment to click and see. You wouldn't be so out of touch. A plethora of netizens swiftly shared links to various official reports in response. Some people need to refrain from speaking without knowledge. Shen Chi, a native of Longhu, lost both parents, receiving scholarships every year and ranking first in his grade. In what way does this align with your assertions? Consequently, those skeptics quietly deleted their comments, not out of genuine remorse, but simply unable to withstand the backlash from netizens. The entire online uproar was akin to a tempest, reverberating far and wide. Yet, amidst this storm, Shen Chi remained utterly unaffected. The following day, Shen Chi awoke as usual. He stared at the ceiling of his rental room, feeling groggy for a while, only to be startled by the sight of a skeleton standing by his bedside. Goodness, it's haunted, Shen Chi exclaimed, taken aback. The skeleton tilted its head, seemingly forming a question mark. 2 seconds later, Shen Chi regained his senses. Oh, I am a necromancer lord. Then it's nothing to worry about. Rising from his bed, he stood tall. The skeleton before him, the 6-star hero Asin, had already prepared his attire for the day, deftly assisting him in getting dressed. Shen Chi strolled to the bathroom, where the 6-star hero Theodore took up a toothbrush and began assisting him with his dental hygiene. After completing his morning routine, Shen Chi approached the dining table, where the 6-star unit, the vampire count, promptly pulled out a chair for him with a courteous gesture. Upon sitting down, he discovered a warm breakfast laid out, prepared by the 7-star hero Elijah. As he savored his meal, Shen Chi couldn't help but exclaim, this is splendid. What a divine existence. Prior to the day of his Lord awakening, his entire life had begun within these 4 walls. Waking at dawn and toiling late into the night, focusing on his studies while scrambling for every moment to work part-time to support his family, living in extreme frugality. How could he now be blessed with such leisure, waking naturally and being catered to by so many? Well, they weren't human. Furthermore, did the skeleton mix up sugar and salt while cooking? Visitors were not expected until 10 o'clock, and with time on his hands, Shen Chi decided to take a stroll for relaxation. To prevent his skeletons from startling passersby, he instructed them to return to the ancient battlefield through the item Journey of the Dead. After wandering around a nearby park, he returned to his apartment complex, where he encountered Aunt Shun, who lived downstairs. She called out to him. Little Chi, it's been a while. How have you been at school? Shen Chi replied with a charming smile. Auntie, I'm doing quite well. Aunt Shun approached and took his hands, expressing her concern. I have heard that you graduates have recently undergone that initiation trial for novices. How did it go? Were you successful? My square dance partner mentioned that the examination is rather challenging, reliant on both talent and luck. However, even if one does not perform well, There are still numerous job opportunities in today's society. A warm current seemed to flow through Shen Chi's heart. He gently patted Aunt Chen's hand and smiled, saying, "Aunt, do not worry, I passed." Aunt Chen replied, "That is wonderful. Ever since your parents departed, you have been quite alone these past few years. I feared you might not be happy. In this world, aside from a small fraction of individuals who awaken as lords at the age of 18 and are able to venture into the endless realms, the rest lead ordinary lives." Since his arrival in this new world, Aunt Chen, who lives downstairs, has been one of the few who consistently shows him warmth and care, often bringing him a bowl of wontons or a bag of eggs, inquiring after his well-being. At that moment, another woman and a middle-aged man approached. The woman, spotting Shen Chi from a distance, squinted her eyes as if she had discovered something extraordinary, raising her voice in surprise. "Oh, isn't that Shen Chi? You haven't been home for several days. Where have you been? Shouldn't you all be taking the Lord examination at this hour? If you were so idle, surely you didn't skip it? If you can't pass, you might as well not attend at all. You can't just wander about aimlessly. It's high time you found a proper job. If not, I could introduce you to some work at a factory." Shen Chi's expression immediately turned frostier. He regarded the two individuals approaching him with indifference. In this world, just as there are those like Aunt Chen who care for him, there are also those who treat him with disdain. For instance, there are Zhou Dalian and Li Dushing, who reside next door. Such is the stark reality of existence. Aunt Chen cast an unpleased glance in their direction, exclaiming, "Zhou Dalian, must you always speak so thoughtlessly? Would it kill you to say less?" Zhou Dalian retorted, "What's wrong? Did I say something incorrect? If one cannot pass, they must find work themselves." She nudged the middle-aged man beside her with her elbow, adding, "Old Li, speak up. Our son is studying in the provincial capital. Didn't he take the exam this year? Just yesterday. He informed me via WeChat that he awakened some C-level talent, passed the novice trial, and is already in discussions for a contract with a major guild. Isn't that impressive? We need not worry about his employment." Li Dushing cast a sidelong glance at Shen Chi before smiling, as if trying to be understanding, and said, Yes, that's all well and good. But really, it's better to refrain from speaking too much in front of young Shen. It might undermine his confidence." He then looked at Shen Chi, his eyes filled with condescension, and continued in a tone of a seasoned elder, "Young Shen, if you find yourself unable to secure a job and do not wish to work in a factory, you could always come help out at my shop. I could offer you 50 a day, including lunch. While it may not be much, at least you would be sustaining yourself. Once you leave school, you are no longer a student. You must learn to think for yourself, right?" His demeanor suggested he was being exceptionally considerate. Shen Chi rolled his eyes in response. Previously, Zhou Dalian and Li Dushing's son, Li Feng, had been a fellow student at Longhu High School, even in the same grade. 3 years ago, before Shen Chi's arrival in this world, the original owner of his body had mediocre grades, often overshadowed by Li Feng. The Li family would frequently flaunt their superiority at Shen Chi's doorstep. However, since Shen Chi's arrival, his grades had soared, ultimately surpassing Li Feng in no time. Enraged, the Li family had transferred Li Feng to study in the provincial capital. Since then, they had taken to sneering at Shen Chi whenever they met, and he had never returned the favor with kindness. Just as Shen Chi was about to respond, Aunt Chen stepped forward first, pointing at Zhou Dalian with a furrowed brow. "You two old hags should go back to the village and shovel dung if you have nothing better to do. Always belittling a child. The good karma your ancestors accumulated has been squandered by you both. You are both old enough to be buried, yet you cannot bear to see a young man thrive. Do you not feel any shame?" Shen Chi thought to himself. It turns out that the usually gentle and warm-hearted Aunt Chen possesses such fierce combativeness. He couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Zhou Dalian and Li Dushing were momentarily stunned, taken aback and silent, before erupting in indignation. "Hey, Shen Yufeng, I was speaking to Shen Chi. What gives you the right to interrupt? You pretend to be so kind, yet your mouth is so foul. I can only imagine what filth resides in your heart." She then turned her glare towards Shen Chi. "And you, young Shen, associating with this madwoman. It's no wonder you amount to nothing." It seemed she only realized how harsh her words were after they left her lips, but her moment of guilt was fleeting, and she resumed her defiant posture as if she had done nothing wrong. Aunt Chen's expression darkened, and she was about to retaliate when Shen Chi gently held her back. He was uninterested in further engaging with the Li family's antics. With a cold gaze and a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, he responded languidly, "Aunt Zhou, I would much prefer my associations to yours. No matter how successful I become, I would never spend my earnings on you. Uncle Li, the job you mentioned sounds quite good. If your son Feng fails to secure a contract with the guild, he could always come back to gain some experience with you. Surely he would find success in the future." Li Dushing and Zhou Dalian's faces darkened immediately, their expressions souring. Before they could respond, a sudden commotion erupted at the entrance of the community. Amidst the rumble of engines, 3 or 4 luxury cars approached and came to a halt outside the complex. Zhou Dalian and Li Dushing's attention was instantly captured. Soon after, assistants emerged from each vehicle, opening the doors, and moments later, several elegantly dressed individuals disembarked. There were at least 5 or 6 of them, exuding an imposing presence that suggested they were of considerable importance. Each person exuded a calm demeanor, their expressions aloof, radiating an aura of superiority that transcended monetary value. Zhou Dalian's eyes sparkled with excitement, her aspirations soaring. If our phone can one day afford a car like that, it would be a significant source of pride for me. And look at these distinguished figures. Others would surely bow and scrape before them, as they would never deign to acknowledge anyone else. Li Desheng's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. So many prominent figures are coming to our community? We reside in a dilapidated area. Who knew it harbored such influential individuals? Zhou Dalian, brimming with envy, chimed in. Our community consists of just a few households. Who among us possesses such clout to attract so many esteemed guests? At that moment, Zhou Dalian's gaze caught sight of Shen Chi standing nearby, and her eyes narrowed, filled with contempt as she thought to herself, Humph, with your demeanor, you have surely never encountered such grandeur. You will likely never even brush against the hem of a notable figure's garment. Unlike my son Feng, who will casually experience such occasions once he signs with a major guild. As the commotion drew more onlookers to the vicinity, many marveled at the luxurious display. Among the individuals disembarking from the vehicles were the principal of Longhu High School, Lu Chang'an, and the head of the grade, Tang Jing. Initially wearing stern expressions, they spotted Shen Chi from afar and quickly approached him with eager strides. Under the puzzled gazes of Zhou Dalian and Li Desheng, they reached Shen Chi and immediately broke into wide smiles. Shen Chi, what a coincidence. We were just looking for you. How did you rest last night? Zhou Dalian and Li Desheng stood frozen in disbelief, questioning whether they had misheard. Are all these prominent figures here to see Shen Chi? Just for him alone? Li Desheng stared incredulously at Shen Chi, his eyes trembling as his mind raced with possibilities. Could Shen Chi be a distant relative of some prominent figure? Otherwise, what could explain this? Several individuals dressed in formal attire descended from the vehicle and approached Lu Chang'an, all regarding Shen Chi with amicable expressions. Lu Chang'an, completely disregarding the two members of the Li family standing nearby, warmly introduced Shen Chi. Shen Chi, allow me to present these esteemed individuals. This is Vice Mayor Zheng of Longhu City. This is Deputy Director Wang from the Education Center. This is the President of the Excellent Steel Association. And this is the Deputy General Manager of the Leap Group from the provincial capital. Shen Chi reciprocated with appropriate smiles and greetings, exuding an air of composure and respect, yet devoid of the subservient demeanor typical of those in lower positions addressing their superiors. In an instant, Zhou Dalian, Li Desheng, and Chun Yufeng were left astounded. Vice Mayor Zheng remarked, young Shun may be of tender age, yet he possesses an extraordinary presence. Who would have anticipated that Longhu City would produce a student who ranks first in the province and even nationally, achieving a historic milestone? The deputy director of the Longhu City Education Center added, Student Shun is our pride, a beacon of glory for Longhu and Chunan. The president of the Excellent Steel Association declared, Student Shin is destined to accomplish feats that will resonate throughout history. We are truly honored to witness the brilliance of this emerging talent. The deputy general manager of the Leap Group stated, Student Shin epitomizes the ideals of talent we seek. Missing out on him would be a significant loss for our group. Zhou Dalian was in a state of shock, pondering, is this truly the extent of the praise? Wait, the vice mayor of Longhu? The prestigious Excellent Steel Association, among the top 3 in the entire city? The Leap Group, which oversees a significant portion of Chunan province's industries. Aren't these figures only seen on television? To Zhou Dalian and Li Desheng, these once unreachable dignitaries were now fervently showering Shen Chi with an unprecedented stream of compliments, praising him as unparalleled across all of history, solely directed at Shen Chi. Zhou Dalian and Li Desheng felt as if their brains had frozen, unable to process the reality unfolding before them. After what felt like an eternity, they finally comprehended the situation. These illustrious figures had indeed come here for Shen Chi. Moreover, it was solely due to Shen Chi's own accomplishments. Shen Chi had achieved the first rank in his grade, first in the city, first in the province, and had set a historical record in this year's novice trials. Their minds seemed to resonate with a low hum, leaving them in a state of blankness. Shen Chi is this impressive? Wasn't he merely someone who had performed slightly better academically in the past? Zhou Dalian and Li Desheng were utterly dumbfounded. Chun Yufeng, equally astonished, had merely hoped Shen Chi would pass the notoriously difficult examination. She never anticipated that he would excel to such an extent, achieving so many firsts. He had indeed brought honor to his family, and for his relatives who had passed away, they would surely feel a sense of pride. A circle of onlookers paused to witness a gathering of influential figures surrounding a high school-looking boy, expressing enthusiasm as if the student held the highest status among them, eliciting gasps of surprise. Lu Chang'an smiled at Shen Chi and suggested, Shun, shall we retire indoors for a more thorough discussion? Shen Chi nodded in agreement with a smile. Very well, everyone, please follow me. The modest rental apartment quickly filled with notable figures from various sectors of Longhu. Surprisingly, these dignitaries did not appear at all apprehensive. Tang Jing promptly took the initiative to serve Shen Chi's guests, offering everyone a glass of water. Then, the main topic was broached. The focus was primarily on Shen Chi's extraordinary and dazzling achievements. apart from the education center, which had come purely to congratulate and express their appreciation for local talent. Various major institutions and groups were extending olive branches. Eager to forge connections with Shen Chi, they were capitalizing on the opportunity presented by Shen Chi's presence in Longhu City, as future chances to meet him might be scarce. After all, Shen Chi's fame was spreading nationwide and even globally, with Lu Chang'an, the savvy old fox, facilitating negotiations. Shen Chi found the process relatively effortless. Each representative of these powerful entities brought substantial gifts, with every offering easily worth a small fortune. However, it was clear that their intentions revolved around mutual benefit. The families wished for Shen Chi to join them as an honored guest, while the corporations sought to establish long-term talent development agreements. Some even presented pre-printed long-term contracts, demonstrating their willingness to invest resources in Shen Chi's growth, merely stipulating how he should proceed in the future, an overt attempt to secure his allegiance before his value skyrocketed. Nevertheless, with Lu Chang'an's shrewd oversight, all long-term agreements were declined, leaving only some inconsequential promises. Yet, the majority of the gifts remained. Shen Chi glanced at the offerings and recognized their inherent value. The representatives were pleased to part with these gifts, hoping to leave a positive impression and earn a modicum of favor in Shen Chi's eyes. As everyone rose to depart, the atmosphere was filled with warmth and exuberant praise for Shen Chi. In this jovial ambience, the dignitaries took their leave. After escorting them downstairs, Shen Chi turned to ascend again, only to spot Li Dushing and his wife waiting expectantly at the stairwell. They hurriedly approached him. Shun, Aunt Jo hasn't been very attentive to you in the past. Please don't take it to heart. Li Dushing quickly added, Yes, Shun. Do come by Uncle's place more often. If you need anything, just let me know. They reached out, attempting to grasp the sleeve of Shen Chi's clothing. However, just as their hands were about to touch his garments, Shen Chi nimbly evaded them with astonishing speed, darting up the stairs as if propelled by some unseen force, leaving them with bewildered expressions. 100 points in agility were not without merit. Dismissing the distractions, Shen Chi entered his room and closed the door. Then, he began to evaluate the gifts. First, there was a spacious apartment in Jiangxing District, Longhu City, ostensibly a gesture of support for talented individuals. He could move in within a few days. Jiangxing appeared to be the most prosperous area in Longhu, boasting numerous upscale residential complexes and villa clusters. Next was a sports car, likely valued in the high seven figures. Additionally, there was a shopping gift card from a large supermarket, which belonged to a subsidiary of the Leap Group. Finally, there were various monetary awards categorized under talent support, sufficient to sustain his lifestyle for 2 to 3 centuries. Given Shen Chi's spending habits during high school, while these items held immense significance for an ordinary person, they were not of paramount importance to someone who had entered the extraordinary realm. Thus, the main event was yet to unfold. 50,000 spirit crystals, 1 essence crystal fragment, a 4th-tier necromancer barracks, featuring the specific 4th-tier necromancer unit, skeleton mage, 1 skill refinement stone, 1 level 1 skill breakthrough scroll, a silver grade territory construction resource pack, a silver grade lord exclusive equipment set, comprising leg armor, chest armor, and gauntlets. Unidentified materials, noted in fine print. Preliminary estimated value at a grade A auction house as having an 83 probability of being of gold grade. Upon seeing this assortment of items, Shen Chi's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. There were indeed a plethora of remarkable treasures. It was evident that these powerful entities had invested considerable thought into their offerings. First and foremost, the 50,000 spirit crystals were immensely useful. As he prepared to officially establish his territory, there would be numerous expenditures requiring spirit crystals, especially in higher-tier territories where costs escalated. It could be said that spirit crystals were always in demand. More was always better. Next, the essence crystal fragment was simply outrageous. Essence crystals were used to recruit high-tier heroes, and any single piece that entered the market could fetch an exorbitant price. 10 essence crystal fragments could be combined to form 1 essence crystal. Thus, even a single fragment was of immense value. Essence crystal fragments need not be used personally. They could be collected as bargaining chips or equivalents. Presenting an essence crystal fragment as a gift demonstrated the Leap Group's genuine sincerity. Shen Chi then turned his attention to the next item, the 4th-tier necromancer barracks. Moreover, it has been explicitly indicated that the 4th-tier undead unit that can be summoned is the skeleton mage. Shen Chi's heart immediately raced with excitement, his joy evident on his face. These formidable factions, aware of Shen Chi's status as a necromancer lord, had taken the initiative to bestow upon him a classic unit of the undead. The skeleton mage is both a popular and iconic unit within the realm of necromancy. Unlike the 3rd-tier undead mage that Shen Chi previously transformed through necromantic reincarnation, the skeleton mage is a quintessential undead unit, endowed with 3 fixed skills: skeleton summoning, lifelink, and chain corpse explosion. The skeleton summoning skill enables the mage to conjure a horde of skeletons to fight on his behalf. Lifelink allows for a shared life pool with other skeleton mages on the battlefield, enabling them to collectively withstand damage. Chain corpse explosion can detonate the bodies of fallen enemies and trigger a cascading chain reaction of explosions among other corpses. For a necromancer lord, the skeleton mage is undoubtedly a formidable unit, capable of summoning skeletons to battle much like the lord himself, without occupying the lord's unit slots. Under Shen Chi's command, the potential of the skeleton mage is significantly amplified. After all, he possesses a 6-star mage hero, providing an extraordinary enhancement to all magic units under his command. With rapid mental recovery and immunity to light-based countermeasures, Shen Chi is thoroughly pleased. Next, he discovered the Skill Refinement Stone. This item had eluded him even during the Novice trials. The Skill Refinement Stone, colloquially known as the Slot Expansion Stone, serves the purpose of expanding the skill slots of units and heroes. The number of skills a unit or hero can learn is inherently limited. This learning encompasses skills acquired through leveling up and those learned via skill books. The number of skills varies according to the tier of the unit. First-tier units typically possess 3 skill slots, while third-tier units have 5, fourth-tier units boast 6. Fifth-tier units can access 8, sixth-tier units have 10, and seventh-tier units can utilize 14. Utilizing one stone can expand one slot. Naturally, investing in skills for lower-tier units is often unnecessary. Generally, low-tier units suffice with 1 or 2 skills learned through leveling up. For weak lords, nurturing a skill tree is beyond their means. Conversely, for powerful lords, low-tier units serve merely as transitional assets, rendering their cultivation unnecessary. Thus, skill refinement stones are primarily employed to enhance heroes. The cultivation path for heroes mirrors that of the lord, focusing on individual enhancement. Attributes, equipment, talents, and skills all bear striking similarities to those of the lord. Once nurtured, heroes provide substantial returns to their lords. Therefore, resources such as skill books, skill breakthrough scrolls, and skill refinement stones are prioritized for heroes. Coincidentally, the skill count for the skeleton general Asin is nearly maxed out, making the skill refinement stone quite significant. Shen Chi continued his inventory assessment. Next, he unearthed a silver-tier territory construction resource package. Entering the Endless Realm incurs tremendous consumption of various resources in the early stages, making this resource package a particularly substantial boon. It includes vast reserves of wood, stone, minerals, and water, with the quantity of the silver resource package being immense, counted in the thousands. Additionally, there is a set of 3 pieces of exclusive silver-tier armor for lords. Currently, Shen Chi is clad in bronze armor, primarily relying on the skeletal armor of the wailing spirits for combat. However, upon examining each piece of silver armor, he noted that collectively they added over 3,000 to his defense. With his existing defense, he now surpasses 7,000. Even if his defense were breached, he would still possess 5,000 health. For a level 36 High Lord, this figure is undeniably impressive. Finally, Shen Chi's gaze fell upon an unidentified material. It was an irregular mineral encased in a layer of gray mud. Preliminary identification from the auction house suggested an 83% probability of it being a gold-tier material. In the market, there frequently circulate unidentified material blocks. Following formal identification by an appraisal institution, there is a chance of uncovering high-quality materials. Some resource-scarce lords find these unidentified materials appealing, viewing them as a gamble. A success could transform their fortunes, while failure yields no significant loss. Naturally, those with initial high-value estimates for unidentified materials typically do not enter the market, but are instead collected by discerning connoisseurs or given as gifts of goodwill. These powerful factions have generously gifted him a piece of material with an initial identification probability of 83 for being gold tier. How magnanimous. Yet, despite the stated probability of 83, it does not guarantee the emergence of a gold tier material. A significant element of chance remains. Otherwise, such items would not be given as tokens of goodwill. Nonetheless, no one would declare themselves lacking when it comes to gold tier resources. If indeed a gold tier item were to materialize, it would be a windfall. Even if it proves useless to him, he could sell it at a high price at the auction house, pawn shop, or alchemist institution. There is simply no time to dedicate to identifying this item now. That can wait for later. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Shen Chi's mind. Perhaps the analysis device in the ancient alchemist's garden could prove useful. Half an hour later, Shen Chi reclined on a small sofa, leisurely awaiting developments. After a while, the lantern of the journey of the undead, resting on the glass table, emitted a layer of purple luminescence. A small vortex swiftly manifested in the center of the living room. Then, Asin's figure gradually emerged from the vortex, cradling an object in his hands. My lord, the analysis has been completed. Shen Chi's heart soared with joy as he hastily stood to receive the item from Asin's hands. Moments earlier, he had instructed Asin to enter the ancient battlefield with the unidentified material and subsequently enter the ancient alchemist's garden to utilize the analysis device for the material's assessment. It appeared that this gold-tier material had been successfully analyzed. Shen Chi's gaze sharpened as an item panel materialized above the material. Deep Space Crystal. Gold tier. An elemental crystal that fell from the depths of the sky, birthed under the relentless pressure of spatial rifts. After examining it closely, He found it lacked any remarkable characteristics. Dismissing it, he decided to set it aside for future consideration, as it was, after all, a gold-tier material and might fetch a good price. At that moment, a faint mental link resonated in Shen Chi's mind. It was from the skeleton weapon expert. After absorbing the information relayed through the mental link, Shen Chi's eyes brightened. This can also be done. Let's proceed. Chapter 91. Can we still be friends? The following day, in the living room. Hey, over there. Yes, that spot. Perfect, thank you. Also, could you sweep the dust and hair from under the sofa? Much appreciated. Please wash all the dishes in the cabinet. I know it's tedious. Shen Chi lounged on the sofa, casually directing the skeletons around the room to clean. He then stretched lazily and sighed. After working for half a day, it truly is exhausting. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Shen Chi promptly pointed at a nearby skeleton. Could you go fetch the takeout for me? Thanks a lot. Oh, and remember to be friendly and smile. We don't want to frighten the delivery guy. The skeleton turned and hurriedly made its way to the door. Shen Chi faintly heard the delivery guy scream from outside. After a brief moment, the skeleton returned, leading the delivery with it. Shen Chi nonchalantly accepted the Huangmin chicken rice. Moments later, as he picked up a piece of chicken, his gaze nervously fixated on the skeleton weapon expert standing nearby, the only skeleton that had not participated in the cleaning. There he stood silently, magically levitating a smooth stone in his hand. Beside the stone hovered a much smaller crystal. A delicate intertwining of luminous threads danced between the stone and the crystal as they began to merge. At present, the skeletal weapon expert is diligently engaged in the intricate task of mending the dimensional stone using deep space mystic crystal. Just yesterday, when Shen Chi contemplated discarding the deep space mystic crystal, which he had analyzed but found of no apparent use, the skeletal weapon expert alerted him to the potential of a new skill that could attempt to repair the dimensional stone. Moreover, the deep space mystic crystal was ideally suited as a material for this restoration. How fortuitous. Shen Chi was elated. Although he had primarily allocated his experience points to upgrade the Genuine Legion and the Mage Legion, he had not neglected to elevate the skeletal weapon expert's level. After all, the skeletal weapon expert was instrumental in the mass replication of weapons for Legion members. Gazing at the weapon expert's panel, Shen Chi noted, skeletal weapon expert. Type, undead. Level, 29. Grade, 3rd tier. Health, 870. Agility, 60. Spirit, 406. Skill 1, reverse analysis, LV2. Deconstructs weapons into blueprints and optimizes material ratios. The higher the weapon's level, the greater the difficulty of analysis, with failures resulting in a cooldown period. Spirit cost, 34. Cooldown, 3 hours. Skill 2, forging, LV2. Repairs and modifies weapons with a chance to enhance skills or add new attributes. The higher the weapon's level, the more challenging the modification, with failures resulting in a cooldown period. Spirit cost, 35. Cooldown, 5 hours. Skill 3, professional repair, LV2. Inspects damaged items and generates repair plans utilizing repair materials. The higher the item's level, the more difficult the repair, with failures resulting in a cooldown period. Spirit cost, 42. Cooldown, 7 hours. At that moment, the skeletal weapon expert was undertaking the third attempt to repair the dimensional stone. Since yesterday, the expert had endeavored to mend the stone, but the previous 2 attempts had ended in failure. After all, a golden grade item posed considerable challenges for the weapon expert. Each failure necessitated a 7-hour cooldown period. Now, he was engaged in a third repair attempt. Tomorrow marked the official day for the Lord's journey to the official teleportation port, where they would collectively enter the Endless Lands. Thus, Shen Chi had directed the weapon expert to focus on mending the dimensional stone over these past 2 days. A golden grade interdimensional teleportation item was far too precious. In critical moments, it could even serve as a means of survival. Buzz. Finally, moments later, the dimensional stone in the skeletal weapon expert's grasp radiated a blinding white light. The deep space mystic crystal had successfully fused with the dimensional stone. Ding. You have successfully repaired the dimensional stone. Would you like to view it? Shen Chi's heart leaped with joy. Finally. Yes. Swish. An item information panel materialized before him. Small dimensional stone. Golden grade. Can execute interdimensional teleportation on a single target. Requires a spatial anchoring foundation to establish teleportation coordinates. Attempting to activate the dimensional stone without an anchoring foundation will result in a random teleportation in an unspecified direction and distance. Activation of the dimensional stone requires 10 seconds. Uses remaining. 2. After perusing the item description, Shen Chi fell into contemplation. Activating the dimensional stone necessitated a spatial anchoring foundation. That item had likely been damaged and vanished along with the dimensional stone during the ambush by the adept in the novice trial. Alas, all the effort to repair the dimensional stone might ultimately be in vain. Shen Chi paused for a moment. Well, if all else fails, utilizing the dimensional stone for random teleportation could still serve as a means of escape. There are always greater beings beyond oneself. The Endless Lands are not merely a training ground meant for novice development. Countless experts and seasoned veterans traverse its expanse, making it prudent to have an additional means of survival. With that, Shen Chi carefully stored the dimensional stone and resumed his meal, casting a satisfied glance towards the skeletal weapon expert. You've done remarkably well. Your efforts are appreciated. The restroom is in need of assistance. Kindly attend to the toilet for me. Thank you. The skeletal weapon expert, with its hollow eye sockets, stared intently at Shen Chi for 2 seconds before slowly bowing and sincerely replying, "Thank you for your commendation, my lord. It is my honor to assist you with the toilet." The remainder of the day saw Shen Chi welcoming several distinguished guests, some from the provincial government of Chunan, while others traveled from the imperial capital. Another substantial influx of wealth ensued. In the evening, as Shen Chi descended to dispose of the garbage, he unexpectedly encountered familiar faces, 2 of them, Lu Qingwei and a member of the Tsongshan Guild. There was no need to elaborate on Lu Qingwei. The other individual, Feng Hao, was the one who had personally visited Longhu High School to invite Shen Chi to join the Tsongshan Guild. Subsequently, after Shen Chi's failed awakening, no one had come to explain. He had merely received a curt, cold rejection message that dismissed him. Oh, and it was the Tsongshan Guild's appraisal institution that had classified Shen Chi as possessing an E-grade undead talent, making it known throughout the school. A smirk tinged with mockery crept across Shen Chi's lips as he fixed his gaze on the approaching duo. Feng Hao, believing himself to be composed, nodded at Shen Chi with a seemingly courteous smile. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Qingwei stepped forward more quickly. With a hint of moisture at the corners of her eyes and a pallid complexion, her delicate features displayed an air of vulnerability. She urgently called out, her voice trembling with suppressed tears, "Shen Chi, I'm sorry for my offense the other day. I caused you trouble." Shen Chi furrowed his brow. To be candid, he had no desire to entangle himself with these individuals, regardless of their sincerity in apologizing. Just as he contemplated a convenient excuse to dismiss them, Lu Qingwei, awkwardly fidgeting, continued, "Shen Chi, I feel embarrassed to break up with Suhi. Can we still be friends?" "Not in that sense, just friends would be fine." Shen Chi was left utterly speechless. Internally, he was sweating bullets. What? Are you missing a few screws? Should I refer you to a better psychiatrist? Do you think your charm is unparalleled, or do you consider me a supreme fool? Yet, he maintained an air of aloofness. Lu Qingwei, please leave. Do not disturb me any further. Sheepishly, Lu Qingwei lowered her head, her expression filled with despair. After a moment, she mustered the courage to look up. Shen Chi, I'm sorry. I won't bother you again. By the way, I joined the Tsongshan Guild and even recommended you to them. Tsongshan is the premier lord guild of Longhu. I believe it would suit you perfectly. Shen Chi, would you consider joining Tsongshan? Shen Chi. Just yesterday, Principal Lu Chang'an informed him that, in light of his previous conflicts with the Tsongshan Guild, he had deliberately declined their request to meet Shen Chi yet now. Lu Qingwei had directly brought them to his residence. Fury surged within Shen Chi. Feng Hao bypassed Lu Qingwei, adopting a formal demeanor, and declared, Student Shen Chi, Tsongshan has wronged you in the past, but that is behind us. We hope you will grant us an opportunity to demonstrate our sincerity. With an air of dignity, he continued, Student Shen Chi, you have previously considered joining our Tsongshan Guild, and I believe you recognize our advantages and standing. Rejoining Tsongshan would undoubtedly be a wise decision. Our entire guild eagerly anticipates your arrival. If you accept our sincerity, here is a batch of bronze-grade supplies worth 30,000 spirit crystals as an apology. Feng Hao, exuding confidence, smiled assuredly, believing his words to be comprehensive and compelling, awaiting Shen Chi's response. Shen Chi, this is absurd. In comparison to the gifts presented by the formidable factions yesterday, the sincerity of those individuals becomes all the more apparent. Shen Chi sneered, Mr. Feng, I believe it's time for you to take your leave. Feng Hao was momentarily taken aback, his face betraying a mixture of surprise and confusion. After a brief pause, he responded, Shen Chi, I implore you to reconsider. What could possibly be wrong with joining our Tsongshan Guild? As the premier lord guild of Longhu, we have nurtured countless illustrious lords, ensuring their safe passage through the early stages of their development. Many would covet this opportunity. He paused, then realized, oh, could it be that you still harbor resentment over our previous rejection? However, we had your best interest at heart when we declined your application. I believe you ought not to let past grievances dictate your future. Shen Chi rolled his eyes in exasperation, feeling suffocated by the conversation. Could your Tsongshan Guild not send someone more articulate to negotiate? He crossed his arms defiantly, raising his voice slightly, yet his tone grew colder. Mr. Feng, I simply do not wish to join the Tsongshan Guild. Do not misconstrue this as a matter of my future. Please take your leave. Feng Hao, oblivious to Shen Chi's intent to dismiss him, felt his pride wounded and frowned in discomfort. Shen Chi, do you truly believe our Tsongshan Guild lacks sincerity? I have already apologized for the previous matter. Why then do you still refuse to join us? Standing beside them, Lu Qingwei observed Feng Hao's attempts with a sense of disbelief. Shen Chi clenched his fists, narrowing his eyes as he spoke deliberately. So, you think that because you have apologized, I am now obligated to join Tsongshan? What kind of logic is that? Am I to feel grateful for your guild's unsolicited attempt to meet with me? Feng Hao's expression darkened, his patience wearing thin after repeated rejections. His demeanor turned icy as he stepped closer to Shen Chi, puffing out his chest, his eyes narrowing with intensity. He attempted to exude the aura of a level 29 lord, hoping to intimidate Shen Chi and control the dialogue. In the next moment, two orc warriors materialized behind Feng Hao, each robust and wielding long blades, exuding an imposing presence. Feng Hao smirked, watching Shen Chi with disdain, confident that Shen Chi, a mere novice lord fresh from the trials, would falter under his pressure. Moreover, since Shen Chi had just emerged from the trial grounds, his barracks had been converted into blueprints, rendering him incapable of summoning troops. Conversely, as a level 29 mid-tier lord, Feng Hao was well equipped with space items for summoning and could call forth his warriors at will. Thus, he believed Shen Chi lacked even the qualifications to compete with him. However, Shen Chi merely raised his gaze to meet Feng Hao's. Suddenly, Feng Hao froze, his eyes wide with disbelief as if struck by an overwhelming force. His legs buckled, trembling uncontrollably. His complexion paled, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he stared at Shen Chi, aghast. This overwhelming pressure. Shen Chi, he must be a high-level lord above 30. How is that possible? He just emerged from the novice trials. No matter how formidable he is, he cannot possibly be at level 30. This is a trick. Gritting his teeth, Feng Hao steeled himself, breaking free from the mental oppression Shen Chi had exerted upon him. In a fit of anger, he commanded his orc warriors to charge. Yet, from behind Shen Chi, a multitude of pale bones surged forth from the void. One by one, the bones clattered together, forming a colossal skeletal arm beside Shen Chi before the two orcs could close the distance. This skeletal hand swung forward with great force, sending both orcs and Feng Hao flying. The orcs were instantly slain, while Feng Hao was hurled 10 meters away, his entire set of black iron and bronze armor shattered upon impact, crashing to the ground amidst a cloud of dust. He lay there in disarray, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, utterly astonished as he struggled to rise. Gazing at Shen Chi with terror, Lu Qingyue covered her mouth, her eyes wide with panic at the unfolding spectacle. The atmosphere grew tense and rigid, time ticking by with agonizing slowness. Just then, a gentle and courteous voice echoed from a distance. "Excuse me, are you Shen Chi?" Shen Chi paused, turning toward the voice with a mix of caution and curiosity. "And you are?" The man chuckled softly, responding amicably. "I am El Shuhua, sent by Principal Lu from Longhu High School. I recognized you by your photograph. I came to meet you after hearing of your remarkable talents." Shen Chi realized this was yet another individual seeking to forge a connection. Though feeling disinclined, he was about to refuse when El Shuhua preempted him, maintaining a polite tone. "I just heard this gentleman claim that no guild in Longhu can match the level of sincerity we offer." Feng Hao, lying on the ground in a state of disarray, felt a pang of apprehension. El Shuhua continued, "Our Jianling Guild is prepared to offer 1 million spirit crystals, a piece of silver tier equipment, a silver tier weapon, a silver tier item, and a blueprint for a silver tier building. How does this proposition strike you, Shen Chi?" Shen Chi raised an eyebrow, while Feng Hao listened in stunned silence. 1 million spirit crystals, for pieces of silver tier items. Even our vice president hasn't received such treatment. Feng Hao shot a glance at El Shuhua, feeling his cheeks flush with embarrassment and humiliation. Shen Chi replied politely, "Mr. L, I appreciate your generous offer. However, I currently prefer to refrain from joining any guild and wish to focus on further honing my skills." He observed El Shuhua closely, curious to see if this gentleman would similarly react with indignation to his refusal. To his surprise, El Shuhua remained composed, responding graciously, "I understand. Nevertheless, Shen Chi, please accept our Jianling Guild's goodwill. Rest assured, we seek nothing in return, merely wishing to extend our support and wish you great success in your endeavors." Shen Chi couldn't help but reflect on the varying emotional intelligence of individuals. He invited El Shuhua inside for tea, and after a brief chat, El Shuhua indeed refrained from making further requests. As for the awkwardly positioned Lu Qingyue and Feng Hao outside, Shen Chi chose to ignore them entirely. Lu Qingyue watched Shen Chi's retreating figure, a mix of frustration and helplessness clouding her features. She sensed that this might be her final encounter with Shen Chi that night. At 10 o'clock, Shen Chi completed his evening routine and comfortably settled into bed, preparing for a good night's rest. After all, he was to enter the Endless Land the following day. It was essential to be well-rested and mentally alert. Shen Chi closed his eyes, but 5 minutes later, he found himself staring at the ceiling, unable to sleep. Never mind, he thought, I'll just play on my phone for a bit and sleep at midnight. He set an alarm, reminding himself to sleep promptly at 12, resolutely resisting any delay. He still held a considerable belief in his self-discipline. Then, he picked up his phone and began to peruse it with great enthusiasm. Shen Chi soon realized that it was time for him to retire for the night. Surely it must be nearing midnight? He lazily cast his gaze upwards to check the time displayed at the top of his phone. It was 2:30 in the morning. In an instant, Shen Chi was jolted awake. Damn, it's all the phone's fault. It has ensnared me. He resolved to sleep. This time, he truly intended to slumber. Hastily, he tossed his phone onto the bedside table and pulled the thin blanket over himself, forcing himself to succumb to sleep. The room fell into a profound silence. Meanwhile, the The phone screen remained aglow. After a brief moment, a notification emerged at the top of the screen, a push alert from the Dianzai app. Just now, the infamous Grey Fog organization has released a genius hunting announcement online, capturing the attention of the entire internet.